Water seeped from cracks in the rock wall, slid down the slick moss, and dripped. Drip, drip. The mine shaft was cold and dark, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and rust. Louis's boots crunched on the gravel. A heavy mining basket weighed on his shoulder as he dragged a cold pickaxe in one hand, its tip etching a faint line in the ground. He moved slowly, like a puppet stripped of its bones. His gaze was unfocused, fixed on the darkness ahead. And there, in that very darkness, the phantom of a tree was taking shape. First, a blurry outline. Then, gray branches stretched from the void, forked, and spread into a ghostly canopy. It hung silently in Louis's vision, a secret only he could see, a mystery that had haunted him for an entire year. When he focused, the phantom grew sharper. When his concentration slipped, it dimmed. The others saw nothing. In their eyes, Louis was just another dazed, pitiful mind slave. A heavy breath left Louis's chest, turning into a small white cloud in the frigid air. "This is hell," he muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper. It had been a year. A full year since he had woken up amidst flames and screams to find his world had become this. He still remembered the sound of swords tearing through the air, remembered the bone-chilling cold of shackles locking around his wrists. He had once been a disciple of the profound sky sect, a name that had a nice ring to it. Home. That home had been razed to the ground by a group of people with a totem of a crescent moon and a ghoul embroidered on their chests. The vile Moon Valley. He had later pieced these names together from the idle chatter of his jailers. His sect, he learned, belonged to the vast Sky Alliance, while the enemies who had stormed their gates came from the myriad Demon Ridge. Righteousness and evil, light and darkness. Louis couldn't care less about these hollow labels. All he knew was that two behemoths were tearing each other apart, and he was nothing but a speck of dust crushed beneath their feet. Now, his only companions were this heavy pickaxe and the endless darkness before him. The pickaxe slammed into the rock face. Sparks flew. Stone chips rained down. Every breath Louis took choked him with the acrid stench of rock dust and sweat. His arms had long gone numb. Each swing felt like he was heaving a heavy boulder. "Mind slave," he told himself. "At least I'm still alive." From deep within the tunnel came the sharp crack of a whip tearing through the air, followed by a man's stifled grunt. Louis didn't stop moving. Here, to stop was to invite trouble. Around him, young, numb faces flickered in the dim lamplight. Like Louis, they had all once been the hope of some sect or clan. Now, their only identity was property of the evil Moon Valley. The cultivators of the evil Moon Valley never worried about them resisting. They were like a pack of defanged wolf pups, all hatred, but no claws. Louis could feel a silent, dead sea within his body. It was said that within everyone, there was a gate. Push it open, and you could channel the power of the stars, step onto the grand path of cultivation that reached the heavens. But his gate felt as though it were sealed shut by an impossibly heavy boulder. He could find no crack, no seam, nor could he hear any echo from beyond it. This was what they called being unawakened. An unawakened person could not resonate with the heavens and the earth, and was thus doomed to remain immortal. And so, they could only toil here, mining spirit stones for the powerful cultivators of the evil Moon Valley with their own flesh and blood, fueling another's path to the heavens with their very lives. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the other end of the tunnel. Two evil Moon Valley disciples, clad in black armor, dragged a scrawny mine slave past, hauling him like a dead dog. But the slave wasn't struggling. His face was a strange mask of ecstasy and terror. He's awakened. Someone hissed in the darkness, their voice thick with raw envy. "If you're awakened, you can take the assessment. A path straight to the heavens. Dream on. Not even 1 in 100 makes it." The murmurs quickly died down, cut short by the bark of an overseer. But Louis's gaze followed the figure being dragged away and didn't return for a long time. His knuckles were white where he gripped the handle of his pickaxe. That gate, could it really be opened? He took a deep breath, raised the pickaxe again, and with every ounce of his strength, smashed it against the hard rock face before him. Clang! The massive impact left his ears ringing. It was as if he wasn't striking stone, but his own damned fate. Darkness. The air was thick with rock dust and the acrid stench of sweat. The only sounds were Louis's own breathing and the distant echo of dripping water from the tunnel walls drip drip. The mining basket on his shoulders felt as heavy as a mountain, the weight making his bones ache with every step. This wasn't living. This was being buried alive. He refused to rot in this place forever. That single thought had burned in his chest for a year, a tiny flame. To fan that flame, he needed to awaken a certain power within his body, a process people called opening the apertures. He tried to feel for it, to find that legendary sensation of chi. But every time he focused, a spectral tree would materialize before him. A ghost tree only he could see, its branches gnarled and menacing, like a crack seared onto his retinas, mocking his every effort. Maybe there really is something wrong with my eyes. He rounded a bend, and up ahead, a pinprick of gray light pierced the oppressive dark. The exit, a draft from the mine shaft gusted in, carrying with it the taste of freedom. Louis' heart beat a little faster. Today's basket of or would earn him 3 contribution points. Combined with what he saved, that made 12 in total. 2 steamed buns, 2 points. The remaining 10 were just enough for 1 chi and blood pill. That little red pill wouldn't allow him to open the apertures instantly. It was more like a handful of dry kindling tossed into the nearly extinguished shell of his body, enough to rekindle a faint, weak flame. A trickle of burning energy would flow through his veins, giving him the strength to carry on. The masters of Evil Moon Valley were no saints. They were clever. They used these cheap pills to dangle hope before the mine slaves, like feeding livestock. And Louis was the beast most starved for that bait. 30 yards to go. His gaze swept to his left. A massive rock there cast a shadow even deeper than the surrounding gloom. Something stirred in the darkness. Louis didn't break his stride, his rhythm unchanged. The heavy thud of his footsteps echoed through the tunnel, masking the frantic pounding in his chest. 20 yards. 15. 10. He stopped. Slowly, he bent down, easing the basket from his back to the ground without a sound. His knuckles were white on the handle of his pickaxe. Then, his other hand slipped into the basket, his fingers closing with precision around a sharp-edged rock. The cold, solid weight in his palm was a small comfort. He moved. He drove his legs, charging the boulder. He didn't slow as he reached it. He kicked off the tunnel wall, launching his body into the air. Like a leopard pouncing on its prey, he sailed silently toward the far side of the boulder. Behind it, 2 dark figures were crouched. The sudden shadow falling over them was their only warning. Too late. A chunk of or left his hand, whistling through the air. Thud. A sickening crunch. One of the men fell backward, his nose caving in. Warm blood masked his entire face. Louis landed, the pickaxe in his hand already swinging in a wide arc. The tip shrieked as it tore through the air. The other man jerked his head back, barely dodging the blow. But a kick was already on its way. Bang! The blow sent the man flying, his body doubling over in mid-air like a cooked shrimp. He landed on his knees, retching as he sprayed bile all over the ground. Louis walked over to him, grabbed a handful of his hair, and yanked his face out of the filth. It was a familiar face. "The second Lou brother," he said, his voice like ice. "So it was you. I warned you both," Louis said, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Stay out of my sight." He released his grip, letting the man slump to the ground. Then, he picked up a rock. He brought it down hard on the back of the man's head. There was a dull crunch of shattering bone, a sharp grunt, and then the man went still. Louis turned and walked toward the first man. The one they called the Elder Lou was scrambling backward, pushing himself across the gravel with his elbows. Blood from his broken forehead streamed down, blinding him. Through his blurred, bloody vision, a figure drew closer. Each footstep landed like a hammer blow against his heart. "Don't come any closer," he stammered, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "We didn't know it was you. Spare me, please." Dark, damp. The mouth of the mine shaft gaped like the maw of a great beast, breathing out a cold wind that reeked of rust and mold. 2 shadows pressed themselves against the rock wall, like a pair of lizards poised to strike. They were the Lou brothers. Crouched low, only their greedy eyes were visible, locked on the faint light at the entrance. The sound of footsteps grew closer, heavy and rhythmic. A figure emerged from the darkness. He was gaunt, and the tattered miner's clothes hung from his frame as if draped over a skeleton. Yet the sack of or on his back was immense, pressing him down so that each step left a deep print in the earth. It was Lu Yi. He lifted his head. The cold dust couldn't hide the tranquility in his eyes. But the moment he saw the Lu brothers, that tranquility froze into ice. These two hyenas again. Stop right there. The older Lu brother sprang from behind the rock wall, his brother close on his heels, flanking Lu Yi and blocking his path. Well, kid. Looks like you got lucky, the older brother said, licking his cracked lips, his gaze burning holes into the sack of or on Lu Ye's back. Quite a haul today, huh? Lu Yi said nothing. He simply, slowly, lowered the sack from his back. It hit the ground with a heavy thud, like the first beat of a war drum. Save your strength, the younger Lu brother sneered, cracking his knuckles. Hand over the goods, and we might just make this quick. Save you some pain. A surge of heat began to course through Lu Yi's body. It wasn't anger, but a power that had been building for a long time. For a year, he had traded his blood and sweat for 30 medicinal pills. Their power hadn't made him muscular, but had instead lit a furnace within him. This heat was the flame of that furnace. He moved. Without warning. Like a cheetah coiled to spring, he lunged forward. Gravel skittered and flew from beneath his feet. The sneer was still frozen on the younger Lu's face when a fist filled his vision. He only had time for a choked gasp. Crack! The wet, sickening sound of a fist smashing into the bridge of a nose. Blood and splinters of bone erupted from his face. The younger Lu brother flew backward like a rag doll and hit the ground, silent. It was over in a flash. The greed on the older brother's face curdled into terror. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. His voice was a pathetic, trembling wreck. Don't kill me. Please. Lu Yi didn't stop. He grabbed the older brother by the hair, the greasy feel of it turning his stomach. With his other hand, he snatched a sharp-edged rock from the ground. Mercy? Images of skeletons flashed through Lu Ye's mind, the dried bones of men left to die in the deep tunnels. He could almost feel the ghosts of their final, desperate moments clinging to them. Here, in this place, mercy was a luxury. It was the quickest way to die. The older brother's plea was cut short. The rock whistled as it tore through the air, then came crashing down. Crunch. The sound was like a sledgehammer splitting a ripe watermelon. And then, silence. The only sound was Lu Yi's steady breathing, echoing in the darkness of the mine. Lu Yi scooped up his pickaxe and slung the herb basket over his shoulder. He turned and headed for the mine's exit, leaving the groans of the two men to fade behind him. Wounded prey wouldn't last long in the dark. Footsteps pounded behind him, frantic and uneven. A silhouette burst from the dim light of the exit, stumbling forward. Get out. The command was a low growl. A hand sliced through the air, aimed for Lu Yi's face. An icy chill shot up Lu Yi's spine. He saw it. The approaching hand was wreathed in a faint, blue glow. It wasn't the light of a torch. It was energy, the power of a cultivator. An image flashed through Lu Yi's mind, a solid chunk of ore, under that same glow, being crushed to dust as easily as a cracker. There was no time to think. Instinct took over. He slammed his feet into the ground and threw himself backward. Too late. Crack. The sharp snap of a breaking rib. A searing pain exploded in his chest, as if he'd been branded with a red-hot iron. He flew backward like a kicked rag doll, slammed hard against the cold rock wall, and slid to the ground. The pain, like a splash of icy water, shocked him into clarity. I'm alive. The thought had barely crossed his mind before he was already pushing off the ground, scrambling to his feet. The cultivator took a step forward, a flicker of surprise on his face. The torchlight from deeper in the mine finally illuminated his features and Lu Yi's. He got a clear look at Lu Yi's dust-streaked face and blurted out, Lu Yi? Lu Yi's body was coiled tight like a drawn bow, ready to bolt into the darkness of the mine. But at the sound of the familiar voice, he froze, looking up in disbelief. Manager Yang? A tremendous force slammed into Lu Yi's chest. He was sent flying like a rag doll, his back smashing hard against the damp, cold rock wall. The coppery taste of blood welled up in his throat, and he fought to keep from spitting it out. In the flickering torchlight, a familiar face came into view. Steward Yang. His robes were stained with fresh dirt, and his eyes were wide with panic, completely stripped of the usual authority he wielded over the miners. Lui's heart hammered against his ribs. He glanced from the unconscious Liu brothers at his feet to Steward Yang. He had thought the blow was a punishment. But Steward Yang paid the brothers no mind. His gaze was locked on Liu Yi, and the look in his eyes, it wasn't anger. It was the wild joy of a drowning man who had just found a lifeline. The panic in Steward Yang's eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of relief. He recognized Liu Yi. This was the mind slave who had traded, or for a good number of his crimson, pills, the ones meant to strengthen bone and muscle. His physical foundation was far stronger than that of the other emaciated wretches. No wonder he'd been able to take that hasty blow. Come with me. Steward Yang's voice was hoarse and urgent, his hand clamping down on Liu Yi's shoulder like an iron vice. Liu Yi was hauled forward by an irresistible force, the searing pain in his chest almost suffocating him. "Where are we going?" he managed to ask. "Shut up and move," Steward Yang growled. His eyes swept over the mining basket on Liu Yi's back as if it were a useless burden. "Drop it." Liu Yi immediately undid the straps, and the heavy basket hit the ground with a loud clang. But he tightened his grip on his pickaxe. The cold iron was his only weapon in this dark world. Steward Yang's gaze lingered on the pickaxe for a moment, but he said nothing. He just tightened his grip and dragged Liu Yi deeper into the darkness of the mine. The point of light behind them shrank rapidly, then vanished completely. Darkness swept over them like ice-cold seawater, engulfing them whole. The soft crunch of gravel under their boots was the only sound in the deathly silent mine tunnel. The air was cold and damp, thick with the raw scent of soil and the faint stench of decay. Every 100 paces or so, a single torch struggled against the gloom, mounted on the rock wall. Its jaundiced glow illuminated only a small patch of the tunnel, casting dancing shadows on the slick rock walls and stretching their own into grotesque, writhing monsters. Beyond the torchlight, the pitch-black mouths of side tunnels gaped like the maws of colossal beasts, their depths unknowable. Passing one such tunnel, Liu Yi's boot struck something. He glanced down. It was a piece of blackened human bone. Steward Yang had clearly seen it too, and he flinched violently. He stopped dead in his tracks, whipping his head around like a startled rabbit to peer back into the darkness. In the empty tunnel, only their own ragged breaths echoed. There's nothing behind us, right?" His voice was dry and hoarse. Liu Yi looked back as well. Behind them lay only an impenetrable darkness. Nothing. Steward Yang wiped a sheen of cold sweat from his forehead. He turned, his eyes locking on to Liu Yi. "Those tunnels, the ones without torches, you know them?" Liu Yi's gaze swept over a pitch-black opening, from which he could almost feel something living breathing. He gave a calm nod. "I do." "Good." Steward Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Then his voice dropped to a whisper, urgent and strained. "Take me in there. Find the deepest one, the most hidden, somewhere no one can find us." "All right," Liu Yi said. He had just taken a single step when a searing pain shot through his chest, as if he'd been impaled by a red-hot iron poker. The agony was instantaneous, explosive. A sharp grunt escaped his throat as he staggered, collapsing heavily to one knee. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his chest, like broken bones grinding against each other. Liu Yi let out a stifled groan and staggered to a halt. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, drenching the hair at his temples. Walking ahead, Steward Yang clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned back. His beady eyes swept over Liu Yi's pale face. After a moment's hesitation, he reached into a bulging cloth pouch at his waist. He rummaged for a moment before pulling out a hard, soybean-sized pill. "Open your mouth. Eat it," he commanded, his tone like someone tossing a bone to a dog. Liu Yi took the pill. It was cool and smooth to the touch, nothing like the coarse qi and blood pills he was used to. But he had no choice. Steward Yang still needed him to lead the way. There was no point in killing him now. He tossed the pill into his mouth, and his teeth clamped down instinctively. Crack! An indescribable bitterness exploded on his tongue, as if his throat had been flooded with bile. His entire face crumpled. "Idiot! Who told you to chew it?" Steward Yang barked. "Swallow it. It's a healing pill." Fighting back a wave of nausea, Liu Yi swallowed the numbingly bitter paste. He pressed a hand to his churning stomach and rasped, "My thanks, Steward Yang. You can thank me by getting a move on." Steward Young gave him a hard shove in the back. Lu Yi stumbled but caught himself, gritting his teeth as he continued to lead the way. The pill's bitterness still clung to the back of his tongue, but a warm current was already spreading from his lower abdomen. It flowed like a gentle stream through his entire body. Wherever the warmth reached, the sharp pain in his chest gave way to a tingling itch, as if his very bones were knitting themselves back together. The effect was astonishing. The two of them navigated the spiderweb of mine tunnels, torchlight dancing across the damp rock walls. Now and then, they passed a mine slave or two finishing a shift, faces etched with exhaustion and apathy. Steward Yang said nothing, merely lifting a hand. Crack! The clean snap of a neck breaking. He didn't even break his stride as the body crumpled into the darkness behind them. Lu Yi's heart seized at the sickening sound. He didn't dare turn around, forcing himself to stare at the path ahead. But the faint smell of blood coming from Steward Yang was growing stronger. An hour later, Lu Yi stopped before an unremarkable section of the tunnel wall. He pulled a torch from a nearby sconce, its flame licking at the darkness and illuminating a narrow crevice concealed by rubble. Steward Yang, this is it, Lu Yi said, his voice low and echoing slightly in the tunnel. You go in first. Take the first fork to the left, then at the second fork. The words were barely out of his mouth when a boot slammed into the small of his back. He lurched into the darkness. Lead the way. Manager Yang's voice hit him from behind, cold and hard as a stone. Every breath Lu Yi took tasted of blood. He knew that begging or fighting would only mean a swifter death. His only choice was to keep moving forward. Deep in the mine shaft, only the echo of their two sets of footsteps broke the silence. Water seeped from cracks in the rock drip like a countdown to some final moment. The air, thick with the smell of dust and rotting timber, felt like swallowing sand with every breath. Lu Yi could feel the gaze on his back, sharp as a needle. He didn't have to look back to know Manager Yang was watching him, his hand likely never straying from the hilt of the knife at his waist. After what felt like an eternity, just as the torch flame began to dim, they came to a dead end, a cold, solid wall of rock. A dead end. Lu Yi stopped and wedged the torch into a crevice in the wall. With a sharp hiss, the pine resin burned brighter, casting their two shadows onto the stone. The flames made them dance and stretch, twisting them into the shapes of struggling ghosts. Ha! Manager Yang sagged against the wall, his chest rising and falling violently, his collar soaked with sweat. He shot a glance at Lu Yi's expressionless face and let out a dry chuckle. You've really done it, kid. To find a godforsaken hole like this. Luck, Lu Yi said, his voice quiet. Manager Yang nodded, falling silent. The only sounds in the small cavern were the crackling of the torch and the ragged sound of their breathing. Lu Yi swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. He forced the words out. Manager Yang, this is the place. I should be getting back. Getting back. Manager Yang slowly straightened. His boots made a grating crunch on the loose stones, a sound that set Lu Yi's teeth on edge. He closed the distance one step at a time, the wavering torchlight carving sinister shadows across his face. Lu Yi, you're a smart kid. His voice held a strange, chilling pity. Which means you should understand. Smart people don't always get to live long. Lu Yi's back hit the cold rock wall. There was nowhere else to go. What? What do you mean by that? He stammered. It means, Manager Yang said, stopping so close his towering figure blotted out the light, that all hell has broken loose up top. Those madmen from the vast Sky Alliance are storming the mines. It's not safe out there, and I have you to thank for bringing me to this perfect little hideout. He paused, his tone turning as cold and hard as iron. And because it's so perfect, I can't let you live to tell anyone about it. Lu Yi asked no more questions. He stared fixedly into the man's eyes. In their murky depths, he no longer saw a mine manager, but a cornered animal, ready to tear him apart. The cold rock wall pressed against Lu Yi's back like a giant tombstone. There was no escape. I'm not leaving. Lu Yi's voice was quiet but firm. I'm staying with you. Steward Yang halted, cocking his head as if sizing up a caged beast. A cruel, playful sneer crept onto his face. Stay with me. He laughed, the sound echoing harshly in the narrow mine shaft. The rations I brought are only enough for one. Those mad dogs from the vast Sky Alliance will be scouring this place for a month, at least. You You'll starve to death in less than 10 days. His smile vanished in an instant, his eyes turning to ice. So, why don't I be merciful and send you on your way right now? The words were barely out of his mouth when Steward Young lunged. They were only a few steps apart. He thrust out a hand, a faint light coalescing in his palm as he unleashed a searing blast of wind straight at Lu Ye's face. It was a blow that could shatter stone. But in the instant before that power could touch his skin, Lu Yi moved. He didn't retreat. Instead, like a cornered wolf, he charged forward with a roar. The heavy pickaxe whistled through the air, carving a dark arc as he brought it crashing down on Steward Yang's head. Steward Yang's pupils contracted. A last, desperate gasp from a common-mind slave, a sneer of contempt touched his lips. But a moment later, that sneer froze into a mask of horror. The warm current within him, that familiar surge of power, suddenly seized up, growing sluggish and heavy. He strained, but all he could summon was a feeble flicker, like a candle in the wind. The oncoming pickaxe seemed to slow, becoming terrifyingly clear in his vision, and utterly lethal. No time. On pure instinct, he threw his arm up to block his face. Crack! The sound of splintering bone was sickening. The pickaxe slammed into his forearm. The impact of hard iron on fragile bone sent his arm bending backward at an unnatural angle. Arg! A guttural howl, more animal than human, tore from Steward Yang's throat as he staggered and fell backward. Lu Ye's heart pounded like a war drum, but the tension coiling in his gut finally released. He gasped for breath, his lungs filling with the taste of rust and blood. The rumors were true. Deep within this mine, all supernatural power was suppressed. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He gave the man no chance to recover. Lowering his stance like a stalking leopard, he gripped the pickaxe with both hands and advanced. The pickaxe fell again and again, each swing whistling through the air. The first blow landed on Steward Yang's thigh with a sickening thud. The second scraped past his cheek and struck the rock wall, showering the tunnel in a spray of blinding sparks. Steward Yang scrambled on the ground, desperately rolling to evade the storm of blows. All his former authority was gone, replaced by nothing but terrified screams. Steward Yang scrambled back, and the heavy pickaxe howled past his ear. The sharp rush of air was like the roar of a wild beast. His limbs felt as heavy as lead. The warm energy within him, the very power that set him apart from mortals, was now a pool of stagnant water, cold and still. He was a cultivator in name only, unable to summon an ounce of his strength. But the mind slave before him, the man he had dismissed as a mere ant, was now like a tireless wolf. Lu Yi gave him no chance to breathe. Every attack was simple, direct, delivered with all his strength. The pickaxe slammed down again and again, crashing against the tunnel wall, sending rock shards and sparks flying. Gasp, gasp, Steward Yang heaved, his chest working like a broken bellows. He staggered back, one hand clamped over his bleeding shoulder while the other fumbled frantically for the cloth pouch at his waist. He ripped something out and thrust it forward. A silver serpent of light tore through the darkness of the mine shaft. Lu Yi's pupils contracted. Every muscle in his body coiled tight as he wrenched himself to a halt, bringing the battered pickaxe up to shield his chest. Clang! The sharp, ear-splitting sound echoed in the tunnel. The cast iron head of the pickaxe snapped on impact. Half of it went flying, striking the stone wall with a dull thud. Lu Yi gripped the splintered handle, the impact jarring his hand numb. He stared ahead, his eyes locked on the gleaming longsword that had somehow appeared in Steward Yang's hand. Steward Yang leveled the sword at Lu Yi, its tip tracing a cold arc in the gloom. The muscles in his face were twisted in agony, but his eyes held a glint of crazed triumph. Come on, kid. Try that again. The very air seemed to congeal. Deep in the narrow shaft, water seeped from cracks in the rock. Drip, drip, one man held a splintered handle, the other a longsword. One's breath was steady, his eyes cold, the other was a battered mess of sweat and blood. Then, Steward Yang felt it. He drew a sharp breath, but the air was thick and heavy, filling his lungs with an unseen pressure. His eyes darted to the tunnel walls, to the veins of or embedded deep within the stone. They pulsed with a faint, eerie luminescence, and the color drained from his face. This is it, he hissed through clenched teeth, his voice a choked whisper of dawning horror. The lodestone its primal magnetic ore. He finally understood. An invisible force, like a vast, unseen net, enveloped the entire mine shaft. It suppressed everything, shackled everything. It radiated endlessly from the ore in the walls, sealing his power completely. Down here, he wasn't a lofty cultivator. He was just a man immortal who could bleed and no fear. You knew about this place all along? Manager Young's voice was a hoarse rasp, thick with incredulous horror. He gritted his teeth, his left arm dangling at a grotesque angle, the jagged edge of the broken bone threatening to tear through the skin. What drove him to deeper despair was the air around him, as heavy as mercury. He felt like he was sinking into a bottomless quagmire, where the slightest movement sapped every ounce of his strength. The torrent of power that had once raged within him, his greatest pride, was now crushed by an unseen force, reduced to a mere trickle. You mortal, you dare plot against me. Manager Young's face contorted, his features a twisted mask of rage and terror. Li didn't answer. He simply watched him, his gaze that of a hunter staring down prey caught in a trap unnervingly calm. That brief moment of silence broke him completely. Fear eclipsed rage. A single, primal instinct took over. He had to get out of this eerie place. He spun around and ran. He staggered forward, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps, like a broken bellows being frantically worked. Luya's pupils contracted. He saw it just ahead, a place where the light and air seemed to shimmer differently. The edge of the field. If Yang escaped that zone, Luyi knew he was a dead man. I can't let him get through. The thought struck him like lightning. Luya's heart plummeted. His eyes darted to the ground, and his fingers snatched up a fist-sized rock. The muscles in his arm coiled, veins popping on his skin. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he hurled the rock. The rock sliced through the air with a low, vicious hum. Manager Yang, scrambling desperately toward that sliver of hope, never heard the sound of it cutting through the air behind him. Thud! It was a sickening, dull impact. Manager Yang's body went rigid, his forward momentum instantly halting. The light in his eyes vanished. Then, like a sack of grain whose ropes had been slashed, he pitched forward and slammed into the dirt. Dust billowed up around him. The wind shrieked through the air. Steward Yang had barely rolled over when a dark shadow was upon him. A broken pickaxe swung down toward his head with a dull, heavy thud. Too close. Too fast. He could even smell the reek of sweat and blood on his assailant. Die with me. Steward Yang let out a feral roar and, with the last of his strength, thrust the long sword in his hand forward. Crunch. A muffled crack of splintering bone. The world fell silent. Li didn't stop. The heavy pickaxe fell, again and again. Only when the man beneath him stopped twitching did he toss the broken weapon aside, letting it clatter hollowly to the ground. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. It was only then that a searing pain exploded in his thigh. He looked down. A long sword had pierced clean through his leg. The blade was cold, the wound scorching. As the wave of adrenaline receded, the delayed agony hit him like 1,000 red-hot needles stabbing into his nerves. He leaned against the cold rock wall, his chest heaving violently. Each breath carried the metallic tang of blood, a taste that was intensely, undeniably real. He was still alive. Pain washed over him in waves, a brutal reminder that he had to act. He glanced at the sword in his leg, his gaze hardening. He wouldn't pull it out. He'd bleed to death. He tore a strip from his shirt, the fabric ripping with a harsh sound. He twisted it into a makeshift rope and cinched it tight high on his thigh, pulling until the skin turned purple. Only then did he carefully tear away the trouser leg around the injury, exposing the mangled, bloody wound. With that done, his gaze traveled past the corpse and locked onto the man's waist. A small, palm-sized cloth pouch. Louis's breath hitched. He remembered. The life-saving vial of medicinal pills, the very sword now piercing his thigh, both had appeared from that tiny pouch. A cultivator's entire fortune. Hope was inside that pouch. He leaned over and yanked the pouch from Steward Yang's waist. The pouch was cool to the touch. It didn't feel like burlap, but more like some kind of tough, smooth hide. Louis's heart pounded like a war drum. He knew what it was, a storage pouch. Legend had it that these pouches were protected by an invisible barrier, an energy imprint keyed only to its owner. Anyone else who tried to force their way in would, at best, suffer scorched fingers. At worst, they would lose an entire arm. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. He had to take the chance. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the opening of the pouch, his fingers trembling as he moved. 1 second, 2 seconds. The moment his fingertips brushed the opening, there was none of the searing pain he expected. No resistance at all. His hand slipped right through. A cool sensation washed over his hand, as if he dipped it into a spring. Louis let out a long sigh of relief, the tension draining from his muscles in an instant. Steward Yang had died too suddenly. He hadn't had time to reseal it. He was safe, but a searing pain in his chest reminded him that he was running out of time. Without another moment's hesitation, he grabbed the bottom of the pouch and upended it, dumping its contents onto the ground. A chaotic clatter of objects spilled out. A dozen small porcelain vials rolled across the ground, alongside a few heavy water skins. Several yellowed books had fallen open, revealing the script inside. There was even a clean roll of toilet paper. The corner of Liu Ye's mouth twitched. He snatched up the vials, popping the stoppers one by one and bringing them to his nose. He was looking for two things: a medicinal pill to restore his stamina, one that would have the faint, coppery smell of blood, and the healing salve Steward Yang had used on him earlier, the kind with the fresh scent of herbs. Soon, his eyes lit up. This is it. His fingers fumbled, brushing past a row of cold vials with a faint clink. He found them. 2 small bottles, one heavy in his palm, the other much lighter. 10 vials. 10 full vials of restoration pills. He uncorked one and gave it a shake. The sound of dozens of pills rattling inside was full, a comforting rustle. In the other bottle, only 7 or 8 healing pills remained, clattering around forlornly. These pills were everything Steward Yang had. A weary, cruel smile pulled at the corner of Liu Ye's mouth. In the past, a full year of his blood and sweat would have earned him just 30 of them. Now, the weight of these 10 vials felt like 10 years of life resting in his palm. It had been a high-stakes gamble, and he had won. He tipped out 3 crimson pills and tossed them into his mouth without hesitation, pressing them against the roof of his mouth with his tongue to let them dissolve slowly. A warm current, like magma, burned its way from his throat to his stomach before spreading to every corner of his body. He could feel every cell greedily soaking up the heat. He then swallowed a healing pill. Next, he grabbed a heavy water skin, pulled the stopper, and took several deep gulps. The icy water made him shudder. Then he tilted the water skin, letting the clear water sluice over the mangled wound on his thigh. The moment the water hit the wound, a sharp, electric pain shot through his entire body. He clenched his jaw, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and a strangled groan escaped his throat. The wound was clean. He set another healing pill on a rock within reach, just in case. Everything was ready. He took a deep breath, his sweaty palm tightening around the sword hilt still embedded in his flesh. The cold of the metal and the heat of his own blood mingled in his grip. With a sudden heave, he pulled. Shriup. It was the sound of the blade scraping against bone and tearing through muscle. Liu Ye's body arched like a fully drawn bow, trembling violently. His teeth chattered, but he didn't scream. Not a sound. No time to waste. He snatched the spare pill and crushed it into a white powder with his thumb. Without looking, he poured the powder directly into the wound, which was still gushing blood. The moment the powder touched the blood, it let out a faint hiss, and a strange, cold numbness spread instantly. He didn't know if it was the right thing to do, but it was his only option. He tore a strip from his robe and wound it tightly around his thigh, summoning the last of his strength to tie it off in a dead knot. With that done, it was as if all his strength had been drained. His body went limp, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Sweat soaked his hair and clothes, making him look as if he'd just been pulled from the water. And then, a gentle darkness swallowed him whole. He didn't know how much time had passed when he woke on the cold ground. The cave was deathly still. He struggled to prop himself up, his back against the rough rock wall. He raised a hand and gingerly pressed the bandaged wound on his thigh. Pain shot through him, but it was a clean pain. There was none of the searing heat around the wound that signaled infection, the beginning of rot. He was still alive. The sharp pain in his chest had faded to a dull throb. Liu took a deep breath. The icy air no longer felt like knives in his throat. He exhaled slowly, and his taut shoulders finally slumped. The worst of it was over. Then, a hollow cramp twisted in his gut. A low growl from his stomach echoed loudly in the silent mine. An image of Steward Yang's snarling face flashed through his mind, followed by the searing memory of the blade plunging into his flesh. The brutal fight had drained him of everything. Fortunately, the dead man had left something behind. From the rough-spun sack at his feet, Lu Yi pulled out a piece of dried beast meat. The jerky was as hard as a rock. He managed to tear off a strip and began to chew, washing it down with cool water from his water skin. The tough, stringy fibers ground down between his teeth, the salty, savory flavor exploding on his tongue. The ravenous beast in his gut was slowly being soothed. A single, small flame danced in the cave, casting grotesque shadows on the stone walls. He finished the last of the meat and wiped his mouth, his gaze falling on the small pile of things he'd scrounged from Steward Yang. He reached out and picked up a few small porcelain vials. The first one, when he shook it, made the familiar rattle of healing pills. The second, when he uncorked it, released a potent mixture of herbs and something coppery, like blood, qi and blood pills. He tucked both vials safely inside his shirt. Then the third, its body pitch black. The moment he pulled the wooden stopper, a vile stench assaulted him, the reek of rotting fish. Lu Ye's brow furrowed in disgust. He quickly jammed the stopper back in and flung the vial as far as he could. His fingertips brushed against a few booklets. He picked up the one on top. The cover was coarse, with the title Chronicles of the Sword Saint scrawled across it. A flicker of interest sparked in him, and he flipped through a few pages. The handwriting was a barely legible scrawl, and the stories were laughably exaggerated, nothing more than tavern boasts. He snorted in disappointment and tossed it aside. It landed with a dull slap on the cave floor. He picked up the second book. The feel of it was completely different. The cover was made of some kind of supple hide, cool and smooth to the touch. 3 characters were branded onto the cover. The strokes were so sharp they seemed to want to slice right through the hide. Golden Cicada, Unfettered Art. Lu Yi's breath caught in his throat. An invisible hand seemed to seize his heart and slam it against his ribs. Thump, thump. With trembling hands, he opened it to the first page. The page wasn't filled with dense script. Instead, it held a diagram of the human meridian system. Fine golden lines flowed and converged within the outline of a human figure, moving as if they were alive. The annotations to the side were concise and forceful, each character hammering itself into his mind like a nail. This was not a story. This was a path to power. Lu Yi stared, his eyes fixed on the page, bloodshot with a wild excitement. The flickering firelight reflected in his pupils, igniting into twin storms. The wave of euphoria receded, and the cold, hard reality surfaced. Lu Yi looked down at the secret manual in his hands, then at his own palm. The cultivation technique was right there in front of him, but he couldn't practice it. It was as if an invisible door in his body was deadbolt shut. For the past year, he had tried everything, throwing himself against it, fumbling for a way in, but the door wouldn't budge. Without a key, he would forever remain a mortal, locked out. He sighed heavily. He closed the Golden Cicada Mystic Art and set it aside. To him, it was now nothing more than a stack of useless paper scribbled with symbols. A wave of frustration tightened his chest. Lu Yi grabbed Steward Yang's storage pouch, looking for a distraction. He plunged his hand into the bag's cool opening and began pulling out the remaining items one by one. Clatter. A few chunks of or rolled onto the floor. They had the distinct, cold and rough texture of the mines. A few of them even left a faint magnetic pull on his fingertips. Magnetic ore. This was all from Steward Yang's private stash. Lu Yi had toiled in the mines for a year. The scent of earth and rock had seeped into his very bones. He knew these ores like the back of his hand. He could distinguish their sharp edges by feel and estimate their size by weight alone, until his fingers brushed against something completely different. It was heavy, like a clot of solidified blood. Lu Yi pulled it out. It was a dark red ore, about the size of a human head. Its surface was covered in strange patterns that resembled the blood vessels of some unknown creature. What is this? He brought the ore closer, examining it carefully. Every named mineral in the mines he had dug up with his own 2 hands. But this, he had never seen anything like it. Just as he was about to set the ore down, a sudden wave of dizziness seized his mind. The stone chamber before him began to twist and spin. An ethereal silhouette of a tree emerged without warning from the dark depths of his vision. The shadow tree. Luya's heart pounded. How did it appear on its own? Before, he had to concentrate with all his might just to catch a fleeting glimpse of its silhouette. He had no time to think. From the base of the blurry silhouette, countless pitch-black roots erupted like vipers. They tore through the air like ravenous tentacles, stabbing violently into the dark red ore in his palm. The ore let out a sharp, almost audible shriek. Crack! A web of fissures spiderwebbed across the ore's surface in an instant. A moment later, the entire stone shattered violently in his hand. The ore cracked open. A ball of orange flame leapt from the fissure, illuminating Lu Ye's astonished face. He jerked his hand back, trying to fling the flame away, but it clung to his palm like red-hot taffy, refusing to be shaken. The flame licked at his skin, yet there was no searing pain, only a strange warmth. The ball of light pulsed, then began to shrink, sinking into his flesh inch by inch. Within a few heartbeats, it had vanished completely. Before Lu Yi could even catch his breath, a scorching power erupted deep within his lower abdomen. Like a vortex, it frantically pulled at the blood throughout his body, forcing it to converge on that single point. Agony. An indescribable power churned wildly inside him, as if to tear his body to shreds from the inside out. A strangled roar forced its way out of his throat. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his clothes. Just as his consciousness was about to be consumed by the agony, a soft pop sounded from deep within him, like a taut bubble being pierced. The pressure vanished abruptly. The agony receded like a tide, replaced by a sensation of warmth and fullness. He could clearly feel a core of power, like a miniature sun, spinning steadily in his lower abdomen. Lu Yi drew in a sharp breath. This wasn't a surprise. It was a miracle. He had opened the first gate of his body. The torch on the wall gave one last crackle, flickered a few times, and went out. The tunnel plunged into absolute darkness. No, it wasn't absolute darkness. To Lu Ye's eyes, the world wasn't pitch black, but a deep, profound gray. He could make out the silhouette of the nearby corpse. He could see the long sword he'd tossed on the ground, reflecting a phantom glimmer of light. The darkness hadn't weakened. It was his eyes that had grown stronger. A surge of warmth swept through him. The weakness was receding. Strength welled up from the marrow of his bones, flooding his limbs. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Lu Ye's laughter crashed and echoed through the dark cave, tinged with madness. The laughter sent a searing pain through the wound on his chest, as if a red-hot poker were twisting inside it. He choked off the laugh, clutching his chest as he broke into a violent coughing fit. He slumped against the cold rock wall, gasping for air. What just happened? That tree. It was the shadow tree. And that dark red stone. No, it wasn't a stone. It was the flame inside the stone. His heart began to race. He remembered it with perfect clarity. The roots of the shadow tree piercing the rock like a starving beast, devouring the orange flame in a single gulp. And then, this profound transformation had occurred within him. So that was it. This was the secret of the shadow tree. It needed something to be fed. Lu Yi couldn't wait to see what it looked like now. He closed his eyes, trying to sink back into the depths of his consciousness. But his heart was still pounding. His mind was in turmoil, filled with the image of the burning orange flame. He failed. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. The cold, damp air filled his lungs, and his feverish thoughts gradually cooled. He tried again. This time, he succeeded. In the darkness of his consciousness, the gray shadow tree stood silently. It looked no different than before, and the roots that had pierced the rock were gone without a trace. But Lu Ye's gaze was locked onto a point of light beneath the tree's canopy. There, a single leaf was no longer gray. It was burning. A ball of orange flame enveloped it, flickering silently, yet it seemed to radiate an astonishing heat that illuminated the entire darkness of his mind. Lu Yi leaned closer to the burning leaf. A pattern shimmered within the flames, part miniature labyrinth, part intricate circuit. He held his breath, his eyes attempting to trace its complex design. The instant he made out a single curve, the leaf exploded in size before him, swallowing his vision whole. Then, like a dam bursting, an uncontrollable torrent of alien symbols, images, and sounds flooded his consciousness. It felt as if a red-hot poker had been driven through his skull. Everything went black. When he came to, a war drum was pounding in his temples. Louis groaned, struggling to sit up. His back pressed against a cold, rough rock wall, the chill of it clearing his head slightly. The moments before he lost consciousness came rushing back. He closed his eyes, and memories that were not his own surfaced, yet they felt as clear and natural as if he had them his entire life. He saw it now, the shadow tree swallowing the orange flame, and then a new leaf igniting on its branch. A word echoed in his mind: sharpness. It wasn't just a word. It was a blueprint, a method for shaping energy into a blade. This was a spirit rune. The new knowledge taught him that spirit runes were the language of power. He saw a warrior etch the pattern onto his sword, its blade beginning to shimmer with a lethal glow. He saw another trace it in the air with a fingertip, and a shield of pure energy spring into existence. An impulse surged through him. He had to try. He centered himself, focusing inward, trying to stir the dormant current of warmth in his chest. But the energy was like congealed quicksilver, heavy, viscous, and utterly still. Straining with all his will, he could only manage to make it quiver faintly. Why? It was only then that he sensed it. The air around him wasn't empty. It was a vast, invisible net, a crushing weight that not only pressed down on his body but pinned the energy inside him, locking it in place. He struggled to his feet. Every step was a monumental effort, as if his limbs were filled with lead. He shuffled onward, one step after another. Suddenly, the unseen pressure vanished. It was as if the air itself had grown lighter. He stopped, gasping for breath. Inside him, the energy that had been so heavy and stagnant suddenly stirred to life. It flowed like a warm current through his body, spreading a pleasant heat wherever it went. The feeling was indescribably comfortable. Louis let out a soft gasp of amazement. This feeling was entirely new to him. He lost himself in the novel sensation. After a moment, a thought surfaced. The burning pattern on that leaf. Almost on instinct, he channeled the warm current into the palm of his right hand. With a soft hum, a light flared in his palm, only to vanish an instant later. It was too fast, but Louis had seen it. It was an intricate web of light, complex and beautiful, identical to the pattern he had seen on the leaf. "This is sharpen," he whispered, staring at his open palm in disbelief. It made no sense. He had only just begun to feel this power, and he didn't even know what it was. And yet, his body had moved as if it had practiced the motion 1,000 times, completing the action with a startling naturalness. He tried again, this time concentrating on maintaining the infusion of energy. A soft glow appeared in his palm, shining with a steady light like a cupped firefly. Then came a prickling pain from his palm, as if countless red-hot needles were pushing out from within his very flesh. It was painful, yet bearable. Along with the prickling pain came an unprecedented sensation in his hand. It was no longer flesh and blood. It was a blade. A wild thought surged through him. I can cleave stone with this hand. Once the idea took root, it was impossible to ignore. He glanced around the tunnel, then dragged a basin-sized chunk of waste rock from a corner. He set the rock down in front of him and took a deep breath. His glowing hand rose high. The air seemed to tear with a faint hiss around its edges. He brought his hand down in a vicious chop. Crack! A sharp, clean sound. The rock split neatly in two. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Louis forgot to breathe. He slowly lowered his arm, the light in his palm fading. He stared at his own hand, completely unscathed, then back at the mirror-smooth surface of the stone. He hadn't broken it. He had cut it with his bare hand. He looked down at his palm. The glimmer of light that had torn through rock was fading fast, like a candle in the wind. He had once seen a cultivator pulverize a boulder with a single palm strike. Back then, he'd thought it was the power of a god. Now he had done it, too, and even more cleanly. But the price was having his body drained in an instant. The world spun before his eyes. An icy weakness bloomed from the depths of his marrow, seizing him. His legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Damn it! He gritted out, the words forced from his throat. He'd pushed the power too hard, far beyond his body's limits. Exhaustion washed over him in waves, a relentless tide against his consciousness. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead. No, can't sleep. He knew with chilling certainty that if he fell asleep now, He might never wake up. He staggered back to the rock face, his trembling fingers barely able to grip the small porcelain vial. He shook out a few crimson pills, shoved them into his mouth, then grabbed a piece of tough, dried beast meat and tore at it savagely. A warmth spread from his stomach, like fresh water finally reaching a parched riverbed. The life-draining weakness was slowly washed away, dispersed. Leaning against the cold stone, he gasped for breath as images flashed through his mind. The strange tree that had kept him company for a year. The all-consuming orange flame. After the fire, something intangible inside him had shattered. And then, a completely new kind of perception flooded in. Then, there was the single leaf, burning alone on a branch. The flame had etched a complex pattern into his mind's sharpness. His eyes snapped open. He looked again at the image of the tree in his mind's eye. A single burning leaf had granted him a power. So, what about the thousands upon thousands of other leaves? A word struck his mind like a bolt of lightning. Talent tree. Wasn't this a talent tree? If every single leaf represented a power like sharpness, then what terrifying potential did the entire tree hold? He could almost see it. On its vast canopy, countless leaves glittered like stars in the night sky, waiting to be ignited, one by one. A burning hunger rose in his chest. His heart pounded like a drum. Power. What he needed now, more than anything, was power. And the source of that power lay deep within him. He could feel it, a warm swirl of energy, low in his belly. It was the starting point of his cultivation. Every cultivator began here, igniting their first flame. But a single flame was nowhere near enough. He needed to ignite more. The atlas of the golden cicada unfettered art unfurled in his mind. It was a celestial map of the human body, where points of light followed intricate pathways. Each point was a dormant volcano, a wellspring of power waiting to be awakened. The more stars he could ignite, the stronger he would become. This was it. Lu Yi took a deep breath, stilling his hammering heart. He bent down and reached for Steward Yang's storage pouch. The instant his fingertips brushed against the fabric, a piercing agony shot up his arm from his palm. He sucked in a sharp breath with a hiss, snatching his hand back. Spreading his palm open, he finally saw the damage. His entire palm was covered in countless pinpricks of blood, his skin looking as if it had been pierced by 100 red-hot needles. The blood had already congealed into a dark crimson. In his earlier rush of excitement, he had completely ignored the pain. Now, the pain washed over him like a tidal wave. Every nerve was screaming. A painful lesson, Lu Yi thought, gritting his teeth. He could never again be so careless as to carve those mystical patterns onto his own skin. Ignoring the pain, he used his good hand to quickly sweep the items into the storage pouch. Then he stumbled backward, step by step, away from the area where the very air felt suffocating. As he backed away, the invisible, crushing pressure began to fade, and the very air seemed to grow lighter. He leaned against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath, two thoughts warring in his mind. The first path, run. Escape this sunless mine. Steward Yang had been taking refuge here because the vast Sky Alliance was attacking. If Lu Yi could just find them, he could escape his life as a mine slave and win back his freedom. The idea flared brightly for a moment, then died. Too naive. If Steward Yang could hide in here, so could the others from Evil Moon Valley. The mine tunnels were probably more dangerous now than ever before. Outside, it was a battlefield. Inside, it was a hunting ground. And he was the most vulnerable prey. If he were to run into a single disciple from Evil Moon Valley, his fate. An image flashed through Lu Ye's mind. Steward Yang, with a casual wave of his hand, sending another mine slave flying like a broken ragdoll, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. No, that wasn't a path. It was a death sentence. His back pressed against the ice-cold rock wall, a sharp pain in his chest making every breath feel like it was tearing the wound open. He decided to stay. This was a fork in the tunnels deep within the mine, its entrance so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time. Any enemy who stumbled in would be walking right into a pre-laid trap. He could feel a peculiar numbness pervading the air, like countless invisible needles gently plucking at his skin. This was the primordial magnetic field that Steward Yang had mentioned his secret weapon. He stumbled, bracing a hand against the wall to steady himself. The dull ache from his wound was a constant reminder that he couldn't travel any further. Steward Young's final, hoarse shout still rang in his ears. The Haotian alliance, they won't last long. In a month or two, they'll be gone. The words took root in Liu Ye's mind like a seed. 1 or 2 months. A clear plan began to take shape. First, he had to heal. Second, he had to get stronger. Third, within a month, he had to find the members of the Haotian alliance. They were his only key to escaping this hell on earth. He let out a long breath, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. The worst was over. He had survived. And now, there was something new and wondrous inside him, a talent tree. The future had only just begun. Liu Yi felt around on the floor until he found a relatively flat, dry patch of ground. From Steward Young's worn leather pouch, he pulled out a soft bedroll. The rustle of the fabric sounded startlingly loud in the dead silence of the mine tunnel. He sat down cross-legged and opened the golden cicada Freedom Art. The darkness was absolute. Water seeped from the rock ceiling, its slow drip, drip. Against a distant stone, the only sound to break the silence. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the nascent warmth flowing within him. That power, the thing called spiritual power, surged upward at his command and pooled in his eyes. A warmth spread across his eyelids. He snapped them open. The darkness was torn away. The rough texture of the rock wall, the faint glimmer of distant, or even the motes of dust floating in the air, it all became sharply defined. The world had never been so clear. But the clarity lasted for only a few breaths. The warmth in his eyes quickly turned into a sharp, stinging pain. The scene before him began to waver and blur before being swallowed by darkness once more. A wave of weakness washed over him. He gasped, but a faint smile played on his lips. So, this was what power felt like. Faint, but real. Darkness. Water seeped from the rock walls, a steady drip, drip. The air was thick with the damp smell of earth and decay. Liu didn't care. When he was hungry, he gnawed on a piece of dry rations. When thirsty, he drank from his water skin. He had no idea how many times he had woken up. Time had lost all meaning here. But he could feel it, a faint current of warmth flowing through his body, like a flicker of flame hidden deep within his dantian. This was the spiritual aperture. The nascent power made him forget the wretchedness of his surroundings. He tried moving his leg. The sword wound on his thigh had scabbed over, leaving only a dark red scar. He tensed the muscle, feeling the itch of healing, not the pain of tearing. He clenched his fist, his knuckles letting out a faint crack, full of strength. He was healing at an astonishing rate. He pulled a small porcelain vial from his robes and tipped out a single crimson pill. It gave off the faint, coppery scent of blood. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. A current of heat immediately spread from his stomach, surging through his limbs and nourishing his nascent power. He unfolded the thin booklet. On its cover were 4 characters: The Art of the Golden Cicada's Escape. The pages were nearly illegible in the dim light, but he already knew the contents by heart. He closed his eyes and turned his focus inward. The new spiritual aperture was like a vast, dark lake inside his body. And at the center of that lake was a single, faintly glowing drop of water. That was the entirety of his spiritual energy. He understood. The Art of the Golden Cicada's Escape taught how to carve out new lakes, but the prerequisite was to first fill the original one to the brim. What he needed to do was turn that single, glimmering drop into a stream, and eventually fill the entire lake. How? A few ideas flashed through his mind. The fastest way was with pills, just like the one he had just swallowed, a direct infusion of external power. But that would exhaust his supply. The second way was through breathing. By concentrating, he could vaguely see countless faint motes of light floating in the air. He took a deep breath, as if drawing those motes into his lungs. A sliver of cool energy followed his meridians, slowly seeping into the lake in his dantian. The drop of water seemed to brighten for an instant. It was too slow, like filling a lake with an eyedropper. Then there were the legendary Spirit Stones rocks that contained the essence of the mountains and rivers. But he had only ever heard of them in idle chatter, never seen one for himself. The final method, and the most fundamental. He felt the beating of his own heart, the rush of his own blood, the power of life itself. To refine the essence from his own flesh and blood, to convert it into spiritual energy. It was an arduous path, but one that relied on him and him alone. In the darkness, Lu Yi slowly exhaled. The air condensed before him into a small white plume. He settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes. The lake had to be filled. There is more than one path to power. Some swallow divine elixirs, ascending in a single bound. Others absorb the essence of the sun and moon, a path as patient as water wearing away stone. And then there is another path, one more primal, more brutal, to burn one's own life force. Lu Yi remembered the other slaves, trapped with him in the depths of the mines. At the brink of exhaustion, they would gather around the campfire, their hoarse voices speaking of cultivation. A desperate longing burned in their eyes. They dreamed of the day they could break their chains and ride the wind like the cultivators of legend. Those fragmented, fantastical stories were the only knowledge he had. Now, he sat cross-legged on the cold rock, Supervisor Yang's belongings laid out before him. Rows of porcelain vials stood like silent sentinels. He uncorked one, and a pungent medicinal odor assaulted his nostrils. What was it? He had no idea. It could hold a miraculous elixir capable of granting him a new life, or it could be a poison that killed with a single touch. He didn't dare to gamble. He set the vial down, closed his eyes, and tried the second path. Mimicking the techniques he'd only heard of in stories, he tried to sense the energy flowing in the air. Nothing. Only a dead stillness. It was as if a great lodestone mountain had drained the air of all vitality, leaving it heavy and frigid. His fingertips brushed across the final option, the vial of pills he recognized. Blood chi pills. To use one's own blood and chi as fuel, to ignite the flame of cultivation. It was the crudest method the slaves spoke of, a path of last resort. But for Lu Yi, it was the only path he could take. He shook out 2 dark red pills and tossed them into his mouth. A current of heat slid down his throat into his stomach, then erupted with a roar. It was like molten lava, scouring every fiber of his being. His body had become a furnace. With sheer force of will, he drove the faint spark of power within him to ignite the raging fuel. The heat was torn apart, compressed, until finally, a single strand of pure energy was left behind. The first time, it took all his mental fortitude to barely refine the essence of 2 pills. The process was as clumsy as an apprentice blacksmith at his first forge. The second time, he swallowed 4. The furnace inside him no longer just smoldered with black smoke, a true flame had ignited. The third time, 6 pills. The flame burned steadily in his meridians, letting out a low roar. The fourth time, 10 pills. The torrent of energy from the pills was greedily devoured by the vortex of power inside him. Every session of cultivation was a high-stakes gamble, and the pills were his chips. He looked down at the vial in his hand. He once thought that over 200 pills was a great fortune, enough to give him a glimpse of hope. Now he understood. It was nothing more than a pile of kindling, ready to be burned away at any moment. And the fire within him had only just been lit. Darkness. The air was thick with the scent of cold, damp earth. Lu Yi swallowed the last pill. A faint warmth bloomed in his gut, like the flicker of a dying candle, and then vanished. He smacked his lips. The bitter taste of dregs and blood coated his tongue. So this was a blood chi pill? A drop in the bucket. Real power should be a raging river, not this momentary warmth. He had to leave this place. It wasn't desire that drove him, but hunger. A fire burned in his stomach. This reforged body of his was screaming for energy. He fumbled for the pack beside him, but his fingers met only stiff oilcloth and a few crumbs. All gone. How long had he been in this sunless cave? 10 days? 20? Time meant nothing here. Only his body kept the score. He could feel it clearly. Deep within him, the energy core he had awakened was now like a deep well, filled to the brim. Its surface was still, yet it held a staggering power. Following the guidance in the manual, he had tried to use this power to open a second spiritual spring within himself. But the energy was an aimless current, crashing through his meridians before drying up and dissipating uselessly. He couldn't find the crucial nexus, like he was searching for an invisible door in a dense fog. Lu Yi clenched his fists, and his knuckles gave a faint crack. A traveler with no guide is doomed to wander in the darkness. He rose to his feet and stretched. A series of cracks echoed through his frame, like a great bow being drawn taut. The wounds on his body were long healed, and beneath his skin, corded muscle pulsed with strength. His gaze fell on a leather pouch in the corner. It was what Steward Yang had left behind. A faded cloud pattern was embroidered along the pouch's edge, barely visible in the gloom. To leave it here in this eternal darkness would be like casting the last ember into an abyss. But to bring it into the light of day meant becoming the prey once more. In the silent cave, Lu Ye's breath was the only sound. He emptied the bag, its contents scattering across the ground. Inside the heavy cloth sack was the lifelong plunder of Steward Yang. A few ore chunks shimmered with an unearthly luster, like shards of trapped starlight, lying quietly on the ground. Lu Ye picked one up. It was cold to the touch, yet he could feel a strange energy pulsing within it. This fortune was enough to ensure he wouldn't have to struggle for survival for a long, long time. But his heart hammered like a drum. Wealth. It was also a death warrant. In a place where life was as cheap as dirt, a low-level mine slave harboring a treasure was like a torch lit in the dead of night, sure to draw countless hungry jackals. He could feel the weakness of his own power, like a candle flame in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Give it up, bury it, and go back to the sunless days, to a life that could be snuffed out at any time? No. He clenched the bag, his knuckles turning white. Fortune favors the bold. He was taking the gamble. Lu Ye got to his feet again and returned to Steward Yang's body. He picked up the broken pickaxe. Its metal handle was still slick with his own blood and sweat. He turned, facing the deep, dark wall of the mine. Within it was the magnetite ore he had coveted for so long. He took a deep breath, channeling the new, faint stream of heat in his body down his arms and into the pickaxe. Clang! The pickaxe slammed into the rock, the sound heavy and powerful. Chips of stone flew. This felt completely different. Before, he had relied on brute strength, on muscle honed by day after day of labor. Now, every swing carried a piercing force. The pickaxe felt like an extension of his own arm, tearing through the rock face with precision. Crack! A large chunk of shimmering magnetite ore broke loose. He could feel a faint pull from the ore, like a silent whirlpool. He didn't stop. Sweat slid down his forehead and dripped into his eyes, stinging and bitter. But he paid it no mind. The only sounds in the mine were his own heavy breathing and the crisp echo of the pickaxe striking stone. One piece, then another. Only when the last trace of the vein had vanished deep into the rock wall did Lu Ye toss the pickaxe aside. The metal tool hit the ground with a weary clank. He looked at the tool that had been his companion for a year. If all went well, he would never need it again. He quickly stripped off his ragged shirt and pressed the heavy storage pouch tight against his chest. The cool fabric on his searing skin made him shiver. He tore his shirt into strips and wound them around and around his torso, binding the pouch so securely that no trace of it could be seen from the outside. With that done, he picked up Steward Yang's longsword from the ground. The blade was heavy, its cold weight traveling up his arm and straight to his heart. He didn't really know how to use it, but the cold steel gave him a false yet necessary sense of strength. He tightened his grip on the hilt and gave one last look at the mine, now a tomb for a body and its secrets. Then, he took a deep breath and, like a beast plunging into the darkness, followed the route from memory toward the surface. His steps were as light as a cat's. Each footfall on the loose scree was nearly silent. His ears strained, catching every whisper of wind, every faint echo from the depths of the tunnels. It was as if countless eyes were watching from the darkness. He didn't dare to hurry, each step filled with caution. His body was coiled like a spring, ready for a killing blow to leap from the shadows at any moment. Darkness. A corner. Lu Ye froze in his tracks. A few yards ahead, a man leaned against the rock wall, his breathing ragged and heavy. The damp, cold air carried the coppery tang of blood. Lu Ye's heart sank. He wanted to back away, but his feet felt like lead. Too late. The man lifted his head. Lu Ye. The voice was hoarse, yet tinged with surprise. In the pitch-black dark, his eyes burned like a wolf's. Only a cultivator possessed such vision. Lu Ye took a deep breath, and a faint warmth flooded his eyes. The darkness receded slightly, and the man's blood-streaked face came into focus. Zhou Cheng, one of Steward Yang's cultivators. He was badly wounded. Come here, Zhou Cheng commanded, his voice low. All right, Lu Ye replied, his voice unnervingly calm. He started forward. One step. Two. His pace was unhurried, but each footfall landed like a drumbeat against Zhou Cheng's heart. Zhou Cheng's gaze fell to the sword in Lu Ye's hand. He knew that design all too well. His brows knitted into a tight knot. "Where did you get that sword?" Lu Yi said nothing. They were only 5 paces apart now. Zhou Cheng finally caught the scent of death. It wasn't coming from his own wounds. It radiated from the boy across from him. He let out a roar and launched himself from the rock wall. "You want to die?" His long sword sang from its sheath, its edge glowing with a sickly white halo. Like poison moonlight, it tore through the darkness, aimed straight for Lu Ye's throat. The strike was fast, precise, and ruthless, enough to kill any mortal in an instant. Just another one who thought he could crush me like an insect, Lu Yi thought. The last one was Steward Yang. His body should be starting to rot by now. A cold glint of steel shot toward him. A searing pain shot through Lu Ye's eyes, as if they were on fire. In that instant, the world seemed to slow to a crawl. The trajectory of the blade, the snarl twisting his opponent's facial muscles, even the dust motes dancing in the air, it all became crystal clear. He could smell the thick, coppery scent of blood on his opponent, could hear the harsh, ragged gasps of a man severely wounded. This was his chance, a chance to kill him. The blade sliced past the tip of his nose, its passage an icy whisper of wind. Lu Yi dropped low, launching himself forward like a panther skimming across the ground. He swept his sword upward in a fluid motion. For a split second, a luminous pattern on the blade flared to life, then vanished. The blade let out a low hum, like a starving beast. A flicker of shock crossed the other man's eyes. Clang. A sharp, piercing ring. No, that wasn't the sound of steel on steel. It was the sound of something breaking. Like a hot knife through butter, Lu Ye's sword sheared through his opponent's weapon. The severed half of the blade went spinning through the air, embedding itself in the muddy ground nearby. An opening. Zhou Cheng could only stare, dumbfounded, at the broken hilt in his hand. Lu Yi didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, his blade sweeping in a horizontal arc aimed straight for the man's neck. There was no form, no technique. Only the most primal, lethal strike. The shadow of death fell over him. Zhou Cheng let out a bestial roar. There was no time to retreat. A faint halo of light seeped from his skin, enveloping his body like a fragile shell. It was the last of his strength. The blade came down. The shimmering shield around Zhou Cheng's body shattered like brittle glass. Squelch. The wet tear of the blade slicing through flesh and sinew was jarringly loud in the silent mine shaft. A few warm drops spattered across Lu Ye's cheek, carrying a thick, coppery tang. "You're dead." Zhou Cheng didn't collapse. A guttural roar tore from his throat. His eyes bloodshot, he clamped one hand to his gushing neck while the other transformed into a searing iron palm, swinging at Lu Ye's head with a blast of scorching air. Lu Ye had already let go of the hilt. Without even waiting to see the result, he turned and fled, plunging into the deeper darkness of the mine shaft like a startled deer. Behind him, the thud of heavy footsteps and a stream of vulgar curses followed close, each one a hammer blow against his heart. Lu Yi didn't dare to stop. His lungs burned, and all he could do was pump his arms harder, wringing out the very last of his strength. He didn't know how long he ran before the sounds behind him finally vanished. The world suddenly fell silent, leaving only the frantic pounding of his own heart and his ragged gasps for air. Lu Yi slowed to a stop, pressing his back against the cold, damp rock wall as he strained to listen. Drip! A drop of water seeped from a crack in the rock and fell to the ground. Beyond that, only a dead silence. He waited for a long time. Only when his breathing had calmed did he clench his fists and cautiously begin to retrace his steps. He hadn't gone far when a figure lying prone on the ground blocked his path. It was Zhou Cheng. Was he still alive? Lu Yi didn't approach immediately. He scooped up a fist-sized rock and hurled it at the figure's back with all his strength. Thud! A dull impact. The body twitched slightly, then was still. Lu Yi threw another, and then a third. Only after confirming there was no reaction did he inch his way forward. The thick stench of blood hit him. Beneath Zhou Cheng, a large pool of dark red blood looked viscous in the dim light. The longsword was buried deep in his neck like a wedge, almost severing his head from his body. He was dead. Lu Yi let out a long, shaky breath, the tension draining from his muscles. He had won this kill, or be killed fight. He stepped forward, his hand reaching for the cold hilt, ready to pull his weapon free. Just then, the air changed. An indescribable chill shot up his spine without warning. Every sound in the mine shaft, the dripping water, his own frantic heartbeat, seemed to be devoured in that single instant. Lu Yi froze. He slowly raised his head. A man. A man stood a short distance away. Lu Yi had no idea when he'd arrived. He was just there, watching him silently, as still as a lifeless statue. When had he gotten there? Lu Yi hadn't sensed a thing. Lu Yi couldn't sense any killing intent from him, yet he felt an oppressive weight, heavier than a mountain. That formless power enveloped him, making it difficult to even breathe. The ruthless courage that had carried him through the fight just moments ago was snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Ice flooded Lu Ye's veins. He knew, with absolute certainty, that if this man wished it, a single glance or even a mere thought could grind him into dust. He gritted his teeth. Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Shing! With a sharp scrape of steel, his long sword left its sheath, the cold hilt pressing against his sweaty palm. He brought the sword up before his chest, but his arm trembled uncontrollably. From the darkness came a low chuckle. "Easy, boy," a raspy voice said. "I just sensed a spark of energy and came to check it out." Heavy footsteps echoed. One step, then another. A tall figure emerged from the shadows and stopped before him. The air seemed to freeze. An unseen pressure bore down on him, nearly suffocating him. The man didn't look at him. His gaze fell to the corpse at his feet, which he nudged with the toe of his boot. Humph! Scum from the evil Moon Valley. Then, he raised his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Lu Yi. "And you? Who do you answer to?" They were only a few steps apart. Lu Yi could finally see his face. It was weathered by hardship, his graying beard a tangled mess, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. The man was old, yet his frame was as solid as a rock. A strange warmth seemed to radiate from the man, dispelling the chill in Lu Ye's heart. Hope, like a fledgling flame, ignited in his chest. He held his breath and spoke a name. Shantian Sect. The old man's eyebrows shot up. Shantian Sect? The one that was wiped out a year ago. Yes. Lu Ye's voice trembled slightly. The old man's gaze swept over him, from his tattered prisoner's rags to the cheap, long sword in his hand. "So you're a slave they captured for the mines?" "Yes," Lu Yi nodded. The old man let out a low grunt of surprise. He looked from Lu Yi to the dead man from Evil Moon Valley on the ground, his doubt plain on his face. "How strong are you?" "I've only just begun to feel the energy inside my body," Lu Yi admitted, quickly jutting his chin toward the corpse. He was already badly wounded. "I caught him off guard." The old man laughed, a deep and resonant sound. "Fortune favors the bold." Lu Yi's heart pounded. Summoning all his courage, he asked, "Sir, are you from the Haotian Alliance?" The smile on the old man's face deepened. He straightened his back, and the formless pressure around him instantly transformed into a towering, indomitable aura. "That's right. I am with the Haotian Alliance." A massive wave of joy washed over Lu Yi, shattering his frayed nerves. His legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. The sword in his hand suddenly felt as heavy as a mountain. He was saved. Just then he heard it. From deep within the mine tunnels, he could faintly hear the clang of weapons and the furious shouts of men. The sounds of battle. The sound of freedom. From the ceiling of the mine shaft, water beaded and fell, the drip, drop echoing against the stone. Up there, the old man's voice, tinged with a rasp, echoed in the darkness. "It belongs to the vast Sky Alliance now." A chill ran down Lu Ye's spine, not from the cold of the mine, but from the old man before him. His mere presence seemed to make the air congeal, growing heavy and suffocating. Lu Yi knew with certainty that if this man wanted him dead, he wouldn't need any sort of trickery. A flick of his finger would suffice. He took a step forward and bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "Senior, please, get me out of this godforsaken place." This was his only chance. He had to seize it. The old man's cloudy eyes swept over him, and a low grumble rumbled in his throat. "Keep up." With that, he turned and strode away. His footsteps were light, almost silent. Lu Yi let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, but he didn't follow immediately. He quickly knelt and began to frantically pat down Zhou Cheng's cold corpse. Amid the rustle of cloth, His fingertips brushed against a soft pouch. A storage pouch. A grin spread across his face. He stuffed the pouch into his robes and hurried to catch up to the old man's retreating figure. "Stop!" The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it cracked like thunder. He froze, not daring to turn around, and simply held out a withered hand. "The bag. Give it here." The smile on Lu Ye's face vanished. He clutched the pouch hidden in his robes, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. He hesitated, but finally, his hand went limp in resignation. He slowly held out the storage pouch. The old man took it and ran his thumb across the mouth of the pouch. A faint light rippled across its surface like water, accompanied by a low hum. Just as Lu Yi was gritting his teeth in frustration, the pouch was tossed back, thudding against his chest. "I'll take this bottle of pills as my payment." The old man's voice drifted back. "The energy within is too volatile. It would burn a kid like you to ash from the inside out. Consider it a show of respect for your elders." Lu Yi looked down, cradling the pouch in his hands. It dawned on him then. The old man hadn't been robbing him. He had been helping him break the pouch's energy seal. A wave of heat washed over his face. "Thank you, Senior." His voice was soft, but laced with genuine sincerity. The old man didn't respond, merely continuing his steady pace forward. In the darkness, the only sounds were the crunch of boots on loose rock and the echoing drip of water. Lu Yi followed close behind, one hand clutching the storage pouch tightly, his fingertips tracing the cool, hard outlines of the objects within. He ripped open Zhou Cheng's storage pouch and dumped its contents onto the ground. A few crimson pills rolled out, giving off the faint, coppery scent of blood. They were blood qi pills, meant to restore one's stamina. Beside them lay a few others that smelled of fresh herbs healing pills. Lu Yi swiftly sorted them. With a few sharp clinks, several dull-looking ores rolled aside, their luster paling in comparison to the ones Manager Yang had collected. Lu Yi wasn't picky. He stuffed everything useful, the pills, the ores, and even Zhou Cheng's blood-stained longsword into his newly acquired storage pouch. He tied the pouch prominently to his waist, feeling its gentle sway. It acted as a decoy, giving the hidden pouch with his real treasures an extra layer of security. The old man was only a few paces ahead, his back as steady as a mountain. Lu Yi's lips parted, a question about cultivation on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed the words before they could escape. An invisible pressure emanated from the old man, like a silent iceberg that warned others away. The elder seemed kind, but who knew what power or temper lay hidden beneath that gentle facade? After all, they were just strangers who had met by chance. Better to watch than to ask. Survival was all that mattered. The old man began to walk, his pace neither hurried nor slow. Each step was as steady and precise as if measured with a ruler. Lu Yi, however, had to break into a near jog, his breath coming in ragged gasps, just to keep up with that seemingly unhurried figure. The mine tunnels were a massive spiderweb, branching off again and again. Lu Yi had to stop at every fork to decipher the markings on the walls, terrified that a single wrong turn would leave him trapped in the dark forever. But the old man never paused. He moved as if he could find the one true path out with his eyes closed, taking every turn without a flicker of hesitation. Suddenly, the old man's figure blurred, vanishing around the corner ahead like a gust of wind. Lu Yi froze in his tracks, his heart leaping into his throat. A dead silence fell over the darkness. Moments later, the old man reappeared, his footsteps as steady as ever. A fresh speckle of crimson now stained his sleeve. A faint, muffled thud echoed from the unseen depths of the tunnel, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. Lu Yi lowered his gaze, pretending he'd seen nothing, and hurried to keep up. He lost all track of time. Then, at the far end of the darkness, a pinprick of white light appeared. The dot grew larger and brighter. Finally, a blinding ray of light stabbed at his eyes. The fresh, earthy scent of the open air flooded his lungs, sending him into a fit of violent coughing. The rush of sound was overwhelming. The wind, the chirping of birds, the faint murmur of distant voices. He was alive. Outside the cave mouth, several cultivators in practical martial garbs stood guard. Their weapons were still slick with wet blood, and their eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. The moment they saw the old man emerge, the wariness on their faces melted away, replaced by a profound awe. Elder Tang. They lowered their weapons and bowed as one. The old man gave a slight nod, his gaze traveling past them to the distant sky. A burly, middle-aged cultivator approached, his gaze as sharp as a blade. It raked over Lu Ye's tattered clothes before finally settling on the old man before him. Elder Tang. His voice held a hint of inquiry. This boy is... Without turning his head, the old man replied in a flat voice. A remnant of the profound heaven sect, captured and forced to work as a mind slave. He did me a small favor down below, so I brought him up with me. A flash of understanding appeared in the middle-aged cultivator's eyes. He nodded, then gestured to a young man nearby. Take him to be registered, he commanded. Sir. The young man acknowledged with crisp efficiency. He turned to Lu Yi, his tone cold and hard. Come with me. Lu Yi had just opened his mouth to thank the elder when he realized the old man was already walking away, leaving only his broad, sturdy back in view. The middle-aged cultivator hurried to catch up, lowering his voice. Elder Tang, Vice Alliance Master Pang, is waiting for you. He says it's urgent. The elder stroked his graying beard and grumbled. These old bones of mine can't get a moment's peace. Before the words had even left his lips, a shockwave of energy erupted from him, kicking up a cloud of dust and grit. He shot skyward like a sharpened arrow, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. In the blink of an eye, he was but a black speck against the horizon, and then he was gone. Lu Yi silently followed the young cultivator. Gravel crunched underfoot, and the air was thick with the mixed scent of earth and rust. He subconsciously pressed a hand to the bulging pouch at his waist, feeling its solid weight. Along the way, he could feel several hostile gazes on him. They weren't looking at his face, they were pinned to the storage pouch at his waist, brimming with greed and speculation. His heart sank, and his fingers instinctively tightened around the pouch's drawstring. But then, Elder Tang's casual words echoed in his mind. He did me a small favor. The corners of Lu Ye's tense mouth involuntarily curled into a faint arc. He felt the weight of the storage pouch at his waist again, but this time, it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like security. A single, offhand remark from that powerful senior was the strongest shield of all. He touched the storage pouch at his waist. It pressed against him, a comforting weight like a warm stone. Elder Tang's offhand words were like an invisible talisman, and they settled his heart. He glanced back. The shadows of the mine entrance were empty. A flicker of regret passed through him, but he quickly turned away, his gaze hardening with resolve. We'll meet again. One step out of the mine, and the world opened up before him. The long, unseen sunlight stung his eyes, forcing him to squint as a wave of clamor washed over him. He found himself standing in a vast valley, flanked on three sides by steep stone cliffs, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The thick smell of rust, mingled with blood, assaulted his nostrils. His gaze swept across the valley. The ground was torn with ugly gashes, and the charred wreckage of siege engines was scattered everywhere. Several pools of still wet blood shone a gruesome dark red in the sunlight. Clearly, the attacking force had paid a heavy price to take this place. Dozens of massive war banners snapped in the wind, embroidered with ferocious beasts, sharp swords, or ancient runes, each representing a different faction. Beneath the banners, cultivators in armor of all colors gathered in small groups, cleaning their weapons and laughing boisterously, their voices echoing through the valley. Hey, newcomer, keep up, a young cultivator shouted, glancing back impatiently. Lu Yi snapped back to reality and quickened his pace to follow. The feeling of regained freedom was like a pair of invisible hands lifting his feet, making even the stones beneath them feel precious. The cultivator led him past clusters of men celebrating their victory toward a corner of the valley. The atmosphere here was starkly different. The air felt thick, stagnant. Another group of people was gathered in the corner, a stark contrast to the triumphant cultivators. The men were all emaciated, their faces and bodies covered in a layer of grime that seemed permanently etched into their skin. Their eyes were hollow, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. Lu Yi recognized the look. It was the look of the deep mines, a despair forged by endless toil and starvation. Then he noticed the women. They were wrapped tightly in tattered blankets, as if the valley wind carried a bone-chilling cold. Any sudden noise would make them flinch violently, like startled rabbits. Though vestiges of beauty remained in the lines of their faces, beneath it lay a bottomless terror. The air was thick with the smell of dust and sweat. Before Lu Yi, a crowd of over 100 people had gathered. They were dressed in rags, their faces vacant, like a procession of wraiths that had just clawed their way out of hell. At the head of the crowd stood a creaking wooden table. Behind it, a fat man was slumped in his chair, his head bobbing as he let out soft snores. The young cultivator who had led the way frowned. He stepped forward and rapped his knuckles on the tabletop. Rap, rap, rap. The table answered with a dull thud. The chair let out a shriek as the fat man jolted awake, nearly toppling to the floor. He gasped for breath, and only after he recognized his visitor did he press a hand to his heart, which was hammering like a drum. "You little brat, trying to scare me to death?" "Senior Brother Pang, please, get back to business," the young cultivator said, lowering his voice and casting a nervous glance around. "If the higher-ups were to see you like this." The fat man waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing a fly. All right, stop your nagging. What is it?" The young man stepped aside, revealing Lu Yi behind him. "A new arrival. For identity registration." The fat man's gaze swept lazily over Lu Yi, but when it landed on the cloth pouch at his waist, the eyes buried in folds of fat snapped open. He fumbled in his own pouch and produced a smooth jade tablet that shimmered with a faint light. Without looking up, he asked in a muffled voice, "Name?" "Lu Yi." "Where from?" "Xiantian sect." "How many apertures opened?" The fat man's finger traced a line across the jade tablet, and the faint light flowed with it. "Xiantian sect." "Lu Yi," he muttered to himself, then nodded. Found it. That's the one." He was about to write something, but his hand froze. He looked up, his eyes narrowing as he sized up Lu Yi anew, like a hunter studying his prey. Something's not right. He tapped the jade tablet with a knuckle. "The record says the Lu Yi from Xiantian sect is just a mortal. Not a single spiritual aperture opened. But you." His voice dropped, laced with a hint of danger. "There's clearly energy flowing through you. This record, it doesn't match the man standing in front of me." The fat monk's eyes were like hooks, snagged on the cloth pouch at Lu Yi's waist. Lu Yi stood perfectly still, the faintest hint of a smile playing on his lips. He simply stood there, calmly meeting the greedy gaze. A name flashed through his mind, Elder Tang. That was all it took. "Where'd you get this?" The fat monk's voice was laced with menace. Lu Yi's reply was blunt. "Found it in the mines." He paused, then added, "Off a dead man." "What dead man?" "An injured cultivator from the Evil Moon Valley. I killed him." In that moment, my spiritual aperture opened. The air seemed to freeze. The fat monk's brows knotted together. A mine slave, killing a cultivator? Even an injured cultivator was like a wounded tiger, while a mine slave was less than a sheep. He looked at the pouch again, and his expression changed. It didn't just hold valuables, it was stained with blood. The young cultivator who had led him there hurried to the fat monk's side and whispered something in his ear. The fat monk's face went rigid. He asked in disbelief, "Which Tang?" The young cultivator didn't answer, simply giving him a quiet, meaningful look. A sound caught in the fat monk's throat. He coughed twice, and when he turned back to Lu Yi, a stiff smile was plastered on his face. "So that's how it is. You've got guts. Real guts." He clapped Lu Yi on the shoulder, the force of it a bit unnatural. "Well, your identity checks out. But we still have to follow procedure. Come with me." He heaved his bulky frame to his feet. "Senior Brother Pang, I'll be heading back then," the young cultivator said, cupping his hands. Go on, Senior Brother Pang waved a greasy hand. Lu Yi followed Senior Brother Pang across the clearing. The stench of sweat, dust, and despair hit him in a wave. Stopping in front of the crowd, the fat monk put his hands on his hips, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. After catching his breath for a moment, he bellowed with all his might, "Xiantian sect. Any of you still alive? Step forward." A murmur rippled through the crowd, but no one stepped forward. A dead silence fell. Lu Yi's gaze swept slowly over the rows of numb faces. Not a single one was familiar. The wind kicked up dust in the courtyard, moaning like a ghost as it swept under the empty eaves. The Xiantian sect's home was now shrouded in a dead silence. A year had passed since the slaughter by Evil Moon Valley, and all life had vanished. Of the dozens of young disciples from his sect, how many were still alive? Lu Yi's heart sank, a block of ice dropping into the pit of his stomach. He had thought at least a few others had survived. But now, it seemed he was the only one left. Does anyone here know him? A gruff voice shattered the silence. The speaker was a heavy-set cultivator, his belt cinched so tightly it threatened to slice his belly in two. His eyes swept over the crowd, a jailer interrogating his prisoners. He was met with silence. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared out from sallow, gaunt faces. There was no sympathy in them, only apathy and a flicker of hidden resentment. Lu Yi could feel their stares on him, sharp as needles. In the sunless depths of the mines, everyone else teetered on the brink of starvation and death. But he alone, through his own skills, always managed to get his hands on the red pills that kept his vitality flowing, that kept him from looking like another prisoner with one foot in the grave. Misery hadn't forged solidarity among them. It had only bred jealousy for anyone who fared even slightly better. Lu Yi's gaze cut through the crowd and landed on the Lu brothers. The two were staring daggers at him, cruel, gloating sneers on their faces as if they were watching a play unfold. They knew him, of course, but they would never say a word. The fat cultivator's patience was wearing thin. He sized Lu Yi up again, the suspicion in his eyes hardening. By the rules, every mine slave had to be vouched for by another. If no one knew him, he was an undocumented problem. The air grew thick. The cultivator's hand was already resting on the hilt of the blade at his waist. Just then, a voice broke the silence. I know him. The voice was faint and trembling, as if forced from a parched throat. Who? Step forward. The cultivator's gaze shot toward the sound, sharp as a hawk's. The crowd parted as if shoved aside by an invisible force, clearing a path. At the end of it stood a boy, thin and frail as a reed. Lu Yi's breath caught in his throat. He knew that face. They had only met once, the memory like a candle flame in the wind, faint, but not yet extinguished. A crisp female voice rang out. The crowd was a pack of soot-covered rats. Only she, though her clothes were old and washed pale, stood ramrod straight. The fat monk turned, his massive body a wall of flesh. His voice, greasy and dangerous, seemed squeezed from the depths of his throat. Say that again. He took a step forward, his shadow swallowing the woman whole. Think carefully. My patience is harder than the stones in this mine, but it shatters much more easily. The woman flinched, but she raised her chin and met the monk's eyes. There were no tears in them, only defiance. I'm sure. He is Lu Yi of the Xintian sect. Her voice wasn't loud, but it drove into the stifling air like a nail. The fat monk's thick lips peeled back in a smile that betrayed neither kindness nor malice. He took his eyes off the woman and jutted his chin at Lu Yi. All right, go on then. Don't wander off, and don't cause me any trouble. He winked at Lu Yi, his voice dropping to a serpentine hiss. Lucky you, kid. Tomorrow, there's a real show waiting for you. A show that can bring the dead back to life. With that, he turned, his heavy footsteps echoing down the mine tunnel until they faded completely. Only when the footsteps were gone did a ripple of stifled coughs and the soft sounds of stretching joints break the silence. The people, their backs held rigid, finally dared to relax. Lu Yi didn't hesitate. He walked straight to the woman. Thank you for that, back there. The woman shook her head, a bitter smile touching her lips. You don't remember? 6 months ago, in Mine Tunnel 7. You saved me. She paused, then added, I can still remember the wind from his fist as it swung toward me. You took a punch for me. I spoke up for you. Lu Yi said with a grin that showed his white teeth. So are we even now? A genuine smile finally bloomed on the woman's face, chasing away some of the mind's oppressive chill. Yes, she said. We're even. I'm Lu Yi, from the Xintian sect. The woman gave a slight nod, a gesture of grace that was utterly out of place in the mine. You shout I. Lu Yi lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, who had already lapsed back into their usual numbness. What is that fat monk really planning? He asked. And what is this show he was talking about? Yu Xiaodai tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her voice dropping low as her breath brushed against the shell of Lu Yi's ear like a feather. To the Evil Moon Valley, people like us are no different than livestock. A chill crept into her voice. They wouldn't waste their time on us. But now everything's changed. She gestured with her chin toward a new banner snapping in the wind in the distance. The vast heaven alliance is here. They're looking to sift for gold among us stones. Those with talent, those who can sense the world's energy, will be chosen by the great sections. So this is the opportunity Fatty was talking about. A thought stirred in Lu Ye's mind. Instead of answering, her gaze sharpened, landing on the cloth pouch at his waist. That was no ordinary bag. Brother Lu, you can feel it too, can't you? Her voice dropped to a near whisper. That power, the one that flows through the world? Why do you ask? Lu Yi countered, his hand instinctively moving to cover the storage pouch at his waist. You shout. I said nothing, simply holding his gaze. Lu Yi understood. He gave a slow nod and uttered a single word. Yes. His eyes asked the unspoken question. And you? You shout. I opened her palm. A soft glow kindled in its center, like a miniature sun. A faint hum filled the air, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise by a degree. It was a light, a spectacle invisible to ordinary eyes. In this clamorous camp of nearly 1,000 souls, they were the outliers. The rare few who could not only sense, but also wield that mysterious power. In that instant, the invisible wall between them crumbled to dust. Tomorrow, you shout, I said, closing her fist. The light vanished, and the air returned to normal. She stepped closer, her voice low and urgent. Tomorrow is our only chance. Show them everything you've got. Don't hold back. This will decide whether we remain ants, or if we can touch the heavens. Her words carried an unshakable conviction. Lu Yi nodded, his voice grave. I understand. But what could he show them? The talent tree that grew rampantly within him? The secret coiled deep in his consciousness, something even he couldn't fully comprehend? He felt an almost imperceptible thrum, as if the roots of that tree were stirring within his veins. Exposing a secret like that wouldn't bring opportunity. It would bring a death sentence. The whispers of the surrounding women and the scent of their powder made him uneasy. He gave Yu Shaodai a look I'm leaving and received a slight nod in return. Nothing more needed to be said. A silent alliance had been forged. Lu Yi turned and pushed his way out of the crowd, his figure quickly melting into the shadows of a dim corner. The crowd was dense, the air foul. The reek of sweat and fear mingled, a mass of bodies packed like sardines into the confined space. Lu Yi's gaze swept over the sea of numb faces, finally settling on a corner. He started forward, and the crowd parted for him in silence, creating a path. In the corner, the Lu brothers huddled at the back of the crowd, their bodies trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. As Lu Ye's shadow fell over them, the color drained from their faces. He stopped before them, a silent mountain. What do you want? The elder Lu brother stammered, mustering his last ounce of courage. His eyes darted to the fat cultivator nearby, a drowning man grasping for a final straw. His answer was a fist. The fist tore through the air with a low whistle, growing larger and larger in his vision. Crack! A sharp snap, and the searing pain of his broken nose sent his vision black. He toppled backward like a block of wood. Without a second glance at him, Lu Yi's boot was already buried in the younger brother's gut. With a dull thud, the man doubled over like a cooked shrimp. Before he could fall, Lu Yi's hand shot out, grabbing a fistful of his hair and yanking his face close. His voice was quiet, but each word was an icicle in the man's ear. My face. You don't recognize it. The younger Lu saw stars from the pain, only able to force out a ragged gasp from his throat. A flicker of disgust crossed Lu Yi's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the man aside like a piece of trash, slamming his face into the hard-packed earth. There was a wet smack as a few teeth, mixed with bloody spittle, flew out. Now it was quiet. Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the space the brothers had cleared and closed his eyes. He could feel the energy within him, a raging river filled to its banks, surging endlessly. But the riverbed had reached its end. Any more water would just overflow and be wasted. He had to find a way to carve a new channel before he could contain any greater power. At dusk, a few guards came by, tossing down some coarse food and thin blankets as if feeding livestock. The portion Lu Yi received was barely a mouthful. He pulled a piece of dried beast meat from Zhou Qing's storage pouch and began to tear at it, oblivious to everyone around him. The jerky was tough, but flavorful. The sound of his chewing was unnaturally loud in the silence. All around him, countless eyes were fixed on the meat in his hands, and a chorus of suppressed swallows could be heard. But an invisible circle had formed around him, a vacuum created by fear. No one dared take a single step inside. This newfound power needed fuel. His hunger was a relentless, burning flame. The night passed without incident. As the first sliver of dawn painted the horizon, Lu Yi opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and sharp, like a newly drawn blade. He was ready. Whatever this opportunity they spoke of was, he would seize it in his own way. Dawn broke through the thin mist, falling upon the prisoners' numb faces. The remnants of breakfast had yet to be cleared when a dozen or so cultivators, clad in an array of different robes, arrived. The crunch of their boots on the gravel was sharp, bringing all movement to a halt. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over the crowd. Wherever it fell, the prisoners bowed their heads, daring not to meet his eyes. Your days of suffering are over. His voice was not loud, yet it carried to every ear with perfect clarity. We care not for your clan or your sect. We seek but one thing, a seed. He paused, a knowing smile touching his lips. A seed that can feel the stirrings of power. If there are such among you, you will no longer be slaves, but one of us. You will have the chance to stand with us, to tear apart the fiends that lurk in the darkness. With that, he gestured to the men behind him. A simple motion, yet it was an unspoken command. One of his followers stepped forward. Without a word, he extended a hand and swept it through the air before the crowd. An invisible force, like a warm current yet as unyielding as a solid wall, flowed from his palm. It precisely cordoned off nearly 100 people, pushing them gently but irresistibly from the main group. "Follow me," the cultivator said, his voice cold. A second cultivator stepped up and repeated the action. The crowd was divided again and again, like chess pieces moved by an unseen hand. Lu Yi was swept up in the final wave, herded to another corner of the square. He looked up and saw the entire square had been divided into more than a dozen sections, each holding nearly 100 bewildered prisoners. Cultivators in identical robes were maintaining order, arranging them into long lines. A chilling premonition took shape in Lu Yi's heart. This was a culling, a test to determine their fate. The cultivator who had led their group pulled a heavy wooden table from an unremarkable cloth pouch at his waist, as if by magic. Thump! The table hit the ground, kicking up a ring of dust. He sat down behind it, looked up, and his gaze cut through the line. "Begin," he said coldly. A frail young man at the front of the line was prodded forward, shuffling tremulously toward the table. The cultivator didn't even look at him. His head bowed as he flipped through a register. His voice was flat. "The gate within you. Have you opened it?" The youth's face went pale. His lips trembled, but in the end, he shook his head in despair. "No, mm." The cultivator made a mark in his register, still not looking up. Next, on the table before the man sat a crystal ball, like a piece of exquisitely polished ice. He pushed the crystal ball across the table with a fingertip, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Your hands. Place them on it." The first slave to step forward held out trembling hands, cautiously covering the orb. Ice cold. That was all he felt. The crystal ball remained lifeless. The man behind the table shook his head with the casual air of brushing away a speck of dust. "No fire seed." "Next." "No." The slave's face drained of all color. He lurched forward, his voice a ragged rasp. "I was just nervous. Please, give me another chance." "Next." The man didn't even spare him a glance, merely flicking his sleeve. An unseen force flung the slave aside, sending him sprawling to the ground like a sack of rags. A stifled gasp rose from the crowd. Silence. It was as if everyone had stopped breathing. All eyes were locked on the crystal ball, cold sweat beading on their palms. That wasn't just a stone, it was their destiny. Another stepped forward. Hands fell. The crystal ball remained cold. Next, a skeletal girl. Hands fell. The crystal ball, deathly still. Next, one after another, hope was crushed in the silence. The man's face behind the table was a mask of numb annoyance. Until the 13th person. His hands were large and calloused, nearly swallowing the orb whole as they covered it. Seconds ticked by. Just as the man was about to speak, his patience wearing thin. Hum. A low hum emanated from deep within the crystal. Then, a faint wisp of light, like a lone firefly, ignited at its core. The light began as a pale cyan, swirling slowly, growing ever brighter until it bathed his calloused hands in a jade-colored glow. Huh. Finally one. A flicker of a smile finally broke the man's numb expression. He lifted his gaze, truly seeing the person before him for the first time. Name. The sturdy slave trembled with excitement, his lips quivering as he stammered out his name. The man produced a smooth jade tablet. A faint light glowed at his fingertip as he traced a few gestures in the air. A complex name, as if alive, seared itself onto the tablet's surface. He handed the tablet over. Take this. Don't lose it. Go to that tent over there. My third brother will tell you just how brightly your fire seed can burn. Why, yes. Thank you, master. The man took the tablet with trembling hands, cradling it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He stumbled away towards the lone tent in the distance, every step feeling as if he were walking on clouds. Lu Yi watched it all, his heart hammering in his chest. He understood now. The first trial was to see if you even had the fire seed within you. The second was to see just how great a flame it could ignite. The air outside the tent was as oppressive as a damp cloth. The line was lifeless, every head bowed, every gaze fixed on the back of the person ahead. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and despair. Finally, a frail man's name was called. His hand trembled as he placed it on the crystal orb on the desk. A light flickered to life. It was faint, like a candle in the wind, but it was there. Pass. The cultivator behind the desk said, his voice flat, as if merely stating a fact. But the crowd was like stagnant water stirred by a stone, and a murmur instantly rippled through it. People seemed to stand a little taller. So, hope did exist. But the hope was short-lived. The next person failed. And the next. The crystal orb remained stubbornly dark, like an unresponsive stone. The nascent hope was crushed time and again by the hammer of reality, and the line fell back into a dead silence. The footsteps of the rejected were heavy, dragging, each one like a slog through deep mire. Lu Yi stood at the back of the line, watching it all with a cold detachment. He could feel it in his dantian, a faint but distinct current of warmth. It was a spark he had ignited through instinct, born of hunger and struggle. He knew he would pass. What he didn't know was how brightly his own spark would burn. The line shortened rapidly. One after another, they stepped forward with hope in their eyes, only to walk away with shattered expressions. Soon, it was his turn. Can you sense the energy within you? The cultivator asked without looking up, his voice a perfunctory drone. Yes, Lu Yi replied, his voice calm. A single source point. The cultivator's head snapped up, his eyes lighting up for the first time. His sharp gaze raked over Lu Yi like a blade. Then, the hard lines of his face softened into a smile. Good. Finally, one who lit their own spark. Until now, those who had passed were nothing more than fallow land, their potential untapped. But Lu Yi, he was the first to arrive, already bearing a seed. Go on, place your hand on it. The cultivator gestured to the crystal orb, a flicker of anticipation in his voice. Lu Yi was puzzled. The energy within him was proof enough. Why the need for another test? The cultivator seemed to read his mind. This orb doesn't just determine if you have a seed, he explained. It shows us what kind of soil it's meant to sprout in. Soil. Lu Yi frowned. He had never heard the term used like this before. The cultivator's gaze lingered on Lu Yi for a moment longer, as if he'd noticed something. His tone was much gentler than before. The gate inside you. It's already open, isn't it? He gestured with a finger toward the cold crystal ball. Everyone's power is like a unique river. Some are wild as fire, others are resilient as gold. What we're here to do is see the color of your river. Lu Yi nodded, most of his questions answered. What about them? He asked, glancing back at the line of people behind him. Their rivers haven't begun to flow yet, the cultivator said with a slight smile. So, naturally, there's no color to see. I understand. Lu Yi took a deep breath and held out his hands. The crystal ball was cool to the touch, with the smooth, flawless texture of cold jade. Don't overthink it, the cultivator's voice said. Feel that warm current inside you, and push it in. Lu Yi closed his eyes and did as he was told. A faint warmth flowed from his palms, like a small stream being greedily drawn into the crystal ball. Inside the orb, a soft white light bloomed, like the first rays of dawn. But the light lasted only for an instant. The next moment, a plume of orange flame erupted in the heart of the sphere, blazing furiously and turning the entire crystal ball into a piece of molten amber. That flame, Luya's heart skipped a beat. He recognized it. That scorching, all-consuming color had been seared into his mind just a short time ago. Oh, the cultivator behind the desk leaned forward slightly, a flicker of genuine interest in his eyes. He tapped his fingers on the table, making a sharp, clear sound. Interesting. Flame is your primary element, but there's a hidden edge of metal in it. Good raw material. His assessment was brief. He waved a hand. All right, that's enough. Luyi released his hands, a stinging heat lingering in his palms. He knew full well where the flame came from. But that sharp edge, was that his own? A wave of confusion washed over him. Take this, the cultivator said, handing him a cool jade tablet. Go to the tent back there and find my third brother. The jade tablet felt heavy in his hand. On one side was his name, Luyi. Beneath it was a clearly etched number 1, representing the first gate he had just broken through. On the other side was a totem of a burning flame. The edges of the flame shimmered with a sharp, piercing golden light. Luyi stepped around the desk and made his way to the tent in the back. The heavy flap of the tent carried the scent of dust and earth. He announced his presence in a low voice, then parted the flap and stepped inside. The light inside the tent was dim. The air felt as if it had solidified. A man sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes shut tight. He was motionless, yet his presence felt like a mountain, heavy and suffocating. This had to be third senior brother. Before the man sat a dark wooden disc, about the size of a tabletop. Its surface was smooth, as if worn down by the touch of countless hands. But the most peculiar feature was the 8 withered saplings protruding from its edge, bare and without a single leaf. Luyi stepped forward and presented his jade tablet with both hands. Senior brother. The man opened his eyes. They were sharp as a hawk's, so piercing that Luyi dared not meet his gaze. He took the tablet and flicked it lightly with a fingertip. His eyes scanned the tablet, a hint of surprise in his voice. You've had a breakthrough? He gestured to the wooden disc, his tone leaving no room for argument. Sit. Luyi did as he was told, settling cross-legged onto the center of the disc. The wood was cold to the touch, and a chill crept up his spine. He glanced down, and his eyes were immediately captured by the markings on the disc. These were no ordinary patterns. Countless fine lines intertwined and spiraled, like living streams, converging before his eyes into a bottomless vortex. He felt his very consciousness being pulled into it. These aren't separate runes. They're breathing, connecting. A single word exploded in his mind, array. These runes formed a living array. Suddenly, ahem, a dry cough pierced his ears like a needle. The illusion of the vortex shattered in an instant. Luyi shuddered, snapping upright. The air seemed to freeze. Their gazes locked, and silence settled between them like a heavy stone. Finally, the man known as third senior brother broke the silence. His voice was deep, as if rising from the depths of an ancient well. The Azure Jade sect is nestled in the heart of the Tsangwan Mountains. His pace was unhurried, but every word hammered into Lu Ye's ears with sharp clarity. We command 300 of our own mountain peaks. Our sect master and the elders possess power as boundless as the great sea. Beneath them are hundreds of masters, each with an energy like a rushing lake. Luyi was taken aback. He had pegged the man as the silent type, one who treasured every word. He was wrong. Once the man started talking, the words flowed like a burst dam, a ceaseless torrent. The descriptions crashed over Luyi, leaving him dizzy, yet filled with a profound sense of awe. Suddenly, a strange sense of familiarity struck Luyi. It was as if long ago, in some forgotten corner of his life, he had heard a similar pitch. This wasn't just an introduction. It was more like an invitation, a recruitment. The man's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Your talent has an affinity for fire, he said, staring into Lu Ye's eyes. We have a technique called the Great Flame Annihilation Art. Master it, and your fists will unleash flames hot enough to scorch the wilderness. Of course, if you prefer the sharpness of metal, we have other paths as well. He leaned forward slightly, a hint of temptation lacing his voice. Just by joining, even as a trial initiate, you'll receive 2 spirit-nourishing pills every month. They're elixirs that can multiply your cultivation speed. Pass the trials to become an official disciple, and that amount doubles. He locked eyes with Lu Yi and asked, enunciating every syllable, "Do you have that?" Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. He nodded hard, his throat suddenly dry. "I do." So that was it. That was the reason. He was no longer the useless nobody with nothing to his name. That faint, newly awakened wisp of energy inside him, that was his bargaining chip. A warmth spread through his chest, carrying with it an unfamiliar flicker of pride. Good. Third senior brother's face reverted to its previous cold mask, as if the man who had just spoken at length was someone else entirely. Now sit up straight. Relax your body. His tone turned serious. Next, I will use my energy to probe the foundation of your talent. The process might be uncomfortable, a stinging sensation, like countless needles piercing your skin. Remember, do not resist. And whatever you do, do not push back with your own energy. Understand? Understood. Lu Yi took a deep breath, his spine going ramrod straight. He placed his hands flat on his knees, palms facing up. Then he closed his eyes, surrendering himself completely to the darkness before him and the pain that was sure to follow. A faint tremor emanated from the stone disk beneath him, spreading outward like ripples from a pebble tossed into a still lake. Lu Yi's eyelids fluttered, but he fought the urge to open them. He heard 8 soft chimes, as crisp and clear as the sound of jade striking jade. The sound originated from the edge of the disk. Then, a low hum began to resonate, and the tremor beneath him settled into a steady, constant vibration. Something in the air was changing. A cool wisp of mist, carrying a faint, sweet scent, brushed across his cheek. The mist grew, thickening, yet it wasn't damp. It moved like a living thing, gently enveloping him as it rose and coiled from all directions. When the mist reached head height, it seemed to strike an invisible dome. It billowed violently inward, forming a great, swirling vortex that sealed him in at its very center. Lu Yi's eyes were closed, yet he could see everything with perfect clarity. He could feel it. This was no longer ordinary air. The wondrous mist seeped through his skin, penetrating his body. Every pore seemed to open like a tiny mouth, greedily drinking it in. A warm current flowed gently through his meridians, washing the exhaustion from his limbs. It was an indescribable relief, like the first spring rain finally gracing a parched riverbed. This was energy? His heart gave a sudden, hard thump. Was this the legendary spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the very essence that cultivators depended on for their existence? A primal hunger surged from deep within him, urging him to open his mouth and drink in this nectar-like essence in one great gulp. His throat worked, and his chest hitched with the effort of restraint. But he held back. Third senior brother's voice echoed in his mind. "Stay seated. Center your mind. Do not move." Lu Yi forced the temptation down, evening out his breath until it was slow and deep. On the other side of the stone disk, third senior brother's fingers were interlaced in a complex hand seal. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the few fragile saplings that had just sprouted at the disk's edge. As a light pulsed at his fingertips, the hum of the entire disk suddenly rose to a higher pitch. Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the cold stone disk. On its surface, ancient symbols lay like slumbering beasts. His third senior brother traced a finger along the edge, and the symbols lit up in succession, emitting a low hum. The 8 crystals embedded in the disk began to pulse in unison, like 8 beating hearts. A current of energy, cool as a mountain spring, seeped from the stone disk into Lu Yi's body. At first, it was a gentle stream, flowing slowly through his limbs and veins. Lu Yi's eyes were fixed on the edge of the disk. 8 bare saplings stood there, the sole judges of this trial. Beside the disk, his third senior brother's brow furrowed. He channeled more power. Lu Yi's body jolted. The gentle stream instantly became a raging river, tearing through him. He clenched his jaw, a maddening itch crawling beneath his skin as if a million ants were on the move. The 8 saplings remained perfectly still. His third senior brother's expression darkened. Once more, he urged the disk on. Gah! A strangled grunt escaped Lu Yi's lips. This time, it wasn't a river that flooded his body, but 10,000 red-hot needles. They stabbed into every inch of his flesh, tearing and piercing relentlessly. Agony washed over him in waves, threatening to drown him. Sweat soaked through his robes. He felt like a waterskin stretched to the bursting point. Just as he reached his breaking point, the force tearing him apart vanished without a trace. The world fell silent. "That's enough," his third senior brother said, his voice devoid of emotion. Louis's eyes snapped open. He dragged in ragged breaths, his chest heaving violently. He looked up, his gaze meeting his third senior brother's. It was a complicated look, a mixture of confusion, regret, and a sliver of pity. Louis's heart sank. His gaze swept to the edge of the disc. The 8 saplings stood as bare as ever, looking like 8 dead twigs. "Senior brother," he asked, his voice raw. "What about my talent?" His third senior brother didn't answer. He simply reached out, swiped a finger across Louis's jade identity token, and tossed it back to him. The token clattered onto the stone disc, the sound sharp and grating. Louis took the jade tablet. It was cool to the touch and heavy in his palm. He turned it over. A solitary character 4-1, like a scar, was etched into the center of the tablet. What did it mean? He opened his mouth to ask, but swallowed his words. Third senior brother's face was cold as stone, and his whole demeanor screamed, "Leave me alone." Louis had no choice but to bow. "Thank you, senior brother." He turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the tent, a faint gleam of light caught the corner of his eye. He stopped in his tracks and whipped his head around, his gaze landing on the circular tray in the center of the tent. On the tray sat 8 bare saplings, looking like little more than withered sticks. But one of them had sprouted a single, new leaf. A solitary, fragile green leaf, swaying gently in the dim light. Louis's heart sank. He looked down, his eyes falling once more on the character 4-1 on the tablet in his hand. A thought, sharp as an icicle, pierced his mind. "Wait." Third senior brother's voice came from behind, devoid of any warmth. Louis turned stiffly. "Senior brother?" "What I said earlier," third senior brother said, looking at him with an unreadable expression. "Forget it." Louis walked out of the tent. The sunlight was blinding, but he felt none of its warmth. It was as if a block of ice had lodged in his chest, and every breath he took was laced with frost. He had to find someone. He needed answers. Now, he scanned his surroundings, his eyes locking onto a figure in a nearby corner. It was Yushaodai. She was looking down at her hands, an irrepressible smile playing on her lips. When she saw Liu Yi, her eyes lit up and she gave him a wave. Liu Yi strode over. "Miss you." His voice was hoarse. Yushaodai bowed in return, her smile radiant. "Brother Liu." Clearly, her mood was as bright as the day. Liu Yi wasted no words, holding out the jade tablet. "Can you tell me what this is?" She took it with a smile, her expression easy. "For you to open your spirit aperture, Brother Liu, your talent must be." Her words died in her throat. The smile froze on her face, as if flash frozen. Her eyes were glued to the back of the tablet, to the glaring character 4-1. Her breath caught. Liu Yi watched her, and with that, the last flicker of hope he'd been clinging to was extinguished, like a candle in the wind. The jade token felt cold in his hand, like a stone pulled from a riverbed. Liu Yi stared at the number on it, as if gazing at a crack. He looked up at Yushaodai. "What about yours?" Yushaodai's lips parted, her voice barely a whisper. "About the same as yours." Liu Yi let out a short, dry laugh, shaking the token in his hand. "Don't humor me. This number, the lower it is, the more worthless you are, isn't that it?" Yushaodai bit her lip. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. She didn't want to nod, but she had to. The movement was tiny, almost imperceptible. "Yes, I see." Liu Yi's gaze swept across the square to the doors of the grand hall they had just left. The memory of the third senior brother's condescending glare pricked him like a shard of ice before melting away. He understood now. Here, strength was everything. "Brother Liu, don't lose heart," Yushaodai said, stepping forward anxiously. "This is just the initial test. The array they use isn't that powerful, it makes mistakes all the time." Liu Yi shook his head, a genuine smile gracing his lips. "Wrong or right, it is what it is. The result is in my hands, and I'll accept it." Surprise filled Yushaodai's eyes. You really don't care at all." She had never seen anyone accept such a verdict so calmly. His composure didn't seem like an act. Lu Ye's gaze traveled past her to the edge of the square. His voice softened, taking on a strange warmth. Compared to them, the fact that I'm still standing here means I've already won. Following his gaze, Yu Shaodai saw them. A crowd of people huddled together like boneless shadows, every one of them slumped in defeat. They were the ones who had been completely eliminated, without even a spark of spiritual energy left in them. The Liu brothers were among them, the younger leaning on the elder as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Lu Yi pulled his gaze back to meet hers, his eyes as sharp as a blade. Now it's your turn. Show me your token. In truth, he had already guessed the answer from her expression. Her talent had to be exceptional, but he needed to see it for himself. He needed a yardstick to measure the true height of the mountain that stood before him. Yu Shaodai snatched her hand back as if the token had burned her, hiding it behind her back. It wasn't a gesture of pride, but of pity, something that stung far more. The smile on Lu Ye's lips deepened, now tinged with defiance. What's wrong? You think I can't take it? He took a step closer, his voice low and imbued with an undeniable force. A man can't learn to stand tall until he's been knocked flat on his back. So come on, show me what I'm up against. Taken aback by his intensity, Yu Shaodai felt her breath catch in her throat. Brother Lu, are you sure? Lu Yi gave a slight laugh and shrugged. Well, the rock's already hit bottom. How much further can it fall? Yu Shaodai looked at him, a flicker of surprise in her clear eyes. You have such a great outlook, she said softly, her voice tinged with genuine admiration. She hesitated no longer. Her fingers slid across the jade tablet at her waist, and she unfastened it. The tablet was cool and smooth to the touch. She held out her hand, palm up, offering it to him. Here. Lu Yi took the tablet. It wasn't large, but it felt deceptively heavy in his hand. The first thing he saw were the 3 exquisitely carved characters on its face. Yu Shaodai. He turned the tablet over. On the back was a symbol shaped like a tender sprout, representing her attribute, wood. Below the symbol, a number was engraved. Lu Yi's breath hitched. His fingertip traced the number, his voice laced with disbelief. 38? The number slammed into him like a sledgehammer, making his head ring. This wasn't what he had imagined. This was a different world entirely. He looked up, his gaze locking onto Yu Shaodai. That's impossible. How can it be 38? The highest ISNT had only 8? He remembered it perfectly. The testing disc had only ever shown 8 bare saplings. The maximum is 64, Yu Shaodai said, completely baffled by his question. She held up her slender fingers, gesturing as she explained. Look, there are 8 talent trees in total, right? Each tree can grow up to 8 leaves. So, 8 times 8, the absolute limit for talent, is 64 leaves. Lu Yi stared at her, his expression blank. It was as if all sound had been drained from the world. The light in his eyes faded, little by little, like a candle flame guttering out in the wind. Brother Lu? Yu Shaodai was frightened by his vacant stare, her voice trembling. Are you all right? Her heart sank. She bit her lip, filled with regret. This is all my fault. Why did I have to show him? Brother Lu, you have to pull yourself together. Don't talk. Lu Yi slowly raised a hand, as if pushing away an invisible wall. Just give me a minute. He tilted his head back, staring up at the overcast sky. It felt as though a searing hot branding iron was lodged in his throat. He finally understood. So the one on his tablet. It didn't mean one whole tree. It meant one single leaf. Out of a possible 64 leaves of talent, he possessed only one. The jade token rested in Yu Shaodai's palm. Carved into the smooth stone was a single number, 38. Lu Yi looked down at his own. On it, a solitary 1. 38 leaves to his 1. His chest seized up, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. The very air seemed to grow thin. He thought he had already hit rock bottom, ready to start the climb back up. Only now did he discover that beneath rock bottom, there was a bottomless abyss. Brother Lu Yu Shaodai's voice was feather-light, as if she feared a single breath might scatter him to the winds. The vitality had drained from him, replaced by a deathly, ashen stillness. She whispered, aptitude at ISNT everything. I've heard that if you try hard enough, even fate will yield to you. Lu Yi let out a short, dry laugh, like sandpaper on wood. That's because they haven't heard the others saying, he said, his voice low as he stared at the ground. Some people are just born to be stepping stones for others. Huh. You shout. I blinked, bewildered. The words had barely left his lips when Lu Yi took a sharp, deep breath. It felt like icy spring water flooding down his throat and into his lungs, dousing the flames of his self-pity. Slowly, he straightened his slumped back. The result was in. He could either let it crush him, or he could use it as a foothold to rise. Besides, he had a secret known only to him, the talent tree rooted within his very being. No matter how barren the soil, as long as the seed remained, there was always hope. Tell me, he said, turning his head, his gaze sharp once more. What was that test exactly? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a calm that brooked no argument. You shout. I didn't answer right away. She studied his face, her own filled with worry, as if trying to see if he had merely frozen his shattered emotions beneath a thin sheet of ice. Lu Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile that looked more painful than tears. I haven't shattered. Go on. You shout. I finally let out a breath of relief. She began to explain, in detail, the principles of the magical formation and everything that had happened during the test. Lu Yi listened in silence, like a blacksmith examining a stubborn piece of pig iron. When she finished, he nodded, his voice devoid of emotion. I understand. So, the spiritual energy of the world is like a great river, he said, raising his hand and opening his palm, as if he could see the invisible power flowing between his fingers. And my body is like an impermeable stone. No matter how the river washes over it, not a single drop can seep in. He closed his eyes, and the stinging pain from the test came flooding back. It was as if countless cold steel needles were stabbing at him from every direction, tearing at his skin, trying to burrow their way inside. But his body was like an impenetrable stone, completely sealed, keeping that energy locked out. Yu Xiaodia's voice pulled him back to reality. Yes, that's exactly it. Lu Ye's brow furrowed. But how does that determine someone's aptitude? He looked at her, his tone holding no resentment, only pure curiosity. I just want to understand. A resigned smile played on Yu Xiaodia's lips. Brother Lu, you can think of our bodies as bottles. She held out her hands, forming a circle, and the spiritual energy of the world is the water outside. She paused before continuing. For someone with high aptitude, the mouth of their bottle is naturally wide, and the water rushes right in. For someone with low aptitude, it's as small as the eye of a needle, so the water can only seep in, drop by drop. Naturally, the time it takes to fill the bottle is worlds apart. So the mouth of the bottle, that's the spiritual aperture? Lu Yi caught on at once. Exactly. You shout. I nodded. So for people like us, cultivation is like rowing upstream. Every step is a struggle. A struggle? An image of the pitch-black walls of the mine flashed through Lu Ye's mind. What he remembered was the faint sweetness of the elixir melting on his tongue and the warm current that rose from his core. That warmth flowed through him like a gentle stream, reaching every limb and nourishing his body. There was no struggle, let alone pain. In fact, it was pleasant. Her cultivation was about pouring energy in. His, it seemed, was about generating it from within using elixirs. A thought suddenly struck him. He looked Yu Xiaodai straight in the eye, his voice dropping unconsciously. Miss you. How long did it take you to open your first spiritual aperture and fill it completely? Yu Xiaodai thought for a moment. A little over 20 days. Yu Xiaodia's voice was soft, laced with a delicate caution. She skirted around the most painful question. She didn't dare ask how long it had taken him. In her mind, with Lu Ye's aptitude, igniting the first spiritual source within him even with the help of elixirs would have taken several seasons. A part of her was grateful after all. He had saved her life. But now, that gratitude had morphed into a heavy, suffocating pity. Sure enough, the moment the words left her lips, Lu Yi froze. As if talking to himself, or perhaps confirming a brutal truth, he repeated the words, his voice raspy. More than 20 days? The words seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. Yu Xiaodia's heart clenched. She rushed to explain, the words tumbling out as if to conceal something. Brother Lu, it's different for me. Really, I was captured by those people from Evil Moon Valley, and the woman, she wanted to use me for some terrible cultivation art. She forced open the channels in my body and fed me a priceless spirit-nourishing pill. It was all because of that pill. An elixir? Luya's heart jolted. More than 20 days, and that was with a treasure of that caliber? He looked down, as if he could see the faint light coursing through his own veins. And what had he taken? The cheapest chi and blood pills, which tasted like chewing on sand. From igniting that first source to filling it to the brim with light, how long had it taken him? 10 days? Perhaps 12? Nearly twice as fast as her. A chill, laced with bewilderment, shot up his spine. What did this mean? Every sign was like a sharp needle, puncturing the belief he'd held in his own mediocre aptitude. He was anything but mediocre. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. The tree. The ancient tree rooted deep within his soul, its leaves and branches etched with mysterious runes. There could be no other explanation. He realized with a jolt that the secret of the tree was far deeper, far more vast than he had ever imagined. He needed to be calm. Lu Yi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tempest of shock and confusion raging within him. This wasn't the time to investigate it. He lifted his head, his gaze refocusing on Yu Shaodai. His tone shifted, becoming one of sincere inquiry. "Miss you. I've run into a problem." "Brother Lu, please, tell me," Yu Shaodai said, immediately straightening up, her eyes intent and serious. Lu Yi gathered his thoughts, using the simplest analogy he could think of to describe his predicament. "That first point of light inside me, it's full, like a well filled to the brim with spring water. But now I need to find the second well, and I have no idea where to even begin." He paused, a trace of genuine helplessness creeping into his voice. "Where is it? How do you find it?" Lu Yi sat cross-legged, his chest rising and falling gently. A warm current surged through him, darting about like a swarm of headless flies, buzzing without an escape. He tried to guide it, to gather it into a single stream and charge into that unknown darkness. Pop! Like a pricked bubble, the power he had struggled so hard to gather dissipated in an instant. He let out a muffled grunt and opened his eyes. Fine beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Failure again. Not far away, Yu Shaodai was polishing a gleaming short sword with a soft cloth. Seeing the look of defeat on Lu Ye's face, she paused. "Still not working?" Her voice was soft. Lu Yi let out a long breath, got up, and walked over to sit down beside her. "I can feel the power inside me. It's like a handful of quicksand, but I can't get a grip on it." He gestured with his hands. "I'm trying to send it where it's supposed to go, but I can't even find the place." "I know what you mean." Yu Shaodai sheathed her short sword with a crisp click. "It's like trying to thread an invisible needle with a wet piece of string. Our power is still too fine, too weak." She looked at Lu Yi and continued. "There are only two ways to solve this. Either you keep trying, again and again like a water drop carving through stone. Eventually, you'll break through. Or you find someone who already has a great river rushing inside them to help you." "A great river?" Lu Yi asked, confused. "Exactly. Someone who can use their own power like a hand to grab hold of that faint warmth inside you and force it through the eye of the needle," she said, her voice distant with memory. "That's how I opened my second aperture. Someone from the Evil Moon Valley helped me. But to do that, a person's power has to be as vast as the clouds, as a river in the sky. We call that the Cloud River realm." Lu Yi sighed and leaned back against the cold rock wall. "I guess I'll just have to be the water drop then." Where was he supposed to find someone like that? "Brother Lu, don't be in such a rush to try again." Yu Shaodai suddenly leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper, her expression turning serious. "You need a map before you can find that place. Everyone's body is built a little differently. The cultivation method you use is your own personal map." She pointed to her heart. "If you go charging in without a map, that power will get lost. It'll rampage through your body and burn you out from the inside." A chill ran down Lu Ye's spine. He instinctively touched his chest, where a thin booklet was hidden. "A map. I have one," he said softly. "I just don't know if it's a good one." He paused, a word surfacing in his mind. "By the way, that Cloud River you mentioned, is that a level of power? I think I've heard people talk about True Lake and Divine Sea too." "That's right." Yu Xiaodia's eyes brightened, and she seemed happy to explain. She extended a finger and drew a winding line in the damp earth. "Think of us right now as a spirit creek, just starting to flow from a mountain spring." She pointed to the thin line. "We're weak. only able to nourish the grass and trees right beside us. This is the first realm of cultivation, the Spirit Creek realm. Then she drew several more lines, all converging into one. When countless creeks converge, they become a rushing cloud river. At that point, your power is like a true river, strong enough to break dams and move great ships. That is the Cloud River realm. Her finger continued to trace in the dirt, drawing a large, amorphous shape. Further on, the river flows into a vast and tranquil, true lake. At that stage, your power is no longer wild, but deep and profound. And finally, a look of distant longing appeared in her eyes. Finally, all the lakes flow into the boundless, unfathomable, divine sea. She looked up at Lu Yi and said, enunciating each word, Spirit Creek, Cloud River, True Lake, and Divine Sea. These four realms. The difference between each one is like the difference between heaven and earth. The wind swept through the bamboo grove, and the rustling of the leaves sounded like an invisible stream flowing past them. Stream, river, lake, sea. Lu Ye's voice was low, tinged with a thoughtful air, a straightforward way to classify the tiers of power. So, are we at the stream level now? At his words, Yu Xiaodai let out a crisp laugh, like the chime of a bell in the wind. She shook her head and, raising a finger, gently tapped Lu Yi on the chest. Here, she said, those points of light you've awakened, we call them spirit apertures. Think of them as tiny, individual springs. She pulled her hand back, sketching a few isolated dots in the air. As we are now, our bodies just have these disconnected springs, each holding a tiny bit of energy. They're like stagnant pools. Then, her finger traced a fluid line between the imaginary points. A true cultivator, she continued, uses their will to carve a channel inside their body, linking all those springs together. Only then will your energy flow like a real stream, rushing and circulating through you, day and night. That is when you've truly entered the spirit stream realm and become a real practitioner. Lu Ye's breath caught. The analogy made the gap in power instantly clear to him. He looked down at his own palm, as if he could feel the dormant springs within. Then what? What are we now? He asked, his voice a little hoarse. Apprentices on the path of cultivation? Yu Xiaodai tilted her head, a sly glint in her eyes. We haven't even made it through the front door. Apprentices? Lu Yi mulled over the word, a bitter smile touching his lips. He thought he'd been completely transformed, but it turned out he wasn't even qualified to be called a cultivator yet. Don't be discouraged, Yu Xiaodai said, seeing through him. She took a few light steps forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, as if sharing a secret. This world is made up of countless sects and clans, like a vast forest. And what determines how tall a tree can grow is the realm of the strongest in that forest. Realms, they have different levels. Lu Yi quickly followed, knowing this knowledge was more precious than gold. Of course, Yu Xiaodia's tone grew serious. The strength of a sect is divided into 9 ranks. 9th is the lowest, 1st is the highest. She paused, looking up at the sunlight filtering through the canopy of bamboo leaves. To establish a sect, even the lowest 9th rank sect, you need at least a few powerful figures who have reached the Cloud River realm to anchor it. Their power is like a great river flowing through the heavens, endless and mighty. And the stronger ones? Lu Yi pressed. The mid-tier sects, from the 6th to 4th ranks, are supported by masters of the true lake realm. Their power is no longer a river, but a bottomless lake vast, placid, yet holding the potential to unleash cataclysmic waves. Her voice grew quieter still, as if recounting a legend. As for the very top, from the 3rd to the 1st rank, their leaders are titans of the divine sea realm. Imagine it, a single person holding a true, boundless ocean within their body. Can you fathom that kind of terrifying power? Lu Ye's heart clenched. An ocean. He couldn't begin to imagine such strength. He was silent for a moment before finally asking the question that embarrassed him. What if? What if the strongest in a sect are only at our level, the spirit stream realm? Yu Xiaodai turned to face him. There was no mockery in her eyes, only a calm sense of the obvious. A trickling stream cannot support a great mountain, she said softly. People like us are not qualified to establish a sect. All we can do is strive for the day our little stream can finally merge with a true river. A flush of heat rose to Lu Ye's cheeks, as if he'd been scorched by a flame. He silently clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. The rustling in the bamboo grove, in that moment, sounded like the call of a distant, mighty river. Yu Shaodai lowered her voice and leaned close to his ear, her breath warm. Her gaze traveled over the crowd, settling on several banners fluttering in the wind in the distance. Brother Lu, look at those banners. In Bing Province, there are 10 titans that no one dares to cross. They're known reverently as the One Palace, 2 halls, 3 gates, and 4 sects. A tremor of awe laced her voice. The Azure Cloud Palace is like the moon suspended in the heavens, while the Azura and Crimson Abyss halls are like 2 great beasts slumbering deep within the earth. Then there are the Righteous Path Gate, the Azure Jade Gate, the Gate of Judgment. The very name of any one of them is enough to make an entire city tremble. Lu Ye's eyes followed her gaze, landing on a banner embroidered with an azure jewel. His heart clenched. He remembered what his third brother had told him. The Azure Jade Gate was one of the top 5 in Bing Province. Back then, it had just been a vague ranking. Only now did he feel the immense weight behind the name. Across this vast land, sects numbered in the thousands. To claw their way out of such a bloody crucible and become one of the top 10, their power was beyond anything he could imagine. And today, 2 of those 10 titans are here. Yu Shaodia's voice grew more excited. Look, the people from the Righteous Path Gate are right over there. I heard the Vice Alliance Master leading the delegation this time is a major figure from their sect. Named Pang. Lu Yi asked instinctively. Oh, how did you know, Brother Lu? I wouldn't know the name of a figure that important. I just overheard it somewhere. Lu Yi said evasively, but his mind was reeling. The Righteous Path Gate and the Azure Jade Gate, 2 of the top powers mobilized for a single Wicked Moon Valley? Yu Shaodai chuckled and shook her head. That's not the right way to look at it. The Wicked Moon Valley is a pack of vicious wolves, true, but compared to a real dragon, they're nothing. I'd guess this is just the dragon testing the waters with a claw or 2, not its true, core strength. I see. Lu Yi nodded, feeling some of the fog in his mind begin to clear. That's why this is the real opportunity, Yu Shaodai said, her eyes shining with a startling intensity as she stared at him. Brother Lu, the aptitude assessment is almost over. Next, these major sects will begin choosing disciples. You have that jade token. It's your ticket in, the very thing they value most. You absolutely cannot let this chance slip by. The words were barely out of her mouth when a commotion erupted from the crowd ahead. A cultivator in full armor strode onto a high platform, his voice booming like a great bell. Silence. The aptitude assessment is complete. The sect selections will now begin. Lu Yi let out a breath and gave a self-deprecating laugh. With my meager talent, I doubt any sect would have me, would they? Don't think that way. Yu Shaodia's voice was soft, yet firm. Just opening your spiritual aperture is a great start. There are 10 sections, one of them is bound to be a fit for you, Brother Lu. Well, I hope you're right. A good start can just as easily lead to a terrible end. A deep voice suddenly rumbled beside them, so close it felt like it was breathing on their skin. Choose the wrong path, and it's all for nothing. Lu Yi went rigid, whipping his head around. Yu Shaodai, startled, spun around as well. A fat man had appeared beside them, seemingly out of nowhere, an amiable smile on his face. He was so immense that his azure cultivator's robes were stretched taut over a spherical belly, and his eyes were squeezed into thin slits by his fleshy cheeks. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. It was him, the same cultivator who had registered them back at the camp. But then, his movements had been sluggish, like a mountain of flesh. Now, he had appeared without a sound. Lu Yi hadn't detected so much as a rustle of cloth or a single footfall. The man was like a ghost. Greetings, senior brother. Yu Shaodia's voice was strained. She hastily bowed, an instinctual fear rising within her in the presence of someone so unfathomable. Lu Yi bowed as well, his mind racing. The portly cultivator casually patted his own massive stomach, which produced a dull thump. Thump. You two seemed so deep in conversation, I thought I'd come see what the fuss was about. Didn't startle you, I hope? Not at all, not at all. Yu Shaodai shook her head rapidly. Nervous as she was, she immediately realized this could be an opportunity. Mustering her courage, she looked up and asked, Senior brother, what you said before, what did you mean by it? Yu Shaodai opened her mouth, about to ask another question, but a single look from the fat cultivator stopped her. The fat cultivator's eyes, like two nails, were fixed firmly on Lu Yi. His smile was amiable, but it never reached his slitted eyes. "Want to know?" he asked, his voice laced with an oily warmth. A chill crept up Lu Yi's spine. The man's aura pressed down on him like a mountain, heavy enough to make his breath catch. He lowered his head slightly, masking the wariness in his eyes, and said in a tone bordering on humility, "Please, senior, enlighten me." A heavy hand landed on his shoulder with a soft thud. The pressure wasn't immense, but it carried a weight that allowed no refusal. Enlightenment. Easy enough. The fat cultivator leaned in, his warm breath ghosting over Lu Yi's ear. His voice dropped lower. "But it depends on your sincerity." Sincerity. Lu Yi's pupils contracted. His gaze slid uncontrollably to the storage pouch at his waist, then immediately snapped back to meet the fat cultivator's half-smiling eyes. The air seemed to solidify. Lu Yi's hand rose slowly, as if pulled by an invisible string. His fingertips had just brushed the mouth of the pouch at his waist. The fat cultivator's slitted eyes cracked open a sliver. The curve of his lips widened just a bit. Lu Yi's hand froze, then slowly lowered. The slits of his eyes instantly sealed shut, the smile fading from his lips as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Yi's hand rose again. The eyes cracked open. He lowered it. They sealed shut. It was a silent tug of war. With each feint, Lu Yi's heart sank a little further. The fat cultivator's patience finally wore thin. He gave a cold snort, flicking his voluminous sleeve and stirring a faint breeze. "Fine. It seems you're not interested." He had just started to turn when he felt something small and hard being pressed into his palm. The fat cultivator glanced down. A cheap porcelain vial rested in his palm, still holding the residual warmth of Lu Yi's hand. When he looked up, he saw Lu Yi's lip twitching, his eyes filled with the raw pain of giving it up. The fat cultivator bounced the feather-light vial in his palm and scoffed, as if looking at a piece of garbage. "This is your sincerity?" Then, Lu Yi's voice was strained, and he swallowed hard. "What is it that you desire, senior?" The fat monk's patience had run out. He let out a stale breath and laid his cards on the table. "Oregon." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "A man of your stature. Interested in rocks?" The fat monk scoffed. "Rocks? Kid, you don't know the first thing. The mines in Evil Moon Valley, they don't yield your common great stuff. Every piece is a rare find." His thick, fleshy fingers drummed the tabletop, making a dull thump, thump. "Besides, information comes at a price. You want intel, you've got to trade for it. It's not like we're friends." "Fair enough." Lu Yi nodded. He reached into the cloth sack at his waist, rummaged for a moment, and then hefted out a chunk of, or with a grunt. It was the size of a wash basin, its surface a dull, earthy brown. He gave it a heavy shove forward. The fat monk's eyes swept over the rock, as if it were a common stone from the side of a path. He didn't even reach for it, just narrowed his eyes, a corner of his mouth twitching in disdain. "I'm not seeing much in the way of sincerity." Lu Yi hefted the large rock again, his arm straining slightly. "Not big enough for you." The fat monk just hummed a tuneless little ditty, not even bothering to raise his eyelids. Lu Yi clicked his tongue, a flicker of pained reluctance on his face. He dropped the ore by his feet with a heavy thud, sending dust into the air. Then, he reached back into his sack. A muffled clatter of stone on stone came from within before he pulled out a second piece. At the sight of the second stone, a smile finally bloomed across the fat monk's face, like a greasy flower unfolding. "Don't think I'm ripping you off, kid," he said, his voice slow and deliberate. "I'm only willing to give you a few pointers because I've taken a shine to you. The name Peng Dehai, of the Righteous Chi sect, carries some weight here in Bing Province. Anyone else wanted a piece of my mind, I wouldn't even waste my breath." The sun beat down, baking the earth. Yu Shaodai watched the scene unfold, her breath catching in her throat. The fat cultivator, a self-proclaimed member of the Righteous Spirit sect, was squinting, the greed on his face unconcealed. She felt her faith in the very word justice melting away like ice under the blazing sun. Lu Yi's patience was also running thin. He let out a breath, a trace of derision in his voice. "Are you really from the Righteous Spirit sect? And what of the legendary noble spirit, said to wash away all the world's impurities. Without waiting for an answer, he bent over and placed the third piece of ore on the ground. The rock hit the ground with a dull thud. Pang Dehai's eyes, squeezed by folds of fat, remained narrowed to slits. It was a silent message, one that clearly stated, not enough. Not nearly enough. The corner of Lu Ye's eye twitched. He fought the urge to pry the man's eyelids open with his own hands, just to make him see. But he restrained himself. He knew he was no match for the fat man. And so, a fourth piece of ore was produced. This time, its surface shimmered with a faint, ethereal blue glow, and a low hum seemed to vibrate in the air. It was a rare prime magnetite ore. Pang Dehai's eyebrow finally twitched, but the smile plastered on his face remained perfectly still. Lu Yi straightened up, brushing the dust from his hands. He gestured to the 4 ores on the ground, his voice turning cold. Is this offering not sincere enough? Pang Dehai simply smiled, saying nothing. The grin was like a mask glued to his face. Fine, Lu Yi said with a sudden sigh. His tone was so casual, he could have been talking about the weather. Then I guess that's that. As Pang Dehai and Yu Shaodai stared in stunned silence, Lu Yi crouched down. He didn't produce a 5th piece. Instead, he picked up the first ore and, with a swift, clean motion, returned it to his storage pouch. A flicker of light at the pouch's opening vanished as quickly as it appeared. Lu Yi looked up, his gaze locking with the fat man's. How about now? He asked calmly. Is it enough? Pang Dehai's eyes snapped open. The narrow slits instantly widened into round, bulging saucers, filled with shock and disbelief. The rolls of fat on his face quivered with the violent shift in his expression. Yu Shaodai was utterly bewildered. Her mouth hung slightly agape, unable to comprehend what Lu Yi was doing. Lu Yi paid their shock no mind. His hand moved to the second piece of ore, and he retrieved it as well. There was another soft thump as it disappeared into the pouch. He looked up again, his eyes locked on Pang Dehai, and asked, enunciating every syllable, Is it enough? You? Pang Dehai choked out a single word, looking as if he was about to erupt in a stream of curses, but managed to swallow them back down. He struggled to maintain his superior air, but his reddening face and the twitching corner of his mouth gave him away. Lu Ye's hand was already moving, swooping down on the third or like a hawk's talon. Just as he was about to grab it, a fleshy hand shot out like lightning and clamped down on his arm. The grip was like an iron vice. Lu Ye's gaze traveled up his own arm to meet Pang Dehai's eyes. The man's eyes were filled with suppressed rage. His voice was a low hiss, forced through gritted teeth. Enough. It's enough. A moment later. You've got some nerve, kid. Pang Dehai had already collected the remaining 2 ores, the anger on his face vanishing without a trace. He slapped his round belly and let out a low chuckle, the sound making his whole body jiggle. Yu Shaodai stood to the side, her heart pounding in her chest. She watched the fat man furious just a moment ago, now laughing with delight, and felt completely lost. She couldn't begin to guess what was going through the senior brother's mind. Pang Dehai leaned forward, his hands interlaced on the table, his gaze sharpening. I've seen your sincerity, he said. His voice was low, yet it seemed to make the air in the room grow heavy. The path of cultivation is a journey of a lifetime. That's why the first step cannot be a misstep. He paused, looking Lu Yi directly in the eye. Before you choose a sect, ask yourselves one question. What is your weapon? Weapon? Lu Yi was taken aback. He'd thought this was about the sects. That's right. A weapon. Pang Dehai's fingers tapped softly on the table, a rhythmic thump, thump. For some, their greatest weapon is their own body. He suddenly clenched his fist, and his knuckles let out a series of sharp cracks. An invisible pressure radiated outwards, making Lu Ye's chest feel tight. They meet blades with nothing but flesh and bone, and can shatter boulders with a single punch. This is the first path, the path of might. Then there are others, Pang Dehai said, unclenching his fist. He brought his fingers together and slashed through the empty air, the movement as sharp as a sword's edge. For them, the weapon is the blade in their hand. It becomes an extension of their body, like a new limb, one even deadlier than their own arm. This is the second path, the path of the blade. Of course, some are different still. His tone became distant, almost ethereal. They can hear the whisper of the wind and feel the breath of the flame. They call upon the ambient energies of the world, shaping them into lightning and frost. This is the path of arts. Pang Dehai's descriptions painted vivid pictures in the minds of Lu Yi and Yu Shaodai. Beyond these, there is the path of healing. For those who save lives with herbs and remedies, the path of shades. For those who commune with the dead and walk the shadows, and the path of artifice. For those who draw power not from within, but from external means talismans, elixirs, and arrays. He finished and took a sip of his tea, giving the two of them a moment to process it all. His words were like boulders cast into a still lake, sending shockwaves through the young cultivators' hearts. Even Yu Shaodai, despite her privileged background, had never heard such a straightforward analysis. These 6 paths, Pang Dehai said, setting down his cup, his voice steady again, encompass almost every cultivator in the world. Someone born with incredible strength would only waste their gift on the path of the blade. For a person who can resonate with the elements to focus on tempering their body would be the height of folly. Choose the wrong path, and you'll get half the results for twice the effort. Choose the right one, and you'll advance by leaps and bounds. Lu Yi's breath quickened as a thought suddenly clicked into place. Senior brother, Lu Yi began. Are you saying that different sects follow different paths? Pang Dehai raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, did I say that? You did, Lu Yi replied instantly. You said that someone who wants to wield a sword would find no one to teach them in the 100 Flowers Valley. You catch on quick. Pang Dehai's burly hand clapped Lu Yi on the shoulder with a dull thud. He grinned in approval, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. That's right. A sect is like a body. It has arms and legs, and each part has its purpose. The real titans, they're like the giants of legend. They know a bit of everything, and they can do it all. His tone shifted, a hint of wariness creeping into his voice. Of course, you also have your monsters. Take the Northern Profound Sword sect. That place turns out only one kind of person, sword fiends. At the mention of the name, the flesh on Pang Dehai's face twitched, as if a chill were seeping out from his very bones. They have eyes only for the sword. Their energy, it's like 1,000 tiny needles, piercing you with a biting pain. He exhaled, as if trying to push out the unpleasant memory along with his breath. A small sect like ours can't compete with those titans. We have to find our single sharpest blade and hone it to a razor's edge. Pang Dehai's voice turned serious. Take Burning Moon Mountain, who are here for this event. Their people can craft life-saving elixirs with one hand and summon incinerating flames with the other. The fire yang pills they refine, it said a single one can make a frozen lake boil over. In all of Bing province, who isn't clamoring to get their hands on those? He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low whisper, his warm breath ghosting past Lu Yi's ear. If you want to get into a place like that, the energy in your body better be like a fire. Because whether you're refining pills or commanding flames, you need an inferno burning inside you. Lu Yi felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind, instantly clearing all the fog. So the energy flowing inside me, it determines the path I can take. That's it exactly. Pang Dehai nodded emphatically. Listen up, kid. This is the first lesson of your training. His voice dropped, becoming deep and powerful, as if he were imparting some ancient secret. Some people's energy is like metal. They are born as unsheathed swords, sharp and relentless. Some have energy like wood, brimming with the essence of life. They can mend wounds or sprout vines that form an unbreakable cage. Some have energy like water, able to take the shape of any vessel. They are adaptable, capable of learning anything, as vast and encompassing as the great sea. Some have energy like fire, wild and scorching. They are born warriors and alchemists, but their power can offer no solace to the restless dead. And some have energy like the earth, profound and unyielding. Their very bodies are the strongest fortresses. Pang Dehai finished, his gaze fixed on Lu Yi, his eyes burning with intensity. Kid, remember this. Choose the wrong path, and it's like trying to force a river to flow uphill. Not only will you achieve nothing, but you'll be torn apart by your own power. The buzz on the testing grounds gradually died down. The fat man named Pang Dehai clapped his hands, his booming voice cutting through the crowd's murmurs. Listen up, rookies. His gaze swept across a sea of nervous faces. The real test starts now. In a moment, you'll be given a roster. Every name on that list could mean the difference between life and death. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Remember, choosing a sect is like choosing a weapon. If you're born of fire, don't go messing with frost arts. You'll just burn yourself to ash. Lu Yi bowed slightly, his voice quiet but clear. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother. Those 2 pieces of ore, he thought, were worth it. Peng Dehai waved a meaty hand as if shooing away a fly. That's just common sense. It's just that you clueless greenhorns don't know any better. Senior brother, Lu Yi said, taking a step forward. My aptitude tested as fire, with a touch of a metallic edge. I was wondering. You? Peng Dehai stopped short, his massive frame a wall that cast Lu Yi in shadow. He leaned in close, squinting, as if sizing up a piece of damaged goods. I heard a funny story coming out of here. He suddenly jabbed a thick finger forward, stopping just short of Lu Ye's nose. That on the entire talent tree, you only grew a single leaf? Just one. The next moment, he erupted in a roar of laughter. Ha ha! I came all this way just to see it for myself. A single leaf. His whole body shook with the force of it, rolls of fat rippling like waves. All eyes in the vicinity snapped toward them, filled with curiosity, pity, and open mockery. Heat flooded Lu Ye's face. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms. Damn it! His humiliation had become the laughingstock of the entire camp. Just as Lu Ye's anger was about to boil over, Peng Dehai's laughter cut off. He leaned in abruptly, his mouth next to Lu Ye's ear. His voice dropped to a low hiss. Want some real talk, kid? Lower your expectations. All the way down into the dirt. Then, pick one path, and latch onto it like a mad dog that won't let go. Lu Yi could feel the man's hot breath on his ear. That way, you might just have a sliver of a chance of making it out alive. With that, he straightened up, the greasy smile plastered back on his face as if his chilling warning had been nothing but a phantom. He turned to Yu Shaodai nearby, his voice becoming instantly gentle. And you, young lady? Need this senior brother to point you in the right direction. Yu Shaodai, who had gone pale during the exchange, nodded quickly. Senior brother, where do you think I should go? Peng Dehai grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Tell me, do you like the taste of blood? Yu Shaodai shook her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I don't want to fight. Then go to 100 Flowers Valley. Peng Dehai's voice was gruff, but carried a no-nonsense honesty. It's full of healers. Their hands are for saving lives, not taking them. Even if you're unlucky enough to get captured, no enemy will harm a doctor who can treat their wounded. 100 Flowers Valley. The words seemed to hold a certain magic, lingering on her lips. She looked up, and for the first time, a spark of hope lit up her eyes. She bowed deeply, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you, senior brother. Peng Dehai nodded, then turned and strode away, his heavy frame quickly swallowed by the crowd. The moment he was gone, the air seemed to congeal. Lu Yi stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenching inside his sleeves until the knuckles cracked. Yu Shaodai watched his tense profile, wanting to say something but not knowing where to begin. Biting her lip, she decided to change the subject, forcing a lighter tone into her voice. Senior brother, there was something I didn't understand just now. Speak, Lu Yi said, his voice low and tight, as if forced through gritted teeth. When you first offered those 4 pieces of ore, why did senior brother Peng refuse? But then you took 2 back, and he accepted the rest? The corner of Lu Ye's mouth curled into a frigid smile. No one values what's freely given. But if you take something away from them, what's left becomes a prize they've won. Yu Shaodai stared, stunned. She looked at Lu Yi as if seeing him for the first time. His words were like a stone tossed into her heart, sending 1,000 ripples through her. Lu Yi didn't elaborate. He just gave a silent, knowing smile. Peng Dehai would never know that the 2 pieces of ore he'd taken back were worthless slag. The 2 he'd left behind were the real prize. Peng Dehai had been right. Before long, the crisp chime of a bell rang out. A cold voice echoed across the grounds. All those with a jade token, gather in the center of the square. Just a short while ago, this place had been packed with 1,000 newly freed slaves, their collective gasps a suffocating sea of sound. Now, only 100 or so figures stood in the vast, empty square, scattered and sparse like seashells left behind by a receding tide. A cultivator in a dark robe moved through the crowd, his movements mechanical, his face a blank mask. He thrust a sheet of paper into each person's hand. The edges were coarse, scraping the skin with a faint sting. Lu Yi took the paper and glanced down at it. Lines of black ink were printed clearly on the page, the names of 10 sects. At the very top, in sharp, decisive strokes that carried an air of undeniable authority, was the name, Righteous Spirit Sect. His eyes scanned down the list, flicking past a string of unfamiliar names before finally landing on two he recognized. Burning Moon Mountain, 100 Flowers Valley. Lu Ye's gaze settled on a massive sheet of white linen paper. Written on it in bold, black ink was a list of names. The forceful strokes of the calligraphy seemed to radiate a murderous intent. These, he surmised, must be the sects that had laid siege to Evil Moon Valley. The two names at the very top, the Zhengqi sect and the Qingyu sect, seemed to burn with a searing heat, daring anyone's gaze to linger. Beside them was a simple mark, a single horizontal stroke, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain. Below them, the names were crammed together, their corresponding marks varying from 4 to 7. Lu Ye's finger traced lightly over the paper. He understood what the marks meant. He had Pang Dehai to thank for that the talkative fatty had drilled all this common knowledge into his head on their journey. Without him, Lu Yi would have been utterly clueless right now. As he was lost in thought, a cold voice cut through the silence from the front of the crowd, like a stone dropped into a still pond. When you've decided which sect you wish to join, step forward. A cultivator on a high platform gazed down at the crowd, his voice devoid of warmth. Take a brush and circle the name. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the sea of tense faces. You may select up to 3. But make no mistake, he added, you are not choosing them. They are choosing you. The words had barely left his lips when a suppressed murmur rippled through the crowd. A moment of dead silence followed. Then a trembling voice found its courage. Senior, does that mean, even if we circle a name, they might still reject us? Correct. The cultivator's voice turned to ice. So, don't get ahead of yourselves. Your talent is but a seed. If you insist on planting it on a cliff you can't reach, it will only fall and be shattered. His words were like a bucket of ice water dumped over their heads. Another voice rose, laced with despair. What if none of the 3 I choose want me? The cultivator's lips twisted into a cruel smirk. Then your journey as a cultivator ends today. An uproar exploded from the crowd. The sentence was like an invisible bolt of lightning, striking every single person to the core. Eyes that had been fixed on the top 2 names moments before now darted downwards in terror. The color drained from every face as greed and fantasy were replaced by raw, naked fear. Aim for the top, and risk being chosen by none, your path severed forever. Settle for a safer choice, and you'd be filled with regret, foregoing a ladder to the heavens. Sweat trickled down their temples. The air was thick with the palpable tension of dreams about to shatter. The grand hall fell silent in an instant. It was a silence so profound you could hear the faint rustle of more than 100 people clutching the papers in their hands. Every breath carried weight. This was the moment that would decide their fates. Entering a sect and embarking on the path of cultivation was their only way forward. No one could afford to fail. Lu Yi lowered his head, his eyes scanning the list in his hands. A peculiar expression crossed his face. This paper felt like a contract with destiny. The 2 sects at the very top had names that seemed embroidered in gold thread, radiating an invisible pressure. Below them, the ink of the next 4 or 5 names was still dark and rich, the strokes powerful. Further down, the calligraphy grew sloppy, the sense of power fading with each line. It was like a mountain. Some stood at the summit, others on the slopes, but most were crowded at its base. Lu Yi's fingertips slid down the paper, coming to a halt at the very bottom. There sat a name, almost overlooked, its ink so faded it seemed ready to vanish from the page. Crimson Blood Sect. Beside the name was a tiny mark, like a scar, designating its rank the lowest of the low. Lu Yi realized then that in the brief commotion earlier, he had completely overlooked this last place entry. He tightened his grip on the jade token in his hand. The token was cool to the touch, engraved with a single, solitary leaf. It was the assessment of his talent, insignificant, utterly without weight. In this silent competition, he held no advantage. But he had to try. Lu Yi closed his eyes, focusing on the faint wisp of energy within him. A flicker of heat, like a spark. A prick of sharpness, like the point of a needle. Fire and metal. His choice would have to revolve around these two elements. At the front of the hall, figures were already moving toward the desk where the cultivator sat. The first boy stepped forward and picked up the calligraphy brush from the desk. It made a soft shhh sound as he dipped the tip into the ink. His hand trembled slightly as he put the brush to paper. Once finished, he handed in the list along with his jade token and stepped aside, a wave of relief washing over him. One after another, the crowd slowly thinned. The air grew thick with the scent of fresh ink and the nervous energy of hope. Soon, only half of the aspirants were left, still hesitating where they stood. "Brother Lu," a soft voice said beside him. "Have you made your choice?" It was Yu Shaodai. Her own face held a trace of anxiety. Lu Yi opened his eyes, his gaze now calm. "More or less. Should we go up together, then?" she whispered. Lu Yi shook his head, his gaze falling once more to the name at the very bottom of the list. "You go on ahead," he said slowly. "I need a little more time." The drone of the crowd washed over Lu Yi, a tide of noise against his eardrums. He stood frozen, his knees feeling weak. 10 sect banners snapped in the wind. At the very front, the flags of the Jinshi and Qingyu sects were embroidered with ferocious beasts in gold thread. They blazed like two small suns, so bright they stung the eyes. Most gazes were fixed there, sticky with greed. Lu Yi knew that world was not for him. He looked down at his hands. The grime of or dust was ground deep into his fingernails, impossible to wash clean. A year's slaving in the mines had been a thick layer of ash, smothering whatever light he once had. Inside him, the faint wisp of energy was a guttering candle in the wind, threatening to flicker out at any moment. He had just managed to kindle the first flame of his power, but had no idea where to even find the spark for the second. With so little to his name, how could he possibly knock on those resplendent gates? Competition. The word was a shard of ice pressed against the back of his neck. If the major sects only skimmed the cream of the crop, the remaining spots would be fought over by hundreds of starving wolves. And he, Lu Yi, was the scrawniest of the pack. But he had to find a place to belong. He needed a sanctuary where he could nurse the candlelight within him into a wildfire. Miss this chance, and there would never be another. He took a deep breath, the air thick with dust and the nervous sweat of the crowd. As he stepped forward, a path opened before him. A massive parchment scroll lay unfurled on the desk, the names of the 10 sects inked across its surface. His hand closed around the cool shaft of the ink brush. It was surprisingly heavy. His eyes scanned past the gleaming names, finally settling on the most inconspicuous corner of the scroll, the Crimson Blood Sect. The ink of the name was faded, as if a single breath of wind could blow it away. It was his fallback, his final safety net. He was certain that not a single other person would give the name a second glance. He lifted the brush, dipped it deep into the thick ink, and drew a firm circle around the characters for the Crimson Blood Sect. The ink bled through the parchment, leaving a dark, resolute stain. Then, with a slight lift of his wrist, he poised the tip of the brush over another name, Burning Moon Mountain. Just as the brush was about to descend, a gruff voice exploded in his mind. It was Pang Dehai. "Kid, lower your damn expectations. Stop trying to have it both ways. That's the only way you'll grab hold of what you can actually get." He hadn't understood at the time. He dismissed it as the casual parting words of a greedy old cultivator. But now, the words struck him like a bolt of lightning, slicing through his chaotic thoughts. Pang Dehai was from the Jinshi sect. He'd seen countless young men like Lu Yi, all dreaming of reaching the heavens in a single leap. When Lu Yi had asked him which sect to choose, he had answered bluntly, "You don't have a shot with any of them." It wasn't mockery. It was the cold, hard verdict of a man who had seen it all before. The hand holding the brush froze in midair. He slowly closed his eyes. The clamor of the crowd, the snapping banners, the weight of 100 stares, it all faded away. The world dissolved into darkness, leaving only him, standing at a crossroads of destiny. To his left, a glimmer of hope. To his right, a crushing reality. A drop of ink gathered at the tip of the brush, then another, sliding slowly down its bristles. Lu Ye's gaze cut through the stacks of scrolls on the desk, locking onto the man across from him. He took a deep breath. His voice was low, but clear. What happens if I only write down this one name? The man with the Fu Manchu mustache was unconsciously stroking it. At Lu Ye's words, his hand stilled. He looked up, the lazy glint in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by a sharp, appraising stare. The register on the desk lay open. The column for the Crimson Blood Sect was completely blank, like a barren, untrodden wasteland. His lips curled into a playful smirk. "Write it down," he said, "and you'll find out." Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the name, Crimson Blood Sect. The last words of Pang Dehai echoed in his ears, a low, steady drumbeat. Trust a fat man he'd only met once? A man who'd taken 2 pieces of his, and given him such strange advice? His grip on the ink brush tightened, his knuckles turning white. Silence stretched between them, so thick the air itself seemed to freeze. Then, with a decisive movement, his hand dropped. The tip of the brush touched the paper, and ink bloomed across the fibers. He set the brush down gently on its rest with a soft click. Then, he pushed his jade token and the newly inscribed paper across the desk. "I've made my choice." His voice was calm, resolute. The man with the Fu Manchu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Not going to consider the others? There might be a better choice." Lu Yi glanced down at his own open palm. It was empty. "That won't be necessary." "All right." The man nodded, picking up Lu Ye's selection and the jade token. His eyes scanned the token, and the smirk on his face widened. "Oh, so you're the infamous Lu Yi." "It's Lu Yi," he corrected, a vein throbbing at his temple. "Oh, I know," the man said in a lazy drawl. He twirled the jade token on his fingertip before tapping its face with a nail. "Lu Yi, Yi." He drew out the E in the middle, the sound somewhere between a sigh and a sneer. Heat rushed to Lu Ye's head. He hadn't even set foot in the Jianghu, and a nickname was already preceding him? He desperately wanted to know who the hell was spreading the word about his so-called one-leaf talent. He gathered the last page, folding it neatly. With a light touch of his toes to the rock, he shot into the air like an arrow loosed from its bow, whistling toward the sky. A streak of light tore across the night sky, descending with precision upon the eastern mountainside. There, the silhouette of a palace complex emerged in the glow of firelight. The air was thick with the mixed stench of blood and dust. He moved through the raucous crowd. The Alliance-S banners were draped haphazardly over the palace's original emblems, looking like crude patches. Warriors shouted as they tallied mountains of spoils, weapons, scrolls, and faintly glimmering ores. He didn't break his stride, cutting straight through the chaos until he reached a great hall in the deepest part of the complex. The doors to the hall were sealed. A swordswoman stood guard, her posture as straight and unyielding as a spear. Her gaze was like a blade quenched in ice, and it swept over him coldly. "Is it done?" she asked, her voice perfectly flat. He tapped the scroll tucked inside his coat. "It's all here. Hand it over." The swordswoman held out her hand. "The commanders are in a meeting. They're discussing the withdrawal." "A withdrawal? So soon?" His brow furrowed. "Enemy reinforcements are massing, much faster than we anticipated." She lowered her voice, a new urgency in her tone. "If we don't leave now, we'll be trapped." He nodded, asking no more questions. He handed her the scroll, then turned and vanished into the swirling crowd. The swordswoman waited silently before the doors as a cold wind tugged at the hem of her tunic. An unknown amount of time passed before a voice came from within the hall. It didn't seem to come from a throat, but to rumble up from the depths of a chest, carrying the weight of a mountain. "Enter." She took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy doors. An invisible pressure washed over her. The very air seemed to thicken into molasses, making each breath a struggle. The great hall was dimly lit by a handful of candles. Around a massive blackwood table sat 10 silent figures. The candlelight stretched their shadows, which twisted and danced upon the walls like slumbering beasts. The man at the head of the table, his face lost to shadow, occupied the main seat. Yet just by his presence, he was the center of the room. It was as if light and air themselves bent around him. The swordswoman held her breath, her steps making no sound. She stopped before the man, her eyes downcast, and gently placed the sheaf of papers on the table. "My lord," she said, "this details everyone's assignments." Having spoken, she retreated, backing away step by step. Only when her back touched the cold, hard doors did she dare to turn, slipping out and pulling them gently closed behind her. After the woman left, the door clicked softly shut. Pang Jun didn't lift his head. His fingers idly riffled the edge of the stack of papers, the sheets making a dry, rustling sound. He pulled out a sheet and, without so much as a glance, pushed the rest away. The stack slid across the polished wooden table, coming to a stop before the steward from the Jade Gate sect. Each name on those sheets represented a young person waiting anxiously outside. To the men at the table, however, it was just the same tedious chore they repeated every year. The steward from Jade Gate took the stack impassively, selected a few sheets, and pushed the remainder to the next person. The pile of papers made its way down the table, from one person to the next, growing thinner with each stop. It came to the 100 Blossom Valley. After their steward made his selections, he was about to push the remaining sheets away when he froze. He picked up the top sheet, bringing it closer to his face as if he had seen something incredible. He lifted his head, his gaze traveling over the others to the far end of the long table, to the old man who had remained silent all this time. "Elder Tang," he said, his voice laced with a strange amusement. "It seems someone has actually chosen your Crimson Blood sect." The room, previously filled with only the faint rustling of paper, fell instantly silent. Pang Jun, who had been speaking in a low voice to the man beside him, stopped mid-sentence. He looked up, a slight frown on his face. "Really? Heh." Another man let out a short laugh, the sound sharp in the sudden silence. Well, seems there's one with discerning taste in this new batch." It sounded less like praise and more like mockery. All eyes turned to the end of the long table. There sat the old man they called Elder Tang. He was the one who had brought Lu Yi out of the mines. He seemed not to have expected anyone to address him, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his clouded eyes. For so many years, he had come, and for so many years, he had left empty-handed. The name Crimson Blood Sect was like a forgotten tombstone, one no one ever cared to visit. The surprise was fleeting. Elder Tang quickly regained his composure. He gave a slow, dismissive wave of his hand, his voice hoarse and weary when he spoke. "You all know. The Crimson Blood Sect doesn't take anyone." The air in the tent was stuffy, thick with the tang of rust and sweat. A raspy voice shattered the silence. "I'm afraid not, Elder Tang." The steward of 100 Flowers Valley shook his head, gesturing to a beast-skin scroll unfurled before them. "He only chose the Crimson Blood Sect. And no one else chose you." Elder Tang's eyebrows knotted together like a pair of tangled iron locks. He held out a calloused hand. "Let me see it," he rumbled. The scroll rustled in his coarse hands. His eyes scanned name after name, finally landing on a thin jade tablet. Only 2 characters were carved upon it. "Lu Yi." He murmured the name, as if savoring an unexpected flavor. An image flashed through his mind, that defiant gaze from the mines. So it was that kid. The steward of 100 Flowers Valley lowered his voice, a hint of reverence in his tone. "Elder Tang, you know the rule. The Alliance established this ironclad law to give a chance to those who are willing to bet it all. He chose only one. You are forbidden to refuse." Elder Tang let out a long sigh, his fingers rubbing the cool surface of the jade tablet. He said nothing, but the air in the tent seemed to grow heavier still. The steward tried to ease the tension. "Truthfully, the Crimson Blood Sect could use some new blood. It's just..." He paused, choosing his words with care. "I've scouted him. There is a spark of spiritual power ignited within him, but that spark, it's incredibly faint." "Faint, so what?" Elder Tang's voice was suddenly sharp, like a drawn blade. "After all your years of cultivation, have you learned nothing? Talent is not everything." His rebuke silenced the surrounding murmurs. But the silence was fleeting. Soon, the whispers swelled again like a rising tide. "I've never seen a spiritual glow so weak. It's like a candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out at any moment. How could someone like him even ignite a spiritual flame?" The steward of 100 Flowers Valley cleared his throat, cutting through the chatter. "The rule is the rule. He made his choice, and the Crimson Blood Sect must take him." Then, a barely audible voice drifted from a corner. "But what about the Crimson Heart Gate?" At the mention of the Crimson Heart Gate, the air in the tent seemed to freeze solid. The buzzing chatter from moments before died abruptly. Every gaze in the room shifted, becoming guarded, as if dodging an unseen bolt of lightning. Pang Zhen's voice was like a stone smashing onto ice, heavy and unyielding. The rules are the rules. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd. If the Danshin sect has a problem, they can take it up with me themselves. He turned to the old man, Elder Tang, his tone leaving no room for argument. Elder Tang, you must take him. Lu Ye's talent may be lacking, but he is the Bishu sect's only chance for survival. Elder Tang's fingers clutched the cold jade tablet that belonged to Lu Yi, his knuckles turning white. After a long moment, he gave a slow, difficult nod. Lu Yi let out a long breath, his tense shoulders instantly slumping. He felt the ground beneath his feet grow solid once more. The worst that could have happened was losing this chance and walking away. It was no big deal, he told himself. The crowd didn't disperse. Everyone stood in place, waiting for the final verdict. A dead silence fell over the valley, broken only by the sound of the wind and the anxious pounding of hearts. But the sky overhead had suddenly become a flurry of activity. Figures shot through the air with a whistling sound, blurring into streaks of light. Like a swarm of startled hummingbirds, they zipped back and forth between the surrounding cliffs. Each time they passed, they kicked up a powerful gust of wind that tugged at the hem of Lu Ye's robes. Lu Yi looked up, sensing the astonishing energy radiating from them. He didn't know what was happening, only that it was a world beyond his reach. He lowered his head, his focus returning to his own fate. Hours later, the man with the handlebar mustache finally reappeared. He walked to the front of the crowd without a word, and every eye in the valley was fixed on him. He unfurled a scroll of parchment, which rustled softly in the wind. Then, his voice rang out, clear and cold, piercing the quiet. Jingqi sect, Shui Daiyuan. In the crowd, a stocky young man first went rigid, then let out a cry of pure elation, practically jumping for joy. His friends immediately swarmed him, slapping him hard on the back as a chorus of envious congratulations erupted around them. The man with the handlebar mustache seemed oblivious to the commotion, his face expressionless as he continued to read. Qingyu sect, Lu Tianyi. Dongpeng. His voice was like a machine, devoid of emotion, spitting out one name after another. Chimu Mountain, Zhao Wenlin, Tang Ni, Gao Rue. Fengyue Mountain. Every name that was called set off a small stir in the crowd. And with each one, the color drained a little more from the faces of those left waiting. The man with the handlebar mustache stood on a dais, his voice not loud, but his words were a sharp blade, effortlessly slicing through the crowd's buzzing din to pierce every ear. Golden Light sect, Wang Wu. The moment the name was spoken, a stifled cry of ecstasy erupted from the crowd. A scrawny youth clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. He didn't seem to feel it, his eyes locked on his own rough, calloused hands. A tear streaked down his soot-stained face, carving a clean gully. Freedom. The thought struck every person whose name was called like a bolt of lightning. They had been ants toiling at the bottom of the mining pits, but now they had a chance to climb the highest peaks. Lu Yi stood at the very back of the crowd, an unmoving stone in a boiling sea of people. Around him, some prayed silently, their lips moving. Others wrung their hands, their knuckles white with tension. But he simply listened, his breathing steady, as if none of this had anything to do with him. The list went on. The legendary sects, those said to stand on peaks above the clouds, sparingly chose only one or two. In contrast, the sects nestled in the valleys and forests opened their gates wide. One sect's name would be followed by a long list of disciples, the largest took on more than 20. 100 Blossom Valley, Yu Shaodai. The young girl's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, like ripe apples. Her bright eyes darted through the crowd, as if searching for someone to share her joy with. She found no one. The light in her eyes flickered for a moment. Then, she wrapped her arms tightly around herself, as if giving herself a hug. The list grew shorter. The air grew thick, each breath heavy as lead. The color drained from the faces of those still waiting, their hopeful gazes turning to ones of desperate pleading. Azure Mountain sect, Li Hu. The last syllable fell. The man with the handlebar mustache folded the paper in half. The crisp sound was like a heavy gate slamming shut. He surveyed the crowd, his voice grave. Those whose names were called, stay where you are. Your senior brothers will be here soon. Remember, once you enter a sect, you fight your way to the top. I hope that one day, some of you will stand where I stand. Dead silence. Then, a trembling voice tore through it. Senior brother, are there no more? A man stumbled forward, his voice cracking with a sob. All eyes fell on him, and on the dozen or so people behind him, their faces just as ashen. Hope, like water from a punctured wineskin, drained completely from their faces. A young girl could no longer hold it together. She sank to the ground, her shoulders racked with violent sobs. A low echo of stifled weeping began to spread through the crowd. The voice fell silent. It was as if an invisible wall had cleaved the crowd in two. On one side, ecstatic screams, on the other, stifled sobs. Louis stood at the center of the uproar, yet heard nothing. He had failed. The dust had settled. A breeze brushed his cheek, carrying a hint of chill. The feeling, it was almost like freedom. No sect meant no shackles. The world was vast. A man in his blade that was enough to forge his own path. What more, he had a secret. A faint, imperceptible warmth coiled in his chest, a source of power that was his alone. As he stood there, lost in thought, the man with the handlebar mustache who had announced the results abruptly lifted his head. His body went taut in an instant, like a wary leopard. The man's gaze shot past the crowd, piercing the shadows of a distant, ancient tree. There, where no one had been a moment before, stood a figure. An old man. The old man seemed to merge with the shadows of the tree, his presence as faint as a candle in the wind. But his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, locked firmly on Lu Yi. It was Elder Tang. He had been watching all along. He had seen the wild celebrations of the chosen and the chest-beating despair of the rejected. And then, he saw Lu Yi. The boy was like a reef in a storm, silent, serene, as if the chaos around him was of no concern. An image flashed through Elder Tang's mind. A dark mine, the damp air, and the boy's eyes, impossibly bright even in the depths of despair. 30 years. The gates of the Crimson Blood sect had remained sealed for 30 long years. Today, those gates had to open. It was not his wish, but the ironclad rule of a pact, a shackle he could not escape. Taking on a disciple of mediocre talent was perhaps the best option. He wouldn't draw any attention. Like a drop of water in the ocean, he would simply disappear. Elder Tang let out a long breath, which plumed into a white cloud in the cool air. Under the mustached man's searing gaze, he gave a slow, yet deliberate, nod. I'll take him for now. Later, I can send him off somewhere else to repay those old debts. At the signal, the taut line of the mustached man's shoulders instantly relaxed. A knowing smile spread across his lips. The man's gaze swept over the crowd before finally settling. Oh, right, he said, as if the thought had just struck him. There's one more sect. His voice suddenly dropped, like a stone plunging into water. The Bishua sect. Lu Yi. Lu Yi had been staring absently at a crack in the ground. The two words cracked like a whip by his ear, sending a jolt through him. He snapped his head up, his gaze cutting through the crowd and locking onto the man with the Fu Manchu mustache. Their eyes met. A mocking smile played on the man's lips. Congratulations, Lu Yi. He put a special emphasis on the E. Inside his sleeves, Lu Yi's fists clenched. The man clapped his hands and announced, "All right, that's the end of the list. All of you who weren't selected, follow me. Senior brother." Lu Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it cut cleanly through the surrounding clamor. The man turned back, one eyebrow raised. "Yes." Lu Yi pinned him with his gaze. "I'd like to know your name, senior brother, and your cultivation level." The man stroked his mustache and let out a low chuckle, one laced with a hint of danger. "What's this? Planning to get revenge?" Lu Yi's face was expressionless. "I wouldn't dare. I just want to carve this kindness you've shown me today into my heart." "Got guts." The man laughed, but the mirth didn't reach his eyes. "Then listen up. My name is Le Shan, from the Jingqi sect." He paused, and an invisible pressure radiated from him, heavy as humid air, making Lu Yi's breath catch in his throat. "As for my cultivation, 7th Order Yunhe realm. Did you get that?" The Jingqi sect again. Lu Yi nodded, his voice dry. "I'll remember." "Then you'd better train hard," Le Shan said as he turned away, drawing out the names syllable by syllable. Lu Yi. He led the rejected candidates away. They walked with their heads bowed, their footsteps a heavy, shuffling drag. Like a procession of soulless shadows, they soon disappeared at the end of the street. After that, cultivators from the other sects came, one by one, to lead away their new recruits. The crowd in the square quickly thinned. A girl named Yuxiaodai, just before being led away by a female cultivator, turned back to give him a wave. Her figure was quickly swallowed by the flow of people, disappearing from view. In less than an hour, the bustling square had fallen deathly silent. The wind blew across the empty space, rustling a few fallen leaves. The presence of nearly 100 people was gone without a trace. The air felt cold. Only Lu Yi remained, standing alone like a stone statue. The sun dipped low, painting the valley in warm shades of orange and red. The wind carried the distant clamor of men and horses, but the tightly sealed sect gate remained as still and silent as a stone. Lu Yi's patience was wearing thin. He found a sun-warmed rock, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Better to make another attempt than to waste time doing nothing. He turned his consciousness inward. His first spiritual aperture felt like a pond filled to the brim, the energy within it warm and full, even humming with a restless agitation. He carefully guided this energy, like a nascent stream, on another journey of exploration across the dark, unknown wilderness within his body. He was searching for the second spiritual aperture, that other, unseen wellspring. But the stream of energy in this body was too faint. It flowed through his meridians but couldn't illuminate the path ahead. Each search was like trying to find a lost needle in the pitch black of night. Yu Xiaodia's voice seemed to echo in his mind. When we first begin to cultivate, the energy in our bodies is like a thin mist, making it hard to sense the hidden nodes. You need greater power, a true river that can carve its own channel. Or you need a lamp to illuminate the darkness within him. That was why he wanted to join the sect. The guidance of a powerful cultivator, that was the lamp. But the lamp was nowhere in sight. Lu Yi took a deep breath, pinning all his hopes on luck. Like a desperate gambler, he took the energy he had so painstakingly gathered and, converting it into his final chip, shoved it all forward. The stream became a raging torrent, crashing recklessly through his body, washing over every inch of his flesh and vein. Night fell, and torches began to flicker to life throughout the valley. Lu Yi opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The rampaging energy was finally spent, receding into silence like the tide, leaving only a hollow exhaustion in its wake. Just as he'd thought, luck was never on his side. He could feel the warmth of food in his stomach and the lingering potency of the pill he'd taken earlier. They were slowly transforming into new qi and blood, bit by bit replenishing what he had just lost. Just then, a clamor of footsteps and the clang of metal shattered the valley's quiet. Lu Yi looked up to see squads of cultivators, torches in hand, massing in large numbers. The lights converged into a long, winding dragon of fire that, from its direction, seemed to be preparing for a withdrawal. A thought struck him. Steward Yang had roared with his dying breath that the vast Sky Alliance couldn't hold this place. They'd have to leave in a month or two at most. Looks like he was right. Lu Yi watched the dragon of fire and had a sudden thought. If Steward Yang had killed him that day and hidden in that secret passage, he might have actually survived long enough to escape with the retreating army. A piercing cry shattered the distant air. Lu Yi whipped his head around. He saw a man, a middle-aged man, suspended in mid-air as if held aloft by an unseen hand. A faint halo of light pulsed around him. He held out his hand, palm up. Something shot from his palm, a tiny dark speck. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes, trying to make out what it was. The next moment, he forgot to breathe. The tiny dark speck expanded furiously in the air, like a black balloon being inflated. It stretched and widened, and in the space of a few heartbeats, it transformed into a behemoth, casting a vast shadow. It was a ship, a colossal ship, hanging in the sky. The hull was three-tiered and nearly 300 meters long. It was black as ink, as if forged from obsidian, devouring the light around it. Its sleek lines radiated power, and sharp protrusions along its sides, like the exposed ribs of some ancient beast, emanated a silent threat. Lu Yi's mouth fell slightly agape, his throat suddenly dry. Then, a second ship appeared, and a third. They materialized out of thin air, silently taking over the sky. A booming voice erupted like a clap of thunder, echoing in all directions. Disciples of all sects board the ships. The moment the voice faded, The crowd already gathered on the ground erupted into a frenzy. Streaks of colored light shot up from the crowd like a meteor shower in reverse. Red, blue, gold hundreds. Thousands of them screamed through the air, surging toward the black behemoths in the sky and disappearing into their hulls. Louis's heart hammered in his chest, each beat like a sledgehammer. He had been in this world for a year. For a year, all he had known was, dirt and sweat. The people around him were mind slaves, struggling to survive in the dust, never knowing if they'd see another dawn. He knew there was supernatural power in this world, but he had never imagined it would manifest in such a magnificent, awe-inspiring way, exploding right before his eyes. It was beyond anything he could have imagined. It made him realize with stark clarity that this world, and the one from his memories, were fundamentally and utterly different. He tilted his head back, utterly captivated by the wondrous spectacle of light and colossal ships. Spectacular, isn't it? A voice suddenly spoke beside him. A voice spoke up beside him. Startled, Louis whipped his head around. An old man had appeared at his side without him noticing, stroking his graying beard. His gaze passed over Louis's shoulder, fixed on the sky. Several behemoths hovered beneath the clouds, casting vast shadows. A low hum vibrated through the air. Flying dragon ships, the old man said, his voice calm and powerful. For them, tearing down a city wall is easier than us eating a meal. It's rare to see them out. Louis's gaze fell on his face. It was the old man from the mines. Recognition dawned, and he immediately bowed low. Elder Tang. A faint smile touched Elder Tang's lips in acknowledgement. He lifted his chin. Time to go. Go where? Elder Tang pointed to the sky, his movement swift and certain. Aboard. Louis was rooted to the spot. But I have to wait for the people from the Crimson Blood sect. His voice trailed off. Mid-sentence, he snapped his head up, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. You're from the Crimson Blood sect? I had some business to attend to. Sorry to keep you waiting. Elder Tang said, his voice gentle. Louis's heart leaped. So it was true. He shook his head vigorously, his voice tight. No, it wasn't long at all. He secretly clenched his fists, his palms slick with sweat. The person who had come for him wasn't one of the young disciples he had imagined, but Elder Tang. And somehow, that felt better. Stay close. The words had barely left Elder Tang's lips when he pushed off lightly from the ground. Louis felt an invisible force grip his waist, lifting his feet from the ground in an instant. The wind howled in his ears as the ground rushed away below. He felt like a leaf caught in a gust, light and powerless, ascending with Elder Tang toward the colossal, sky-blotting ship. His feet landed softly on the solid deck with a dull thud. Without a backward glance, Elder Tang strode toward the deep shadows of the ship's cabin. Louis hurried to follow, his heart still pounding in his chest. The corridor was long and narrow, lined with closed cabin doors. Cultivators in the robes of various sects hurried past, brushing by them. But every single one, no matter how arrogant their bearing, would halt in their tracks the moment they recognized Elder Tang. They would rein in their aura and bow respectfully. Following behind, Louis was filled with confusion. The auras emanating from these people were potent, some like slumbering beasts, others like the sharp edge of a newly drawn blade. They were all clearly masters. But Elder Tang's aura, it was like a dry well. Bottomless, yet utterly still. Why could an old man from the lowest ranking of sects command such reverence? Was it simply because of his age? They walked to the end of the corridor, where a heavy wooden door blocked their path. Elder Tang did not reach out. He simply lifted his robed sleeve and gave it a gentle flick. His sleeve traced a silent arc through the air. On the door, faint cyan runes rippled outward like water, tracing an intricate array before silently fading away. The door slid open inward, without a sound. Louis followed him inside, pulling the door shut behind him. Click. The soft sound of the lock sealing shut cut them off from the world outside. Silence. The room was starkly empty. The phrase "for bare walls" would not have been an exaggeration. There was no bed, no table or chairs, only a round cushion woven from rushes lying silently in the center of the floor. A faint, dry scent filled the air, a mixture of old wood and hay. The sole adornment was a massive, circular porthole. The window was sealed with a transparent crystal. Outside, A churning sea of clouds unfolded like a silent, flowing tapestry, its majesty so profound it was almost startling. As Lu Yi stared, captivated, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. Elder Tang was already seated cross-legged on the cushion. He had made no sound, as if he had been there all along. Lu Yi's heart tightened. He quickly walked forward and seated himself properly across from the old man. The darkness of the mines flashed through his mind, along with its suffocating despair. But now, looking at the calm old man before him, a warmth welled up from the bottom of his heart. He was no longer alone. In this world, he now had a place to call home. No matter how humble this sanctuary was, with this old man here, it felt like he finally had roots. "My name is Tang Yifeng." The old man's voice rang out, like two dry stones grinding together, raspy, yet imbued with an undeniable power. He paused, his cloudy eyes looking straight at Lu Yi, sect master of the Crimson Blood sect, 10th in the line. Those last two words crashed down on Lu Yi's heart like a pair of sledgehammers. His breath caught in his throat. Sect master, the master of a sect. He had always believed he had joined a dying, ninth-rank sect on the verge of fading into obscurity. He had assumed the man before him was merely a venerable elder of that sect. It had never once crossed his mind that he would be facing the sect's king. A jolt went through Lu Yi. He could sense that this Elder Tang was a formidable figure, but he never imagined that this unfathomable presence belonged to the sect master of the Crimson Blood sect. He immediately drew a sharp breath and bowed low, his voice carrying a tremor he wasn't even aware of. "Disciple Lu Yi, I pay my respects, sect master." Elder Tang raised a hand, gesturing for him to rise. His voice was steady, yet it carried an unquestionable weight. "From this day forward, you are of the Crimson Blood sect." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "But we have our rules. For now, you are merely a probationary disciple. A name, and nothing more. If you want to become a true disciple, you must earn it. A trial awaits you. But not now." Elder Tang sized him up, as if appraising an unpolished weapon. "That little spark inside you is still too faint. A single gust of wind could snuff it out." Lu Yi listened in silence, every word searing itself into his mind. "I understand." Elder Tang's voice suddenly grew distant, as if echoing across 1,000 years. "Our home is Mount Ao. For 1,000 years, the roots of the Crimson Blood sect have been sunk deep into that land. Thousands upon thousands of disciples have walked forth from that place, only to spill their blood across these lands." His words held no numbers, yet they carried the epic scale of blood and fire. The mightiest among them could reverse the flow of rivers and crumble mountains to dust. As his voice faded, the stone chamber fell silent. The only sound was the crackle of the torch. Elder Tang's clouded gaze returned to Lu Yi. "Ask what you wish to know." Lu Yi hesitated, then finally voiced the question that had been swirling in his mind. "Sect master, during the assault on Evil Moon Valley, why didn't I see a single one of our senior brothers or sisters?" In the vast, empty courtyard, the only sound was the rustle of leaves swept up by the wind. Lu Yi surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the old man before him, there wasn't another soul in sight. He finally broke the silence, his voice ringing out with startling clarity. "Elder Tang, from the sect, are you the only one here to greet me?" Elder Tang brought a fist to his mouth and let out a dry, awkward cough. "Well, we here at the Crimson Blood sect are a bit short-handed." "So, you're saying," Lu Yi's tone was calm, matter of fact, "that there's almost no one left here." The lines on the old man's face seemed to deepen. He sighed, as if dropping a pretense. "You're not wrong. Then how many people are in the sect right now?" "Enough of that." Elder Tang cut him off, his tone brooking no argument. He took a step forward, fixing his gaze on Lu Yi. "Let's talk about your cultivation. Have you hit a bottleneck?" "I have." Lu Yi straightened up, his eyes bright. "I can feel a power inside me, like a dammed-up stream that has filled its first pool, but it can't find a new channel to flow into. The energy is just surging through my body with nowhere to go, and the pressure is unbearable." A gleam appeared in Elder Tang's cloudy eyes. He nodded slowly. "That means your spiritual core has awakened. What you need is a proper cultivation technique. Think of it as a map, to show that energy the next channel to follow. A technique, I think I have one." As he spoke, Lu Yi reached into his robes with a rustle of fabric. To Elder Tang's surprise, what he produced wasn't a scroll, but a cloth pouch stained with dark, dried blood. A storage pouch. Elder Tang's gaze sharpened instantly. His eyes flicked from the new storage pouch at Lu Ye's waist, then locked onto the old one in the young man's hand, the one that reeked faintly of blood. The air seemed to freeze. After a few moments, a flicker of understanding crossed the old man's cloudy eyes. The corner of his mouth pulled into a nearly invisible smirk, and a low chuckle rumbled deep in his throat. "You little fox." Lu Yi let out an awkward laugh, his hand rummaging inside Steward Yang's storage pouch. He pulled out a thread-bound book and gingerly presented it to Elder Tang. "Elder Tang, take a look at this, the Golden Cicada's secret art," he said, holding out the book. "I found it on that man from the Wicked Moon Valley. I'm just not sure if I can practice it." "A manual is a manual. Why wouldn't you be able to practice it?" Elder Tang took it casually, flicking the book open with his fingertips. "I'm just worried, what if it's some kind of dark art?" Lu Yi's words caught in his throat. A strange sound broke the silence of the cabin. It wasn't just noise, but a kind of moan. It was mixed with soft pants and muffled words, rising and falling as it echoed through the small space. Lu Yi's spine went rigid. The sound, it was the kind that got one's imagination running. If someone were to pass by outside, they'd think some kind of indecent scene was playing out in the cabin. Elder Tang, on the other hand, didn't close the book. Instead, he leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming. An amused smirk even played on his lips. The sounds grew clearer, more brazen. Lu Yi couldn't take it anymore. He cautiously leaned forward, his eyes falling on the open pages. One glance, and his breath hitched. On the page, a faint light seeped from Elder Tang's fingertips. The ink-washed figures, once static, had sprung to life. Light and shadow intertwined as they writhed and tangled on the paper. Those blush-inducing sounds were emanating directly from the living illustration. A buzzing filled his head. He'd grabbed the wrong one. There had been 3 books in Steward Yang's pouch. A sword manual, a cultivation manual, and this one. At the time, he'd only noticed the masterful brushwork and lifelike figures. He never imagined you needed to channel spiritual energy into it to unlock its secrets. While Lu Ye's mind was reeling, Elder Tang slammed the book shut with a loud snap. The images and sounds vanished instantly. A dead silence descended on the cabin again, somehow even more suffocating than before. The two of them stared at each other. The air itself seemed to freeze. Lu Yi swallowed hard, forcing out a few words. "Headmaster, this book." Elder Tang took the small booklet and flipped through a single page, his brow furrowing slightly. He said nothing, but the very air seemed to grow heavy. He snapped the book shut, his gaze stern as he looked at Lu Yi. "This is not something a boy your age should be reading. Sectmaster, you misunderstand." Lu Yi's face flushed crimson as he waved his hands frantically. "It's not mine. I took it off an enemy." Elder Tang stared into his eyes for a few seconds before his expression softened. He nodded. "I believe you. In that case, I'll take care of this." The words had barely left his mouth when the booklet vanished from his hand. Lu Yi hadn't even seen him move. It was as if the book had been snatched away by an unseen hand and dissolved into the very air. Lu Yi stared, dumbfounded. "Now, let me see that art of the Golden Cicada's freedom." Elder Tang's voice broke the silence. Lu Yi snapped out of his daze and quickly pulled another, even older-looking manual from his cloth sack, offering it respectfully with both hands. Elder Tang accepted the manual. His fingertips brushed lightly across the yellowed pages, making a faint, crisp rustle. He read with incredible speed, nodding after just a moment. A very basic cultivation method. If you were to master it, 27 points within your body would be lit, like lanterns." "Lit, like lanterns," Lu Yi repeated. The analogy made the meaning of opening the apertures click for him instantly. "Precisely," Elder Tang explained. "Imagine the human body is a vast, dark night sky, and within it lie 360 stars. These stars are your spiritual apertures. A cultivation method is the map that guides you to find and illuminate them." He held up the art of the Golden Cicada's freedom. "Methods vary in quality, just as maps vary in detail. The very best are called heaven grade. They can lead you to all 360 stars, making your entire inner cosmos blaze with light. A step below that are Earth grade, which can only illuminate half 180 stars. Then comes Mystic grade, lighting a mere 81, like a small constellation against the darkness. He tapped the old manual with his finger, his voice devoid of inflection. And this one of yours is the most basic of all, Yellow grade. It is the smallest map, capable of guiding you to only 27 stars. Maps like this are a dime a dozen. As Elder Tang finished speaking, Lu Yi's heart sank. He looked down at the manual he had once considered a priceless treasure. Suddenly, it felt heavy in his hands. It wasn't the weight of power, but the crushing weight of mediocrity. Lu Yi gazed at the thin booklet in his hand, the coarse texture of the paper rough against his fingertips. He let out a long breath, silently relieved. Good thing he hadn't treated it like some priceless treasure, or he would have made a complete fool of himself. A cultivation method is like a map. Elder Tang's voice was deep and steady. There are good maps and bad maps. A bad map can only lead you to the foot of the mountain, but a good one can guide you all the way to the summit. He paused, watching Lu Yi's pensive expression. That's why, even if someone with a good map is standing on the same mountainside as someone with a bad one, their perspectives and the paths ahead of them are completely different. So you mean the higher the grade of the cultivation method, the stronger one becomes, and the greater their future potential? Lu Yi asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Precisely. Elder Tang nodded in approval. But do you know what the key to all of this is? Please, enlighten me, Lu Yi said, his tone deeply respectful. Elder Tang didn't answer right away, as if searching for the simplest analogy. After a moment, he spoke. Imagine your body is a pitch-black night sky. Cultivation, then, is the act of lighting up your own stars in that sky, one by one. He paused, making sure Lu Yi was following. Do you know the 4 major realms of cultivation? Lingxi, Yunhe, Jinhu, and Shunhai. Lu Yi answered immediately. It was one of the few pieces of common cultivation knowledge he possessed. Correct. Then tell me, what is the Lingxi realm? Lu Yi thought for a moment, trying to use the analogy Elder Tang had just given him. When enough stars are lit, the energy inside the body can connect them, forming a line that flows in a cycle, like a small creek that's the Lingxi realm. Well said. A flicker of appreciation appeared in Elder Tang's eyes. So then, how many stars is enough? Lu Yi drew a blank. Elder Tang smiled faintly. He tapped a finger on the booklet in Lu Yi's hand, making a soft tap. With this map, once you light up 9 stars, the first creek of energy will form in your body. That is the first level of the Lingxi realm. 18 stars, and you reach the second level. 27, the third. Lu Yi's brow furrowed. He immediately saw the problem. But I've heard the Lingxi realm has 9 levels in total. That's right. There was a guiding quality to Elder Tang's voice. This map is of the lowest grade, so it can only help you find 27 stars at most. Your path ends at the 3rd level. A slightly better map can take you to the 6th level. A better one still will allow you to reach the 9th. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, then the best map, can it let someone cultivate to the 12th level? He had never heard of such a thing, and astonishment was written all over his face. Elder Tang smiled and slowly shook his head. No. He spoke the single word, his voice clear and firm. The best map still only goes to the 9th level. Lu Yi's brow nodded. How could this be? Elder Tang didn't answer directly. He extended a withered finger and tapped lightly in the air. A faint glimmer ignited at his fingertip, like a dim star. Imagine your body as a night sky. Elder Tang's voice was calm and clear, and a cultivation technique is the blueprint for lighting the stars within it. He paused, and the starlight at his fingertip hovered steadily. This golden cicada carefree art is a simple blueprint. It tells you that by lighting 9 of these stars, these spiritual apertures, you can connect the first line in your night sky. That line is the first order spirit creek realm. Lu Yi stared at the point of light, his breathing softening. The analogy made something click for him instantly. But Elder Tang's tone shifted. The light at his fingertips suddenly blazed, and more points of light ignited beside it, one after another. They swirled and intertwined, forming a small, intricate star chart. A superior blueprint, like a heaven-rank technique, doesn't rush you to connect the lines. It requires you to light 18, or even more, stars before reaching the same destination, forming a stable constellation. You tell me. Elder Tang looked at Lu Yi, his gaze sharp. A fragile line or a brilliant constellation, which is more powerful? Lu Yi's heart gave a heavy thud. He understood completely. So, the level of one's realm isn't the sole measure of their power. When a ninth-level cultivator with only a single line of light inside him faced a seventh-level cultivator who had already mapped out a sea of stars, the former's strength would seem like a candle in the wind to the latter. No wonder Elder Tang had said what he did. The rank of a cultivation technique determined the depth of one's foundation from the very beginning, deciding whether their future path would be a narrow trail or a vast sea of stars. A fire lit up in Lu Ye's eyes. Sect Master, if heaven-rank techniques are so incredible, why doesn't everyone practice them? Are these blueprints so hard to come by? No matter how good the blueprint, it all depends on the artist. Elder Tang withdrew his finger. All the points of light vanished in an instant, and stillness returned to the room. He smiled gently. Heaven-rank techniques are certainly rare, but with enough determination, there is always a way to obtain one. What truly limits a person is not the technique, but their own night sky, and how much starlight it can bear. The limits of the night sky. Lu Yi pressed, feeling as if he were on the verge of uncovering a much deeper secret. The old man slid a cup of hot tea in front of Lu Yi, the liquid making a crisp, clear sound as it filled the cup. A faint, bitter, herbal scent permeated the room. Imagine your body is a pitch-black night sky, the old man said, his voice even and strong. Those dormant spiritual apertures, they are the stars in that sky, waiting to be lit. He tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. Cultivation is the art of finding these stars, and then, with your will and your energy, lighting them one by one. Lu Yi watched the steam curl up from his cup, his expression thoughtful. So the more stars you light, the stronger you become? Yes and no. The old man shook his head. In the beginning, finding that first star in the endless dark, that's the hardest part. But the more stars you light, the more their glow illuminates the space around them, making it easier to find the next, and the next, until you've lit every star in your own corner of the sky. The old man's gaze grew distant. Everyone's night sky is different. Some have skies that can hold thousands upon thousands of stars, a personal galaxy of shimmering light. Others might only have a few hundred. That is their limit. He paused, a note of caution entering his voice. If your sky only has room for 100 stars, what good would a map to the entire universe be? You must walk the path one step at a time. I understand, Lu Yi said, his voice a little hoarse. That's why, for a novice like you, the simplest techniques are often the best, because it requires you to light the fewest stars. Clever boy. The old man nodded in approval. A yellow rank technique is like a smooth, level path. It only requires you to light 9 stars and connect them in a line. In that moment, the power of the stars will converge inside you, forming the very first trickle of energy. That is the spirit stream realm. He raised a finger, tracing a line in the empty air. But a heaven-rank technique, that's like a sheer cliff. It demands you light 18 stars from the very beginning, forming a complex constellation. Many people lose their footing and fall long before they reach the top. It's better to get that first stream flowing inside you. Even a weak current lets you feel your own strength, and that feeling is what will carry you forward. Do you understand? The old man picked up a yellowed book from the table. It was wrapped in coarse cloth, and he slid it gently across to Lu Yi. The cover was blank. Those geniuses, the ones from powerful clans, they might choose to scale the cliff directly. Their families will pave every step of the way, providing safety nets to ensure they don't fall. His gaze rested on Lu Yi, and in it was a flicker of pity, almost imperceptible, but it was overshadowed by gentle encouragement. But for people like us, he said slowly, it's enough to walk the humble path before us and make it our own. To find our own scenery. That is more than enough. Elder Tang watched him, his gaze profound, as if it could see straight into a man's heart. He didn't call attention to Lu Yi's unease, but simply began to speak slowly. Are you worried about the quality of the technique? His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in Lu Yi's ears like a great bell. Remember, a technique is just a blade. Whether it is used to save or to kill depends on the hand that wields it. Within our alliance, there are villains who wear a cloak of light. and among our enemies, there is no shortage of valiant souls who hold true to their convictions. Lu Yi bowed his head, his voice filled with reverence. I will remember. Elder Tang fell silent for a moment, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the young man. Your sect, they never taught you something so fundamental? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Ye's eyes, and he lowered his gaze. I was foolish when I was younger. I never took my elder's words to heart. The sharpness in Elder Tang's eyes softened into warmth. He gave a gentle smile. Let the past be the past. You're still young. There's more than enough time to start anew. He raised his hand, pointing one finger directly at Lu Ye's lower abdomen. The first energy core in your body is already like a lake filled to the brim. What we must do now is carve a new riverbed and guide out a second source of power. His voice suddenly became powerful. Quiet your mind and focus on the feeling. Lu Yi instantly straightened his back, his breathing slowing to a crawl. The instant the finger touched his abdomen, a warm current flooded in. The power wasn't violent. It moved like a tamed serpent, sliding with precision deep inside him. The current swirled once within his lake of energy before striking against a solid barrier. There it is. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. That was the barrier he had searched for so desperately, yet had never been able to touch. He had always thought of it as an unshakable mountain of ice, something that would take him a lifetime to melt away on his own. But now, Elder Tang's finger was like the sun, and that unyielding ice was beginning to splinter and crack. So this was what it felt like to have someone guide the way. Elder Tang's finger pressed against the center of Lu Ye's back. His voice was steady, like a stone dropped into a deep pool. The second point of light is right here. Feel it. His voice seemed to carry a magical force, resonating directly in Lu Ye's mind. Now, guide your power. Reach out and touch it. Lu Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A warm current flowed from the source within him, a docile snake exploring cautiously forward. Soon, it reached the spot Elder Tang had indicated, but it met an invisible wall, unyielding and cold. The warm current surged against it again and again, but the wall didn't budge. Do you feel it? Elder Tang's voice sounded again. Each point of light is like a seed sealed in solid ice. That ice is the barrier. He paused, his tone growing serious. Remember, you can only break this ice with your own strength. My power can guide you, but it cannot break the barrier for you. To force it open would only destroy the seed. Something stirred in Lu Yi's mind. A faint, crisp sound, as if echoing from the depths of a distant memory. Crack. He remembered. When the source within him was first ignited, there had been a similar sound. So that was the sound of a barrier shattering. Elder Tang's finger didn't move. The gentle power continued to travel through Lu Yi's body like a glowing thread, illuminating 8 more dim coordinates in different locations. After a moment, Elder Tang withdrew his hand. I have marked the locations of the next 8 points for you, he said slowly. Each time you break through one, the next will become clear. When all 9 points are connected, your power will flow like a true stream, endless and unstoppable. Thank you, Headmaster. Lu Yi opened his eyes and bowed deeply. A faint smile touched Elder Tang's face. He patted Lu Yi's shoulder. Go and experience it for yourself. We still have a long way to go. Yes, sir. Lu Yi nodded. He didn't rise. Instead, he settled himself cross-legged right where he was and closed his eyes. The sect leader was right in front of him, the best guardian he could ask for. He took a deep breath, gathering the warm current within him into a sharp, piercing point. Then, he thrust it violently into the unknown darkness deep inside his body. Thud! A muffled impact echoed within him. The invisible barrier was like a thick ox hide drum. It trembled slightly and dispersed all of the force. Lu Yi was undaunted. He gathered his energy once more. Thud! Thud! Then came another strike and another. Each impact was like a steel needle striking the exact same point with perfect precision. The sharp pain soon gave way to a persistent, aching numbness, as if the very flesh there was about to lose all feeling. Under the constant assault, the warm current of energy within him dwindled from a stream to a mere trickle. He didn't know how much time had passed. When the last of his energy was spent, a shudder ran through Lu Yi's body, and his eyes snapped open. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead, and his breathing came in ragged gasps. He pulled a small porcelain vial from the pouch at his waist, shook out 2 scarlet pills, and was about to pop them into his mouth. Wait. Elder Tang's voice was low, laced with an authority that could not be questioned. Lu Yi froze, his hand hovering in midair. He looked up to see Elder Tang's deeply furrowed brow, and his heart sank. Sect leader, is there something wrong with these pills? Elder Tang's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on the pills in his palm. You've been using these to restore your energy? Someone from Wicked Moon Valley gave them to me. They called them blood chi pills. Blood chi pills. Elder Tang scoffed. Is that what they told you they were? Lu Yi was stunned. He could clearly feel it. Every time he took one, a warm current would surge through his body, rapidly dispelling his exhaustion. If that wasn't replenishing his blood and chi, what was? He asked hesitantly. They aren't. Elder Tang's knuckles were gnarled, like withered tree roots. He snatched the storage pouch and dumped its contents onto the table with a clatter. A pile of vials and jars rolled and scattered across the surface. Ignoring the rest, he used 2 fingers to deftly pluck a single white porcelain vial from the pile and slid it in front of Lu Yi. This, he said, his voice raspy like sandpaper on wood, is a real blood chi pill. Lu Yi picked up the vial and uncorked it. A faint scent of blood, mingled with the fresh fragrance of herbs, washed over him. He tipped a pill into his palm. It was crimson, perfectly round, and a faint luster shimmered across its surface. His gaze slowly shifted to the vial he had been taking. Then, what have I been taking? His voice was strained. Slag. Elder Tang snorted, mocking his ignorance. Pill refining is like forging iron, not every attempt succeeds. This stuff is the burnt scrap metal left over. He snatched Lu Yi's vial and yanked out the cork. A pungent, acrid smell exploded from the opening, like charred wood. With a flick of his wrist, a black, irregularly shaped glob plopped onto the table, still giving off a wisp of smoke. Lu Yi's stomach churned violently. So that bitter, pasty taste that made his throat tighten every time he swallowed it wasn't the pill's true flavor. All this time, he'd been swallowing garbage. Why would those people from Evil Moon Valley carry this junk around? Elder Tang frowned, his face a mask of disgust. It's for us, Lu Yi's voice dropped. For the people in the mines, to trade for contribution points. The disdain in Elder Tang's eyes softened into understanding. He distastefully pinched the piece of slag between 2 fingers and tossed it aside. Don't touch it again. This stuff will ruin you. A chill crawled up Lu Yi's spine. Ruin me? How? Every medicinal pill leaves behind trace impurities in your body, difficult to purge. We call it pill poison. Elder Tang's voice grew stern. It's like how even a clean river carries silt. A high-quality pill has very little. But this burnt slag is nothing but a lump of toxic sludge. He extended a finger and drew a line on the table, representing an energy channel in the body. This sludge will clog your riverbeds, making your power sluggish and murky. With every punch you throw, you'll feel an unseen resistance. He tapped the table sharply, as if the blow had landed on Lu Yi's own heart. As the sludge builds up, it will eventually block the river completely. It will even start to crack and rot the riverbed itself. When that happens, you'll be permanently crippled. The headmaster's words struck Lu Yi like a shard of ice. His throat went dry, 200 to 300 of them. The pill dregs he had swallowed felt like a cache of explosives buried inside him, ready to detonate. He swallowed hard, his voice strained. Headmaster, is there some kind of standard? How can I tell how much of this toxin has built up inside me? The old man's voice was as serene as a deep well. By the energy within you. Think of it as a river. He paused, tracing an invisible path in the air with his finger. Pure energy flows swift and clear. But energy tainted by the impurities from pills becomes murky and viscous, like sludge clogging a riverbed. That blockage will slow everything down. It can even destroy your very foundation. The old man's profound gaze settled on Lu Yi. A moment ago, my own power flowed through you. Your river is clean, and it flows fast. So rest easy. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat, not out of relief, but from a deeper confusion. Clean? He knew better than anyone how much silt had been dumped into that river. This elder's presence was as solid as a mountain. His just sitting there seemed to make the very air in the room stand still. A man of his caliber could not possibly be mistaken, which meant there was only one conclusion. There was truly nothing wrong with his body. But why? A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. The tree. The ancient tree rooted in the deepest core of his being, its leaves and branches covered in mysterious patterns. It wasn't just a vessel for storing those patterns, it was doing something else. It was purifying him. A silent filter, sifting clean all the silt that flowed into his body. This secret was more important than his own life. He could never reveal it. Louis suppressed the storm raging in his heart and forced a look of earnest curiosity onto his face. Headmaster, what if, hypothetically, someone's energy did become tainted and murky? Could they be saved? The old man let out a soft sigh, his voice tinged with a cautionary tone. The only way is to stop. You stop taking in any new energy. Then, with your own body and will, you slowly, painstakingly, burn away the impurities, letting them settle and dissipate. The process can take years, decades even. He looked at Lu Yi, his expression turning exceptionally grave. It will steal the most precious thing you have, time. The old man tapped his finger on the table, a soft, rhythmic tap, tap. Think of these elixirs as firewood, he said, his voice slow and clear. A small fire can keep you warm, but a wildfire will only burn you to ash. The key to power is control. Louis lowered his head. I'll remember that. Good. The old man nodded, his gaze falling on the other vial by the young man's hand. Your body is like a newly tilled field. Its foundation is still weak. Nourishing it with elixirs is the right idea, but you're using the wrong water. He pointed to Lu Ye's vial. The qi and blood pill is for mending the dikes. It makes you stronger, but what you need right now is the river that waters the field itself. A faint blush colored Lu Ye's cheeks. I couldn't tell which was which. Huh. The old man let out a dry chuckle, like the rustle of dead leaves. He pushed a plain, white porcelain vial across the table to Lu Yi. This is a spirit-nourishing pill. The energy within is like a gentle stream, just enough to water your little field without washing anything away. Lu Yi uncorked the vial and tipped a single pill into his palm. It was a pale, bluish green, like a pebble smoothed by 1,000 years in a stream. It was cool to the touch and carried the scent of fresh grass after a rain. With a nod from the old man, he hesitated no longer. He placed the cool pill in his mouth, closed his eyes, and drew a deep breath. It dissolved the instant it touched his tongue. Don't let it run wild. The old man's voice was in his ear, low and powerful. Think of it as a current of water. You must carve a channel for it, guide it where it needs to go. Otherwise, it will just become a useless pool of mud and clog your pathways. Louis did as he was told. A warmth blossomed deep in his abdomen, like molten iron searing, but not painful. He focused his entire will, carefully guiding the flow. At first, the power was unruly, but under his command, it gradually grew tame. He could clearly see the bright current of energy as it was slowly channeled into the depths of his dantian, feeding the small, long-dormant vortex within. He could feel it. The well within him, once nearly dry, was now being slowly filled by a clear spring. This warm current was pure and gentle, a stark contrast to the murky dregs of the herbs he had refined before. The energy from those dregs had been a muddy torrent, turbid and sluggish. But the energy released by this pill was a crystal-clear stream, flowing joyfully through his body. He savored the sensation greedily. Power surged through him, and his body sang. So this, he thought, is true cultivation. Time flowed by as he sat in meditation. Soon, the well known as the source aperture was full, and the clear spring began to overflow, becoming a restless tide that crashed against an unseen barrier. Louis focused his spirit, guiding the churning current. He gathered all his power into a single point and slammed it against the unyielding wall. Once, and again. With each impact, his body trembled. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead and fell onto the cold stone slab with a faint tap. Just as he felt his strength about to give out, a faint crack echoed not in his ears, but from the very depths of his being. The barrier shattered. The obstruction vanished. The rushing spiritual energy, having found its release, flooded into a new, empty expanse. The second spiritual aperture breached. An indescribable sense of relief washed over him, spreading to every limb. Louis couldn't help but let out a long, slow breath. He felt like a traveler who, after days of trekking through a barren desert, had finally found a cool spring and could drink his fill. A short while later, the last wisp of warmth from the pill fully merged with his body. Lu Yi opened his eyes. The brazier in the room had grown dim, leaving only a few glowing red embers. A smile of excitement touched his lips. He turned to share the good news with the headmaster. But he was alone. The headmaster was gone. Lu Yi's excitement didn't fade. He knew a man like the headmaster couldn't watch over him forever. The old man had already shown him the path. Within his perception, he could sense several more dim points of light, waiting to be kindled. His task now was to use his spiritual energy to link these points, one by one, until they flowed together as a true river. Only then would he have truly crossed the threshold of cultivation. He had another theory to test. Without pausing, Lu Yi tipped another pill from the vial. It was cool and smooth on his tongue before dissolving into a new wave of heat that surged through him. He immediately closed his eyes and began to guide the new flow of energy. This time, there was no barrier to break. He needed only to channel the energy, pouring it steadily into the newly opened aperture. Day turned to night, and night to day. When the energy from the sixth pill was fully absorbed, the second spiritual spring within him was finally full. It resonated with the first, clear and serene. Lu Yi sucked in a sharp breath, his heart pounding like a drum. More than a dozen days. 2 days. For the same barrier, the time from its initial opening to full capacity had been cut by more than sevenfold. He could feel it clearly, a warm current spreading from the pill, coursing through him like a clear stream, cleansing everything in its path. This power was 100-fold purer than the murky energy he'd absorbed from the medicinal dregs in the mine. Yu Xiaodia's worried face flashed through his mind. Her words echoed in his ears like the wind. It took me more than 20 days, and that was even with a pill from a senior brother in Evil Moon Valley. More than 20 days. 2 days. A thought pierced his mind like an icy needle. My speed isn't normal. He vaguely sensed that after the pill's energy entered his body, it passed through an invisible filter, one that originated from the very depths of his soul. He could see it, the mysterious sapling, standing silently in the darkness, emitting a faint glow. It has to be the sapling. Whatever it was, right now, it was granting him a rebirth. Grumble. A thunderous roar erupted from his stomach. The energy consumed by his cultivation had unleashed a ravenous hunger, a beast clawing at the walls of his stomach. He felt like he could devour an entire sheep like a starved wolf. He fumbled in Zhou Cheng's storage pouch and pulled out a few strips of tough jerky, washing them down with gulps of water from his flask. With food and water in his belly, the burning hunger finally subsided. A new strength began to rise from his core. He closed his eyes, sinking once more into the darkness of his inner self. Half a day later, a sharp crack echoed in his consciousness. The third barrier shattered. Another 2 days passed. By the time the power of the sixth spirit gathering pill was completely drained, the third spiritual aperture was filled to the brim. He could feel it, taut and full like a drumskin stretched to its limit, ready to unleash astonishing power at any moment. He had wanted to press on, to ride the momentum and charge the next barrier. But the moment his focus slackened, an irresistible, bone-deep exhaustion surged up from his marrow, washing over him like a tidal wave. He barely had time to pull his bedroll from the storage pouch before his head hit it, and the world went black. Awake! A gentle voice sounded by his ear. Lu Yi opened his eyes to see the smiling face of the headmaster hovering over him. He sat up with a start, rubbing his eyes and slapping his own cheeks to clear the fog from his mind. "Headmaster, get ready," the headmaster said, his voice cheerful. "We're here." A slight tremor ran through the hall, a reminder to Lu Yi that this leg of his journey was coming to an end. He folded the stiff bedroll and stuffed it into a burlap sack. He straightened his collar, brushed the dust from his shoulders, and followed the headmaster out of the cramped cabin. The wind on deck was cold and bracing. A man was already waiting for them. He stood like a mountain, his shadow nearly enveloping Lu Yi. His jaw was set like iron, and his gaze was so sharp it felt like it could pierce a man's soul. Lu Yi noticed his thick knuckles and the heavy calluses on the web of his hand, the mark of one who had spent a lifetime gripping a weapon. There was no scent of ink on this man, only the reek of iron and blood. The headmaster stepped forward, speaking to the man in hushed tones. Lu Yi couldn't make out the words, but he saw the man nod from time to time, his hawk-like gaze never leaving him. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out, striking Lu Yi like a physical blow. "You're lucky the Crimson Blood sect took you in." His voice was deep and resonant, each word landing like a stone. "Don't disgrace it." "Sir." Lu Yi bowed his head and answered in a low, firm voice. The headmaster cupped his fist in a salute. "Then we shall take our leave." "Go on," the man said, extending a hand in a gesture of dismissal. With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized wooden carving appeared in the headmaster's palm. He tossed it casually, and the carving traced an arc through the air. Thump! The carving hit the deck and erupted in a soft burst of white light. When the light faded, a magnificent carriage stood on the deck. The two horses pulling it were pure white, like living sculptures of ice. They pawed impatiently at the deck, snorting plumes of white steam. Before Lu Yi could even marvel at the sight, he felt an invisible force lift him. His body went light, his feet leaving the deck. An instant later, he landed softly inside the plush carriage. "Open the barrier!" The man's thunderous roar echoed across the deck. The invisible shield around the airship rippled like the surface of water, then tore open to form a massive gap. A gale instantly flooded in with a beast-like roar, whipping everyone's robes back. Through the carriage window, Lu Yi saw the headmaster and the man exchange one final salute. "Hiya!" The two white steeds reared back and let out a piercing cry that seemed to tear at the clouds. Rings of white flame erupted from beneath their hooves, launching the carriage forward like a cannonball through the gap in the shield. Behind them, the airship shrank rapidly in his vision, quickly becoming a mere speck. On the deck, the mountain of a man stood motionless until the carriage had vanished, a final glimmer of light on the horizon. He turned slowly, the authority on his face hardening into an icy killing intent. He strode across the deck, his boots thudding heavily against the wood. "That useless piece of trash, Pang Dahai," he commanded without turning his head, his voice devoid of all warmth. "Drag him to me." "Sir," a voice answered on the wind. Several cultivators bowed to receive their orders, the corners of their mouths curling in unison into cruel smiles. They didn't care what mistake junior brother Pang had made again, all they knew was that this time, he was in for a world of pain. The two-wheeled chariot glided smoothly through the clouds, without the slightest jolt. Lu Yi could barely take it all in. He reached out to touch the swirling clouds beside him, but his fingertips passed through nothing but empty air. Fierce winds should have been howling into the open-air carriage, but an invisible barrier gently held them at bay. His gaze finally settled on the two magnificent steeds pulling the chariot. Their muscles rippled with power, their manes flowed elegantly, and every step they took was silent yet forceful. Lu Yi stood and walked cautiously to the edge of the chariot, reaching a hand toward the hindquarters of one of the steeds. There was none of the warmth or give he'd expected. Instead, his fingertips met the ice-cold hardness of metal, like touching a block of millennia-old frost steel. He realized with a jolt that these two magnificent steeds had no trace of life about them. Their eyes were two orbs of deep black crystal, yet they seemed to shimmer with a light that belonged only to the living. He looked up and saw a massive canopy suspended above the carriage. The canopy rotated slowly, sending down a cascading waterfall of light. It was this shimmering curtain that shielded them from the harshness of the open sky. "The masterpiece of an artificer," a gentle voice said from behind him. Lu Yi turned to see the headmaster watching him with a smile. Artificer. The term was new to him. They are people who create miracles not by cultivating their spiritual core, but with their own two hands. The headmaster's voice held a note of admiration. "You'll have the chance to meet them someday." Lu Yi nodded, not pressing the matter further. He returned to his seat, his heart hammering in his chest with excitement. Ships that flew through the heavens, living horses forged from steel. This world was like a magnificent scroll, slowly unfurling just a corner of itself before his eyes. He knew that if he kept growing stronger, he would one day be able to see the entire masterpiece. The carriage was spacious, as vast as the boundless world now unfolding before him. The wheels crunched over the gravel, the carriage lurching with a dull thud. Lu Yi didn't sit beside the sectmaster. He chose the carriage floor, facing the old man, an unspoken gesture of respect. "How goes your cultivation?" The sect master's voice came, as placid as a deep well. "Smoothly," Lu Yi replied. He could feel a new power surging within him. What he didn't say was that, in just a few days, he had consumed over a dozen spirit-gathering pills as if they were candy. 3 new energy channels had been forced open inside him, like new tributaries carved into a dry riverbed. The power flowed through him, pure and swift. The sect master had warned that the toxins from the pills would accumulate, making one's energy turbid and sluggish. But as Lu Yi carefully sensed his own power, he found not a single trace of impurity. Perhaps the time just hadn't come yet. He opened his mouth, wanting to confess everything, but the words caught in his throat. In that moment of hesitation, the sect master seemed to see right through him. "Of the 6 paths of cultivation," he asked, "which do you intend to walk?" 6 paths. The question was vast, like an unknown ocean suddenly stretching out before him. Lu Yi felt like a small boat that had yet to even raise its sails. He could only turn to the lighthouse before him. "Sect master, what do you think?" The old man stroked his long beard, his gaze sharp, as if it could pierce through Lu Ye's very bones and blood. "Your constitution isn't robust enough for the path of shattering mountains with your bare flesh. The energy within you carries the searing heat of fire and the cutting edge of metal, which makes you unsuited for the ways of the healer or the spirit tamer." He paused, his voice growing clearer. "Therefore, only 3 paths lie before you: the path of arms, the path of arts, and the path of artifacts. However, the methods of the artifacts path are more akin to auxiliary skills that all cultivators dabble in, rather than a primary focus." Lu Ye's heart began to beat a little faster. He seized on the main point. "So you're saying that this disciple can only choose between the path of arms and the path of arts?" "You could say that." "And you?" Lu Yi looked up, an irrepressible curiosity shining in his eyes. "Sect master, which path did you walk?" Elder Tang's gentle voice sounded in Lu Ye's ear. "My path is to focus the power of heaven and earth into my fingertips. But your path is one you must find for yourself." He held out a finger, a faint glimmer of light coiling around its tip. "Feel it with your—" The words had barely left his lips. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted beside him, shocking his mind into a white void. A terrifying shockwave sent him flying as a searing wave of heat, reeking of scorched wood, washed over his face. The world tilted and spun. He forced his eyes open, only to see a massive fireball churning in midair. Burning debris rained down from the sky. On one splintered plank, he saw a familiar emblem: "Our carriage." The realization struck him like an ice pick to the brain. A firm hand gripped his shoulder, shielding him. Only then did Lu Yi realize he was floating in mid-air, enveloped in a warm barrier of light that held the raging winds at bay. "The headmaster." Elder Tang's voice was no longer gentle, but as cold as ice. Shielding Lu Yi with one hand, his hawk-like gaze swept the ground below. His white hair and robes whipped in the wind, the sheer pressure emanating from him seeming to freeze the very air. An ambush. Lu Yi's heart hammered against his ribs. The meager power within him was nothing but a speck of dust in the wind before such a cataclysmic attack. All he could do was clutch the headmaster's sleeve for dear life, forgetting even to breathe. Suddenly, the hill below them erupted. A pillar of earthen yellow light tore through the sky, hurtling toward them with an aura of utter destruction. The air itself shrieked in its wake. Elder Tang remained perfectly still, his gaze glacial. He simply raised his free hand and made a sweeping gesture in the air before him. VMM. A translucent, circular shield of light materialized in front of him. On its surface, countless ancient runes swam like tiny golden fish, forming an impenetrable barrier. The next instant, crunch, a deep, muffled roar, like a collapsing mountain. The earthen yellow pillar of light slammed into the shield. Lu Yi felt the entire world shudder. The shield trembled violently, ripples spreading across its surface, yet it held as unyielding as a mountain. However, the destructive beam did not dissipate. Instead, like a flood bursting its banks, it crashed against their barrier with relentless fury. The piercing screech of friction threatened to tear his eardrums apart. The headmaster's eyes shot wide, veins throbbing on his forehead. He thrust one hand forward, a shimmering barrier of light hovering before his palm. The barrier hummed, straining against a blinding yellow beam. The air warped and shuddered from the collision of energies. Lu Yi held his breath. He had never witnessed anything like it. This was no mortal squabble. This was a battlefield of gods. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the side. Boom! Lu Yi whipped his head around. A mountain of a man shot into the sky, the hillock beneath his feet shattering on impact, sending dirt and rock flying. The man was wreathed in a blood-red mist, a fiend bursting forth from hell. He radiated a scorching heat and killing intent as he charged straight for the headmaster. An opening. The headmaster was focused entirely on deflecting the yellow beam, leaving him exposed. The man moved like a crimson bolt of lightning, closing the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The headmaster didn't even spare him a glance. He simply twisted his wrist. The surface of the light shield tilted at a minuscule angle, instantly becoming as smooth as a mirror. TSSSS. The lethal yellow beam struck the mirrored surface. It didn't explode. Instead, it slid off, perfectly deflected. The beam's trajectory shifted, redirecting like a refracted blade straight toward the charging giant. The giant's pupils contracted. He never saw it coming. There was no escape. He let out a guttural roar, crossing his arms to shield his chest. The next instant, the yellow light consumed him. The impact sent a shudder through his massive frame, and his muscles sizzled like meat on a grill. The stench of burnt flesh filled the air. Brilliant, Lu Yi blurted out, unable to help himself. The move was simple, deadly, elegant, but the excitement on his face froze in an instant. An icy chill shot up his spine without warning. Something was wrong. He heard the headmaster let out a short, choked grunt. A drop of warm liquid spattered across his cheek. He smelled the thick, coppery tang of blood. The world began to spin. Lu Yi staggered, catching himself before he fell. He looked down. Protruding from the headmaster's chest, from a place he couldn't have seen, was the tip of a dagger. A black tip, dripping with crimson blood. Across the headmaster's abdomen, a gash had been torn open, at least an arm's length long. Along the edges of the raw flesh, tendrils of eerie green energy writhed like venomous worms, corroding his body. Lu Yi's breath caught in his throat. When? Who had done this to him? Before the thought could even finish, an immense force enveloped him. The headmaster, with Lu Yi in tow, transformed into a streak of light and shot deep into the forest. The wind shrieked past his ears, sharp as a blade. But the shield of energy surrounding Lu Yi was warm and steady. He finally got a clear look at their pursuers. 2 of them. No, 3. The most conspicuous was a mountain of a man, rippling with knotted muscle, his every step making the ground tremble. Beside him was a skeletally thin man, a blinding yellow light flashing between his hands as he unleashed a constant barrage of energy bolts that zipped past like irritating insects. With a wave of his hand, the headmaster shattered the bolts of light. But the real threat was behind them. It was a shadow, fading in and out of view like a wisp of smoke. From its slender silhouette, it had to be a woman. She made no sound. With every flicker of movement, she closed the distance, silent and unseen. The chilling killing intent felt like a blade pressed against his spine. The headmaster dropped suddenly, dodging another volley of energy bolts. His breathing grew ragged. The wound in his abdomen was clearly slowing him down. Lu Yi's heart sank. He understood. This was a trap. The thin man was a distraction, harassing them with his spells. The mountain of a man drew their attention head-on. But the wraith-like woman, she was the true dagger. The gash on the headmaster's side was her handiwork. They had almost succeeded, but they had underestimated the headmaster's power. Even grievously wounded, he had managed to break out of their death trap, all while carrying someone. But now, they were slowly being overtaken. If the headmaster were alone, he might have escaped already. Lu Yi had felled it in the instant they fled, the headmaster crushing something in his hand. A signal had been sent. Reinforcements were on the way. The question was, could they hold out that long? The fierce wind cut across Lu Yi's face like a blade. With every dodge, the headmaster's breath grew heavier. A pillar of ochre light seared past his shoulder, and the cliff face 100 meters behind them erupted, showering down a rain of shattered rock. He had to shield the boy in his arms. It kept him from fighting at full strength, let alone escaping. The stench of death hung heavy in the air. In another 10 breaths, they would be completely surrounded. Then, the shockwaves from the battle would instantly tear Lu Yi to shreds. The headmaster's eyes hardened, a final, all-or-nothing resolve forming in his mind. Lu Yi, he roared over the wind. Have you ever heard of the Spirit Creek battlefield? No. Lu Yi shouted back, completely baffled as to why the headmaster would ask such a thing at the brink of life and death. You haven't. Then this will have to do. The headmaster's voice was laced with a tragic resolve. With one hand, he drew a cold jade slip from within his robes and pressed it fiercely to his forehead. The jade slip flared with a soft glow, then instantly went dark. Next, he produced a heavy, great seal. It was a perfect square, carved from some unknown white jade, its surface shimmering with a visible aura of power. Tang Yifeng of the Crimson Blood Sect calls upon the heavenly Tao, he roared, the voice seeming to rumble up from the depths of his chest. I hereby induct Lu Yi of Bing Province as my personal disciple. Let heaven and earth bear witness. The words had barely left his lips when he bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, spewing a mouthful of hot blood onto the seal. TSSSSS. As if doused in boiling oil, the white jade seal erupted in a blinding flash. An invisible pressure descended from the heavens, so immense it made the very air turn thick and viscous. Your hand, the headmaster commanded. Lu Yi instinctively held out his hand. The headmaster lifted the searing hot seal and brought it down hard on the back of his hand. Boom. Lu Yi's mind roared as if struck by a giant hammer. A searing, white-hot energy flooded his body, feeling like a brand being pressed directly to his bones. His vision went black, and the agony nearly made him pass out. Live, the headmaster's voice exploded in his ear like a final will. Someone will find you. Something cold and hard was thrust into his chest. At that moment, the pursuers behind them sensed the anomaly. The gaunt man's attacks became even more frenzied. Lances of light screamed through the air, sealing off the headmaster's every escape route. A fatal opening had appeared. The woman, who had been lying in wait in the shadows, drifted forward like a weightless specter. She closed in on the headmaster's back without a sound, the poisoned dagger in her hand flashing with a venomous green light. The sect leader plummeted like a meteor. Boom! He crashed into a desolate wilderness, and the ground shuddered. The wild grass here grew taller than a man, but he showed no hesitation. He forged a path with firm steps, as if he could walk it with his eyes closed. Deep within the overgrown grass, a dilapidated stone temple stood in silence. With a sweep of his great sleeve, an invisible force swept out, instantly flattening and shredding the tall weeds to reveal the temple's weathered entrance. At the sight of the temple, the gaunt man among the pursuers felt his pupils constrict. Damn it! Stop him, he yelled, his voice a rasp. The trio, as calm as hunters just a moment before, instantly lost their composure. The man's fingers became a blur, crackling sparks erupting in the air as scorching sigils of light hurtled forth. Beside him, the mountain of a man let out a roar. The ground shook with his every step as he charged forward like a rampaging beast. Meanwhile, the woman's figure dissolved into a ghostly blur, silently flanking him from the side. 3 deadly attacks, from 3 different directions, instantly sealed off all paths of retreat. But the sect leader didn't even spare them a glance. With a flick of his wrist, several small black flags materialized in his palm. Go, he ordered softly. The flags transformed into streaks of black light, shooting out in all directions before vanishing into thin air. Rise! With another low shout from the sect leader, a torrent of immense power erupted from his body. The ground began to hum as a translucent golden barrier shot up from the earth. It formed a dome, like a giant inverted bowl, enveloping the entire temple. Countless intricate runes swirled across its surface like living creatures, emitting an ancient and powerful aura. Boom, boom, boom. The gaunt man's sigils of light slammed into the barrier one after another, exploding in blinding bursts of sparks. Thud! The massive man slammed his shoulder into it. The entire barrier let out a deep boom and shuddered violently, and several runes on its surface instantly dimmed. At that moment, the ghostly blur finally solidified. The woman's face and hands were covered in twisted, blood-red tattoos, making her look less than human. She clutched a serpentine dagger that shimmered with an ominous green light. Screech. The dagger sliced across the barrier, emitting a sharp, grating sound that set the teeth on edge. Entire sections of golden runes shattered and went dark. It's a formation. The gaunt man's face was ashen. The intel said nothing about him knowing this. 3 breaths, the massive man boomed. It'll break in 3 breaths. Boom. With a deafening crash, the energy shield exploded. The hulking man burst in, treading on shattered stone. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling like an iron barrel. He threw a punch, the motion deceptively slow, yet it carried the crushing weight of a collapsing mountain. The air warped around his fist, his entire arm a knot of bulging muscle, with thick veins coiling around it like serpents. Inside the Grand Hall, the Grand Master was heedless of the death closing in behind him. He seized Lu Yi's arm and shoved him toward the center of the hall. A crystal pillar stood there, as tall as a man and as thick as a barrel, with what looked like liquid light swirling slowly within. Put your hand on it. Pour your power inside. The Grand Master's voice was sharp and forceful, like the beat of a war drum. Lu Yi didn't hesitate for a second. He trusted this man. The moment his palm touched the crystal pillar, a bone-chilling cold shot through him. He did as he was told, channeling the warm energy within his body. The current flowed down his arm and surged into the icy crystal. Vehemently, a low hum vibrated from the crystal pillar. His vision began to warp. The Grand Master's figure stretched and twisted like a reflection in disturbed water. The entire world was peeling away, sound was stripped from existence, and light dissolved into blurry patches of color. Hide and survive. The Grand Master's voice seemed to travel from the edge of the world, a faint tremor in it. And forget the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. He felt like a fallen leaf caught in an invisible vortex. The last thing he saw was the Grand Master's unyielding back. The next second, the world spun. He felt solid ground beneath his feet. The scent of soil and decaying leaves filled his nostrils. Lu Yi snapped back to his senses, finding himself in a strange, dense forest. The Grand Master and the dilapidated hall were gone. Meanwhile, back in the Grand Hall. Crack. The final layer of the energy shield shattered like a mirror. The hulking man grinned savagely, his hurricane force punch aimed straight for the Grand Master's back. He could already imagine the crunch of shattering bone. A direct hit. Where the fist struck, a violent shockwave erupted. The already crumbling hall was torn to shreds, pillars collapsed, the roof was ripped away, and a cloud of dust choked the air. Only the crystal pillar remained, standing silently in its place, completely unscathed. The dust settled. The hulking man's pupils contracted to pinpricks. His fist had been stopped, caught firmly by a single hand. The hand belonged to the very Grand Master who should have been nothing but pulp beneath his blow. The shockwave had shredded the Grand Master's upper robes, revealing a physique of forged steel. Every muscle was perfectly defined, taut with explosive power. This is impossible. The hulking man felt as if he had just punched a mountain, a nerve twitching violently at the corner of his eye. The intel said Tang Yifeng of the Crimson Blood sect was a frail caster who could only fight from a distance. But this man, this body, this was a ferocious beast in human skin. A dry croak escaped the man's throat. The intel was wrong. Retreat. Retreat. The gaunt spellcaster roared, his voice like thunder. At the command, the slender figure closing in on the sect leader snapped back as if yanked by an invisible string. With her target gone, she disengaged without a moment's hesitation. Crack. The sickening crunch of bone was followed by a stifled grunt. The sect leader's hand tightened like an iron vice, crushing the burly man's knuckles. Veins bulged on the man's forehead, but he bit back a scream. In the next instant, however, another fist struck like a viper, slipping cunningly past his guard and slamming into his jaw. The burly man went flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut. His head rang, his vision exploding with stars. My domain, you think you can come and go as you please? The sect leader's voice was ice cold, his eyelids never even lifting. Before the words had faded, he was airborne, a whip kick tearing through the air. Thump! A dull impact. A ripple spread through the air, and the woman's figure stumbled into view. She had been concealed by a secret art. She coughed up a spray of blood and plummeted toward the jagged rocks below like a bird with a broken wing. Without a glance at the falling woman, the sect leader flicked his wrist. A shimmering, iridescent rope sprang to life, shooting toward the gaunt man like a living serpent. A few moments earlier, aboard the flying dragon ship, inside a cabin, Pang Jun sat at a table, the teacup upon it trembling slightly from his fury. A stout figure knelt on the floor, his hands pulling at his own ears, his face scrunched up in misery. It was Pang Dehai. Idiot. Pang Jun slammed his palm on the table, sending the teacup jumping. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've caused? Pang Dehai's voice was tinged with a sob. All I did was say a few words to that kid, Luya, and get him to pick Elder Tang's Jade Blood sect. A few words? Pang Jun's fury threatened to boil over. You were whispering in his ear in front of the entire ship. Now everyone on board knows you're the one who steered him to the Jade Blood sect. That's a flagrant violation of the Alliance's ironclad rules. Pang Dehai shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Pang Jun jabbed a finger at his nose, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. You know exactly what state Elder Tang's sect is in. For years, what talented newcomer hasn't avoided it like the plague? And now, a truly promising seedling, the only one goes and dives right in. The moment the higher-ups investigate, you'll be the first one they suspect. How am I supposed to show my face? Pang Jun's breathing was heavy, like a caged beast. He glared at the man kneeling before him, his own nephew. The trail of the investigation had coiled like a venomous snake, and now it had struck one of his own. Uncle, this has gotten complicated, hasn't it? Pang Dehai looked up, a cunning glint in his beady eyes. How about we do this by the book? You could cripple me. You bastard. The word was a guttural roar torn from Pang Jun's throat. He whipped his hand up, the sudden motion stirring the air and making the candle flame dance. Pang Dehai flinched, pulling his head in like a startled turtle. But the hand froze in mid-air, the blow never landing. Seeing this, Pang Dehai broke into a wide grin, flashing a mouth full of white teeth. The sight of his nephew's devil-may-care attitude made Pang Jun's chest heave. The fury he had just managed to swallow down surged back up. He let out a heavy breath, the very air seeming to grow hotter. You were lucky. You knew where to draw the line and didn't let things get out of hand. His voice turned cold. That kid, Luya, his talent is as fragile as the last leaf in the wind. He can't make any waves. Elder Tang has already made arrangements. He'll be sent to another house, and we'll consider this matter closed. Pang Dehai's grin vanished, his brow furrowing. Uncle, the Crimson Blood sect hasn't taken in a single new disciple in 30 years. If this keeps up, according to the Alliance's rules, they'll be wiped off the map. Elder Tang and Sister Shui Yuan, they're good people. I just couldn't stand by and watch. He paused, lowering his voice. What really happened all those years ago? Why is everyone so determined to crush the Crimson Blood sect? Don't ask questions that aren't your concern. Keep your mouth shut. Pang Jun's voice carried a clear warning. Remember this. These waters run deeper than you can imagine, and beneath them is a bottomless abyss. With your paltry bit of power, you'd fall in and disappear without a single bubble. From now on, keep your hands to yourself. Yes, sir. Pang Dehai immediately bowed his head, a great weight lifting from his heart. He let out a sigh of relief and scrambled to his feet, dusting off his knees. Did I say you could get up? Pang Jun's eyelids lifted slightly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was as sharp as an icicle. Thump. Pang Dehai's knees met the floor again in one smooth, unhesitating motion. Pang Jun snorted, about to berate him further, when an involuntary twitch shot through his brow. He instinctively glanced down at the ancient jade thumb ring on his hand. In that instant, a nearly imperceptible flash of red light pulsed across the ring's surface and was gone. The color drained from Pang Jun's face, leaving it deathly pale. It felt as if an invisible giant's hand had seized his heart. He shot up from his chair, becoming a blur as he smashed through the door and vanished into the night. A few breaths later, a streak of fire tore through the night sky and slammed into the distant forest. A muffled boom rolled through the air, and the ground trembled faintly. When the light faded, Pang Jun stood in its place, his face ashen, the air around him thick with a scorched scent. The signal from the ring had been Elder Tang's final, desperate warning, a message sent with the last of his life. He had already moved as fast as he possibly could. The air reeked of blood and scorched earth. Pang Jun's heart sank as his gaze swept over the devastation. The mountainside looked as if a colossal beast had trampled it, leaving behind a scarred landscape of torn gullies and shattered rock. Nearby lay the corpse of a burly man, his chest utterly caved in, as if smashed by a warhammer of impossible weight. On the cliffside, a woman's body was embedded in the rock at an unnatural angle. Her face, etched with black veins, was frozen in a silent scream. And beneath Elder Tang's foot lay the third man. His head was a shapeless ruin, splattering blood and brain matter across the ground. Elder Tang stood bare to the waist, steam rising in wisps from his bronze skin. With every breath he took, the very air around him seemed to visibly warp. A muscle twitched violently at the corner of Pang Jun's eye. One was a close-quarters brawler, one used insidious techniques, and the third, his eyes fell on the scattered fragments of runes by the body under Elder Tang's foot. A spellcaster, clearly. A deep trench had been violently carved through the valley floor, and wisps of smoke still curled from holes blasted into the cliffside. This was not the work of ordinary men. 1 versus 3, and clearly, the fight was already over. A chill crept up Pang Jun's spine. This seemingly unremarkable old man, what kind of monster was hiding within him? Were they after you? Pang Jun asked, his voice hoarse. Elder Tang shook his head, his breathing unsteady. He pointed to a wound on his side, a gash so deep the bone was visible. Blood was still oozing from it. No, he rasped. They came for the child. Pang Jun was incredulous. For him? But where is he? I sent him away. Elder Tang's voice was heavy with exhaustion. He jutted his chin toward a pile of rubble. Pang Jun followed his gaze. It was only then that he noticed a shattered crystal pillar amidst the ruins, glowing with a faint light. His pupils constricted. The celestial pillar? This is the White Dragon Monastery, the one destroyed a century ago. Under the moonlight, a colossal stone pillar pierced the night sky. It was a pale, ashen gray, riddled with weather-beaten scars. Moss clung to its crevices like dried blood. This was a celestial pillar, a gateway, and a gravestone. Every celestial pillar abandoned in the wilds marked the death of a sect. This one was the sole relic of the White Dragon Academy, which had fallen a century ago. It stood like a silent giant, guarding the ruins. Pang Jun's fists clenched, his knuckles cracking softly. As the vice master of the righteous spirit sect, he recognized the pillar's origin in an instant. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, his brow furrowing into a knot. The celestial pillar could transport people to the Spirit Creek battlefield, a world brimming with both opportunity and slaughter. But there was a catch. You had to use the pillar belonging to your own sect. Using a masterless celestial pillar was like leaping into a raging, directionless river. It could send you to any random corner of the battlefield. The Spirit Creek battlefield was a boundless ocean, and that boy, Lu Yi, was but a single drop of water tossed into it at random. Even if Pang Jun sent 100 men in after him now, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Worse yet, the boy's power had only just been awakened. That faint spark of energy was like a candle in the wind. The disciples they sent to the battlefield, however, wielded power that was, at the very least, a roaring bonfire. The slightest disturbance on the battlefield could snuff out that tiny flame. This wasn't a trial, it was a death sentence. Elder Tang. Pang Jun's voice was hoarse, laced with helplessness. The old man, who had been silent until now, slowly turned. His back was ramrod straight. Though his eyelids were lowered, they couldn't conceal the cold light in his eyes, alight like the edge of a poisoned blade. For 30 years, our verdant blood sect has hidden in the shadows like rats. Elder Tang's voice was soft, yet each word landed like a hammer blow on Pang Jun's heart. They still won't leave us be. This isn't just bullying anymore. They want to grind us to dust. Pang Jun drew a deep breath. The air was still thick with the acrid stench of scorched earth and blood. 3 bodies lay on the ground. These weren't ordinary men, but 3 powerhouses, the kind who could reduce a small city to dust with a stomp of their foot. Now, they were nothing more than 3 corpses, growing cold. Once word of this got out, it would send a shockwave through the entire cultivation world of Bing Province. He could feel the terrifying presence radiating from Elder Tang next to him. It wasn't an overt pressure, but a stillness coiled to its absolute limit, the dead calm before a volcano's eruption. The very air seemed to scorch with his fury. I never insisted on him becoming my disciple. Elder Tang's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of rusted iron grinding together. I just wanted to get him away from here first, find him a safe sect to join. He whipped his head toward Pang Jun, and deep within his eyes, two unquenchable, ghostly flames seemed to burn. But they couldn't even grant me that. Elder Tang spoke through clenched teeth, each word forced out. I want to know whose claws were in this. Pang Jun's heart clenched. He gave a solemn nod. I understand. I will get you an answer. A chilling thought flashed through his mind. Elder Tang's flying ship had barely vanished into the clouds before the ambush was sprung. Who could have timed it so perfectly? Who leaked their location? Behind it all, he could feel the pull of a dirty, invisible string. The boy Lu Yi. Pang Jun hesitated before speaking. Should I send some trusted men into the Lingxi battlefield to search for him? For the first time, a profound weariness crept into Elder Tang's voice, a crack in its iron resolve. He slowly shook his head, his shoulders slumping in defeat. No, there's no need. In an assault like that, bringing along a boy with no cultivation was like carrying a dead weight. He couldn't have fought back. The only way out had been to tear open a spatial rift to the Lingxi battlefield and push the boy through. But a boy just starting on the path of cultivation, thrown into that meat grinder, how long could he possibly survive? To make matters worse, he hadn't entered through a sect's teleportation array. No one knew where the temporary rift would have spit him out. If his luck was bad, he could have been dropped right into a den of hungry wolves in the myriad Demon Ridge. Pang Jun could picture it. A lost lamb dropped into a pack of starving wolves. By now, the boy was likely torn to shreds. Elder Tang closed his eyes. His withered hands clenched into fists so tight his knuckles turned white. Now, all he could do was pray. Pray that the boy's luck was heaven-defying, that he'd been transported to some undiscovered corner. It was his only sliver of hope. The rough bark bit into his palm. Lu Yi clung to the trunk, scarcely daring to breathe. Below him was hell. Dozens of glowing green eyes flickered through the dim woods, like ghostly flames. The wolf pack circled the massive tree, pacing restlessly. Each beast was as big as a calf, its muscles knotted and powerful. Drool dripped from between their sharp fangs, splattering onto the fallen leaves with a soft tap, tap. A chorus of low growls vibrated through the air. How had it all come to this? The headmaster's voice still echoed in his ears. The cold crystal pillar. The moment his palm had touched it, the world had spun into a dizzying blur. Light twisted into a vortex and swallowed him whole. When he opened his eyes again, he was in this strange, dense forest. And there was a wolf. A foul stench hit him, and before he could even think, his long sword was out of its sheath. The blade tore through flesh, and warm blood sprayed across his face. He had won the fight, only to attract the entire pack. The scent of blood had been their gathering call. Now he was trapped in the tree. He looked up. The massive tree's canopy spread like a vast net, blotting out the sky. Sunlight was filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground in broken patches. Where was this place? Where was the headmaster? And the three men who had been hunting him? Each question was a heavy stone weighing on his chest. The pack showed no sign of leaving. Their patience was unnerving. Lu Yi knew he couldn't outlast them. He had to find a way out. He forced himself to be calm, sifting through the chaotic fragments of his memory. At the very end, the headmaster's expression had been so grave. What had he told him? A thought cut through the chaos like a bolt of lightning. The headmaster's final, urgent warning thundered in his mind. Remember, whatever you do, do not reveal your identity. Survive. Where's this? The headmaster had mentioned a name, one he had never heard before, but which was now crystal clear. Lu Yi's lips parted, soundlessly forming the name. The Spirit Creek Battlefield. The Great Seal was icy cold and hard, like a piece of mystic iron branded onto the back of his hand. Disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect, Lu Yi. The sect master's raspy voice still seemed to echo in his ears. Lu Yi snapped back to his senses and immediately raised his hand. The back of it was unmarked and smooth. There was nothing there. He frowned, trying to guide the faint trace of power within him toward the back of his hand, like a stream. A flow of warmth surged beneath the skin. The next moment, a light flared. Ethereal blue lines, like living vines, crawled out from beneath his skin, rapidly intertwining to form a pattern on the back of his hand. A few lines of cold, blue text appeared, one by one. Name: Lu Yi. Status: Crimson Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation: Third Aperture Realm. Location: Spirit Creek Battlefield. Merit: 0. Lu Yi's breath caught. He stared intently at the line, Spirit Creek Battlefield, and his heart sank. The name sent a bone-deep chill through him. Spirit Creek, Spirit Creek. That was a bloody meat grinder meant for cultivators whose spiritual energy already flowed like a creek. And he had only just ignited 3 sparks of power. Here, his power was like a candle in the wind. The foul stench of the wolf pack seemed to linger in his nostrils, the sound of sharp claws tearing through the air still echoing in his ears. And those were just beasts. What if it were cultivators? On a battlefield, there are only enemies. And in this world, enemies were either from the Grand Sky Alliance or the 10,000 Demon Ridge. He understood now. The sect master hadn't sent him here as a choice, it was his only path to survival. He could picture the scene. Enemies closing in like a tide. The sect master gravely wounded, with no hope of breaking through while carrying a burden like him. So, the sect master had used the last of his strength to tear open a rift and escape route just for him. Just then, he felt something hard pressing against his chest. Right. The moment before he was pushed into that gate of light, the sect master had shoved something into his robes. Lu Yi's hands immediately flew to the front of his robes. His fingertips brushed against a cloth sack. It felt coarse to the touch, yet thick and sturdy. He untied the drawstring and, turning the sack upside down, gave it a gentle shake. Several heavy porcelain vials rolled out, clinking crisply against one another. Next came stacks of jute paper wrapped in oil paper, a few neatly folded garments, and finally, a cool jade slip slid into his palm. He picked up one of the porcelain vials and pulled out the stopper. A warm current, carrying the fresh scent of herbs and wood, washed over him. A small label was affixed to its body. Qi and blood pill. It could, the note said, reignite the life force of one on the brink of death. There were fewer than 10 pills inside, each resembling a bead of solidified blood. He picked up another. It was cool to the touch, as if he were holding a piece of frosted jade. Spirit Gathering Pill. It could draw upon the spiritual energy of the world to aid in cultivation. There were 2 full vials of this medicine, more than 20 pills in total, each emitting a faint glow. His gaze fell upon the stacks of jute paper. Each sheet was inscribed with complex, vermilion patterns that seemed to glow faintly, as if alive. He picked one up and could feel a faint pulse of energy at his fingertips. In the corner of the paper were small, elegant characters. Vajra Talisman. It read, with a smaller line of annotation below, when activated, can form a shield of light to ward off blades. He picked up another, Fire Serpent Talisman. He could almost imagine the thin sheet of paper leaving his hand, transforming into a serpent of roaring flames and tearing through the darkness. There was also a breath-concealing talisman to hide one's aura, a shadow-folding talisman to conceal oneself in shadows. More than 30 talismans in all. Each was labeled with its purpose, so clearly it was as if whoever wrote it was afraid he wouldn't know how to use them. Lu Yi picked up the garments. They weren't too big or too small, they were exactly his size. The fabric was soft, and they were brand new. His movements froze. He remembered those days on the Flying Dragon ship, when the sect master was always nowhere to be seen. So, he hadn't been resting. None of these pills, none of these spiritual talismans, were of any use to the sect master himself. Their power was too faint, suitable only for an apprentice like him, one who had just set foot upon the path of cultivation. A warmth bloomed in his chest and surged up to his nose, making his eyes sting. Perhaps the sect master had intended to wait until they returned to the sect gates before giving him this initiation gift. But no one could have foreseen what would happen along the way. He clutched the vials and papers in his hand. They were no longer just pills and talismans. This was the clumsy, yet unconditional, protection of an elder in a cruel world. This was a path to survival. A stack of talisman papers, thin as a cicada's wings, fanned out from his fingertips, more than 30 in all. Not a single one had been found in Steward Yang's or Zhou Cheng's bags. Lu Yi hefted the stack of talismans in his hand. Each one pulsed with a latent power, some scorching, some sharp. These were even more precious than he had imagined. He drew a deep breath, the air thick with the lingering scent of blood and dust. After carefully stowing the talismans, his gaze settled on the cool jade slip. This was it. A memory flashed through his mind. The jarring flight, the wind howling past his ears, the headmaster's pale hand clutching this very slip, pressing it against his own forehead. In that instant, the headmaster's gaze had been as deep as the ocean. Have you heard of the Spirit Creek battlefield? The headmaster's voice seemed to echo in his ears once more. He hadn't had time to elaborate then. Perhaps everything left unsaid was sealed within this small piece of jade. Following the memory, Lu Yi pressed the jade slip firmly against his brow. He channeled the faint yet warm current of energy inside him, directing it slowly into the slip. The jade slip remained inert, like a stubborn stone. He refused to give up and focused his mind once more. This time, he didn't just pour energy into it, he extended his own consciousness, probing the cold surface of the jade. A deep hum exploded in his mind. A flood of images and sounds, like a bursting dam, instantly overwhelmed his consciousness. A searing, tearing pain shot through him. His body lurched back, and he nearly collapsed. He ripped the slip from his forehead, gasping for air. The jade was still cool to the touch, but his forehead was burning. He closed his eyes, letting the torrent of information rage and then settle within his mind. A vast world slowly unfolded before him. The headmaster's voice, calm and weary, became his only guide. Our world is called Kyushu. But Kyushu is not all there is. Behind the curtain of this world lie countless shattered realms, like fragments of a mirror. The largest of these fragments is the Spirit Creek battlefield. It is an eternal battlefield, a colossal meat grinder. No one knows where it is or how it was formed. Even the most powerful beings, those who can move mountains and fill seas, cannot fathom its true extent. The two great factions of Kyushu, the vast Heaven Alliance and the myriad Demon Ridge, pour their most elite forces into this place. Their conflicts on the continent of Kyushu are but children's games compared to the bloody wars waged within the battlefield. An image of the crystal pillar he had seen surfaced in Lu Yi's mind. It was completely transparent, with a cold light shimmering within, radiating an unsettling energy. To enter the battlefield, one must pass through a heavenly secret pillar, the headmaster's voice continued to explain. Like the crystal pillar you saw, it is both a key and a gateway. Every sect possesses one, it is the cornerstone of their existence. For countless years, sects have risen and fallen, but the heavenly secret pillars do not vanish. They are scattered across the wilds, deep mountains, and ancient ruins of Kyushu, waiting for the next key holder. Their numbers are as vast as the stars in the sky. The light faded. The information receded like a tide, leaving an icy clarity in his mind. Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Strange, twisted trees clawed at a lead-gray sky. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves. In the distance, the sharp, chilling cry of some unknown beast echoed. He had been thrown in. He wasn't supposed to be here alone. Under normal circumstances, cultivators from every sect would enter this battlefield through their own towering pillars of light. At the other end of each pillar was a fortress, one their sect had poured countless resources into building, complete with sturdy walls and powerful elders standing guard. It was a safe zone, a home, but they had run out of time. The sect master's resolute face, the searing hot seal he'd pressed onto the back of his hand, it was all seared into his memory like a brand. This hadn't been a transport. It was an exile, a desperate gamble for survival. He lifted his left hand. The skin on the back of it was smooth, unmarked, but he could feel it. Beneath the skin, an invisible imprint. It gave off a faint heat, pulsing like a living heart just beneath the surface. This was the battlefield imprint. It marked his identity, a disciple of the Jade Blood sect, and it recorded his power level, a number so low it was almost negligible. This imprint was both his cage and his key. It bound him to this land of slaughter, but it also pointed toward his only way out. A faint, Almost imperceptible pull emanated from the imprint, tugging him toward a distant, unseen point. Lu Yi knew. It was the direction of his sex fortress. If he could just follow that feeling, cross this treacherous land, he would find the Jade Blood Sect's fortress. Only then could he go home. The wind whispered through the trees, rustling the leaves. It sounded like 1,000 unseen eyes watching from the shadows. Lu Yi's knuckles whitened as he gripped his short blade. He remembered the vicious wolves that had trapped him in a tree just a short while ago. Their panting, the sound of their saliva dripping onto the forest floor, the bone-deep chill of being marked as prey, it was all still vivid. Out here, he was too weak. Any passerby with a hint of malice could snuff him out like an insect. But now, he was no longer wandering blind. The imprint on the back of his hand grew warm. That pull was an invisible thread, a lifeline stretching through the endless wilderness. He knew where he had to go, survive, and then go home. A vast wilderness stretched out in every direction. He had no idea how many mountain ranges still lay between him and the place called the Jade Blood Sect. He was too weak. To be weak was to be stranded. If he wanted to live, to make it to his destination, he had to become stronger. Below the tree, the low growls of the wolf pack rose and fell, a sound like a millstone grinding over gravel. Their commotion was a magnet that would, sooner or later, draw in deadlier steel. He had to get out of here. Now, his fingers dipped into his storage pouch, brushing against a few ice-cold pills. He shook his head. No, pills wouldn't solve this immediate crisis. His fingertips slid past them to a stack of coarse paper talismans. This was it. The first one he touched was painted with crimson flames. His fingertips could feel a faint, searing heat radiating from it. No, too much commotion. He stuffed it back and chose another, this one inscribed with a golden wheel seal. He'd never used one of these before. Clumsily, mimicking motions from memory, he tentatively channeled the faint current of chi inside him into the paper talisman. The talisman flared to life like ignited tinder. Vmm. A golden disk of light abruptly took shape before him, like a small, hovering sun. It was the size of a wash basin, translucent, and countless runes swam rapidly within it as if they had come to life. He had no time to marvel at it. Shirring, a crescent-shaped blade of light tore itself free from the disk. It spun toward the ground with a piercing shriek, slicing through the air. Thud! A dull impact. Lu Yi snapped his head up. Not far away, on the trunk of a massive tree so thick it would take several people to encircle, a deep gash had been brutally carved out. Splinters of wood still drifted through the air. Whir! He looked down at the object in his hand. It was a paper talisman, now hovering above his palm, transformed into a translucent golden disc. The disc spun at a dizzying speed, letting out a piercing whine. Swish, swish, swish. Crescent-shaped blades of light tore through the air, whistling out from the disc. They shot out wildly in every direction. Branches were sliced apart like brittle stalks of wheat. With a tremendous crash of rustling foliage, a rain of green leaves fell. So that's how it works. Lu Yi's gaze hardened. With a sharp drop of his wrist, he aimed the spinning disc at the wolf pack below the tree. The storm was unleashed. Golden crescents of death dove down, instantly engulfing the crowded pack. The sound of tearing was incessant. It wasn't the hard crack of blades on wood, but the slick, sickening sound of slicing through flesh and blood. Scalding blood sprayed forth, creating a crimson rain in the woods. A vicious wolf, as stout as a calf, had just lunged for the base of the tree when a blade of light sliced across its back. It didn't even have time to let out a howl of pain before its massive body split cleanly in two, spilling its entrails and blood across the ground. The pack erupted into chaos. Ferocious snarls were replaced by fearful whimpers. They scattered, crashing into one another in their panic. Lu Yi grinned, his eyes glinting with excitement. He twisted his wrist like a conductor directing this golden symphony of slaughter. The blades of light chased down the gray figures, and every hit sent a brilliant spray of blood into the air. The thick stench of blood, mixed with the earthy tang of the soil, assaulted his nostrils. Suddenly, a long, piercing howl rose from the distance. The sound was filled with fury, but even more so with command. The order to retreat. As if granted a pardon, The surviving wolves tucked their tails between their legs and bolted into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. On the ground, there was nothing left but a dozen mangled corpses. Not yet satisfied, Lu Yi swept another barrage of blades in the direction the pack had fled. Hearing a few more pained yelps from the distance, he finally let out an exhilarated breath. This power, it was incredible. This wasn't his power at all. He could feel that his body was merely a conduit, a fragile vessel for this destructive torrent. The slightest misstep, and he himself would be torn apart. The instant the thought crossed his mind, a wave of exhaustion hit him like a sledgehammer. His heart hammered wildly against his ribs, as if trying to break free. Stars exploded in his vision, and the world spun around him. His knees buckled, and he swayed, nearly tumbling from the thick tree trunk. Ugh! Lu Yi grunted, clinging desperately to the trunk, his nails digging into the bark. He dragged in huge, ragged breaths, his lungs on fire. After what felt like an eternity, the dizziness finally began to fade. He shakily opened his palm. The spinning golden sun was gone. Hovering in its place was just a sheet of paper, a talisman, now gray and dim. The runes that had once flowed with brilliant light were now nothing more than a blurry smudge of ink. The last wisp of warmth faded from his fingertips, and then it turned completely cold. It was an empty shell now. A sudden wave of weakness washed over him. Lu Yi leaned against the tree trunk, panting, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. He closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward. The three wellsprings of power within him, once burning like bright lanterns, were now dim, completely extinguished. His body felt hollow, like a well run dry. A leaden exhaustion was all that remained, settling deep in his bones. With a trembling hand, he fumbled for a pill from within his robes and tossed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved, and a thin, warm current trickled through his parched meridians, like the first drop of rain on cracked earth. It was nowhere near enough energy, but it was enough to get him moving. His eyes snapped open, and he vaulted down from the tree. The heavy stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, a silent alarm. He couldn't linger here. With a flash of his sword, he deftly butchered the wolf's corpse, carving off the meatiest cuts from its legs and stuffing them into the storage pouch at his waist. Recover on the move. It was inefficient, but survival came first. A cold wind blew past, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. The helplessness he'd felt just moments before, the feeling of being completely at another's mercy, coiled around his heart like a cold snake. Today, it was a wolf that had fallen. What if next time it was a person? To be out of energy was to be a lamb to the slaughter. It was a brutal lesson, one he'd nearly paid for with his life. At dusk, he finally parted a tangle of vines on a steep slope and found the entrance to a hidden cave. A musty scent of earth and moss wafted out to meet him. It was damp and cold, but it felt safe. He carefully inspected the corners of the cave. No droppings from large animals, no gnawed on bones. The place was clean. The entrance was small, but the space inside was surprisingly roomy. He tossed a rush mat onto the ground, sat down cross-legged, and let out a long, slow breath. It looked like this was going to be home for a long time. Outside, the night deepened. A few insects chirped in the distance. He listened for a moment, confirming there were no signs of danger. Good. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food. He untied the storage pouch from his waist and dumped its contents onto the stone floor before him. After a messy clatter, he began to take stock of all his worldly possessions by the faint light filtering in from the cave mouth. 3 rough-spun pouches lay silently before him. One was from Steward Yang, another from Zhou Cheng. The last, a personal gift from the headmaster, felt warm and smooth to the touch, subtly different from the other 2. Lu Yi took a deep breath and upended the 3 pouches, one by one. Clink, clatter. A pile of items spilled across the ground. 25 azure spirit-nourishing pills, like polished jade, glowed softly in the dimness. 16 crimson blood chi pills gave off a faint, coppery and herbal scent, and 8 white pills for healing wounds. Over 30 chunks of sharp-edged or gleamed with a cold, metallic light. Beside them lay a storybook with a yellowed cover and a cultivation manual titled Golden Cicada's Carefree Art. A neat stack of nearly 30 pale yellow talismans, the cinnabar markings on them seeming to writhe with a power visible to the naked eye. Lu Yi's breath caught in his throat. He reached out, his fingertips brushing over the pills. Their cool touch sent his heart racing. This was no longer about a mere struggle for survival. This was the capital he needed to walk the path of the strong. He made his decision quickly. The ore and most of the talismans were of no immediate use. He carefully packed them, along with the bulk of the pills, into the storage pouch from the headmaster, tucking it securely against his skin where it would be safest. He divided the remaining pills and talismans between the other two pouches. One he tied to his waist for easy access. The other he tucked inside his shirt, a final safeguard. With that done, he got to his feet. He tore off his tattered, blood-stained clothes, tossing them aside without a second thought. As he changed into a clean black tunic, the crisp feel of the fabric against his skin was invigorating. Everything was in place. He sat down cross-legged and took an azure spirit nourishing pill from the pouch at his waist. The pill was cool, dissolving the instant it touched his tongue. A warm current erupted within him, surging through his meridians. A surge of heat exploded in his gut. The pill dissolved, transforming into pure energy. It was no longer a foreign object, but a power that was now his own. This power, a roaring flood, surged into the long parched riverbed within him. He could clearly see the inner space known as his spiritual aperture being rapidly filled by the torrent. It was then that he noticed something unusual. He closed his eyes, but his world did not go dark. In the air, something was breathing. They were formless and intangible, yet like warm motes of dust, they were everywhere, gently brushing against his skin. With every breath he took, they tried to seep into his body. An image flashed in his mind. The cold stone disk, that dense fog of energy, the sensation was identical. Spiritual energy. The words formed in his mind, unbidden. He had always believed the world outside was a barren, lifeless desert of energy. Only once, within the special formation used to test his talent, had he briefly tasted an oasis. Since that day, he had made no progress. Until this very moment. Why? He immediately dismissed one possibility. It's not because I've gotten stronger. The difference between opening one spiritual aperture and 3 is merely that between a creek and a small river. It's not enough to allow me to sense the entire ocean. That left only one answer. It wasn't me who changed. It was the world. He took a deep breath. The air was no longer just air. It had a cool, crisp quality to it that flooded his lungs and seeped into every fiber of his being, drawing a contented groan from his weary body. The spiritual energy here was astonishingly dense. While it still couldn't compare to the formation once powered by spirit stones, when measured against Evil Moon Valley, this place was a paradise. Suddenly, he understood. This bloody battlefield wasn't just for slaughter. It was, in itself, a monumental opportunity. He took a deep breath. The air was different here. It carried a hint of sweetness, flooding his lungs like a cool spring washing through his entire body. Every inch of his skin, every pore, avidly drank in the intangible energy. He could feel the land itself nourishing him. He knew that deeper within this battlefield, in the lands held by the powerful sects, the energy would be so dense it was almost tangible. There, the very act of breathing was a form of cultivation. But he didn't stop. He knew there was a faster way. A day later, the 3 energy nodes in his body were brimming with power, like 3 small lakes filled to the brim. He didn't rest, instead pulling a piece of charred wolf meat from his robes. He tore off a piece and forced himself to swallow. It was dry and tough, with a rank, gamey taste, but he needed the fuel. His body was a machine that required a constant supply to operate at peak performance. He swallowed a spirit infusion pill. It dissolved the moment it entered his mouth, transforming into a searing thread of heat that shot straight for his dantian. Immediately after, he took a vitality pill. A boundless wave of life force erupted within him, surging through his veins. He closed his eyes, sinking his entire awareness deep within himself. He guided the 2 raging torrents of energy, directing them to assault the dormant, unlit nodes. Half a day later, his entire body shuddered. A faint crack echoed from within him, as if an invisible barrier had been broken. A 4th energy vortex began to slowly spin to life inside him. He didn't pause. 3 days. Another node ignited. The torrent of energy scoured his insides, each cycle washing away impurities and tempering his body, making it stronger. 3 more days. The 6th shackle snapped. He could feel it distinctly. His strength was shattering its limits, one layer at a time. 3 more. The 7th. He lost track of time, of hunger, even of his own location. His world narrowed to nothing but the warm currents of dissolving pills and the thunderous roar of energy crashing against the barriers inside him. Half a month later, the power of the final pill was spent. Louis's eyes snapped open, a sharp light flashing within them before vanishing. For a moment, even the moonlight outside the cave seemed to dim before his gaze. He slowly exhaled. The breath was long and steady, forming a white plume in the frigid air. Within him, his energy surged like a river. The 8 spiritual apertures shone like stars in the night sky, resonating with one another, connected as one. In just half a month, he had been completely reborn. Louis took a deep breath. Half a month. He had shattered the 5 shackles within his body, one after another. An average of 1 every 3 days. Combined with the first 3, 8 warm currents now surged through his body like 8 awakened streams. If he could just break through the final barrier, these 8 streams would converge into a river. Only then would he have truly set foot on the path of cultivation. This speed, it wasn't normal. Louis could feel it. His body was like a wineskin stretched to its breaking point, brimming with a power that threatened to spiral out of control at any moment. He didn't know what cultivation was like for others, but he was certain it wasn't like this explosive, raging inferno. He looked down at the empty cloth pouches at his waist. The answer was right there. In half a month, he had consumed more pills than others would in an entire year. He clenched his fist, feeling the power flow within him. It was pure and swift, without the slightest hint of sluggishness. It was like the clearest mountain spring water, not the impure, murky sludge the sect master had described. It seemed that advancing his cultivation with pills had no adverse effects on him. The discovery reassured him, and yet it also made him more anxious. The blood chi pills were gone. The spirit-tempering pills were gone too. The effects of the last pill had completely faded, yet the 9th barrier within him remained like an impregnable stone wall, utterly unmoved. A wave of frustration washed over him. Louis sat down cross-legged and tried to draw energy from the air. He closed his eyes, his breathing growing long and deep. But the energy in the air was as thin as morning mist. With all his effort, he could only manage to draw in the faintest wisps. When that feeble energy entered his body, it was like a few drops of water falling on a parched lakebed. Useless. He opened his eyes, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. At this rate, it might take him 3 months, maybe even 5, to wear down that stone wall. Too long. On the battlefield, he could die 10 times over in 3 months. He needed power, and he needed it now. Only by shattering that final barrier would he have a fighting chance to survive in that meat grinder. His hand instinctively went to his waist, only to grasp at empty fabric. The sect master, why hadn't he given him more? The thought had barely formed before he crushed it. He knew he was wrong. No one else cultivated this way. Popping precious pills like candy, burning through several months' worth of a new disciple's supply in just half a month. Cultivation was meant to be a long, slow grind. A process of drawing upon the world's energy patiently, like water wearing away stone, to gradually erode the barriers within. But he was trying to use a flash flood to smash the dam. Louis rose slowly to his feet, his joints letting out a series of sharp cracks. He gazed out at the distant mountains, his eyes turning sharp. He couldn't wait. He had to find more pills. At any cost. The bonfire was down to its last embers, letting out a faint crackle. Louis tore off a large chunk of snake meat, roasted to a golden brown. A drop of fat sizzled on the coals, dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke. He took a massive bite, and the savory aroma of the meat exploded in his mouth. The flesh was dense, and each mouthful was like swallowing a surge of pure heat. The warmth slid down his throat and into his stomach, swiftly transforming into a more violent surge of energy that coursed through his entire body. He could feel it distinctly, a power building within him, like a rising tide crashing against an invisible dam. Almost there. A few more meals like this, and that barrier would be shattered for good. He licked the grease from his lips. He'd spent half the day hunting this 10-foot beast. He had picked this part of the forest so clean that even a bird's call was a rarity. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over the cave entrance, swallowing the firelight. A stench, thick with the smell of blood and damp earth, hit him like a physical wall. It was followed by a low, guttural roar that reverberated through the cave, making the very ground tremble. Lu Yi moved like a bolt of lightning. He shot to his feet and recoiled, the long sword by the fire sliding instantly into his grasp. The blade was cold steel. His other hand was already clutching a thin paper talisman. Beneath his fingertips, its edges began to glow with a faint red light, like the tip of a fuse just before it ignites. His eyes were locked on the silhouette in the cave mouth, on the pair of green eyes that glowed in the dark, shining with undisguised hunger. The brief moment of peace was over. His heart skipped a beat. Lu Yi's fingers tightened instantly. He didn't panic. He had rehearsed the worst-case scenario in his mind countless times. His fingertips brushed the edge of the talisman pouch at his waist, the coarse texture of the paper grounding him. His other hand settled on the hilt of his sword, the cold metal a small comfort. The faint light at the mouth of the cave was completely swallowed by a massive shadow. A tiger stood there, utterly silent. Its coat was pure white, like a living sculpture of ice. The black king character on its forehead was so deep it seemed to pull one's gaze into an abyss. Lu Yi's gaze met a pair of amber eyes. For a moment, his mind went blank, his vision blurring at the edges. Those eyes held none of the frenzy of a wild beast, only a cold, imperious scrutiny brimming with intelligence. A chill shot up his spine. The air seemed to freeze. No, it was an unseen force, pressing down on his shoulders like a mountain. He had hunted beasts far larger than this, but he had never felt such a suffocating pressure. This was not a beast. Every fiber of his being, every pore on his skin, screamed a warning. This was a Yao. His back was to the cold stone wall. There was nowhere to run. A standoff. In the dead silence, every second stretched into an eternity. Suddenly, the white tiger opened its jaws, baring fangs like daggers. A roar tore through the silence, not a sound, but a physical shockwave that slammed into Lu Yi's chest. He grunted, stumbling back a step. The paper talisman between his fingers crackled, nearly activating from the force of his grip. Dust showered down from the walls of the cave. Then, a voice echoed through the cavern, low and slow, like the rumble of distant thunder rolling up from the depths of the earth. Are you the one who has been slaughtering at will in my domain? Lu Yi's breath caught. The voice hadn't come from anywhere else. It had rumbled from deep within the tiger's throat. Each word was low and raspy, like stones grinding together. Boy, I'm speaking to you. The giant tiger took a step forward, its voice laced with impatience. A cold dread crept up from the soles of Lu Yi's feet, spreading through his entire body in an instant. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. This beast could speak. The fact alone defied everything he knew. The oppressive aura radiating from it made the very air in the cave feel heavy. Answer me. The giant tiger let out a thunderous roar. The force of the sound hit him like a gale, and Lu Yi staggered, struggling to keep his feet. It wasn't me. Lu Yi's voice was hoarse, his throat tight. Huh. The giant tiger let out a short, chilling laugh. It raised a massive paw and slammed it to the ground. Thud. The ground trembled at the muffled impact, sending dust billowing into the air. For 30 miles in any direction, you are the only human in this forest. It began to pace at the mouth of the cave, its sharp claws making a grating sound as they scraped against the rock. My prey. My food. You've been feasting on it for half a month. And now, you're telling me it wasn't you. Each word landed like a physical blow. A cold tingling spread across Lu Yi's scalp as sweat trickled down his temples. So that was it. His hunting had disturbed the true master of these lands. The giant tiger stopped pacing, its golden eyes like two burning flames, locking onto him. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Unexpectedly, with the threat of death laid so bare, the fear in Lu Yi's heart subsided. He forced himself to steady his breathing and met the beast's gaze. What's eaten is eaten, he said, licking his chapped lips. What are you going to do about it? The giant tiger seemed taken aback by his composure. It fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Hand over the contents of that pouch at your waist. The little glowing pills. Give them to me, and I'll let this go. Its voice was thick with greed. Dare to refuse. The giant tiger snarled, baring fangs as sharp as daggers, and I will chew your bones one by one. Lu Ye's hand instinctively went to the leather pouch at his waist. "They're all gone," he said. Lu Ye shook his head, a scornful smirk playing on his lips. "Spirit pills? If I had any of those, you think I'd still be here wasting my breath on you?" The giant tiger's roar echoed from the mouth of the cave, thick with the stench of blood. "Then hand over your spirit stones." "Don't have any." Lu Ye's answer was clipped. The air seemed to freeze. The giant tiger's golden eyes locked onto him, a low, threatening growl rumbling from deep in its throat, like the grinding of a heavy millstone. "You've got nothing? You must have a death wish. What makes you so curious about what's in my storage pouch?" Lu Yi countered, his hand slowly, deliberately reaching for the bag at his hip. "Cut the crap. Dump out whatever's inside. A few offensive talismans and a vial of healing pills." Lu Ye's voice was perfectly calm. "Wretch!" The tiger snorted in contempt, its hot breath stirring the dust on the floor. "Give me the healing pills, and I'll let you walk away today." Lu Ye's eyes narrowed. Healing pills? He studied the beast before him. Its fur was sleek, its aura immense. There wasn't a single scratch on it. "What do you need those for?" "That's not for you to ask. Give them to me." "Fine." Lu Yi drew the word out, his voice thick with reluctance. He pulled a small porcelain vial from his pouch, his fingers caressing its cool surface. Then he bent down and slowly, carefully, placed it on a rock near his feet. The clink of porcelain on stone was unnaturally loud in the silent cave. "Toss it here," the tiger commanded, a hint of urgency in its voice. Lu Yi straightened up, watching the tiger without moving a muscle. "Wouldn't it be faster if you came and got it yourself?" "I said toss it here." The tiger's roar was a physical force, a shockwave that sent pebbles skittering down the cavern walls. Yet its forepaws remained planted firmly on the ground, not moving an inch deeper into the cave. "Now." "All right then." The words had barely left his lips when his foot flicked upwards. The small porcelain vial sailed through the air in a perfect arc, straight towards the tiger. In the very same instant, a talisman pinched between his fingers flared with heat, letting out a soft crackle. A searing serpent of fire shrieked through the air, overtaking the vial and lunging straight for the tiger's face. But he wasn't done. The ground beneath him exploded as he launched himself forward, a spray of gravel in his wake. He shot out like an arrow from a bow, right on the heels of the fire serpent. The long sword in his hand hummed, thirsty for blood. In that split second, one thought crystallized in his mind. This thing is just an empty bluff. Lu Yi pinched the pill between his fingers and gently set it on a rock by his feet. It was a test. At the mouth of the cave, the massive, striped tiger let out a low growl. Its gaze was greedy, yet wary. It pawed at the ground, gesturing for him to toss it over. A barely perceptible curve tugged at the corner of Lu Ye's mouth. "Good." The voice in his mind was cold and resolute. "Kill it. Devour it." The power surging within this beast far surpassed any he had ever hunted. Its flesh and blood might be the very key he needed to shatter the final shackle within him. Opportunity was right in front of him, and he was not one to let it slip by. The next instant, a paper talisman between his fingertips ignited without a sound. A scorching serpent of fire roared to life, tearing through the cave's gloom as it shot straight for the tiger's face. In that same instant, Lu Yi exploded forward, fast as an arrow loosed from a bow, his sword aimed directly at the tiger's throat. But he was only halfway there when a weight like a mountain crashed down on his shoulders. Crack! His knees buckled, bones groaning under the immense pressure, and he slammed down onto one knee. Then, a piercing shriek, like a steel needle driving into his very brain. His vision exploded with stars, the world spinning violently around him. He drove his sword into the ground, barely keeping himself from collapsing. "Roar!" Lu Yi bellowed, fighting back the violent wave of vertigo. The energy within him ignited in an instant, erupting from 8 source points deep inside his body. A layer of crimson flame exploded across his skin, streaked with threads of golden light. It was scalding sharp. "Eh!" A blood-curdling shriek erupted next to his ear, and the weight on his shoulders vanished. Lu Yi whipped his head around, his sword point aimed behind him. There was nothing there. A cold sweat instantly soaked his back. An ambush. It wasn't the tiger. There was a third entity in the cave. A chill shot down his spine, as if the fangs of a venomous snake were about to pierce his back. Louis didn't even have time to think. An invisible barrier flared to life around him, forcefully deflecting the fatal blow. Thud! A muffled crack, like a rock hitting a steel plate. The attacker shrieked in pain. Louis whipped his head around, catching only a glimpse of a distorted black shadow as it melted into the rock wall like a drop of ink, vanishing without a trace. He had no time to give chase. A hot, foul stench washed over him. In the same instant, a massive shadow enveloped him. The tiger was pouncing. The fiery serpent from before had failed to kill it. Now, its scorched fur reeked, and a rabid fury burned in its amber eyes. No time for a talisman. The tiger's gaping maw was inches from his face. Louis's body moved before his mind could process. He didn't dodge. Instead, he took a step forward, his long sword carving a cold arc upward. The blade hummed, a faint light glinting along its edge. Clang! The sword bit into the tiger's shoulder blade with the dull thud of steel on stone. A mountainous force surged through the blade, jolting his hand so hard the web of his thumb went numb. His entire arm lost all feeling. The immense force sent him staggering backward. He wrenched the sword free from its shoulder, unleashing a geyser of hot blood. Before he could steady himself, a dark shape swiped at him. Rip! 5 deep gashes tore across his chest, peeling back skin and muscle. White-hot pain seared through him. But the agony, instead of overwhelming him, brought a chilling clarity. He smelled the coppery tang of his own blood mingling with the tiger's scorched stink. He heard the dripping of water from the rock face, the sound of his own ragged gasps. The fear receded, replaced by an icy resolve to kill. Louis licked his dry, cracked lips and broke into a savage grin. The beast was strong, but it wasn't a god. It could bleed. And if it bleeds, it can die. A roar shattered the silence of the cave. The massive tiger dissolved into a yellow blur, lunging at him with a foul stench. Simultaneously, a sharp wail pierced Louis's ears, like 1,000 icy needles stabbing into his mind. It was the one hiding in the shadows. Louis gritted his teeth, ignoring the excruciating, needle-like pain in his head. His world narrowed to nothing but the pair of amber eyes. The instant the massive tiger leaped, he dropped. He exploded off the ground, sending gravel scattering. His body, like a shadow hugging the earth, shot beneath the tiger's airborne belly. In the split second they crossed, the blade in his hand flicked upward like a viper's fang, kissing the tiger's soft underbelly. There was none of the expected give of tearing flesh. Beneath the skin of the tiger's belly, a layer of golden light flared to life, coalescing into an invisible shield. Screech! A jarring scrape echoed as his sword tip grated against something as hard as rock. The impact sent a powerful shock back up the blade, making the web of his thumb go numb. Louis rolled with the force, coming back to his feet. He felt the cold draft from the cave mouth at his back and steadied himself. He and the tiger had switched places. Now, the beast blocked the path deeper into the cave, while Louis's back was to the only exit. There was only a shallow white scratch on the tiger's belly, the golden light already faded. It shook its head, a low threat rumbling in its throat. Louis tightened his grip on his sword, the lingering numbness in his arm making his heart sink. He had put all his strength into that strike, only to leave a harmless scratch. If this kept up, he knew he'd be the first one down. The cold realization swept away his hesitation. His free hand darted to a pouch at his waist, pulling out a folded paper talisman. The crimson markings on it seemed to spring to life, emitting a faint glow. Just as he was about to channel his energy into the talisman, a clear and urgent voice called out, "I surrender. Don't do it. Spare me." Louis froze. In the middle of the deadly fight, the voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing his boiling battle lust. But the talisman between his fingers only grew brighter, radiating a dangerous heat. He lowered his voice, each word a chip of ice. "Come out." Deeper in the cave, on the rock wall beside the massive tiger, the surface of the stone began to ripple like water. A translucent figure, as if woven from moonlight and mist, slowly seeped out of the solid rock. A spectral form seeped from the rock wall, like a wisp of smoke taking shape. The light warped for an instant, and the smoke solidified into a sharp silhouette. It was a girl. She had a slender frame, draped in a simple white dress. Her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist. Her skin was so pale it was nearly translucent, the only color on her a single mole beneath the corner of her eye, a drop of ink so dark it was startling. The girl stood pressed against the giant tiger, one hand instinctively clutching the thick fur at the back of its neck, as if for protection. She kept her head bowed, avoiding Lu Yi's gaze like a child who'd done something wrong. Lu Yi's pupils contracted. He couldn't see through her. The edges of her form seemed to shimmer, as if she were a phantom on the verge of dissolving into the air. She could appear behind him without a sound, could pass through solid rock as if it were water. She wasn't human. Lu Yi tightened his grip on the talisman, its stiff edge digging painfully into his palm. He lowered his center of gravity, his gaze flickering between the girl and the tiger like a panther coiled to strike. A beast he could see, and a phantom he could not fathom. Killing the tiger would be simple. The talisman was ready. But how could he fight a girl who could walk through walls? His fingertip hovered over the paper, hesitating to unleash its power. The air froze. What are you? Lu Yi's voice was as cold as ice. The girl's shoulders flinched. She bit her lip, and after a long moment, spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. My name is Yi. I didn't ask for your name. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman made a soft crackling sound between his fingers. Roar. Sensing the threat, the giant tiger let out a low growl, its muscles bunching instantly. The girl immediately reached out and placed a hand gently on the tiger's head, making a soft shushing sound. She lifted her head to look directly at Lu Yi for the first time, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. Have you ever heard the stories? She asked timidly. About the ghosts enslaved by tigers? Lu Yi's brow furrowed. He nodded. A tremor entered Yi's voice. Some of the more powerful tiger demons, they have a gift. An ability to bind the souls of the newly dead to turn us into their servants. Lu Yi's breath caught in his throat. He stared at her, his words deliberate and sharp. So you're a tiger's thrall? Lu Yi's brows knitted together. A tiger's thrall, an ancient term. So this is what it means. His voice was low, as if muttering to himself. No, that's not it. The girl, Yi, shook her head violently, her black hair whipping with the movement. Lu Yi's gaze sharpened. Are you playing me? I'm not. Yi's voice was laced with panic. Listen to me. Those souls enslaved by the tiger, they're like mindless puppets, only able to follow orders. But I'm different. She held out her translucent arms, gesturing desperately. See? I can think, I can speak. Other than having no warmth, I'm no different from a living person. Then what are you? Yi tilted her head. A thrall spirit? She said, her tone uncertain. Perhaps you could call me that? Lu Yi fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. His gaze was like a pair of icy daggers, flicking back and forth between the girl and the great tiger. Then, he began slowly, each word laced with a chilling frost. If I kill this beast, what happens to you? Will you disappear with it? I will know I won't. Yi shrieked, her form flickering in terror. Lu Yi's words were a naked threat. Don't do it. Please, we know we were wrong. We can pay for our lives. That last sentence acted like a wedge, halting the imminent explosion of power. In Lu Yi's palm, the blinding light about to erupt from the talisman slowly dimmed. His thumb was a hair's breadth from the activation sigil. He was confident he could kill them. But the tiger's hide was thick, and while the spirit Yi couldn't harm him directly, she could always interfere with her ghostly tricks. A fierce battle would mean using up several precious talismans, and he likely wouldn't escape unscathed. The price was too high, especially now, when the energy in his body was on the verge of a breakthrough. Any unnecessary expenditure would only delay that moment. Yi's offer was enough to make him suppress his killing intent, for now. He raised an eyebrow, his tone thick with skepticism. Pay for your lives? You too. His gaze swept contemptuously over them. A beast and a ghost. What could you possibly have? Just wait. I'll go get it now. Yi cried out. Her form instantly grew ethereal, and like a wisp of smoke, she passed straight through the rock wall behind her and vanished. Her head poked out from behind the rock wall, her voice urgent and rushed. Don't you dare kill Amber. I'll be right back. Amber. Lu Yi's gaze landed on the giant tiger. Its every breath was like the pumping of a great bellows. The invisible pressure made Lu Yi feel as if a boulder was crushing his chest. A muscle in his cheek twitched uncontrollably. The girl vanished. Inside the cave, only the standoff between Lu Yi and the giant tiger remained. Man and beast, separated by only a few paces, the air between them seemed to solidify. Lu Yi's back was pressed hard against the cold rock, his muscles drawn as taut as a bowstring. He didn't dare relax his guard for an instant. His ears strained to catch every whisper of wind from outside, on alert for the girl who could lunge from the shadows at any moment. The seconds stretched on. A sliver of sunlight at the cave's entrance had shifted an inch across the floor. Suddenly, a footstep soft, but directly behind him. Lu Yi whipped around, his heart hammering in his throat. The girl was standing not far behind him. He had no idea when she'd gotten there. He edged aside, keeping his back to the wall to clear a path. The girl, clutching an armful of something, hurried into the cave. She thrust the bundle forward, as if presenting an offering. "Take these for our lives," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "I'm begging you, don't kill us." Lu Yi's pupils contracted sharply. It wasn't just anything. It was a collection of pouches. They were crafted from some unfamiliar hide, cinched shut with a special kind of thread that gave off a faint, shimmering light. Storage pouches, the kind cultivators used. A full 5 of them. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Kill them and take the pouches. A flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Though it was gone in an instant, the girl sensed it. She frantically waved her hands, her face drained of all color. "It's not what you think. You've misunderstood." The words tumbled out of her in a rush. "Amber's not that powerful. You fought him, you have to know that. Any cultivator around here could kill him with a single poke of their finger. He's no killer." "Then where did these come from?" Lu Yi's voice was ice. The girl's eyes darted away, and her voice dropped to a mumble. She scuffed a loose pebble with her foot. We tricked them out of it." Seeing the disbelief on his face, she quickly added, "It's true. Those cultivators are total cowards. All Amber has to do is charge out and roar, and they just toss their pouches and run for their lives." Lu Yi thought back to his own predicament just moments before. The tiger's roar had indeed sent his own blood surging. If he hadn't sensed that the beast was all bark and no bite, and if he hadn't been completely broke, he would have traded his possessions for his life as well. After all, your life is worth more than anything. The giant tiger's presence was a palpable wall, pressing down on him. The air seemed to freeze solid, each breath a shard of ice in his lungs. Its amber eyes, like 2 burning suns, were locked on the intruder, a gaze intense enough to sear the strongest nerves to ash. And yet, the roar that erupted from its massive throat was as clear as a silver bell. "The goods. Toss them over," a young girl's voice commanded. Lu Yi's gaze passed over the tiger to the shadows behind it. He didn't speak, merely uttering 2 simple words. "You first." After a moment of tense silence, several heavy sacks flew from the shadows, landing with a series of soft thuds in the dirt at Lu Yi's feet. Lu Yi didn't bend down. With a flick of his boot, he sent a storage pouch flying into his hand. His fingers twitched, and a wisp of his energy probed the opening. Hum! An unseen barrier repelled his energy. His brow furrowed instantly. He kicked up the second. The same sensation, like hitting a stone wall. The third, the fourth, all of them. The mouths of the pouches were sealed shut by a ward. Lu Yi looked up, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Are you wasting my time?" It was a lock he couldn't break. "At least, not right now." "No, I'm not." The voice from the shadows was thick with tears, and a small figure finally stepped out, unable to hide any longer. She was a young girl, no older than 15 or 16, her face etched with grievance. Some of them ran off too fast. I yelled for them to undo the seals, but they wouldn't listen. And the ones who did, well, we used up everything inside a long time ago. She and the tiger had been guarding this forest for years. Their spoils were far greater than this. But any useful resources had long since been depleted. All that remained was a pile of empty pouches and sealed cans she couldn't open. Lu Yi's eyes grew cold, like the edge of tempered steel. "If this is the extent of your sincerity," he said slowly, "then we have nothing more to discuss." His voice was soft, but each word landed like a stone in the girl. Lu Yi stood at the mouth of the cave, his silhouette blocking the only source of light. He pressed one hand to his chest where his robes were torn, the seeping blood warm and sticky. Every breath sent a searing pain through his ribs. On the ground, next to the ashes of a paper talisman, lay a few small storage pouches. "We surrender." E's voice, laced with a tremor, echoed through the cave. She stood protectively before the great tiger, her arms spread wide like a mother beast shielding her cub. Lui's gaze swept over the storage pouches. He said nothing. "These pouches take them to the Qingyan market. You can find someone there to open them." E explained, her voice urgent. "I'm sure there is something you want inside." "Qingyan market?" Lui's voice was a low rasp. "Yes. It's a gathering place for cultivators. Only 50 li from here. I can take you." "No need." Lui's reply landed like a shard of ice. He remained in this jungle precisely because it was remote, dangerous, and, paradoxically, safe. For someone like him, the outside world was far more treacherous. E's eyes reddened with desperation. "What do you want from us? We know we were wrong. Just let us go, please." Lui's gaze raked over her like a blade. "A price." He bit out the word, his voice low, yet it seemed to freeze the very air in the cave. "My patience is wearing thin. Stop wasting my time." E gritted her teeth, baring a row of small, sharp teeth as her expression turned fierce. "If you push us too far, you'll regret it." Lui slowly raised a hand. A soft glow began to coalesce in his palm, and the temperature in the cave spiked. A cold smirk touched his lips. "Really?" Lui raised a hand. A stack of yellow paper talismans pinched between his fingers. The cinnabar markings on them shimmered faintly in the dim cave. E's smile froze. Her eyes were fixed on the talismans. She swallowed hard, as if choking down a shard of ice, and slowly withdrew the dagger hidden in her sleeve. "All right, you win." Her voice held a barely perceptible tremor. She took a deep breath, as if mustering the last of her strength. "There's one more thing," she said in a low voice. "Wait here. I'll get it for you." Sensing her intent, the giant tiger let out a low warning, a growl that rumbled in its chest like shifting rock. A bitter smile touched E's lips as she reached out, her fingertips gently tracing the fur on the tiger's forehead. "Wait for me, and be good." Her voice was soft, yet left no room for argument. "Don't cause him any trouble." The giant tiger pawed restlessly at the ground, sending shards of rock flying. E's gaze turned cold. "Behave." The giant tiger finally fell silent, its massive head hanging low. She gave the tiger's neck one last pat before turning. Her body, like a wisp of smoke, melted straight into the solid rock wall and vanished without a trace. In the cave, only Lu Yi and the giant tiger remained, man and beast, facing off in the gloom. The very air seemed to congeal. Lu Yi's gaze never left the massive beast. He noticed its amber eyes held none of the mindless chaos of a wild animal. Instead, they shone with the light of intelligence. The seconds ticked by. The air in the cave grew heavier. The tiger began to pace, its sharp claws making a grating sound as they scraped against the stone floor. With every turn, its amber eyes swept over Lu Yi, and hot breath plumed from its nostrils. Lu Yi felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. It wasn't his imagination. It was killing intent. An hour later, with a flicker of light and shadow on the rock wall, E stumbled out. Her body was almost translucent, a phantom form that looked as if a gust of wind could blow it away. Lu Yi's pupils contracted. His gaze went past the weakened E, locking onto the object clutched in her hand. It was a fruit, about the size of a baby's fist. It was a deep, uniform crimson, like a burning heart. The moment it appeared, a sweet fragrance, so rich it was almost intoxicating, filled the entire cave. Just breathing it in, Lu Yi felt a sense of ease spread through his entire body. His voice was hoarse. "What is that? What is that?" Lu Yi's voice was low, his gaze pinned to the girl's hand. The fruit wasn't large, but holding it was like holding a piece of liquid amber that gave off a soft glow. A strange, sweet fragrance filled the air, and the mere scent of it seemed to wash away some of the exhaustion from his bones. A barrier-breaking fruit. The girl, E, leaned weakly against the white tiger, her voice as faint as a wisp of smoke. "What does it do?" E gasped for breath, mustering her strength to explain. "It can shatter the wall inside your body. It will make you stronger." Lu Yi's breath caught in his throat. shatter a wall. The metaphor was brutally simple, but he grasped the fruit's value in an instant. His eyes locked onto E, his throat working as he swallowed. Toss it here, he commanded, then immediately corrected himself. No, hand it to me. E shook her head, her pale lips pressing into a thin line. The fruit is yours, but you have to swear an oath. An oath? Yes, she said, each word deliberate, her gaze unwavering. Swear by heaven and earth that once you take the fruit, you will not harm us. If you do, the heavens will deliver your punishment. Lu Yi fell silent. He didn't know what kind of oath the girl spoke of, but the phrase swear by heaven and earth reminded him of ancient legends. He could sense this was no child's play. Fine, he said with a sharp nod. He took a deep breath, looked up at the slate-gray sky, and began to speak, each word clear and deliberate. I, Lu Yi, hereby swear, if I receive this fruit, I will not harm Yi or her tiger, so long as they do not attack me first. The instant the words left his lips, the world seemed to stand still. An unseen weight descended from the heavens, pressing down on his shoulders like a mountain. A moment later, the insignia on the back of his hand flared with searing heat, as if a red-hot iron had been pressed into his flesh. The force didn't harm him, but it left a cold brand deep within his soul. A single, clear thought exploded in his mind. Betray this oath and be torn to shreds. Lu Yi drew in a sharp, cold breath, his heart hammering against his ribs. He finally understood. In this world, oaths were alive, and they had teeth. With the final vow uttered, Yi's tense shoulders finally slumped. She drifted before Lu Yi like a weightless feather and offered him a crystalline fruit. Your aura is faint, Lu Yi said, taking the fruit. A faint chill touched his fingertips. He saw that her once luminous form had grown dim. She replied, her voice barely a whisper. She turned and called out, Amber, let's go. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. A great tiger emerged, each step sending a faint tremor through the ground. Lu Yi clutched the fruit tighter, his body tensing as he slowly backed away from the entrance. A moment later, the great tiger, Amber, strode out of the cave. Yi's form dissolved into a soft glow that flowed into the tiger's forehead and vanished. The great tiger turned its head, its golden eyes locking onto Lu Yi for a long moment. It let out a deep-throated roar that sent loose stones rattling down the cave walls. Then, with a powerful flex of its muscle-bound limbs, its massive body shot forward like a yellow bolt of lightning, disappearing into the dense forest after a few powerful leaps. At last, silence fell, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Lu Yi leaned back against the cold cave wall and let out a long, ragged breath tinged with blood. Only then did the searing, tearing pain in his chest make itself fully known. He looked down at the fruit in his hand. The barrier breaker fruit was no bigger than his fist. Its surface shimmered with a soft light, like a captured star. A strange, sweet fragrance wafted up, revitalizing his senses. He could feel a potent energy contained within the small fruit, thrumming as if ready to burst forth. This was the key to his breakthrough. But he didn't consume it right away. He carefully tucked the fruit into an inner fold of his robes and turned his attention to his wounds. With a sharp rip, he tore away the tattered fabric over his chest. The cold air bit at the exposed wounds, sending a jolt of sharp pain through him. For gashes were carved across his chest, gaping so deep that bone was visible. The flesh was peeled back, and the blood had already congealed into a dark crimson crust. A faint shimmer of energy still clung to the edges of the wounds, a fading attempt to stanch the bleeding. He cautiously rotated his shoulder. He heard the faint grating of bone, but it wasn't broken, just a flesh wound. He let out a sigh of relief. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robes, uncorked it, and shook out a single pill. He popped it into his mouth, a bitter taste instantly flooding his tongue. He then tipped a second pill into his palm and, with a firm pinch of his fingers, crushed it into a fine powder. He dusted the powder evenly over the open wounds. HSSSSS. The instant the powder touched raw flesh, a searing pain erupted, as if 1,000 white-hot needles were stabbing into his nerves at once. He sucked in a sharp breath through his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. The muscles in his jaw clenched as hard as stone. He dressed, and sat cross-legged in the cave. A warm energy flowed slowly through his body, the power of the medicinal pill. It felt like countless fine, warm needles, stitching his wounds shut from the inside out. The night passed. In the faint light of dawn, Lu Yi opened his eyes and took a deep breath of the crisp, cool air. He stretched his body. A tight, pulling sensation came from his wounds, but the sharp pain had faded to a tolerable, dull ache. They had scabbed over. He knew that in a few more days, he would be fully healed. In the corner of the cave, the great snake's skeleton had been picked clean. He felt a new strength surging through his muscles and bones. He walked out of the cave and made his way to a creek a few miles away. The water gurgled, washing over smooth pebbles. A fat rabbit was drinking at the water's edge, its ears twitching alertly. Lu Ye's figure flashed like a phantom, leaving only an afterimage in the air. The next instant, his hand had clamped firmly around the rabbit's hind legs. The rabbit struggled violently, but it was no use. Back in the cave, Lu Yi sat down and cradled the strange fruit in his palm. Strange, swirling patterns flowed across its skin, as if it contained some mysterious power. He drew his long sword and sliced off a piece of the fruit's flesh, no bigger than a fingernail. With one hand, he pinched the rabbit's jaw, forcing its mouth open. With the other, he quickly stuffed the sliver of fruit inside. The rabbit's tiny heart hammered against his palm like a frantic war drum. He closed the rabbit's mouth and shook it gently until he was sure it had swallowed. He let go. The rabbit collapsed to the ground, its limbs twitching. Frozen by sheer terror, it didn't move. Lu Yi paid it no more mind, simply rolling a large boulder in front of the cave entrance to prevent its escape. His gaze fell upon several mud-caked bags. Yi and Amber must have left in a hurry. They hadn't taken these with them. He picked one up. It was heavy in his hand. He could feel that the bag was made from some kind of tough beast hide. He tried to probe the bag's opening with a sliver of his energy. The energy, like an invisible needle, had barely touched the opening when it hit an unseen wall. Hard, cold, and impassable. He understood at once. An energy lock. Each bag was branded with its owner's unique energy signature. That signature was the lock, and the owner's energy was the only key. He thought back to the other bags he'd acquired. Steward Yang's. He had unlocked it himself before he died, trying to get his weapon, but had been too weak to seal it again. As for Zhou Cheng's, the sect master had shattered its lock with overwhelming force. But these ones, their locks were perfectly intact. And this time, there was no one around to break them for him. Two strange pouches rested in his palm. The energy seal at the mouth of each one was like an invisible lock. He sent a wisp of his own energy probing into it, like trying to pry open an iron gate with a fine needle. The thread of energy touched the seal. A wave of resistance shot back. He pushed more energy through. The flow turned scalding hot and slammed into the seal. The first time, the seal trembled. The second, a hairline crack appeared. The third, snap, a faint sound. Not the click of a lock, but the crack of something breaking. A searing heat shot through his palm. Lu Yi flung his hand away, and the pouch exploded in mid-air into a blinding fireball. The flames silently devoured the leather, leaving little more than a whisper of ash. Only the acrid smell of something burnt lingered in the air. So that was it. It wasn't a lock, but a trap. A safeguard designed to self-destruct rather than fall into the wrong hands. A cold knot of fear formed in his gut. What if it hadn't been fire, but poison-tipped needles? He carefully stowed the remaining pouch and turned toward the cage in the corner. The rabbit inside was nibbling on a leaf, its long ears twitching. Its eyes looked like two red glass beads. Lu Yi reached out, his fingers closing precisely around the scruff of its neck. The rabbit went rigid, with a sharp twist of his wrist. Crack! The sound of breaking bone was clean and sharp. The rabbit's soft body went limp. The experiment was over. The fruit wasn't poisonous. His mind finally at ease, he walked to the stone bed and sat down. The cushion was cold. He took out the barrier-breaking fruit. Its skin was smooth, giving off a faint red glow in the dim light. He raised it to his lips and, without hesitation, took a bite. He took a bite, and the flesh of the fruit burst between his teeth. Crisp, sweet juice instantly flooded his mouth, carrying an exotic aroma. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yi's eyes as he devoured the small fruit in a couple of bites. It was pitiless, like a perfectly ripe berry, melting the moment it touched his tongue. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, awaiting the change. A moment later, a current of warmth rose from deep within his abdomen. The sensation was familiar, like that of taking an elixir. And yet, it was entirely different. This energy was not the spirit power he was familiar with, nor was it the energy of his own lifeblood. It was purer, like a handful of molten sunlight, warm, but not searing. With a focused thought, Lu Yi tried to guide the warmth. It obeyed docilely, like a small creek finding its channel, flowing effortlessly into the first spiritual nexus within him, then the second and the third. It surged onward without the slightest hesitation, its path completely unimpeded. Soon, the warmth flowed past the eighth nexus and came up against the unyielding barrier of the ninth. Lu Yi instinctively tensed, bracing himself for the familiar, jarring pain, the feeling of a small hammer chipping away at bone. But the anticipated agony never came. The warmth simply pressed against it. The unyielding barrier didn't shatter. Instead, it dissolved. Like thin ice in the sun, it silently melted away into nothing. The instant the barrier vanished, the spirit power that had been held at bay finally found its release, surging like a bursting dam into the newly forged channel. A shudder ran through Lu Ye's entire body, and a soft moan of pure relief escaped his lips. His eyes snapped open, the memory of E's peculiar expression flashing through his mind. He finally understood. This fruit was no ordinary treasure. No wonder she had looked at him that way. This wasn't just a fruit, it was a divine artifact capable of saving years of arduous cultivation. And it had all happened in the span of a few breaths. The ninth spiritual aperture was open. 9 points of light pulsed within him like 9 nascent stars. All he had to do was link them with the energy inside him, letting the warm current form a complete cycle. An unending river of spiritual energy would then be born within him, and the gates to a new world would swing open. This had been the one goal he'd chased day and night for the past month. Yet, a searing torrent still rampaged through his meridians. It was the residual power from the barrier-breaking fruit, a wild, untamed energy. Let it just dissipate? Lu Yi could feel how precious this power was. Wasting it would be like tossing gold into the ocean. He barely hesitated. Gritting his teeth, he made an even bolder decision. He would harness this torrent to break through a 10th spiritual aperture. The sect master had only shown him the locations of 9 apertures. In the old man's estimation, someone with Lu Ye's aptitude should have taken 2 or 3 years to complete those 9 steps. He hadn't underestimated the boy, it was simply a cold, impartial judgment. But he never expected Lu Yi to accomplish it in a single month, especially with so few spiritual pills. Now, the energy within Lu Yi was strong enough that he could sense the hidden apertures on his own. The process would be far more difficult, like searching for an unseen lantern in a thick fog. But it wasn't impossible. The star chart of the golden cicada unfettered art unfurled in his mind, marking the general locations of the subsequent apertures. He sank his consciousness deep into his body, like a diver plunging into an endless darkness. Time passed. Sweat beaded on his forehead and trickled down his cheeks. An hour later, deep within that profound darkness, he finally sensed a faint point of resistance. Found it. He immediately guided the searing torrent of energy like an enraged bull to slam against that invisible barrier. Crack. An impossibly faint shattering sound, one only his soul could hear, echoed within him. The solid barrier gave way. The 10th star flared to life. The barrier-breaking fruit's power was mostly consumed in that violent assault, the torrent thinning to a trickle. But it was not yet depleted. Lu Yi took a deep breath. Without a moment's pause, he once again plunged his consciousness into the deeper, darker unknown within him. He was going to find the 11th star. In the cave, Lu Yi let out a long exhale. The breath formed a plume of white vapor that hung in the frigid air, refusing to dissipate. He could feel the fire that had been burning in his core finally begin to subside. The elixir's potency had been spent. Deep within him, the unseen barrier remained, but he could clearly sense it was now webbed with hairline fractures. With just one more push, it would shatter. At the same time, 2 new currents of warmth forged unprecedented pathways through his body, flowing like a pair of tranquil streams. A powerful urge washed over him. He wanted to gather all his strength at once, to break through that higher threshold and become a true cultivator. But he forced the impulse down. An instinct told him his foundation was still unsteady, like a freshly planted sapling that needed more nurturing. His newly opened ninth meridian was but a mere trickle, not yet a rushing river. He needed more fuel. With that thought, Lu Yi's gaze grew calm. He rose and walked to the mouth of the cave, where he deftly skinned a rabbit, gutting it with clean, practiced motions. The campfire crackled, spitting embers. Fat sizzled as it dripped from the roasting meat, filling the air with a rich aroma. He tore off a scorching hot hind leg and took a savage bite. The crispy skin and scalding juices exploded in his mouth. In the days that followed, Lu Yi became a true predator. He stalked the forest, running down his prey. Torn flesh and warm viscera became fuel for the furnace in his belly. He was an insatiable forge, hammering everything he consumed into a pure, searing life force. This power poured ceaselessly into the nascent river within him. 6 days later, the flickering firelight cast shadows across Lu Yi's chiseled features. He had thinned considerably. His once fitting clothes hung loosely on his frame, his collarbones starkly defined. But when he clenched his fist, the muscles in his arm coiled like iron cables, impossibly hard. He could feel an explosive power lying dormant, gathering strength just beneath his skin. Now, the river of energy within him was finally full to its banks. Its surface was placid, yet its depths were immeasurable, waiting only for the moment to burst its dams. Lu Yi's eyes slowly opened, his gaze as sharp as lightning. He took a deep breath. The cold air flooded his lungs, but it did nothing to quiet the frantic drumming of his heart against his ribs. He knew. The time had come. The cave was deathly silent. Lu Yi's chest rose and fell slowly, each breath like swallowing shards of ice-cold rock. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the boundless darkness within him. In the darkness, he ignited a single spark. This was the first cluster of energy, the dormant source. With a gentle push of his will, the spark instantly transformed into a slender thread of light, lancing fiercely toward a second nearby patch of darkness. Whoosh! A second flame was kindled. The thread of light grew thicker. Now a stream formed of pure energy, it surged forward, crashing into a third slumbering point. The third flame awakened. The fourth. The fifth. A river made of light carved a path through his body. Each impact was like a heartbeat, heavy and powerful. Finally, the ninth flame flared to life. The river of light shattered the final barrier, slamming back into the original spark at its source. In that instant, a perfect circuit of energy formed within him. Once, the energy within him had been like a deep, stagnant well. Now, the water had come to life. No, it was no longer a well, but a rushing internal river. The water circulated through his meridians at an astonishing speed, cycle after cycle. Faster and faster. Faster still. The current transformed from a swift flow into a roaring torrent. Suddenly, Lu Yi felt something deep within his soul give a sharp crack and then shatter. Before him was not darkness, but a blinding, snow-white light, as if he were staring directly into the midday sun. All sound vanished, replaced by a high-pitched drone. The next moment, the white light subsided and the drone faded away. The world, with a clarity he had never known. He could hear the whisper of the wind brushing against the blades of grass outside the cave. He could see the outline of every speck of dust on the rock wall. His body felt as light as air, and every pore seemed to be breathing in joyous relief. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from his center. It swept through the cave, kicking up loose stones from the ground. They pelted the walls like bullets, creating a dense, clattering racket. He had succeeded. Lu Yi did not open his eyes. He simply remained still, feeling it. He no longer needed to guide it. The river of energy within him had now become a ceaseless stream. It flowed gently and constantly, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood. He could even hear its gentle murmuring. This was the spirit stream. From this day forward, unless his heart stopped beating and his bones turned to ash, this stream of life would flow within him forever, never to run dry. He opened his eyes. The darkness receded like a tide, and the contours of the world sharpened into focus. He opened his palm, and a thought took form in his mind. Within him, a warm current stirred to life, surging along a newly forged path and instantly converging in the center of his palm. A ball of light ignited. But this was no longer the faint, tenuous glimmer of the past. The light was dense and brilliant, like a handful of burning snow, making the air around it hiss softly. He could even feel the searing heat it contained. He slowly clenched his fist. Light spilled from the gaps between his fingers, as if he were clutching a miniature sun. Power. A sense of power unlike anything he had ever known welled up from the marrow of his bones. He felt he could shatter solid rock with a single punch. This wasn't mere growth, it was a complete transformation. The image of the giant tiger flashed through his mind, its claws that had nearly torn him to shreds, the hot, fetid gust of its presence. The memory of his terror was still there, but now, a cold confidence overrode everything. If he were to face it now, he wouldn't even need his talismans. He could destroy it with his bare hands. Why? He closed his eyes, sinking his awareness deep within himself to listen to the changes that had taken place. Before, the energy inside him had been like a series of isolated wells. Once he drained one, he had to draw from the next. The barriers between each well were absolute. But now, those barriers were gone. All the wells had merged, forming a single, rushing river. The energy was no longer stagnant, it flowed in a constant cycle within him, and every breath he took made the current stronger. He no longer had to draw power from any single source. He himself was the river. So that was it. This was the world on the other side of the breakthrough. No one had taught him this. He had walked every step of the path alone, lost and uncertain. But now that he had pushed open the door with his own hands, the vista that unfolded before him was so magnificent it left him breathless. Lu Yi opened his eyes. The world had changed. He could feel a warm stream flowing slowly through his body. 9 points of light, once isolated, had finally linked together, transforming into a rushing river within him. This power sharpened his senses to an incredible degree. He could see the motes of energy floating in the air, twinkling like fireflies on a summer night. He could hear the faint rustle of a dry leaf landing on the forest floor dozens of yards away. He could smell the faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood on the wind. This was the spirit stream realm, a massive breakthrough. Lu Yi's heart began to pound. He suppressed his excitement, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He wanted to try drawing power from the world around him, just like a true cultivator. He imagined his body as a dry sponge, every pore open and thirsting for the nourishment of the world outside. The motes of energy in the air, those fireflies, drifted slowly toward him. Closer and closer. They touched his skin, and then they simply slid away. Not a single mote was willing to enter his body. They were like a school of startled fish. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't guide them inside. An hour later, Lu Yi's eyes snapped open, a tightness of frustration in his chest. Failure. Just like always. His body was like an impervious stone, rejecting all the gifts the world offered. At this snail's pace, strengthening the stream inside him even a little would take a year, perhaps even longer. No wonder when his aptitude was tested, the evaluation had been a single word: poor. He finally understood. The art of cultivation wasn't about breathing with the nose and mouth, but breathing with the entire body. The bodies of true geniuses were like immense nets, greedily snaring the world's energy and converting it into their own power. And he couldn't even get his foot in the door. Lu Yi got to his feet, brushing the dirt and fallen leaves from his clothes. The roar of an unknown beast echoed from deep in the woods, sending a shiver down his spine. This jungle had been his shelter for over a month. When the sect leader had thrown him into this godforsaken place called the Spirit Stream Battlefield, he'd been like a pebble tossed into the ocean, landing here by a sheer stroke of luck. It was just luck that when those two, Yi and Dahu, had come looking for him a while back, he'd managed to turn the tables and get something out of them instead. But luck always runs out. He clenched his fists, his knuckles letting out a sharp crack. It was time to leave these woods and see the real world outside. He couldn't stay in these woods any longer. Leaning against an ancient tree, Lu Yi could feel the scent of danger on the wind. It was a constant prickle, like a needle pressed to his back. He knew his luck was bound to run out. He clenched his fist. The nascent current of warmth inside him was 10 times stronger than it had been a month ago. But it was a fragile power, a mere stream that could be swept away by a true torrent at any moment. He slipped a hand inside his tunic, his fingertips brushing against several paper talismans. The symbols etched upon them were faintly warm, like sleeping beasts. They were his only trump card. He lifted his head and gazed deep into the mountain range. The girl, the white tiger, they knew of a place that could make him stronger. 2 days later, he stood at the mouth of a deep cavern. The reek of a predator and a damp chill washed over him. Deep within, a colossal, snow-white tiger lay curled up like a small mountain, its breaths heavy as the wheeze of a bellows. The moment Lu Yi took a single step inside, the air warped. An ethereal figure seeped out from the tiger's body, coalescing like a wisp of smoke. It was the silhouette of a young girl, her form so transparent he could see the stone wall behind her. Her voice held an ethereal wariness. "What are you doing here?" It was the guardian spirit who called herself Yi. Her form was even fainter than before, as if she might dissipate at any moment. Clearly, she still hadn't recovered from their last encounter. The girl's voice woke the great beast. The white tiger's eyes snapped open, its golden pupils instantly locking onto Lu Yi. It rose to its feet, muscles bunching, and a low growl from its throat sent a tremor through the entire cavern. Lu Yi froze, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. He could feel an unseen oath binding him, one that prevented him from raising a hand against them. "Don't be alarmed," Lu Yi said, his voice steady. "I'm just here to ask for directions." "Directions?" The spectral girl's gaze was laced with suspicion. "The Azure Cloud Market," Lu Yi said. "Tell me where it is, and what kind of place it is. You want to go there?" "Yes." Lu Yi looked down at his own empty hands. Trying to survive on the meager energy he gained from hunting beasts was like trying to fill a dry river with a spoon. He had reached his limit. "I need elixirs," he admitted, "or anything that can help me survive. Hiding alone in these mountains is a death sentence." Yi cocked her head, her eyes dancing as she made a face at him. "I'm not telling," she chirped, her voice as crisp and clear as a wind chime. "Want to know? Go find out yourself." She was like a wisp of smoke, drifting and floating around Lu Yi. The massive beast she called Da, who paced behind her, a low, warning growl rumbling in its throat. Lu Yi watched her in silence. His gaze was as still and deep as a well. After a moment, without another word, he turned and walked away. "Hey!" Yi froze, taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so blunt. In a flash, like a weightless feather, she drifted in front of him again, blocking his path. All right, she drawled, a hint of triumph in her voice. "If you beg me, maybe just maybe, if I'm in a good enough mood, I'll tell you." Lu Yi's gaze swept over her, as if she were nothing more than a stone in his path. "Go on, beg me." Yi fluttered in front of him like a dancing butterfly. "Or, you could just say, I was wrong, and I'll forgive you. How's that sound?" Lu Yi halted. His hand went to the leather pouch at his waist. Slowly, he drew a longsword. Shink. The sound of metal scraping against its sheath was cold and sharp. "What are you doing?" Yi's voice hitched, the smile frozen on her face. With a yelp, she darted behind Da, who like a lightning flash. The massive beast immediately dropped into a crouch, its muscles bunching as it bared snow-white fangs and unleashed a deep, rumbling roar. "I'm warning you, we're bound by an oath." Yi peeked out from behind the beast's fur, her voice trembling. "If you dare to strike, that power will tear you to shreds." Lu Yi paid her no mind. He raised his sword, its tip aimed at the open forest before them. A faint light flowed down his arm and onto the blade. The entire sword began to hum, emitting a soft halo of light. He spoke softly, as if to himself. "I've decided." "Decided what?" Yi asked, completely bewildered. "Starting today, I'm going to kill 10 beasts a day." Lu Yi's voice was calm, but his words struck the air like nails. "I'll keep going until there's nothing left in this forest that can run." He finished, then rubbed his stomach. "I'm hungry." Click. The long sword slid home into its sheath with a clean sound. Lu Yi began to walk, continuing on his way. Yi remained frozen to the spot, the color slowly draining from her face. Beside her, Dahu turned its head, gave her a look, and then, with an incredibly human-like expression, rolled its massive eyes. "Wait!" A clear voice called out from the woods. Lu Yi stopped but didn't turn around. A rustle of leaves came from behind him. E pushed through the bushes and hurried to catch up, her breath coming in short gasps. I, I can show you the way. In the shade of the trees, E crouched on the ground. With a sharp stick, she sketched a crude map in the soft dirt. Look, this is Azure Cloud Mountain, where we are now. Her fingertip tapped the highest point on the map, then traced a crooked line. Start here and just keep walking. You'll hear the sound of water. That's a small river. She paused, looking up at him to make sure he was listening. Follow the riverbank until the sound of the water grows faint. Then, you'll see a field of scattered boulders. They look like they were smashed down from the sky, all strange shapes and sizes. She continued, her stick tracing the path. Go through there, walk a bit further, and you'll be able to see the silhouette of Azure Cloud Market. Louis's gaze was heavy as he cut her off. Skip the details. His voice was low, laced with an undeniable tone of command. Just tell me. Which direction? E froze for a second. She immediately pulled back the stick and pointed, her arm as straight as a spear. That way. Louis didn't turn right away. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them. The air crackled with tension. This map had better be real, he said, his voice dropping low, each word a chip of ice. If I get lost, or if I find out you've lied to me. He paused, the threat hanging unspoken in the air. I'll be back, and you know what will happen. E puffed out her small chest and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, it's the right way. With that assurance, Louis finally turned and strode into the forest without a backward glance. Watching his tall figure disappear into the deep shadows of the trees, E floated into the air and gave a vigorous wave. The smile on her face was so bright it was almost cartoonish, as if she'd just sent a plague god on his way. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was finally leaving. At last, the forest could be quiet again. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows across Louis. He moved quickly, the dry leaves crunching under his feet. In his mind, the crooked map was crystal clear. First the sound of water, then through the jagged field of boulders. Every step he took was firm and powerful. Louis's gaze locked onto her like a hawk. This place, this godforsaken place they call the Spirit Creek battlefield, he said, his voice low but carrying an undeniable weight. Spill it. Everything you know. E flinched, not daring to hide a single thing. She picked up a dry twig and drew a large circle in the damp earth. This is the entire battlefield. Her voice trembled, like a candle flickering in the wind. It's less a battlefield and more, a massive hunting ground. She jabbed the branch hard into the center of the circle. This is the core circle. Imagine the air, thick as honey, every breath making you stronger. The most powerful sects of the 9 provinces are entrenched here like great dragons, guarding sacred lands where spiritual flowers can bloom from solid rock. Next, she drew a larger ring around the core. This is the inner circle. The air isn't as sweet, but it's still a paradise for the strong to fight over. The first-rate sects are like tigers in the mountains here, tearing each other apart for spirit veins and mystical fruits. Finally, her twigs swept across the vast, outermost area. And this, she paused, glancing up at Louis. This is where we are. The outer circle. The spiritual energy is thin here, resources are scarce. It's like the scraps left behind by the dragons and tigers. But it's also the largest and most chaotic area, she added. It's crawling with countless minor sections. We're like wild dogs and jackals on the plains, fighting to the death over a few bones. Louis was silent. His fingers tapped a steady rhythm against his knee. Dragons, tigers, wild dogs. A brutal food chain laid itself bare before him. He understood. He was here, on the edge of the vastest, most barren part of the hunting ground. Danger was everywhere. But at least, he wouldn't be running headfirst into a real dragon. Not yet. He stood alone in an unfamiliar wilderness. The air was thick with the coppery tang of rust and blood, mixed with the scent of raw earth. On the back of his hand, a brand pulsed with a low heat, a persistent sting like a searing needle against his skin. From within the brand, a faint glimmer of light pointed unyieldingly toward the horizon in the direction of the Azure Blood sect. But he didn't dare go that way. It was a straight line to his death. He could feel it. At the end of that line, deep within the earth, a dull, rhythmic pulse beat like a colossal heart. It was the power of the mighty, resonating in unison. Each beat was like an invisible hand, squeezing his own heart tighter. The faint flicker of energy within him was like a candle in the wind, liable to be snuffed out at any moment by that overwhelming force. To go there was to be ground to dust. He took a deep breath, the frigid air searing his throat. He had to take the long way around, to move like a cautious panther, tracing a wide arc along the battlefield's edge. It was the only way to avoid those presences, as heavy and crushing as mountains. Before he'd left, his master's raspy voice was still ringing in his ears. Remember, the battlefield is a giant millstone, and you are nothing but the grit thrown in to be ground down. The Hautian Alliance, the myriad demon ridge, two behemoths, crushing each other here until the blood flows in rivers. Every young practitioner like you, who has only just begun to sense the chi within, is thrown into this, the outermost circle of the fray. No one here cares where you come from or what sect you belong to. Here, the only purpose of the weak is to become the bones under the boots of the strong. He couldn't forget how he had gotten here. He remembered the massive stone pillar that reached for the heavens, its surface etched with runes that flowed with light. He and the other disciples had pressed their palms against its ice-cold face. The next moment, a white light consumed everything. The world seemed to tear itself apart, then reassemble in an instant. Before the dizzying nausea could even fade, he had been violently flung into this wilderness. Such was the power of the celestial pillar's teleportation gates that could span thousands of miles. The great sects used them to send fresh recruits to the front, dropping their fledgling disciples with precision into allied territory at the fringe of the battlefield. Here, they were meant to learn their first lesson in blood and death. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. The searing pain from the brand was the only thing keeping him sharp. He turned, forcing his gaze away from that tempting, straight line. He chose the harder, more circuitous path and took his first step. Survive. It was his only thought. Lu Yi leaned against a rough wooden post, his thoughts spinning out like a spiderweb. This world was a vast jungle, teeming with sects. The powerful ones were towering, ancient trees, with deep roots and flourishing leaves. A small sect like his was merely a vine, clinging to those giants for survival. The trees sheltered the vines from the elements, and the vines, in turn, fed the trees. They flourished as one and would fall as one. He let out a long breath, the tension in his shoulders easing just a bit. Luck was a damn good thing to have. The place the sect master had sent him was on the outer fringes of the battlefield. It gave him some breathing room, a chance to live. He lifted his head and gazed toward the green cloud market, not far away. It didn't look like a market so much as a massive, chaotic, open-air camp. Tents of all kinds and crude wooden shacks were crammed together, stretching for miles. The air was a strange mix of herbs, roasting meat, and the tang of metal. The cries of vendors, the clang of hammers, and the murmur of hushed arguments all merged into a chaotic, living energy. Lu Yi saw a man with the emblem of a blazing sun on his chest haggling with a woman whose robes were emblazoned with a black skull. They were mortal enemies, from two factions locked in a ceaseless war. But here, under the stone tablet that marked the market's entrance, they were just a buyer and a seller. An invisible barrier enveloped the place. He'd heard about the rule, here a rule written in blood. Once, a single spark could set the whole powder keg off. One man's grudge could erupt into a melee of thousands, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. Now, if anyone dared to draw a weapon, every other weapon around would instantly be pointed at them, no matter who they were or where they came from. Of course, rules only bind the weak. If you were strong enough to kill like a phantom, the rules were nothing more than scrap paper. But here, Lu Yi scanned his surroundings. The ripples of energy from most people were like his own, faint and cautious. This was a hunting ground for newcomers, not yet capable of producing true monsters. And that was the best news he could have hoped for. He could feel the spiritual power inside him, a faint flicker, like a candle in the wind. The aura of any random person here, by comparison, was a bonfire. He was at the first level of the Spirit Creek realm, just barely strong enough to step onto this bloody battlefield. He was prey. But here, in this temporary sanctuary, even the prey could walk like a hunter, with its head held high. The icy river water washed over his ankles as he stumbled his way across. On the other side was a treacherous field of jagged rocks, their sharp edges threatening to tear through the soles of his boots. The outline of the mountain's base finally came into view. Suddenly, a wave of heat washed over him, thick with the smell of spices, sweat, and dust. A din of noise struck him like an invisible wall. He pushed aside the last of the bushes blocking his view. Before him, countless structures sprawled up the mountainside, a chaotic jumble of wooden towers, stone houses, and tents, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was the Qingyan market. There were no walls, no gates. Dirt paths snaked in from all directions, converging on the chaotic, vibrant hub. He followed one of them down and was soon swept up in a tide of people, carried forward by the flow. The silence of the mountains was left far behind. The cries of vendors, the clang of hammers from a blacksmith's forge, the clink of cups, and the murmur of hushed conversations all wove together into a constant hum. The air was thick with the smoky scent of roasting meat and the sour tang of cheap wine. The streets were packed. People brushed shoulders, carefully navigating the throng. Lu Yi could hardly take it all in. The people came from everywhere, their attire a wild mix. Some wore scuffed leather armor, their faces etched by the road. Others were draped in fine silk robes, their gait unhurried. Their weapons were just as diverse, ranging from heavy battle axes to nimble short swords. He tried to gauge their strength, but it was useless. Each person's aura was shrouded in a thick fog, their true power impossible to measure. And it was even harder to tell which faction they belonged to. Here, friend and foe were indistinguishable. He watched as a burly man and a wiry one brushed past each other. For a split second, he felt the tension in their bodies, saw their hands instinctively drop to the weapons at their hips. Then, just as quickly, they relaxed, melting back into the crowd as if nothing had happened. It was an eerie equilibrium, a fragile peace built on absolute anonymity. Here, hatred was held in check by caution, and everyone moved like a predator with its claws sheathed. His gaze was drawn to a spot not far off. A swordswoman leaned against a wooden stall post, polishing her longsword. She wore only the necessary leather armor across her chest and hips, and her bronzed arms and midriff glistened with sweat in the sun, exuding power. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned every person who walked by. Lu Yi looked away and took a deep breath. The air here tasted of danger and freedom. It was all so new to him, and it made his heart pound. A voice erupted behind him, like a boulder crashing into water. "Hey, out of the way!" Lu Yi whipped around. A furry wall of flesh blocked his view. A bronze chest, hard as iron, heaved with each breath. He had to crane his neck, his gaze struggling to climb upward. A mountain of a man loomed over him, staring down as if at an ant by his feet. Two curved horns, black as obsidian, jutted from the man's forehead, gleaming dangerously. Hyuf! Two jets of hot air blasted from the man's nostrils, like a draft from a furnace. Lu Yi's heart clenched. He leaped aside, his right hand flashing to the hilt of his sword. His muscles coiled, ready to draw, but his guard melted away in an instant. Because standing next to the giant was a petite woman. Atop her head, two furry, pointed ears twitched with curiosity. The woman sensed his gaze, and a mischievous smile played on her lips. She winked at him, letting out a soft, cat-like mewl. Lu Yi's grip on his sword hilt loosened without him realizing it. A hint of a smile touched his lips. He watched the tall and short figures disappear into the bustling crowd. "Interesting, aren't they?" An oily voice slid into his ear. Lu Yi turned. A man built like a barrel had appeared beside him. He was swathed in gold-threaded silk, with thick jade rings on every finger. His eyes were narrowed to slits, gleaming with a shrewd light. "They are?" Lu Yi asked. "Beast bloods," the fat man answered, a touch of smugness in his voice. "They've got the blood of beasts in them, so they can never fully shed their animal traits. But because of that, they're terrifyingly strong." The fat man slapped his own belly, which produced a dull thump, like patting a ripe watermelon. "Natural-born warriors." Lu Yi's gaze was drawn to the two half-human, half-beast figures as if by a magnet. It was the first time he had ever seen a so-called demon cultivator in the flesh. "Quite a sight, eh?" A portly merchant sidled up to him, his voice slick with a practiced oiliness. "Don't you worry. Once their inner power is a bit more refined, all those furry features will vanish, and they'll look completely human. But he paused. Judging by your expression, young man, I'd say you have a special interest in these wilder sorts. The merchant spoke with a sly grin, holding two fingers above his own head to mimic the shape of rabbit ears. Louis pulled his gaze away, his throat tightening for a moment. He didn't answer the man's question, simply murmuring, "First time I've seen any." Oh, the merchant drew out the sound, his beady eyes sizing Louis up, flicking from the worn hilt of his sword to his mud-caked boots. "All on your own out here? A lone wolf, I take it. No sect to back you up." The merchant jerked his chin in the direction of the two demon cultivators. "See them? They stick together. Always safer when you've got a sect watching your back." "Something like that," Louis answered vaguely, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his sword. The sect master's warning flashed through his mind. "Never reveal your connection to the Crimson Blood sect." Ah, it's not an easy road, being a lone wolf. The merchant let out a theatrical sigh, clapping a fleshy hand on Louis' shoulder in a show of feigned camaraderie. "I was just like you back in the day. Tough times, I tell you, tough times." Then his tone shifted. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that carried a puff of hot air. "Look, young man, if you're really interested in that kind of special acquisition, you should stop by our Celestial Secrets Trading Guild. You name it, we can get it. As long as the price is right." Louis went rigid. He took a half step back, putting space between them. His voice was suddenly laced with ice. "You've got the wrong idea. I'm not interested." "Hey, my mistake, my mistake." The merchant immediately held up his hands, a wide, unapologetic grin plastered on his face, as if his sordid suggestion had never happened. Of course, of course. The Celestial Secrets Trading Guild deals in legitimate goods as well. Divine weapons, spirit elixirs, maps to hidden realms, intelligence on your enemies. Buying or selling, we guarantee you'll leave satisfied. Louis' brow furrowed. The Celestial Secrets Trading Guild? What exactly is it that you do? The name was far too grandiose, it set him on edge. The merchant beamed, flashing a gold tooth. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. "What do we do?" he boomed, his voice full of theatrical pride. "We do everything. From the sand beneath your feet to the stars in the sky, if it has a price, we buy it, and we sell it. Rest easy, my friend." A round-faced man sidled up, his face beaming with a warm smile. His silk robes shimmered with a soft luster in the sunlight. "The Celestial Secrets Merchant Guild may be a grand enterprise, but our principles are even simpler. We believe in one thing and one thing only: honesty. Whoever walks through our doors is treated as our most honored guest." Louis stopped. He sized up the man before him, his gaze sweeping over the cloud-patterned money pouch at the man's waist. So that was it. This man was a manager for the guild. He must have seen Louis' travel-worn state, the lost look of a newcomer in his eyes, and pegged him as a potential customer. "I have no money," Louis said, his voice calm, a simple statement of fact. The man's smile didn't waver. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh. "True wealth isn't just the gold in one's pockets. I look at you, my friend, and I see sharp eyes and a steady gait. You're like a fine sword hidden in a plain scabbard. You may lie quiet today, but you're bound to show your brilliance one day." The corner of Louis' mouth twitched. A perfectly polished speech. He'd bet the man said the same thing to any stranger on the street. It was a cheap investment, made just to sow a seed of goodwill. "Thank you," he said, offering a simple nod. "The guild is just over there," the man said, gesturing with his chin toward the end of the street. "The tallest building, the one that catches the sun. That's us. You can find us anytime." He then brought one fist crisply to his other palm in a common martial salute. "I'll let you be." With that, he turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation, melting instantly into the surging crowd. Louis stood where he was, watching the spot where the man had disappeared. The merchant's words, though practiced, weren't off-putting. He hadn't been overly effusive, nor had he shown a hint of scorn when Louis admitted he was poor. His sense of propriety was impeccable. He looked up. Sure enough, at the end of the street stood a tall building, its glazed roof tiles reflecting a blinding glare. Couldn't hurt to check it out. He truly had no money on him, but his pack contained a few items he might be able to trade for some cultivation pills. But there was no rush. He took a deep breath, the city's scents flooding his nostrils. The air was a mixture of the charred aroma of roasting meat, the bitter scent of herbs, and the tang of scorched metal from a distant blacksmith's forge. The cries of vendors, the chatter of pedestrians, and the clatter of cart wheels over cobblestones all wove together into a living symphony. This was the Qingyan market. Gathering places like this were both islands and outposts in the world of cultivators. Countless people like him came here to trade, to rest, and to search for their next opportunity. His first task was to simply blend into the clamor. At the foot of Green Cloud Mountain, there were no walls, no guards, only a chaotic town. A wave of air, thick with the scent of herbs, charcoal, and the faint tang of blood, washed over him. Lu Yi stopped, narrowing his eyes to take in the so-called market town. This place was a carnival of architecture. Delicate wooden structures in the southern style stood pressed against the rugged stone houses of the north. Spired lofts from the eastern coast were crammed together with the flat-roofed earthen homes of the western regions. They sprouted haphazardly, leaning against one another like a crowd of drunks and squeezing the narrow streets until there was barely enough room for 2 or 3 people to walk abreast. The people on the street were all wary-eyed. Some carried long swords on their backs. Others had gourds hanging from their waists. As they moved, an invisible pressure saturated the air. They were cultivators, people who had cast off the shackles of the mundane world. They were also wanderers, living on a knife's edge. Lu Yi moved silently through the crowd. He was like a drop of water, merging unnoticed into the stream. His gaze swept over the shops. The ones with a hammer sigil hanging by the door were weaponsmiths. A blast of heat rolled out from within, accompanied by the crisp clang of metal on metal. Those with a medicinal gourd were apothecaries. The rich aroma of herbs was so thick it was almost tangible, a single whiff enough to invigorate the senses. There was even a tavern, its banner emblazoned with the character for drunk in wild, flamboyant script. Cultivators needed to unwind, too, to douse the fires in their hearts with strong liquor. Lu Yi's steps halted before a humble herb stall. The owner was a one-eyed man, currently making a deal with a burly fellow. How much for this blood-coagulating herb? The burly man's voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder. The one-eyed vendor held up 3 fingers. 3 pieces, he said, his words clipped. 3 pieces. The burly man frowned, but began to fumble inside the leather pouch at his waist anyway. Lu Yi watched with curiosity. He saw no copper coins or silver pieces. The burly man opened his palm. 3 translucent crystals lay there quietly. Each was about the size of a thumbnail, and a faint light seemed to swirl within them, like 3 captured, miniature stars. A subtle, almost imperceptible ripple of energy spread through the air. Spirit stones. Lu Yi's heart gave a sudden lurch. He remembered now. During the talent test at the Azure Jade sect, the 3rd senior brother had used these same glowing stones to activate the formation. So, this was the currency of the cultivator world. The one-eyed man took the 3 crystals, weighed them on his fingertips, and nodded in satisfaction before pushing the herb forward. The price had been 3 low-grade spirit stones, not a fraction less. Low-grade. The word snagged in Lu Yi's mind. That meant there had to be mid-grade, and even high-grade stones. He continued walking, but his eyes were now involuntarily drawn to the hands of those making transactions. 1 spirit stone, 2 spirit stones. Every flicker of light was like a small hammer striking a nerve. In this world, they traded in light. Value was measured in energy. Lu Yi touched his own empty pockets. What he felt was no longer just poverty, but a darkness so profound it was almost suffocating. He needed light. He needed to get his hands on his very first spirit stone. The flagstones had been polished to a sheen by countless feet, and the air was a mix of herbs, dust, and the aroma of roasting meat. This was the heart of the marketplace, a street made not of shops, but of people. The cries of vendors washed over Lu Yi, a relentless tide of sound. People were packed shoulder to shoulder, their voices a chaotic roar, like a great cauldron of boiling water. Cultivators had spread out cloths on the ground, or simply a beast's hide, displaying a sparse collection of wares, ores that gave off a faint glimmer, withered spirit herbs, and even the bones of some unknown beast. The sharp, Hurried sounds of haggling erupted from the crowd at intervals. Lu Yi moved like a fish, weaving through the river of people. He found an empty spot in the corner by a wall, sat down cross-legged, and spread a piece of rough cloth before him. From a seemingly empty pouch, he pulled out a few dusty, gray ores and placed them casually on the cloth. They looked utterly unremarkable, like common roadside stones. He paused, then took out another stone. It was only the size of a fist, but a deep, dark light seemed to flow slowly across its surface, as if it were a piece of the solidified night sky. He wasn't here to do business. He was here to watch. Leaning against the cold wall, he took a piece of cooked beast meat from his pouch. He tore off a strip and chewed it slowly. The meat was tough, with a smoky, charred flavor. But his eyes looked past his own meager display, sweeping over every person who passed like a hawk scanning its territory. He wanted to see through them. But these people were like books written in a language he could not read. A lavishly dressed young man walked by, his presence overbearing. Yet Lu Yi sensed he was all bluster, soft as cotton underneath. Moments later, a ragged old man shuffled past, barely noticeable, yet he made the hairs on Lu Ye's neck stand on end, as if he had just walked by a dormant volcano. Power here wasn't something you wore on your face. It was an aura, a presence, a subtle distortion in the air with every step a person took. Lu Yi strained to discern the differences, but it was all a blur. And not being able to see through people meant danger. In this world, ignorance could get you killed. He was so absorbed in his observations that he didn't even notice when he'd finished the meat. He stared at a cultivator, face flushed while haggling fiercely over a single herb, trying to feel the fluctuations of power coming off the man. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. A voice laced with amusement sounded from above, cutting cleanly through the market's din. "Your eyes, my friend, are not the eyes of a merchant." Lu Yi's gaze swept over the crowd, his brow furrowed as if he were searching for something he couldn't quite see. A voice drifted from the next stall, tinged with lazy amusement. "Hey kid, stop staring. You can gawk until your eyes pop out, but you won't figure anything out." Startled, Lu Yi turned his head. The speaker was a woman, polishing a jade pendant with a soft cloth. She wore a faded green dress, the fabric old but impeccably clean. Her jet black hair was held up by a single wooden pin, casually arranged, revealing the smooth nape of her neck. Her gaze was calm, as if it could see right through you. A little embarrassed, Lu Yi scratched the back of his head. I wasn't looking at anything." He grabbed the tough piece of jerky next to him, took a hard bite, and washed it down with a large gulp of water. "Trying to sort out the tough guys from the pushovers, right?" The woman set down her jade pendant and crossed her arms, a knowing smirk on her face. Lu Yi's thoughts had been laid bare. He could feel his cheeks flush. "Was I that obvious? Every rookie who comes here is just like you, like a lost kitten." The woman chuckled, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. "No one to teach you, no one to guide you. You have to figure it all out for yourself. I was the same way back in the day." She paused, her tone softening. "If you only rely on your eyes, all you're seeing is the shell." Lu Yi immediately leaned closer, his voice respectful. "Then how do I do it? That power inside you isn't just for decoration," the woman said, gesturing toward him with her chin. "Try channeling it to your eyes." Lu Yi froze. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A warm current rose from his core, flowing upward like a gentle stream through his meridians. He carefully guided this warmth, concentrating it in his eyes. His eyelids began to tingle with heat. He snapped them open. VMM. In an instant, the world before him changed completely. The once ordinary street was now bathed in countless, shimmering auras. Every cultivator walking past was enveloped in a faint glow, like heat shimmering off the pavement on a summer afternoon. The shape and intensity of these glows differed enormously from person to person. The aura around a man passing by him was like a candle flame in the wind, faint and flickering. In the distance, a burly man who was haggling over a price had an aura like a steady bonfire, radiating a solid warmth. And just a moment before, a figure had flashed past the corner of the street, their aura a raging river of gold so brilliant and intense it nearly seared his eyes. A shock went through Lu Yi. He understood now. This was the color of power. "See it now?" the woman's voice asked. Lu Yi's mouth hung open. too stunned to speak. All he could do was nod frantically. The crowd bustled, a chaotic mix of vendors' shouts and the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer. For folks like us, with no clan or sect to back us, we have to rely on ourselves for everything, the female cultivator said, her voice tinged with a slight rasp. You keep your eyes open and your ears peeled, or you won't even know what hit you. Just then, several figures slipped past Lu Yi. Strange. He couldn't sense a thing. Neither the faint shimmer of energy that flowed from other cultivators, nor the heavy breathing of ordinary people. They were like shadows, melting into the crowd without a sound. Lu Yi's eyes followed them until they vanished around a corner. He couldn't help but touch the arm of the woman beside him and ask in a low voice, "Those people, what was that about?" The woman glanced in the direction he was looking, her expression unchanging. Perfectly normal. They're carrying artifacts that conceal their presence. She paused, then added, either that, or they've mastered some secret technique to lock their energy inside their bodies. But look around. Most folks here are just trying to scrape by. Who has the time for that? So, odds are, it's the first one. Artifacts, Lu Yi murmured, a flicker of yearning in his eyes. Listen up, kid. The woman's expression turned serious. Take this as my advice. If you ever run into people like that again, you stay far away. They're backed by powerful clans or organizations you can't afford to cross. They're not from the same world as us. She raised a finger and tapped her temple. And another thing, don't trust your eyes too much. This glow can tell you who's strong and who's weak, but it isn't everything. Some people, they like to play the sheep. The only time you'll feel the surge of their true power is when their claws are tearing at your throat. And by then, it's far too late. A chill ran down Lu Yi's spine. He nodded gravely. I'll remember that. Thank you. He fished a piece of dried jerky from his pouch and offered it to her. It was the best thing he had on him. The woman paused, surprised for a moment, then smiled. She didn't tea refuse. Pinching the jerky between her fingertips, she took a small, slow bite. The motion was neat and precise. Lu Yi fell silent, his attention now fixed on observing. Every cultivator passing by on the street had a different energy aura. The auras on most were faint, like candles guttering in the wind, flickering as if they might be extinguished at any moment. A few were steadier and brighter, like small lanterns casting a soft glow on the area around them. He looked down at his own palm. A nearly invisible sheen of light clung to his skin, even fainter than the candlelight of the others. He understood. So this was what he looked like to others. The crowd flowed around him like a river. Wariness and hunger were etched on every face, like lone wolves searching for water in the wilderness. They had no roots, no one to back them up. On this bloody battlefield, they could only trade their lives for the slimmest chance of survival. Lu Yi's gaze swept across one face after another. Most were shrouded in only a faint aura, like a candle guttering in the wind. But there were exceptions. Not far off, the aura of one man burned like a solid flame, making those around him instinctively keep their distance. The moment Lu Yi's gaze fell upon him, the man whipped his head around. A pair of blood-red eyes stared back, more beast than man. Icy killing intent pierced the air, pricking at Lu Yi's skin. His breath caught in his throat, and his heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. Only when the man looked away did Lu Yi slowly release the breath he'd been holding. He calmly lowered his head, but inside, the scales of his judgment were rapidly recalibrating. He thought of Steward Yang and Zhou Cheng back in the mine. Back then, he only knew they were stronger than him, but not by how much. Now, he had a frame of reference. Zhou Cheng's aura was probably like the weakest of those candle flames in the crowd. And Steward Yang, he might have been an oil lamp brighter than a candle, but still limited. But one of them had been pinned by the magnetic field, unable to move, while the other was gravely injured. It was no wonder they had died. Lu Yi subconsciously glanced at his own palm. A clear aura seeped from beneath his skin, as pure as a mountain stream. He noticed the aura of a man at the next stall was murky and foul, as if mixed with mud and sand. Just then, a shadow fell over him. Lu Yi looked up to see a man crouching before his small stall, pinching a dark, lumpy piece of ore between his fingers. This how much? The man's voice was raspy. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea what the thing was worth, he'd only put it out to test the waters. He steadied himself, and answered with a line he had prepared. "Make me an offer. If I like it, it's yours." His gaze fell on the man. This man's aura was a bit stronger than his, but its light, it was as murky as stirred-up pond scum. A thought exploded in Lu Ye's mind. The headmaster's words echoed in his ears. Pills can forge power, but they also leave behind toxins, making one's spiritual energy turbid and impure. So, this was what spiritual energy polluted by pills looked like. The man hefted the heaviest ore in his hand, his gaze scanning Lu Ye's face as he ventured a price. 2 spirit stones. Lu Ye didn't even look up. He spat out a single word. Scram. The man's smile froze. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up Lu Ye. There wasn't a hint of foolishness in those calm eyes. He gave a dry laugh, tossed the ore back onto the stall with a dull thud, and melted back into the crowd. After that, a few more people stopped. A portly man stroked his mustache and pointed to an ore. "This one. 3 spirit stones." Lu Ye shook his head. A tall, slender woman glanced over and offered 5. Lu Ye shook his head again. He was like a silent reef, unmoved as the tides of the crowd washed over him. Finally, a man with a steady presence approached. He didn't touch a single ore, but his mere presence seemed to make the air grow heavy. His gaze locked onto the yuan magnetic ore that gleamed with a dark luster. That ore, 20 spirit stones. His voice was deep, carrying a weight that couldn't be questioned. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. 20. Images flashed through his mind. Steward Yang's greedy eyes, Zhou Cheng slipping a similar stone into his robes when he thought no one was looking. So, this was what they were really after. For people like them, such a sum was a windfall. While his stall was quiet, there was a steady stream of customers at the female cultivator's stall next to him. The fresh scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp clink of spirit stones. In just half a day, her supply of herbs had been sold out. The female cultivator deftly packed up her empty cloth pouch and stood, ready to leave. She glanced at the nearly untouched pile of ores in front of Lu Ye and suddenly spoke. "You're using their offers to gauge the true value of these ores, aren't you?" Lu Ye looked up and nodded. "Senior sister, do you know what these things are really worth?" The female cultivator shook her head, a candid smile on her face. "I only know herbs. When it comes to rocks, I'm clueless. But if you really want a fair price, you should go to the Tianji Commerce Guild." She jutted her chin toward the tallest building in the center of the square. "They buy for a little less than the market price, but the upside is that their prices are clearly marked. They're reputable and would never cheat a newcomer." "That ore of yours is valuable." The woman's voice was soft, like a gentle breeze. "But you won't find a buyer who knows what they're looking at here." She glanced at the ore by Lu Ye's feet, then scanned the hurried crowd around them. "The people here, they don't have that kind of coin." Lu Ye nodded in silence. In truth, he'd already realized as much. "My thanks, senior," he said simply. "Good luck." The woman gave him a friendly smile. With a twirl of her skirt, she turned and vanished into the surging crowd. Her words were the key that unlocked the last of his doubts. He didn't pack up his stall right away. He closed his eyes and, following the woman's guidance, focused his mind to see. A burly man walked past his stall, his aura like a stagnant pond, utterly still. An old man leaning on a cane hobbled by, yet Lu Ye felt an invisible pressure wash over him, as if the very air had grown thick. So that's it. He opened his eyes, his gaze clear and sharp. He had found his answer. He swiftly wrapped the ore in a cloth, tucked it inside his robes, and rose to his feet. He then left the bustling market stalls behind. A short while later, Lu Ye stood before a massive, circular building. Surrounded by a chaotic sprawl of low-slung shacks and tents, the building, constructed from massive blocks of black stone, stood like a silent behemoth, looming over the entire marketplace. Its walls were polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the sky and the fleeting shapes of the crowd. This was the Heavenly Secret Guild. Above the main entrance, for grand, golden characters, brushed with masterful strokes, blazed in the sunlight. The wide open entryway was a dark maw, like the gaping mouth of the beast, endlessly swallowing and disgorging a stream of people. Lu Ye followed the crowd inside. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the clamor of the outside market was instantly cut off. The world fell silent. The hall's high, vaulted ceiling seemed to absorb every stray sound. while the thick carpet underfoot muffled all footsteps. A strange fragrance, a mixture of sandalwood and something metallic, permeated the air. "Do you need any assistance, sir?" a clear voice asked from his side. Louis turned to see a young girl in a sharp blue uniform bowing to him. Her smile was sweet, her movements flawless. But Louis's attention was caught by the pair of things atop her head. They were a pair of fluffy, pointed fox ears, twitching curiously with her every movement. A demon cultivator. Louis instantly recalled a piece of advice he'd once heard. The more powerful a demon, the fewer of their beast-like traits remained. Clearly, the girl in front of him still had a long way to go. The air was a mixture of sweat, spices, and a subtle, primal scent. Louis's gaze swept across the hall. Many of the patrons bore the marks of beasts. Some had furry ears, while others had fluffy tails trailing behind them. Their expressions varied, but they all shared an air of worldly ease. Clearly, strength wasn't the only thing that mattered here. A fox-eared woman met his gaze, but simply offered him a practiced smile, her own eyes perfectly placid. She'd seen it all before. Her voice was like a polished river stone, smooth and mellow. "Sir, are you here to buy or to sell?" The subtle inflection in her tone suggested two very different paths. Louis collected himself, his throat suddenly dry. "Selling." He kept his answer to a single word. The word was like a switch. The woman's smile instantly warmed. She turned, gesturing gracefully with one arm. "This way, please." Louis followed her through the bustling hall and into a quiet corridor. The corridor was lined with private booths, sectioned off by paper screens. Shadowy figures moved behind the paper, their silhouettes cast by a soft, hazy light. Muffled conversations and the intermittent, soft clink of metal drifted out. The woman led him into one of the booths. The furnishings were simple, a low table and two cushions. "Please wait a moment. Our manager will be with you shortly," she said with a bow. "There is tea on the table. If you require anything else, simply ring this bell." With that, she retreated as silently as she had come, her form vanishing behind the screen. Steam curled from the spout of the teapot on the table. Louis lifted the purple clay pot and poured himself a cup. The moment the amber liquid passed his lips, a current of warmth spread not down his throat, but seeped directly into his very core, soothing the ache in his weary muscles. His eyes widened slightly. There was energy flowing within the tea. Just the tea served to waiting guests was this extraordinary. A chill ran down Louis's spine. This place, the Heaven's Secret Commerce Guild, possessed unfathomable resources. He held back no longer, downing the rest of the pot in one go. The warmth circulated through his body, revitalizing him. The manager had yet to appear. Louis didn't press the issue. Instead, he reached out and flicked the small brass bell at the corner of the table. Ding! A clear, crisp chime echoed through the quiet booth. Before the sound had faded, the screen slid open without a sound. Another attendant entered, her movements as graceful as a cat's. "How may I help you, sir?" Louis tapped the empty teapot with his knuckles. His request was concise. "Another pot." The attendant's gaze shifted from his calm face to the empty pot. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, so faint it was almost missed, but it was quickly replaced by a professional smile. She bowed, took the pot, and departed in silence. A moment later, she returned with a fresh pot. This time, the aroma of the tea seemed even richer than before. She set the pot down gently, its base meeting the tabletop without a sound. "Please enjoy, sir." The teacup landed on the table with a soft clink. Louis let out a long breath. It was his third pot of tea, and the scalding liquid was churning in his stomach. Just then, the wooden door to the private room was pushed gently open. A fragrance like orchids drifted in, preceding its owner. "My apologies for the wait," came a woman's voice, like warm honey, sweet and thick. "My name is Lou Ruyan." Louis looked up. The woman who entered wore nothing but a silk dress as thin as gossamer. The slit ran high up her leg, nearly to the top of her thigh. With every step, a large expanse of pale skin flashed in the dim light. "It's fine." Louis's throat felt dry. He gave a curt nod, his gaze quickly darting away. Lou Ruyan seemed not to notice his discomfort. She glided gracefully into the chair opposite him, leaning forward to pour his tea. The simple movement stretched the curve of her back into a breathtaking arc, while the plunging neckline of her dress revealed a seemingly bottomless view. The dazzling expanse of white made Lu Yi feel lightheaded. He snatched up his teacup and downed the scalding tea in one gulp, trying to use the searing pain to quell the heat rising within him. The moment she had walked in, Lu Yi had sensed the energy fluctuations coming from her. Her power was like a flickering candle flame, bright but unstable. The edges of its light were murky, a clear sign it had been artificially enhanced by some external means. Her foundation was weak. Well then, Lu Ruyan said, setting down the teapot. She laced her fingers together, rested her chin on them, and watched him with keen interest. What treasures do you have for me today? Lu Yi said nothing. He reached into the storage pouch at his waist, took out several pieces of ore, and laid them out on the table. It was only a small portion of his haul. He had to remain on high alert with every transaction. The ores landed on the wooden table with a series of dull thuds. Lu Ruyan's eyes were immediately drawn to them. She delicately picked up a dark red stone, her fingers brushing gently over its edges as she nodded. Red essence iron. Very high purity. A pity, it's too small. Otherwise, it would make a fine dagger. She set it down and picked up another that glittered with silver specks. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Star Moon Stone? It's rare to find one with so few impurities. She examined them one by one, reciting the name, properties, strengths, and weaknesses of each. Her fingers seemed to possess a magic of their own, effortlessly reading the secrets of the stones. Though Lu Yi didn't understand the technical jargon, he could tell this woman was a true connoisseur. Finally, her fingers came to rest on a piece of ore as black as ink, which emitted a faint, attractive pull. The smile on her face froze. Then, a look of pure ecstasy bloomed in her eyes. She looked up, her voice dropping to a low whisper, trembling with excitement. Yuan magnetic ore? To find something like this, in a place like this? She licked her lips, her gaze locking onto Lu Yi's. My friend, you've just struck it rich. Lu Ruyan's fingers slid off the hefty piece of ore. Its surface gleamed with a dark metallic luster, like solidified night in the candlelight. She gently pushed the ore back to the center of the counter, where it landed with a soft, dull thud. 50 spirit stones. She looked up, her gaze sharp, as if appraising a piece of merchandise, not a person. Sir, that is the Merchant Guild's offer. Lu Yi's gaze didn't waver in the slightest. The price wasn't high, nor was it low. It was set precisely at that tricky point, just good enough to be hard to refuse, but low enough to feel like you were getting slightly shortchanged. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he raised a finger and tapped gently on the wooden edge of the counter. Tap, tap. In the silence, the sound was startlingly clear. Too low, he finally said. His voice was calm, but it left no room for debate. The smile on Lu Ruyan's face never faltered, a perfect mask. Sir, you could, of course, sell these piece by piece to individual buyers. It might take you days, perhaps even weeks. She spread her hands in an elegant gesture. We, on the other hand, settle the entire sum at once. And time is a cost, is it not? She let out a soft sigh, her voice tinged with a perfectly measured weariness. Besides, an operation as large as the guild has a lot of mouths to feed. Lu Yi's eyes locked onto hers. He said only 3 words. Make it more. Lu Ruyan pressed her long, slender fingers to her temples, rubbing them gently. She let out a nearly inaudible sigh, as if she were under immense pressure. In an instant, her bright eyes misted over. Fine, fine. Given how persistent you are. She bit her lip, as if making a monumental decision. I'll make a personal exception and add 4 more. 54. That's the absolute limit. Any more, and I'd be paying for it myself. She gazed at Lu Yi, her eyes pleading. You can't possibly ask for more, can you? The faintest hint of a smile touched Lu Yi's lips. He knew he had reached her limit. Push any harder, and the deal would fall through. Deal, he said crisply. The instant he spoke, the troubled expression on Lu Ruyan's face vanished. She broke into a smile as radiant as a peony in full bloom, her voice turning light and cheerful. So, sir, will you be taking that in spirit stones or spirit pills? She retrieved a heavy cloth pouch and a white jade vial from under the counter, setting them side by side. The crisp clink of spirit stones could be heard from the pouch, while the vial emitted a faint, medicinal aroma. Lu Ye's gaze fell on the white jade vial. Its surface was smooth and lustrous, and he could faintly sense the waves of energy contained within. The spirit pills, what's the price on them? These are spirit-nourishing pills. A vial of 9 is equivalent to 10 spirit stones, Lu Ruyan stated with a smile. Lu Yi's eyebrows furrowed instantly. The market price is 1 spirit stone per pill, he said, his voice turning cold. And you're telling me your vial of 9 costs 10? How does that make any sense? Lu Ruyan's fingers brushed lightly across a jade vial. Her voice was gentle, yet it held an undeniable confidence. In the hands of a mediocre craftsman, the same flame can only fire crude earthenware. But in the hands of a grandmaster, it can forge a masterpiece of porcelain. She lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and bright. It's the same with spirit pills. Every single one here was crafted by the Guild's finest alchemists. The wares you find elsewhere are nothing but crude imitations. She paused before adding, you'll know the difference the moment you touch one. A true spirit-nourishing pill feels warm in your palm, like a beating heart. The inferior ones are as cold as stone. Lu Ye's fingertips tapped a slow, dull rhythm on the table. He met Lu Ruyan's gaze, and after a moment, the tapping ceased. All right, 5 vials. The rest in spirit stones. Of course. A perfect smile touched Lu Ruyan's lips. She rose, the hem of her dress rippling like water as she glided silently from the private room. She returned a moment later. 5 small jade vials were set neatly on the table with a series of soft chimes. Beside them lay 4 translucent spirit stones, refracting an icy blue halo in the lamplight. Here you are. With a sweep of his hand, Lu Yi cleared the vials and stones from the table, stowing them in the pouch at his waist. Lu Ruyan, in turn, smiled and accepted his bag of ore. The transaction was complete. Just as Lu Yi was about to rise, Lu Ruyan spoke again, her voice a little lower now. It's getting late. Have you found a place to stay for the night? Lu Yi froze. It only then occurred to him that on his way here, he had seen endless rows of shops, but not a single sign for an inn. Lu Ruyan caught the flicker of confusion on his face, and her smile deepened. The Merchantess Guild has rooms upstairs. 1 spirit stone a night. It's perfectly quiet, and you won't be disturbed. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a near whisper. A faint scent of orchids drifted across the table. And should you have any other needs, the manager downstairs can make the arrangements. Her warm breath ghosted across his ear. He leaned back sharply, putting distance between them. His brow furrowed. I just need a room to rest. Lu Ruyan acted as if she hadn't heard him, simply watching him with those expressive eyes. Her voice grew even softer, gentler, like a feather brushing against his soul. I get off my shift at midnight. If you have a change of heart, you can have the manager fetch me. A headache began to throb in Lu Yi's temples. He rubbed them and repeated, enunciating each word. I just need a room. The heavy wooden door swung shut behind Lu Yi, sealing off the clamor of the street market. Lu Ruyan stared at the door, her practiced, sweet smile stiffening bit by bit before crumbling away completely. She extended a slender finger and tapped her red lacquered nail against the smooth countertop, producing a sharp click. Cheapskate, she muttered under her breath. The night wind felt cool against his face. Lu Yi let out a long breath, the tension in his shoulders finally easing. The woman's heavy perfume seemed to linger in the air, a phantom scent in his nostrils. Damn it, he'd forgotten to ask about the storage pouches. Her sales pitch had been so flawless it had driven the thought right out of his head. Go back now. No, that didn't feel right. It would have to wait. The priority now was power. As long as these items sat in his pouch, they were just lifeless objects. They would only truly be his once their latent energy was surging through his bloodline. Greater strength meant a safer journey ahead. Find a room at the Commerce Guild? The thought crossed Lu Yi's mind, but he immediately crushed it. He could almost hear the spirit stones slipping from his money pouch. 1 stone a night was a luxury he could not afford. Every single spirit stone was capital for his survival. He felt his money pouch, tracing the outlines of the 4 spirit stones he had left. For chances. Following his memory from earlier in the day, Lu Yi navigated the darkening streets. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs and damp earth drew him to the front of an apothecary shop. He slid 2 spirit stones across the counter. In return, The shopkeeper handed him 2 small pills wrapped in wax paper. He returned to the street where he'd set up his stall earlier and found an empty spot by the side of the road. The stone slabs, baked hot by the sun, still held a trace of residual warmth. He casually took a few unremarkable pieces of ore from his storage pouch and arranged them on a cloth in front of him as a decoy. Then, he settled down cross-legged and took a spirit stone from his pouch. The spirit stone rested in his palm, emitting a cool, gentle glow. He opened his palm, and the spirit stone lay quietly in its center. This was the first one he had ever obtained. The stone was cool to the touch, like a smooth river pebble, but Lu Yi could feel a faint energy humming within it, like a firefly trapped in amber. He thought of the pills. Once swallowed, their medicinal power would explode like a ball of fire in his gut, violent and difficult to control. The slightest misstep, and that searing heat would turn into an agonizing stagnation. Would this stone be any different? Lu Yi recalled the vendors he had seen during the day. They sat by the bustling street, a spirit stone in one hand, their eyes closed. They were oblivious to the comings and goings of the crowd, their faces serene. They were like rocks in the eye of a storm, a world unto themselves. He mimicked them, sitting down behind his own stall and closing his hand around the spirit stone. He closed his eyes. A cool, slender stream of energy trickled up his arm and slowly seeped into his body. It didn't rampage through him like the pills did. It was more like a gentle mountain brook, cautiously exploring the channels of his body. Just then, a raspy voice spoke up in front of him. "How much for this piece of black iron ore?" Lu Yi's eyes snapped open. The slender stream of energy inside him instantly broke off, vanishing without a trace. He checked his body. There was no discomfort. None of the searing, stabbing pain that came from interrupting the pills. Everything was calm and stable. So that was it, he thought. This was the benefit of using a spirit stone: absolute control. You could start whenever you wanted, and you could stop whenever you wanted. 5 spirit stones, Lu Yi answered calmly. The other man seemed a bit surprised, but he still tossed down a heavy little pouch, picked up the ore, and turned to leave. The pouch landed on the wooden plank with a crisp clink. The transaction complete, Lu Yi once again clasped the spirit stone and sank back into that tranquility. The night deepened and then began to recede. When the first ray of dawn pierced the darkness and lit his eyelids, Lu Yi slowly exhaled, ending his night-long session of cultivation. He opened his palm. The spirit stone's luster had dimmed slightly, and its edges seemed to have shrunk by an imperceptible margin. He then felt for the change within himself. The newly gained energy was like adding a few drops of water to a great lake, almost undetectable. Lu Yi's brow furrowed. The night's experience had made it clear. Cultivating with a spirit stone was as gentle as flowing water, completely free of hidden dangers. But its efficiency was just too low. Hopelessly low. He felt like a fool trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. At this rate, it would probably take days of working without sleep or rest just to completely drain this tiny stone. And yet, a single pill could deliver a much stronger impact in just a couple of hours. Safety or speed? As for which was the better bargain, his gaze fell upon the few spirit stones he had just acquired from the trade. A hazy, grayish-white light began to bleed across the horizon. Lu Yi clutched the last spirit stone in his palm, feeling its cold, slow energy seep into his skin like melting winter snow. Then, he took out a pill and swallowed it. An instant later, a warm current exploded in his belly, surging violently through his entire body. He exhaled a long breath, the air warm and turbid. Pills were definitely faster. No wonder everyone used them. The lamps in the market town were extinguished one by one as the early rising cultivators yawned and began to pack up their stalls. The air was thick with damp morning mist and the smell of burnt-out firewood. Lu Yi deftly packed all his belongings into his satchel, slung it over his back, and merged with the sparse crowd preparing to leave. He glanced up at the brightly lit pavilion in the distance, the Tianji Commerce Guild. Warm lights spilled from its windows, and he imagined the people inside were enjoying a peaceful sleep. Lu Yi tugged at his collar and turned, melting into the deeper shadows. A single night in a place like that was far too expensive. The only place he could go was the cave in Green Cloud Mountain. It was secluded enough for him to cultivate in peace, without fear of being disturbed by wild beasts or anything else. Traveling at night doubled the dangers of the forest. He had waited all night for this very moment, the gray hour, just before dawn. Before leaving the market town, he had used his last 2 spirit stones to buy hard bread and several large slabs of salted meat, enough to last a long while. The beasts in the mountains were growing scarcer, turning hunting into a time-wasting gamble. Reaching a secluded spot at the edge of the woods, he leaned against a thick, ancient tree and unfastened his satchel. His fingertips brushed over his worldly possessions, one by one. 47 spirit-nourishing pills, smooth and warm to the touch. They were the foundation of his growing power. 5 low-grade spirit stones, cold and hard to the touch. His final resort in a crisis. Nearly 30 talismans, thin sheets of paper that concealed the power of thunder and flame. 6 healing pills, emitting a faint herbal aroma. And a pile of ores of various sizes, glinting with a strange luster in the morning light. He clenched his fist. A power surged through his muscles and bones, a strength incomparable to when he had first arrived. If he could convert all these resources into his own power, he could reach even greater heights. One step at a time, he told himself. At the gate of the market town, cultivators in small groups walked past, laughing and talking loudly. They cast undisguised, scrutinizing glances at a lone traveler like him. Meanwhile, the other loners were silent, their gazes wary, like wolves in the wilderness. Louis pulled the brim of his hat low, quickened his pace, and stepped onto the path leading into Green Cloud Mountain. His figure became a blur among the trees, the fallen leaves rustling as they were kicked up in his wake. He didn't move in a straight line, but weaved like an experienced hunter, constantly changing direction, his ears tuned to any suspicious sound behind him. The whisper of the wind, the cry of a bird, and nothing more. Certain he wasn't being followed, he finally changed course, heading for the cave he remembered. By the time the sun was high overhead, the familiar, vine-shrouded mouth of the cave finally appeared before him. A gust of cool, dusty air washed over his face. Safe at last. The tension he had carried in his shoulders the entire journey finally drained away. A faint sound echoed from the mouth of the cave. Louis's heart sank. He moved like a cat, his footfalls on the scree making not a whisper of sound. A paper talisman was pinched between his fingers, the energy within it humming with a low heat, poised to rip through the air. He peered around the corner and had to stifle a laugh of pure exasperation. A giant, snow-white tiger was sprawled out on its back, its belly rising and falling with snores like rolling thunder. Just then, a small, translucent figure emerged from the tiger's head. It was E. Their gazes locked, and the air between them froze. You? They spoke at the same time, then fell silent just as quickly. Louis's voice dropped to an icy whisper, each word sharp. This is my spot. E put her hands on her hips, refusing to back down. I thought you left. I changed my mind. A few moments later, a white blur shot out of the cave. The giant tiger glanced back, letting out a frustrated roar into the entrance. The force of the sound sent pebbles rattling down from the ceiling. Atop its head, E clenched her tiny fists and yelled, her cheeks puffed with anger. Liar. You went back on your word. Louis's cold voice drifted out from the darkness, carrying only a single word. Scram. He cleared the air of the intruder's lingering scent, then sat down cross-legged. Taking a deep breath, he felt the world around him fall away, leaving him in solitude. He took out a spiritual pill. Its surface was coarse, its luster dull. He swallowed it, and a lukewarm current of heat slowly spread through him. He guided this wisp of warmth, channeling it into a dormant void within his body. The darkness was faintly illuminated, like a guttering candle in the wind. The warmth faded quickly. Louis opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. He could feel that the light within the void was far dimmer than he'd anticipated. Compared to the pills from his master, it was the difference between a stream and a mighty river. Unconvinced, he swallowed a second pill. The result was identical. A flicker of disappointment washed over him. Finally, he took out the pill he had bought from the Tianji Merchant Guild. This one was perfectly smooth and round, emitting a faint, clean fragrance. It dissolved the moment it touched his tongue. The next instant, a searing wave of energy exploded within him. This was no stream, it was a rushing torrent of molten lava. He immediately channeled the violent power, slamming it into the void. A low hum resonated as the darkness was instantly ignited, blazing as brilliantly as a miniature sun. At last, a satisfied arc lifted the corners of Lu Ye's lips. The money was well spent. It seemed that if you wanted quality goods, you had to buy them from the right place. Deep inside the cave, a dead silence reigned. Lu Yi swallowed a pill, the knot of his atom's apple bobbing. The pill hit his stomach and a warm current instantly burst forth, a scalding stream that scoured every inch of his body. He guided this power, slamming it against an invisible barrier within him. Once, twice. Sweat beaded on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Finally, a nearly inaudible crack echoed from within him, as if something had shattered. A fresh sense of power surged through him, revitalizing his weary spirit. He let out a long, cloudy breath. Another barrier had been broken. When he was hungry, he would grab the dried rations by his side and chew them in great mouthfuls. When he was tired, he would lean against the cold stone wall and fall into a deep slumber. Upon waking, he would repeat the process, swallow the pill, guide the energy, and assault the barrier. The days were as monotonous as a pool of stagnant water. But he could clearly feel the stream of energy inside him growing wider, its current more turbulent. His body, too, had become a more ravenous sponge, its speed of absorption increasing. A current of warmth that once took half a day to digest now only required a few hours. His consumption of energy was growing, but the increase in his power never ceased. Half a month later, he tipped the last pill from the vial. He could feel its coolness against his fingertips. He swallowed it without hesitation. As the last wisp of medicinal power merged into his body, the cave fell completely silent. The vial was empty. Lu Yi opened his eyes, sensing the changes within. 15 points of light flickered inside him, like stars in the night sky. Each star held a measure of power, but they were too scattered, each shining alone, unable to converge into a true celestial river. He was still 3 steps shy of that raging river. His gaze fell upon the burlap sack at his side. It was heavy, filled with hard ore. It was all the capital he had left. It seemed he would have to make another trip to the town at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yi stood up, and his bones let out a series of sharp pops and cracks. He pushed aside the vines covering the mouth of the cave and stepped out. The intense sunlight instantly stabbed at his eyes. He instinctively raised a hand to shield them. The air was filled with the fragrance of damp earth and lush greenery, a stark contrast to the musty air of the cave. After a few seconds, his eyes finally adjusted. Dappled light filtered through the layers of the forest canopy, dancing on the ground like a host of golden sprites. He took a step and began his descent down the mountain. A crisp snap of a dry twig echoed through the woods. It was followed by a choked, terrified sob. Lu Yi stopped in his tracks, listening intently. He dropped into a crouch like a panther and, using the cover of the tree's shadows, stole forward without a sound. He pressed himself against a thick, ancient pine, the cold bark a shock against his cheek. He peered out from behind the trunk, his eyes fixed on the small clearing ahead. 3 people stood back to back, forming a desperate circle. Their faces were ashen, and their hands, clutching their weapons, trembled violently. Tears welled in the eyes of a young girl among them. She bit her lip, stifling a cry. Pacing before them was an immense tiger. The beast was abnormally large, its snow-white fur seeming to glow in the dim forest light. It moved without a sound, muscles rolling like hills beneath its pelt. Its amber eyes, like 2 burning embers, made the 3 tremble even more violently with every glance. The very air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a voice rumbled from the tiger's chest deep, ancient, with the grating quality of grinding metal. "Your bags." On the ground. The voice seemed to have a physical weight, crushing them, making it hard to breathe. "Then get lost." A ghost of a smirk touched Lu Ye's lips. That voice so familiar. Beneath the feigned authority in its tone, he detected a hint of childishness he could never forget. The 3 cornered travelers were clearly in no state for such observations. One of the men, as if all strength had been drained from him, fumbled with the cloth pouch at his waist with trembling fingers. Without daring to look up, he tossed it to the ground. "My lord, we meant no offense," he stammered, his voice shaking like a leaf in the wind. "Everything is here. Please, spare our lives." The tiger lowered its head and sniffed at the bags on the ground. Then, it snapped its head up and let out a deafening roar that ripped through the air. Begone! The man scrambled back as if shoved by an unseen hand, stumbling and crawling as he plunged into the dense woods and vanished from sight. Jolted from their stupor, his companions frantically tossed their own bags down and fled for their lives without a backward glance. Silence reclaimed the forest. Only when the white tiger was sure the threat was gone did it approach the three spoils on the ground, its stride elegant and lazy. Just as its nose was about to touch the first bag, a dark figure shot out from behind the tree, fast as lightning. In a flash, Lu Yi stood in the center of the clearing. With a single sweep of his arm, all three bags were securely in his grasp. Roar! Startled, the white tiger leaped back a good 10 feet, its white fur bristling as it fell into a defensive crouch. Immediately after, a translucent, girl-like figure popped out of the tiger's head. She planted her hands on her hips, glaring at Lu Yi with puffed-out cheeks. "Hey, that's our haul." Lu Yi hefted the bags. They were nearly weightless. He casually untied one and peered inside. His brow furrowed. A few lowest-grade pills, some worthless herbs, and a handful of tattered personal belongings. As for spirit stones, not so much as a single chip. Lu Yi scoffed and pulled a small vial from within his robes. He uncorked the wooden stopper and tipped out several perfectly round pills. An aromatic scent filled the air. He split the pills into two piles in his palm, pocketed one, and casually tossed the other to Yi. The rule is, everyone present gets a share. Yi's eyes went wide. "You robber," she shrieked. Like a provoked cat, she lunged at him with her arms outstretched. Shing! A crisp, metallic ring echoed. The long sword flashed from its sheath, its cold edge slicing through the air to stop dead, a mere inch from Yi's throat. Lu Yi said nothing, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Yi froze. She could feel the chill coming off the blade, like a cold snake pressed against her skin. She ground her teeth, and a rapid-fire torrent of curses erupted from her lips. Lu Yi simply listened in silence. Then, in a leisurely tone, he said, "Or, I could call those three back." Yi's cursing stopped cold. She flinched. All the fight went out of her, like air from a punctured ball, and she reluctantly backed away. She stared at Lu Yi, her eyes full of wariness. A cold, oppressive aura radiated from him, intangible but bone-chilling, like the winter morning's frost. He hadn't had that about him a month ago. She knew she couldn't get the pills back by force. If she tried anything now, Dahu, her great tiger, wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike from his sword. A wave of indignation washed over her. She kicked a loose stone and muttered under her breath, "Shameless, despicable, scoundrel. Let me ask you something," Lu Yi said, sheathing his sword. His voice was calm. "I'm not telling you. Not a thing." Yi snapped, turning her head away. "Answer my question, and you can have these back," Lu Yi said, casually tossing the pills in his hand as if they were worthless pebbles. "Huh." Yi let out a scornful laugh. With a single leap, she landed cross-legged atop Da's head. She straightened her back and tilted her chin up, striking a haughty pose. "Ask. Down in the market town, I've seen plenty of demons who can take human form," Lu Yi said, a hint of confusion in his voice. "They don't look like much. So why were those men so terrified of a tiger?" A smug look immediately spread across Yi's face, as if she were looking at a complete fool. "That just shows how little you know," she said, drawing out her words. "A demon who can take human form and a true beast are two entirely different things." The girl watched Lu Yi, her eyes a mix of caution and a flicker of pride. She gently patted the neck of the giant tiger at her side. A low rumble vibrated deep in the beast's throat, like the brewing of a thunderstorm. "Amber, he can talk," the girl whispered, as if sharing a world-shattering secret. "Only the truly powerful demonic beasts can speak. The ones that can't are just small fry." The seemingly random comment struck Lu Yi like a bolt of lightning, instantly clearing the fog in his mind. He understood. A giant tiger that could speak, and a seemingly harmless little girl. The combination itself was the deadliest of traps. Any cultivator fooled by their appearance would likely be devoured, with not even a scrap of bone left behind. No wonder they were thriving in these perilous woods. Lu Yi's understanding was complete. He said nothing more. He hefted the cloth sack in his hand, then casually tossed it behind him. The sack sailed through the air in an arc, landing at the girl's feet with a soft thud. The metal and oars inside clanked dully. He turned and walked toward the edge of the forest, never looking back. "Hey, you're leaving just like that?" The girl's voice called out from behind him. "What else?" Lu Yi didn't break his stride. His voice drifted back to her, as hard and cold as stone. "Damn it!" The girl stomped her foot in frustration. She turned and threw her arms around the tiger's massive, furry head, burying her face in its mane. Her voice came out muffled. "Amber, he bullied us." Amber the tiger let out a low growl, a sound that was part comfort, part warning. The rumble was deep enough to send the leaves of the forest shivering. When Lu Yi emerged from the forest this time, his steps were far more resolute. At the foot of the mountain, the Qingyan market was as bustling as ever. The clean scent of medicinal herbs, the earthy smell of raw ore, and the clang of cultivators' weapons mingled in the air, creating a unique and vibrant energy. This time, he didn't hesitate. He cut straight through the bustling crowd and arrived once more before the imposing pavilion, the Tianji Business Alliance. An attendant at the entrance, a practiced smile on her face, moved to greet him. Lu Yi brushed past her, uttering a single word. "Selling." He was led into an elegant private room. An attendant served him spirit tea, its crisp fragrance curling through the air. Lu Yi had just raised the cup for a sip when a clean hand pushed aside the door curtain. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe entered, a shrewd smile on his face. He offered Lu Yi a cupped fist salute. "Fellow Taoist, I am the manager here, Lu Quan. My apologies for the wait." Lu Yi gave a slight nod in return. Lu Quan didn't beat around the bush. He sat down across from him and got straight to the point. "What treasures are you looking to sell today?" Lu Yi wasted no words. With a sweep of his hand across the table, several oars of varying sizes appeared out of thin air. One piece in particular stood out. It was jet black, and faint arcs of what looked like electricity crawled slowly across its surface, seeming to drink in the surrounding light. It was yuan magnetic ore. This piece of lodestone ore was heavier than the last. Lu Quan held it in his palm, his fingertips brushing over its rough surface as he sensed the energy contained within. He picked up a small hammer and tapped it lightly against the ore, leaning in to listen to the dull echo. Lu Yi said nothing, quietly sipping his hot tea as the steam blurred his gaze. Thud. The ore landed on the table with a dull thud. Lu Quan interlaced his fingers and looked at Lu Yi. "This piece of lodestone, ore 38. With the others, that brings the total to 51 spirit stones." His tone was flat, as if stating a simple fact, leaving no room for negotiation. "Higher." Lu Yi's voice was quiet, but firm. Lu Quan shook his head, a practiced, professional smile on his lips. "That's the highest we can go. The Merchants Guild has to stay in business, my friend." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Instead of haggling further, Lu Yi reached into his robes, pulled out 4 old storage pouches, and tossed them onto the table. Clink. The warding locks at their mouths clinked softly against each other. "These, can you open them?" Lu Quan's gaze swept over the pouches, his expression betraying no surprise. He picked one up between 2 fingers, expertly examining the runes on its clasp. "We can open them," he said. "But there's a fee." "How much?" 5 spirit stones. Per pouch." Lu Yi's hand, raising the teacup to his lips, froze in midair. His expression instantly darkened. Lu Quan leaned forward and lowered his voice, a shrewd, merchant smile spread across his face. "Of course, you could also just sell these bags directly to us. For each one this much." He held up 2 fingers, waving them in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and let out a soft chuckle. "That price is even lower than what you just quoted to open them. My friend, you have to look at it this way." Lu Quan's tone was so practiced it sounded like he'd rehearsed the line 100 times. "These bags came from wanderers in the wilds, right? Who's to say if they're full of treasure or just a pile of worthless rocks?" He spread his hands in a gesture of sincerity. "When we at the Merchants Guild acquire these, we're taking a gamble ourselves. We have to factor in the risk. Of course, you could always take that gamble yourself. Spend a little, and you might just open it up to find a world-shaking treasure. The choice is yours." An image of the 3 cultivators he dispatched flashed through Lu Yi's mind. Their storage pouches had indeed held little more than a few silver-like trinkets. His mind was made up instantly. After a few rounds of haggling, they finally struck a deal. 20 spirit stones for all 4 storage pouches. Adding that to what he already had, he now possessed 71 spirit stones. No small fortune. A pleasure doing business with you. With the deal sealed, the smile on Lu Quan's face seemed far more genuine. He rubbed his hands together. Now, about your payment. Would you like the spirit stones, or shall I exchange them for some healing elixirs? Lu Yi didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, he asked, do you sell maps here? He remembered a well-dressed man mentioning something about it when he first entered the market. To get to the Crimson Blood sect, he first had to know where it was. Maps. Lu Quan's eyes lit up as if he'd caught the scent of another deal. Yes, of course we have them. What kind were you looking for? There are different kinds. We offer 3 kinds. Lu Quan held up 3 fingers as if displaying rare treasures. There's the 3 tints map, which gives you a general sense of direction. Then there's the 7 tints map, which marks all the major sects and perilous lands. And finally, the most complete version, the 10 tints map. Lu Ye's brow furrowed. What's the difference? He asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. Lu Quan spread his hand, gesturing toward 3 scrolls of different hides laid out on the counter. These 3 maps are not all the same, he said, his voice laced with a merchant's shrewdness. The first, he said, pointing to the coarsest scroll, is the 3 tints map. It only gives you the general lay of the land and marks the territories of the 3 tints' most well-known powers. It's enough to keep you from getting lost, but if you're trying to find any place small difficult. His finger slid to the middle scroll, the quality of the hide noticeably finer. The 7 tints map. A fine piece of work. It clearly lays out the domains of 7 tints of the powers, along with all the major mountains and rivers. Most cultivators buy this one. Lu Yi's gaze, however, fell upon the last scroll. It was fastened with a clasp of some unknown jade, and the hide was so fine it seemed to emit a soft light. Lu Quan's eyes lit up. He carefully undid the jade clasp and unfurled a corner of the map. But this one, he said, his voice filled with pride, is the complete terrestrial map, the 10 tints map. It can tell you everything that happens on this battlefield. He paused, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Every mountain ridge, every river, is rendered in perfect detail. Which strongholds belong to our Haotian League? Which peaks are occupied by the madmen of the myriad demon ridge? It's all marked in different colors, plain as day. Even, he leaned closer, his breath carrying the faint scent of ink. It doesn't miss a single thing, not even the location of a 9th-rank sect. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. The Azure Blood sect was a 9th-rank sect. He asked, a 9th-rank sect is like a lone boat on the open ocean, liable to be swallowed by the waves at any moment. What happens if its location on this map changes? Excellent question. Lu Quan slapped the counter. That's the best part about the complete map. You can bring it back for updates anytime. The battlefield changes in the blink of an eye. A piece of land that's ours today might have an enemy flag planted on it tomorrow. One wrong step out here, and you're dead. This map is a lifesaver. Lu Yi's fingertip traced lightly over the smooth parchment, feeling its cool touch. It was as if he could already see the way home. How many spirit stones? Lu Quan's smile faltered for just a second before he held up 6 fingers. 600. The air itself seemed to freeze. The hand Lu Yi was reaching for his money pouch froze in midair. The blood in his veins seemed to run cold. 600 spirit stones. The number was like a mountain, pressing down on his chest. Lu Quan, ever the observant merchant, immediately snatched up the coarse 3 tints map and enthusiastically pushed it toward him. Actually, this 3 tints map is perfectly fine, as long as. Lu Yi shook his head, cutting him off. He didn't need a rough outline. He needed to find his way home. The gavel fell softly, closing the deal. 71 spirit stones clinked crisply on the counter, each one emitting a soft glow. Lu Yi pocketed one, trading the remaining 70 for 7 cool to the touch white porcelain vials. The moment he cracked open a stopper, a wisp of pure, potent energy wafted out. He gripped the vials, almost feeling a warmth creep up his arm from his palm. Good. With these, the rushing stream of energy within him could soon carve out a second tributary. Manager Lu Quan of the Merchant Guild, beaming, personally saw Lu Yi to the door. "Take care, sir," he said with a slight bow. "When you have more fine goods, please think of our Tianji Merchant Guild first." Big spending customers like Lu Yi were a rare sight in this area. A deal worth dozens of spirit stones was more than enough reason for him to swallow his pride and build some goodwill. Lu Quan watched Lu Ye's figure disappear around the corner, then rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Just as he turned, a warm breath of air, laced with the scent of orchids, brushed against the back of his neck. "You scared the hell out of me." His heart leaped, and he hissed in a low voice. "What are you doing sneaking up on me like a ghost? Shouldn't you be out front with the customers?" A woman's voice whispered right by his ear, her breath warm. "I missed you." Lu Quan's anger melted away. He glanced around warily, and seeing no one was paying attention, his voice softened with a hint of urgency. "Not here. Wait until tonight. I'll come find you." "All right." The woman chuckled softly, her voice like a feather's caress. Lu Quan cleared his throat and walked back into the main hall as if nothing had happened. The woman, however, didn't move. She remained in the shadows, her gaze fixed on the direction Lu Yi had gone, her eyes glinting with an unreadable light. The night deepened. The city's clamor faded to silence, broken only by a few distant barks. In the room, the air was thick with the mingled scents of sweat and perfume. In the afterglow, the woman's naked body was coiled around Lu Quan's like a water snake. Her fingers traced circles on his firm chest. Her breath was warm and intimate, her words a sleepy murmur. That customer today, he was so generous. Lu Quan was spent, his eyelids as heavy as lead. He mumbled an incoherent already half asleep. "What did he buy?" The woman's voice grew even softer, almost hypnotic. "Pills, so many pills." Lu Quan mumbled. He rolled over, and seconds later, the room filled with the sound of his heavy snoring. The woman slipped silently from his embrace. She lay beside him, her eyes wide and gleaming in the darkness, all traces of sleep gone. She remembered the man. 2 weeks ago, it had been him, dressed in a set of old, faded robes, who had sold a batch of high-quality ore. His hands had been rough and calloused, with dirt and rock dust permanently embedded under his nails. They were the hands of someone who scrabbled for a living alone in the mines. A lone cultivator, with no sect to protect him and no family to back him. Where had he managed to get so much more, or in just 15 days? He was accumulating wealth far too quickly. So quickly, it was like lighting a torch in the dark. It was impossible not to notice. The night grew deep. The woman sat at the table and emptied a small pouch of spirit stones. Tink, tink, tink. The crisp, clinking sound was jarring in the silent room. She nudged them with a fingertip, counting. 1, 2, 13 in all. This was all she had earned for a month's work at the Tianji Commerce Guild. The stones shimmered with a faint light, their touch as cold as the feeling in her heart. She thought back to her days of striking out on her own dangerous, yes, but free. A sigh escaped her, as soft as the wind. She lay back on her bed, but sleep would not come. All she could feel was the chill of those 13 spirit stones seeping, bit by bit, into her very bones. 1,000 miles away, on Azure Cloud Mountain. Deep in the heart of the mountain, inside a pitch-black cave, Lu Yi sat as still as a statue. He had just returned from the Tianji Commerce Guild, where he had traded his last spirit stones for food and something far more vital, cultivation pills. He placed a pill in his mouth. As the pill dissolved, a scorching torrent of energy surged through his entire body. The torrent slammed against an invisible barrier within him like a raging bull. Once, twice, he could feel the barrier tremble and groan. Expressionless, he swallowed another. The torrent of energy grew stronger, more ferocious. 12 days passed. Dozens of empty vials lay scattered across the cave floor. Lu Yi's cheeks were gaunt, but his eyes burned with an astonishing light, like twin flames. Today, he would shatter the final barrier. He took a deep breath, gathering the energy within him, a force that had grown from a stream into a great river. Guided by his will, the torrent of energy surged forth, illuminating one energy node after another within his body. The 10th node lit up, then the 11th, the 18th. As the energy pierced the last of the 9 new nodes, they linked together as if by an invisible thread, forming a new constellation within him. The energy flowed faster and faster, transforming from a trickle to a roaring torrent that circulated and scoured through his body. The pressure mounted. The air grew thick. Small pebbles on the cave floor began to tremble. Then, at a certain moment, a crisp crack echoed from deep within him, as if a shackle had been shattered. Boom! An invisible shock wave erupted from him, blasting the loose stones and dust from the floor into a swirling vortex. The raging river of energy within him was finally tamed. It began to circulate on its own along a fixed path, perpetual and self-sustaining. He had done it. Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. The darkness of the cave was no longer absolute. He could now make out the finest cracks in the stone walls, could hear the echo of a single drop of water falling in the distance. He made a fist. A calm, immense power pulsed quietly in his palm. 2 months ago, he was merely prey, hunted and on the verge of death. Now, he felt he had finally bared his fangs. Lu Yi slowly clenched his fist. A warm current surged through his meridians, more potent and swift than ever before. He could feel it with crystalline clarity, a power sufficient to rip through the flesh of wild beasts, to shatter stone. It was a solid, grounding sense of security. On this treacherous land, he was no longer just prey struggling to survive. He finally had claws fangs of his own. Less than a month. He could hardly believe his own progress. He thought of the pills, how they had dissolved in his gut like spheres of warm flame, forcing pure energy into every corner of his being. Other cultivators spent months, painstakingly drawing scarce energy from the air, bit by bit, like ants gathering food. He, on the other hand, was devouring fire. The sensation was as dangerous as it was intoxicating. He closed his eyes, turning his senses inward. Before, there had been only a single stream of energy within him, a gentle, trickling current. Now, alongside it, a completely new channel had been carved out, and through it, energy rushed, turbulent and ceaseless. 2 rivers of power now ran parallel within him, ready to merge at a moment's notice into an even more violent torrent. All it would take was a single thought, and that power would roar forth. The destructive force wasn't merely doubled, it was exponentially greater. He glanced at the vial at his waist. 30 pills remained. Each one was like a tempting fruit, promising even greater strength. He felt a craving, an impulse to devour them all at once and break through to the next realm. But he forced the thought down. His body was a bow drawn taut to its limit. Any more pressure, and the string would snap. Outside the cave, the air was crisp and clean. He tore off a piece of tough jerky and chewed it slowly, restoring his energy. Then, he walked barefoot to the mountain spring. The cold water washed over him, rinsing away the sweat and fatigue of his training. The spring splashed and gurgled around him. He changed into a clean linen tunic and felt a sense of lightness return to his body. He leaned against a water-smoothed boulder, letting droplets fall from the tips of his hair. He pushed all thoughts of his training aside and, from within his tunic, withdrew an old scroll made of beast hide. The clear, dripping sound of the spring was the only accompaniment to his reading. The energy inside him was a rushing stream, and now it had crashed against an unseen dam. He had to find a new channel to guide it toward a vaster ocean. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional chirp of an insect and the hum of beating wings. Sunlight pierced the canopy, casting dappled patches of light that illuminated the young man's focused profile. Suddenly, a gaze pricked his back like a needle. Lu Yi didn't turn around, nor did he even open his eyes. "Come on out," he said flatly. "What's the point in hiding?" From behind a large tree, a small, disheveled head slowly peeked out, like a startled wildcat. She stared at Lu Yi, her eyes wary. The girl's eyes fell on the book in Lu Yi's hands. It was thin, the corners of its cover frayed. She snorted, as if mocking a cheap toy. "What is it?" Lu Yi opened his eyes, a hint of impatience in his voice. His grip on the book tightened, his knuckles going pale. "When are you finally going to leave?" The girl's voice was high and shrill, laced with undisguised hostility. "This is my turf." Her name was Yi. For the past 2 months, she'd been buzzing around him like an annoying fly, always keeping her distance. She never dared get too close, her eyes instinctively darting to the leather pouch at his waist as if it held something that might bite. But she could sense that the boy before her was different from when they'd first met. The subtle aura he gave off had deepened, becoming like a dark pool, impossible to fathom. Lu Yi snapped the book shut with a thwack. He rose to his feet and stretched, his joints popping in a series of sharp cracks. "I'm tired," he yawned. "Going back to sleep." "Hey, I'm talking to you," Yi shrieked, stomping her foot. Lu Yi walked away without a backward glance. "Jerk! You rotten jerk!" Yi screamed at his retreating back, but he didn't even break his stride. She let out a furious cry, spinning around to claw violently at a nearby tree trunk. Bark flew as if she were tearing at Lu Yi himself. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Lu Yi opened his eyes. Power surged through every muscle in his body, and the exhaustion that had plagued him for days was gone without a trace. He knew it was time. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. A warm current of energy flowed slowly through him, pliant as a serpent. He would use this power to seek out the unlit stars hidden in the depths of his being. 2 months ago, this current had been but a fragile thread. Now, it had swelled into a mighty river. Commanding it no longer felt clumsy or unfamiliar. Time slipped by. Just as the first ray of dawn pierced the forest mist, a jolt shot through his consciousness. He'd found it. Deep within the labyrinth of his own body, a faint point of light hung suspended, dim and quiet as a slumbering firefly. He picked up a pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted on his tongue, a current of warmth instantly surging through every fiber of his being. He channeled this power, sending it crashing like a raging bull against an invisible barrier within his body. A low hum, a muffled crack, a sound only he could hear, resonated from within him. Something had shattered. The 19th luminous point quietly ignited within him. He opened his eyes. The cave was still shrouded in dim light. 3 days and 11 pills, all to ignite a single point of light. He could clearly feel his inner energy was more formidable than before, and he was refining the pills with greater speed. But the cost was steep. Each assault on the barrier required more fuel. Like a fire, the brighter it burned, the more voraciously it consumed wood. He made a silent calculation. At this rate, igniting all 360 points of light to form a complete stellar map, within him the thought weighed on him like a mountain. Over 1,000 days. Nearly 3 years. The number made his breath catch in his throat. He didn't know what cultivation was like for others, but he knew he had to be faster. He closed his eyes once more, sinking his consciousness completely into his cultivation. One pill, then the next. There was no day or night in the cave. Only the searing heat of pills transforming into energy and the repeated tremors of striking the barrier. By the time the warmth of the final pill faded from his body, the jade vial before him was empty. He could feel it clearly. 2 new points of light had ignited within him, but a third was still a distant prospect. 21 points of light, like a sparse scattering of stars. Not enough. Far from it. He pushed aside the stone blocking the cave's entrance. The piercing sunlight made him squint. The air outside, fresh with the scent of earth, was a stark contrast to the stuffiness of the cave. To meditate for another 10 days, he would need at least 70 more pills. He felt his storage pouch. All that remained inside were a few heavy, black ores that emanated a strange force field. Half a day later, in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain, Lu Yi stepped through the gates of the Celestial Secrets Trading Guild, immediately met by the clatter of abacuses and the din of the crowd. He didn't linger, walking straight to the counter. 2 heavy pieces of magnetic ore were placed on the countertop, exchanged for a bag full of pills and a few crystalline stones. When he stepped out of the guild hall again, the sun was shining brightly. He clutched the bag in his hand. It held all his hope for the next stage of his cultivation. A pair of slender hands rested on the second-floor windowsill of the Merchants Guild. Outside the window, the figure was merging into the street's bustling crowd, shrinking with the distance. She watched in silence, her knuckles turning white from the force of her grip. At last, she let out a long, slow breath, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She raised her other hand and gently tapped the back of it with a fingertip. A faint yellow light began to glow. A complex sigil surfaced beneath her skin, spinning slowly. This light was nothing like Lu Ye's cold, battlefield blue. It was a warm, gentle yellow, like amber. Her lips moved, forming silent words as she channeled a message into the sigil. The light flickered once, then vanished as if it had never been there. A moment later, she descended the stairs. Leaving so early today, shopkeeper Lee, an acquaintance called out with a smile. She returned a perfect smile, her voice betraying no emotion. Yes, I still have some matters to attend to. Azure Cloud Mountain. The forest. Lu Yi moved like the wind, weaving through the gnarled, tangled roots of the forest floor. Something was wrong. The thought had been a prickle at the back of his neck ever since he left the marketplace, an invisible thorn. It wasn't a sound, nor a sight. It was a feeling. The primal instinct of prey being stalked by a predator. He deliberately altered his course, veering sharply to the left, then doubling back without warning. When he caught it a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision. A blurred shadow darted behind a tree trunk dozens of yards away. It was so fast it might have been an illusion. Lu Yi's heart plummeted. His right hand instantly dropped to the hilt of the sword at his waist, the cold steel a reassuring touch. He was being followed. He didn't stop. Instead, he picked up his pace. The wind howled past his ears, leaving the forest birdsong far behind. Good. He could feel the distance widening between him and the shadow. That meant his pursuer wasn't much faster than he was. An ambusher lying in wait on the outskirts of the battlefield. Their strength was limited, just as he'd expected. The very instant that thought crossed his mind, the air behind him plunged into a deep cold. A bone-chilling frost, like 1,000 needles of ice, stabbed toward his back. Lu Yi's pupils constricted. On pure instinct, he spun around. His longsword was already clearing its sheath as he moved, carving a silver arc through the air. Ting! A sharp crack, like shattering glass. An icicle shaped like a dagger was met precisely by the edge of his blade just an inch from his body, exploding into a cloud of frigid mist. The frigid mist washed over his face, carrying the chill of death. The icicle shattered. The impact hit him like a wall, slamming into his chest. Lu Yi stumbled back several steps, his legs giving out as he tumbled away in a heap. He had just pushed himself to his feet when a figure lunged at him. It was a man, a few years older than him. His face was pale and clean-shaven. A pair of heavy metal earrings swayed with his movements, glinting in the gloom. He wielded a strange weapon. It had the length of a sword but was exceptionally narrow, with a long, slender blade that curved slightly, like a frozen bolt of lightning. The blade screamed as it tore through the air, slashing down at his head. Lu Yi had no time to think, no time to even channel power into his sword. He could only raise it in a desperate, instinctive block. Clang! The jarring sound exploded as sparks flew. A mountainous pressure surged down his sword, the shock instantly numbing his arm. He nearly lost his grip as his knees buckled, and the force slammed him down onto one knee. Oh! The man raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise on his face. In that moment of distraction, Lu Yi roared, throwing off the oppressive blade with all his might. He used the momentum to pivot, his longsword becoming a silver streak aimed straight for the man's heart. But the man merely flicked his wrist. With a hum, the weapon dissolved into a web of blurred steel. Lu Yi felt a sudden chill on his arm as a line of red blossomed across it. The force behind his thrust vanished, and his opponent sidestepped the attack with ease. Thrown off balance, he stumbled forward. In an instant, the cold edge of the blade filled his vision. The chill of death flooded him, like ice water pouring down his throat. In a final, desperate act, he slammed a paper talisman against his chest. Hum! A low thrum resonated. The blade struck him squarely in the chest, but instead of flesh, it met him with the deafening clang of striking metal. A curtain of golden light erupted around him, and the immense force of the blow sent him flying. He crashed to the ground several yards away. The man's eyes narrowed as he watched the golden light on Lu Yi's chest slowly fade. A golden light talisman? The man's eyes were bloodshot, like a wolf fixated on its prey. His gaze was locked on the golden light swirling around Lu Yi, not with jealousy, but with a sharp sting of loss. That talisman should have been his prize, and now it was melting away like gold, utterly wasted. "You're courting death, kid," he snarled, a cruel grin spreading across his lips. The intel had been right after all. This seemingly weak boy was a fat sheep, loaded with treasure. He slid back a few steps, as graceful as a falling leaf. His left hand held a dagger in a reverse grip, its edge glinting coldly. His right hand wove through a series of quick signs before his chest, and a piercing blue light ignited at his fingertip. The temperature of the air plummeted. A shard of ice materialized from thin air, hovering before him. Sunlight filtering through the trees passed through it, creating a beautiful, prismatic halo, a thing of beauty, yet brimming with murderous intent. A deadly chill crept up Lu Ye's spine. In that moment, he had focused what little energy he could into his eyes, gauging his attacker's true power. The aura of energy surrounding the man was far denser, far more substantial than his own. It was like comparing a full-grown tiger to a cub. His opponent was stronger. The wound in his chest throbbed with a dull ache, a constant reminder that his opponent's combat experience also far surpassed his own. That dagger had struck like a viper, silent and without warning. Lu Yi tightened his grip on his longsword. All he knew were the most basic swings, clumsy and direct. No form, no technique. Weaker in strength, inferior in skill, and his opponent could even conjure things from thin air. This wasn't just a disadvantage. It was a hopeless situation. The chill radiating from the shard of ice threatened to freeze the very air in his lungs. In that instant, Lu Yi made his decision. He would not retreat. He slammed his right foot into the ground with a heavy thud. Like a bull driven to a cliff's edge, he channeled that explosive force, transforming into a golden blur. Instead of retreating, he charged. The sneer on the man's face froze. A flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The prey wasn't trying to escape. It was charging straight for the knife. He drifted backward again, phantom-like, effortlessly widening the distance. At the same time, he flicked his wrist. The shard of ice tore through the air with a piercing shriek. An ice shard tore through the air and slammed into Lu Yi's chest. Thump! With a dull thud, the golden light shield around him flickered violently, its glow dimming. The impact sent a jolt through his chest, and his forward charge faltered for a beat. Across from him, the fair-faced man's palm lit up again as a frigid energy coalesced. A second ice shard was taking shape. Lu Yi's heart sank. How many more of those can you block? The man's voice drifted over, tinged with the glee of a cat toying with a mouse. He retreated. Lu Yi advanced. Another ice shard came screaming toward him. Thump! A third. Thump! The golden shield around Lu Yi was now gossamer thin and webbed with fractures. He couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's robes. He gritted his teeth, his fingernails digging so deep into his palms they nearly drew blood. A fire of rage burned in his chest. He wanted nothing more than to smash the fire-summoning talisman he carried right into that smug face. But he held back. It wasn't the right time. Another ice shard struck. This time, the golden shield shattered on impact, dissolving into countless motes of light. The full force of the blow slammed into his body. Puffed. Lu Yi sprayed a fine mist of warm blood as a bone-deep chill seeped into his very core. A shudder racked his body. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lifted his head. His gaze, like that of a wounded wolf, locked onto his opponent. "Do we have a grudge?" he asked, his voice hoarse. The fair-faced man chuckled softly, as if admiring his dying prey. "None at all." Lu Yi remained silent, his stare unwavering. However, the man drawled, savoring the absolute control of the moment. "Tell me where you got those ores. You tell me that, and I'll let you live." So that's what this was about. The tension in Lu Yi's body, paradoxically, eased slightly. This wasn't a chance encounter. It was a trap. The forest path was strewn with loose stones. In the moonlight, the tip of the fair-skinned man's blade held an icy glint, like a viper's tongue. "Kid, stop playing dumb." His voice was soft, yet it pierced Lu Yi's ears like an ice pick. "Hand over the map to that Orvain, and I'll leave your body intact." An Orvain. Lu Yi's pupils contracted. He understood. They thought he was some lucky bastard who had stumbled upon a treasure. They had no idea or came from a place he could never return to. He remained silent, his mind racing. The Merchants Guild had a stellar reputation. They would never pull something like this. This was a private act. Someone from one of his 3 trades must have leaked his whereabouts. It seems. The smirk vanished from the fair-skinned man's lips. "You've chosen the more painful path." The words had barely left his mouth when he moved. There was no warning. The gravel at his feet exploded outwards as he shot forward, becoming a blur. His blade shrieked as it tore through the air, aimed straight for Lu Yi's throat. He didn't bother using that frost-conjuring spell again. His previous strike had already shattered the last of the golden protective light on Lu Ye's chest. As far as he was concerned, this boy, whose spiritual energy was pathetically faint, was already meat on the chopping block. But Lu Yi was faster. The instant the blade was about to graze his skin, he kicked off the ground, shooting backward like an arrow loosed from a bow. He put a dozen meters between them in a flash and, without a moment's hesitation, turned and bolted. Heh! The fair-skinned man chuckled, amused by the sudden escape attempt. His laugh was filled with the cruel delight of a cat playing with a mouse. Think you can get away? He didn't speed up. Instead, he followed at a leisurely pace, the very picture of an elegant predator. He drew a crystal from a leather pouch at his waist, cupping it in his palm. The stone began to glow faintly as a warm current flowed up his arm, replenishing the energy he had just spent on his spell. He was going to let his little mouse run itself ragged, to exhaust itself in pure despair. The chase through the woods had lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn to ash. Lu Yi's steps grew heavy, each breath a searing agony that tore at his lungs. Sweat blurred his vision, making the treacherous stones underfoot even more perilous. He could feel it, the warm current of energy that sustained him fading fast. The man in white followed at a leisurely pace. He was a patient hunter, savoring the final struggles of his prey. He had no need to close the distance. The ragged, gasping breaths from up ahead told him all he needed to know. The man's strength was failing. Once that energy was gone, even the most formidable cultivator was nothing more than meat for the chopping block. He scrambled through a grove of jagged stones, the splash of icy river water soaking his trousers, and finally burst into a clearing. Then he stopped. His back against a colossal tree, his chest heaved violently. In the moonlight, his face was as pale as parchment. The man in white stopped a dozen paces away, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He drew his long sword in a gleaming silver arc, the whisper of the steel tearing through the silence of the night. "What's the matter? All out of steam?" he asked, his voice a low drawl, full of the taunting amusement of a cat with a cornered mouse. But his smile quickly vanished. Raw terror was etched onto Lu Yi's face, but his eyes weren't looking at the man at all. His gaze shot past the hunter's shoulder, fixed on the impenetrable darkness behind him. The hand that gripped his own sword trembled like a leaf in the wind. Something was wrong. A heavy gust of wind suddenly swept through the clearing, carrying with it the foul reek of a predator and the metallic scent of blood. It was followed by a low, guttural roar that seemed to rumble up from the very earth, making the man in white's heart clench violently. He turned stiffly. A colossal tiger padded out from behind the tree. It was larger than a bull calf, its fur a ghostly white in the moonlight. It moved with a slow, regal deliberation, its massive paws silent on the forest floor. Its amber eyes locked onto him. An icy dread shot up the man's spine and flooded his mind. His thoughts froze. Just then, the colossal tiger opened its cavernous maw, and from that fanged mouth, a deep, clear, human voice boomed. "Who gave you the audacity to trespass in my dream?" In an instant, a cold sweat drenched the white-robed man's brow. He finally understood. Lu Yi's terror it had never been for him. Lord Tiger, spare us." Lu Yi's voice was barely a stutter. "We meant no trespass. We'll leave now." "Right now?" The man in white seized on the words as if they were a lifeline, nodding so frantically his head seemed to be on a spring. "Roar." The tiger unleashed a deafening roar, the shockwave of sound nearly throwing them to the ground. "You come and go as you please. What do you take my woods for? An inn?" It took a single step forward, and the ground itself seemed to shake. In the clearing, the two men were frozen in place, their very breath caught in their throats. The air froze. Just as the pale-faced man was at a loss, a voice shattered the dead silence. "Great Tiger King, please calm your anger." Lu Yi's voice was steady, betraying no hint of fear. "We understand the rules here. We'll abide by them. All I ask is that you spare my life." The words were barely out of his mouth when he reached down and unfastened the leather pouch from his belt. He traced a finger across the opening, and a faint glimmer of light flickered out. He tossed the pouch on the ground before him. It landed with a soft thump, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Then, he opened his hand, letting the long sword he had carried for so long fall to the ground. Clang! The sound was sharp and clear. The great tiger's golden eyes were fixed on him, a low growl like grinding stones rumbling in its throat. Since you know the rules, it rumbled, its voice like shifting rock. You may keep your life. Thank you, great king. Lu Yi bowed immediately. The great tiger's head slowly turned toward the deathly pale cultivator, its eyes like two burning lanterns. And you? The voice vibrated through the air. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? Live. The pale cultivator blurted out, his face twisted in agony, as if he were carving off his own flesh. Following Lu Yi's example, he fumbled with trembling hands to unfasten his own storage pouch. With a similar swipe of a finger, he broke the energy seal and threw it heavily to the ground. He had heard the rumors. In the Azure Cloud Mountains, there was a talking tiger. It didn't kill, but it demanded tribute. He'd never imagined that in the middle of hunting down one man, he would run straight into the lord of the entire mountain. His luck had hit rock bottom. No tricks. The tiger's roar echoed through the woods as it bared a row of dagger-like fangs. If I find that pouch is still sealed. The unspoken threat hung in the air, as sharp as a cold blade against their necks. It's open. We swear it's open. They both assured it in unison. But Lu Yi wasn't finished. He suddenly shot a finger out, pointing directly at the pale cultivator. Great king. He hasn't dropped his sword. Does he intend to move against you? The pale cultivator's breath caught in his throat. He stared at Lu Yi in utter disbelief, his eyes burning with a murderous rage. The tiger paused for a beat, and then its golden eyes narrowed dangerously. A low, murderous snarl rumbled up from deep within its throat, making the very air seem to vibrate. Clatter. The sharp sound of metal striking stone. The pale cultivator's grip went slack, and his long sword slipped from his grasp. He felt his heart shatter right along with it. The fair-skinned cultivator stared at his long saber, a faint light shimmering along its edge. The blade was his everything. It made his strike sharper, his movements swifter. To give it up would be like severing his own arm. But his life was more important. To anger the giant tiger before him meant only one thing: death. His hand trembled, but he loosened his grip. The long saber fell to the ground with a clang, kicking up a ring of dust. Great king. Lu Yi's voice was steady, betraying no fear. May we leave now? A low growl rumbled from deep within the tiger's throat, making the very ground vibrate. Go. The word struck them like a physical blow. The two men immediately began to back away, step by careful step, their eyes locked on the giant tiger, not daring to let their guard down for an instant. Cold sweat had already soaked through the fabric of their robes. They had retreated a dozen paces. Safety seemed within reach. Suddenly, a rush of wind. A dark shape blurred at the edge of the fair-skinned cultivator's vision. It was Lu Yi. He spun like a hunting cheetah, lunging for the sword he had dropped. His hand closed around the hilt, and he whirled, the blade carving a deadly arc through the air as he charged the fair-skinned cultivator. The fair-skinned cultivator's pupils contracted to pinpricks. The tiger, the terrifying beast, was still right there. Had he gone mad? There was no time to think. Only instinct. The fair-skinned cultivator dove for his own saber. As his hand gripped the hilt, a searing energy flooded from his palm into the steel. The blade hummed, erupting in a blinding sheath of light. A blast of air hit his face. Lu Yi's sword was upon him. Clang. The shriek of metal on metal was deafening. A mountainous force slammed through the saber and up his arm. With a sickening crack, his arm broke, and the impact drove him to one knee. He snapped his head up to meet a pair of eyes cold and utterly devoid of emotion. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. The tiger. It was just a diversion, but it was too late. Lu Yi's second strike came, swift as a viper-ass. The fair-skinned cultivator desperately summoned the last of his energy. A faint blue nimbus materialized before him, thin and fragile as a sheet of ice. But the tip of Lu Yi's sword never slowed. With a sound like tearing silk, the ice-thin shield shattered. The cold steel slid effortlessly through his chest. He looked down, his eyes wide with disbelief at the bloodied point of the sword protruding from his sternum. His strength was draining away with the warmth of his own blood. A brutal kick, and the sickening crunch of bone. The pale-faced man was sent flying like a rag doll. The long sword was ripped free, and a spray of warm blood splattered across Lu Yi's face. It all happened in the space of a breath. Lu Yi didn't advance. He steadied his breathing and drew a paper talisman from the leather pouch at his waist. The cinnabar markings on the paper glowed faintly, a searing energy pulsing at his fingertips. If the man on the ground so much as twitched, the energy would rip him apart. But the man didn't. His body arched violently, as if struck by lightning, before going completely limp. A pool of dark blood spread rapidly beneath him. The coppery tang of blood, thick and choking, filled Lu Ye's nostrils. His chest heaved, his heart hammering against his ribs. Just then, a faint speck of red light emerged from the corpse, like a living ember. It floated into the air and, in a flash, shot toward Lu Yi, branding itself onto the back of his hand. "Us," a hesitant voice began. A soft halo of light coalesced above Da Hu's head, and Yi Yi's form materialized within it. Her face was pale. "I thought we agreed. This was just supposed to be a robbery?" She glanced from the corpse on the ground to Lu Ye's stone-cold expression, her look of confusion hardening into anger. "You used us. You were planning to kill him from the start. You lied to me?" Yi Yi's voice grew shrill, a tremor running through it. Lu Yi wiped the blood from his face and shot her a cold glance. "Your act is a little too dramatic." "What?" Yi Yi's brows furrowed. The words were barely out of his mouth when the faint snap of a twig came from deep within the woods. Instantly, Lu Ye's gaze became as sharp as a blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His low voice drifted back on the wind. "Keep up. We've been made. There's someone else here." Yi Yi's stomach lurched violently. She glanced at the amber eyes of the giant tiger beside her. In their depths, she saw her own pale face reflected back. Clenching her jaw, she spat out a single word. "Go." The tiger's roar was a crack of thunder that sent leaves showering down. Muscles bunched in its powerful limbs. With a mighty shove, its massive body became a yellow and black streak, plunging deep into the forest. Ahead, a figure scrambled desperately through the woods. Thorns shredded the hem of her elegant gown, and cold sweat had ruined her once delicate makeup. She could hear her own heart hammering in her chest, a frantic, ragged rhythm like a tattered drum. A single thought screamed in her mind. How could he have failed? That man, how could he lose to some no-name kid? This was supposed to have been the perfect deal. The payout that would have let her leave her past behind for good. But now, the hunter had become the hunted. She didn't want to die. The will to live was a whip, lashing at her, squeezing the last dregs of air from her lungs. Her legs burned, and the metallic tang of blood filled her throat. And yet, the sounds behind her were growing clearer. It wasn't the sound of a frantic, disorganized pursuit, but a calm, ruthless rhythm. She could hear the heavy crunch of the tiger's paws on fallen leaves, but even more terrifying was the unhurried pace of the human. His footsteps were like a pendulum, methodically chipping away at her hope with every step. Lu Yi's breathing was even and deep. He channeled an invisible energy into his legs, and the ground began to fly backward beneath his feet. He was an arrow loosed from its bow, weaving effortlessly between tangled roots and low-hanging vines. It was an instinct honed in the wilderness. Energy wasn't just a light at his fingertips, it was the wind beneath his feet. The massive tree trunks became a blur on either side of him. The stumbling figure ahead grew closer, so close he could hear her desperate, ragged gasps. Finally, at the edge of a clearing, he saw her. It wasn't her face he recognized, but the dress, a familiar, pale violet gown he had seen once before at the Celestial Opportunity Trading Guild. Lu Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Had he been wrong all along? No, he hadn't. The truth was simply more absurd than anything he could have possibly imagined. Just then, a yellow and black shadow shot past him, a foul, predatory wind in its wake. It lunged for the figure on the verge of collapse. An earth-shattering roar ripped through the forest's silence. A streak of white tore through the gloom of the forest, lunging to block her path. It was the giant tiger. The woman sucked in a sharp breath. A paper talisman, already pinched between her fingers, burst into flames. Before she could even think, she flicked her wrist and sent it flying. In midair, the talisman transformed into a crescent blade of pale light, letting out a piercing shriek as it slashed straight for the giant tiger's skull. A low growl rumbled in the tiger's throat. its massive body twisted aside with impossible agility. The blade of light grazed its fur, slamming into a thick tree behind it and cleaving it in two. Splinters flew everywhere. Her strike had missed. A flicker of despair crossed the woman's eyes. She frantically fumbled at the cloth pouch on her hip, trying to pull out something else. At that very moment, something light landed on her back. An instant later, an ear-splitting shriek erupted right behind her head. Lu Yi saw the woman's knees buckle, as if an invisible mountain had slammed down on her. Her reaching hand froze in midair. This was his chance. Lu Yi seized the moment of hesitation. He took a single step forward, his sword carving a cold arc through the air. A flash of silver. An arm flew into the air, spraying a warm mist of blood. The woman let out an inhuman scream, staring down at her empty shoulder, her eyes wide with incredulous terror. A tidal wave of pain washed over her. Before she could even collapse, the white tiger was on her, pouncing with a roar. Its heavy body slammed her to the ground. Hot, reeking breath blasted her face, and saliva dripped from fangs inches from her eyes. But what brought her greater despair than all of this was the sound of unhurried footsteps. One step, then another, crunching over the dry leaves on the ground. She struggled to turn her head and saw the boy walking toward her. The long sword in his hand was angled toward the ground. Drop by drop, blood slid down the blade, blossoming into small, dark red flowers on the earth below. Lu Yi's shadow swallowed her whole. He looked down, his voice devoid of any warmth. Lu Ruyan. The woman was sprawled on the ground, scrambling backward on all fours, her face a mess of tears and mud. She recognized him, the young man who traded with her at the Celestial Secrets Merchant Guild. "No, please. Don't kill me," she shrieked, her voice hoarse. Her makeup had long since melted into black streaks down her cheeks. Lu Yi's eyes were like two deep wells, utterly still. "Who sent you?" "Nobody. I swear, nobody sent me," she sobbed incoherently. "It was me. I saw what you had, and I got greedy. I just wanted to make a quick score. I'll never do it again. I swear." "Is that so?" Lu Yi breathed out the words and slowly raised his long sword. She saw the last glimmer of light in his eyes die out, leaving only an icy darkness. Fear seized her throat. She let out an inhuman shriek. "Don't kill me. Whatever you want, I'll." The blade sliced through the air. Amber let out a low growl and retreated a few steps, uneasy. A faint light shimmered along the sword's edge, emitting a low hum. A wet, tearing sound. A spray of warm blood misted the air. A faint yellow light shot from the back of Lu Ruyan's hand, like a startled firefly, and vanished into Lu Yi's palm. The woman's body collapsed, twitching. From the gash in her neck, blood gushed like an open fire hydrant, pooling into a viscous, dark red puddle on the muddy ground. Standing nearby, sucked in a sharp breath and took an instinctive step back. She stared at Lu Yi's profile. His face showed no anger, no pity, only a dead calm. In that moment, she finally understood. The man before her was a beast in human skin. Amber's survival had been pure luck. Expressionless, Lu Yi bent down. He first untied the storage pouch from Lu Ruyan's waist. Then, with the detached air of someone inspecting merchandise, he thoroughly searched her body. He checked her collar and the inside of her boots, leaving no possible hiding spot unexamined. He found nothing. He opened the pouch and emptied its contents onto the ground. After a quick search, he picked out a few useful items and stuffed them inside his robes. When he was done, he hefted his loot in his hand. Without turning around, he said to Yi, "Dispose of it." Yi froze, her mouth hanging slightly open. "Huh?" Yi's eyes went wide, her eyebrows shooting up. "Are you kidding me?" Lu Yi said nothing. He simply pulled a small porcelain vial from the woman's leather pouch and hefted it between his fingers. The vial was cool to the touch, as if it contained a sliver of hope. "Leave it to me." Yi understood at once. She nudged Dahu's ribs with the tip of her foot, and the great beast rose silently. The two of them quickly vanished into the dim woods to erase any sign of the battle. Lu Yi, meanwhile, turned back and approached the cold body. He crouched and, with practiced ease, looted the other storage pouch. Then, he pried the weapon that had pierced his opponent's throat, a sharp short sword, from the corpse. An hour later, a campfire crackled inside a cave. Yi sat shirtless in the flickering shadows. The air was thick with the damp smell of earth and the faint scent of blood. He shook 2 medicinal pills from the porcelain vial, crushed them into a powder between his fingers, and then, gritting his teeth, sprinkled it onto the gash on his side, a wound so deep he could see bone. The powder hissed as it met raw flesh. A sharp, burning pain sent a shudder through him, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. He glanced at the 4 pills left in the vial, a silent urgency clutching at his throat. The sting of the wound dragged him back to the fight. He felt no joy in his victory. Closing his eyes, all he could see was his opponent's clean-cut face and the memory of an energy that was far more potent, more refined than his own. There were no dazzling spells, only the clash of steel. With every parry, the web of his hand had gone numb, the shock vibrating through him as if his bones would shatter. This was the reality of combat for low-level cultivators, a raw, brutal contest of strength and speed. On the line between life and death, no one had time for incantations. He vividly remembered the moment the man's blade had pressed against his neck, the cold, killing intent making his skin crawl. If it hadn't been for Dahu's soul-shaking roar, which had made his opponent freeze for just a split second, he would be the one lying dead in those woods. Yi opened his eyes and looked down at his hands covered in thin calluses, yet still clumsy. That wasn't skill. It was luck, a beast's instinct. He had only been cultivating for 3 months, all of which he had spent strengthening the energy within him. But no one had ever taught him how to properly wield a weapon. Every strike he made was driven by nothing more than brute force. His gaze fell to the short sword he'd taken from his enemy, then shifted to his own longsword, the one from Steward Yang's corpse. He picked up his longsword and gave it a flourish. It cut through the air with a dull thud. It was too light and too dull. Before, when he'd used it to kill Zhou Cheng in the blink of an eye, he hadn't thought anything of it. But today, in a life-or-death struggle against a true expert, every one of the blade's flaws had been magnified. It was just like him, powerful, yet fatally unrefined. The memory of their mortal combat was seared into his mind. Yi looked down at the fresh bandages on his wounds. The pale man's face, the viciousness of his swordplay, it was all still sharp. But clearer still was a nagging sense of awkwardness. The sword in his hands, it had felt like the wrong tool for the job. A sword was meant to be nimble for thrusts, for parries, for slithering through the air like a serpent. But in his hands, it was reduced to simple hacks and slashes. Every swing felt clumsy, misapplied. Every parry felt like the blade itself was groaning in agony. He pulled on his clothes, the movement stirring the ache in his muscles. He bent down and picked up the longsword from the floor. The once smooth blade was now riddled with nicks, like the chewed-up edge of a piece of scrap paper. His fingertip traced the deepest one, a chip the size of a grain of rice, so deep it nearly severed the blade. The sword was dead. He tossed it aside. The long sword struck the stone wall with a dull, cheap clank, as if announcing it was nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. His gaze fell upon another weapon, the long saber the man had left behind. He bent to pick it up. The moment his hand closed around the hilt, his eyebrows shot up. The weight, it was perfect. The blade was longer than a sword, yet narrower than a common cleaver, its lines flowing with a deadly grace. He rose to his feet and gave his wrist a light flick. The blade cut through the air with a low hum. The sound seemed to vibrate straight to his bones. Without thinking, he let his body follow the feeling. A diagonal slash, a horizontal cut. The movements were fluid, effortless, as if the blade were an extension of his own arm. This thing, it was alive. A thrill of excitement rose from deep within him. His old weapon was destroyed, but a new one had been delivered right into his hands. It would save him a small fortune. He focused his mind, trying to channel the warm energy within him down his arm and into the blade. The cold steel seemed to come to life. It greedily devoured his energy, and a faint halo of light bloomed across the blade. The light wasn't a sharp, white glare, but a deep, amber-like hue, a color that suggested it could cut through anything, yet also withstand any blow. But it was something else that made his heart pound. A faint vibration emanated from deep within the blade, traveling up his arm and into his very heart. There was something inside the blade. Yi closed his eyes and pushed more energy into it. He sent it forth like an exploratory stream, winding its way cautiously through the blade's interior. Within the darkness of his perception, an image began to form. Wherever his energy flowed, intricate patterns lit up in its wake. They intertwined and spiraled, like a bolt of lightning sealed within a cage of steel. A single word exploded in his mind. Spirit rune. His eyes flew open, his breath catching in his throat. A spirit artifact? He whispered in disbelief. This was no longer a common blade. The weapons in the market square, so expensive he dared not give them a second glance, the true companions that cultivators relied on, they were all things like this. His old sword had been nothing more than a sharpened piece of steel. But this saber in his hand, it had a heart of its own, a dormant rune, forged from pure energy. If he could awaken it, the saber would no longer be a mere weapon. It would become power itself. His fingertips traced the cold steel of the blade, and he could clearly feel a latent power sleeping within it. Lu Yi closed his eyes. A wisp of energy snaked down his arm and into the blade. Boom! The blade let out a low hum as a faint light coursed over the steel, tracing an ancient rune. He gave it a flick, and it rang with a clear, crisp sound, solid as bedrock. A faint smile touched Lu Yi's lips. So that is how it is. He remembered how his own sword had struck it, the jarring impact of hitting unyielding stone. It wasn't that his sword lacked a sharp edge, but that this blade, guarded by the rune, was indestructible. An unexpected prize. He rose to his feet and gave the blade a test swing. It sliced through the air with a low whistle, like the roar of a predator. Power surged from the hilt, and it felt as if the blade were an extension of his own arm, longer and far more dangerous. With this blade in hand, he could be bolder, more ferocious. He studied the rune on the blade. There was only one, simple and direct. This had to be the most basic form of an enchanted weapon. But it would do. Come in. Lu Yi's voice echoed through the cavern. The long blade slid into its sheath with a sharp click. He sat back down where he was, his breathing even and calm. A petite figure drifted in, silent and seemingly weightless. She stopped before Lu Yi, a fawning smile plastered on her face. Her voice was as meek as a kitten's. The other one's been taken care of. Lu Yi said nothing, simply tossing a heavy leather pouch to her. Yi caught it. Her eyes lit up the moment her fingers brushed the contents. Her voice filled with delighted surprise. So many treasures? Inside, several stones emitted a soft glow, nestled beside a tightly packed vial of medicine. Take it. Half is yours, Lu Yi said with a nod. You did well this time. He could have dealt with the man on his own, but he preferred not to take any unnecessary risks. The last thing he wanted was a complication while he was collecting the spoils. He needed help. And as it turned out, Dahu's brawn and Ee's brains were the perfect combination. A pleasure doing business with you, Yi said with a sweet smile, clutching the pouch tightly to her chest. He emptied the fair-skinned man's storage pouch. A few odds and ends tumbled to the ground with a series of dull thuds. Aside from a short sword that glinted coldly, it held nothing else. Lu Rian's pouch was more bulging, but it only contained a few dozen pills and some scattered spirit stones. Lu Yi's mind flashed back to the final moment, the searing heat of the talisman as it exploded before his eyes. A faint, acrid smell still hung in the air. If Dahu hadn't slammed into him with his massive frame, Lu Yi knew he would be the one lying dead on the ground. He pushed the pills and spirit stones toward Yi, creating a small mound, while he himself gripped the cold short sword. The blade hummed softly, as if in response to his power. Yi's breath caught. She stared at the pile of pills far more than she had expected, then looked up at Lu Yi, her gaze a mixture of disbelief and wariness. After a moment of silence, she whispered, "Thank you." Wait. Lu Yi's voice wasn't too loud, but it stopped her in her tracks. Yi turned, a question in her eyes. You heard the woman's last words. It wasn't a question. Lu Yi's gaze swept toward the distant Qingyun market, where the lights glowed dimly, like a slumbering beast. She was backed by the Heavenly Mystery Commerce Guild, Lu Yi said, his voice as low as the wind rustling through the forest. Now that she's dead, the guild won't let this go. They'll send people, and they'll follow any lead they can find. You're too close to the market. You two are like a torch in the dark, too easy to spot. Then what about you? Yi's voice was strained. Me? Lu Yi hefted the short sword. I'm leaving now. Going somewhere they can't find me. Alarm bells were screaming in his mind. He had already set foot in the market 3 times to trade for the pills he needed for his cultivation. Each visit felt like walking on a razor's edge. This time, he'd drawn the attention of Lu Rian. He couldn't afford to gamble on what kind of fiercer wolf he might attract next. The energy in his body flowed like a nascent stream through his meridians, far stronger than before. For the first time, this power made him feel he was no longer helpless prey in this brutal land. He now had the means to travel, the freedom to choose his own direction. As for where Yi and Dahu would go, he could not interfere. This world was a battlefield, too vast to comprehend. Today's farewell could very well be their last. All he could do was offer this final piece of advice. Lu Yi watched until Yi's silhouette disappeared deep into the woods before he finally sat down on a large rock. He opened his hand and poured out all the spirit-nourishing pills. 93 pellets, each with a faint glow, clicked against one another in his palm with the crisp sound of jade. This was his sustenance for survival and his hope for growing stronger. He laid his spoils out on the cold stone. For spirit stones, like caged stars, glimmered in the darkness. He had paid for them with his life, not begged for them. A porcelain vial rolled out, spilling 7 medicinal pills. He pinched one and raised it to his nose, inhaling the bitter scent of herbs. For were his. The other 3 he'd taken from the corpse of the man in white. As for the woman, Lu Rian, her storage pouch had held only rouge and talisman papers, no pills. She must have thought she would never be hurt. Nearly 30 talisman papers, like a fragile deck of cards. 26 pieces of ore, rough to the touch, yet they emanated a strange, subtle pull. Finally, there was a long blade. Its edge notched a weapon of the lowest grade. And a thin manual, the golden cicada's freedom. He clenched the pill, feeling the power humming within it. These spoils were enough to take his strength to the next level. And on this blood-soaked battlefield, greater strength meant a greater chance of survival. He settled against the rock wall, ready to begin his cultivation, but he couldn't shake a nagging feeling. A thought, like a fine needle, pricked at the back of his mind. What had he forgotten? Lu Yi's eyes snapped open. He looked down at the back of his right hand. Of course, the mark. He closed his eyes and drew a current of warmth from deep within his body, guiding it down his arm and into the back of his hand. A faint heat spread beneath his skin as a blue mark slowly materialized, its edges shimmering like ripples on water. Several lines of text burned themselves into his vision. Name, Lu Yi. Status, disciple of the Viridian blood sect. Cultivation, 21 apertures. Location, Spirit Creek battlefield. Merit, 8. Name, status, and location were all unchanged. His cultivation had risen from 3 apertures to 21. The energy inside him, once a mere trickle, was now a rushing stream. It was the fruit of more than 2 months spent fighting on the edge of life and death. His eyes were glued to the final entry. Merit, 8. The number was a mystery. Where had it come from? An image flashed in his mind. The man in white, collapsing as the blade pierced his throat. In the instant the man's life had fled, a speck of red light had drifted from the back of his hand, like a drop of blood, and merged with his own. And Lu Rian, when she died, a wisp of yellow light had drifted from her, like a withered leaf. Red-yellow. A sudden chill washed over him. He understood now. The merit points weren't a reward. They were a toll paid in human lives. Day had just broken, and a cold mist clung to the cobblestone streets of Green Cloud Market like a damp blanket. Lu Yi pulled his collar tight, the white puff of his breath vanishing instantly into the air. His pace was quick, his destination clear. The building ahead, the one with the sign that read Heavenly Secrets Merchant Guild. The face of a woman flashed through his mind. Lu Rian. Not even the blood and grime could hide the terror on her face as she died. Her dying words, like shards of ice, still stabbed at his memory. The second time I saw you at the guild, I set my sights on you. A careless glance. A casual question about an acquaintance, Lu Quan. And just like that, the seed of greed was sown. The woman must have been mad, her head filled with visions of or veins of glittering fortune. She couldn't stand the tedium behind the counter any longer, so she contacted the pale-faced assassin. Make your move. That's what she must have said. After that, she was like a wolf on the prowl, her eyes fixed on the guild's gates day after day. until Lu Yi appeared a third time, clutching a much larger sack of ore. In that instant, the last of her reason was consumed by greed, and the pale-faced man drew his sword. A chill ran down Lu Ye's spine, and it had nothing to do with the morning air. Lu Ruyan could never have imagined it. Fearing the assassin would keep the prize for himself, she had followed him in secret, only to find the very man she hired lying in a pool of blood. And then, she too became a fresh corpse on that same path. A dying person doesn't lie. Her death had bought Lu Yi precious time. For now, no one knew she was dead. For now, no one knew the assassin was dead, either. For now, he was safe. That phrase, "for now," lashed at his nerves like a whip. He had to leave. Now, he quickened his pace. The heavy weight of the magnetite ore in his pack was a grounding presence, a solid reassurance. This time, he wouldn't do as he had before, selling it off in small batches for fear of attracting attention. He was going to trade the entire haul for gold, all at once. And with that gold, he would buy a map that would lead him to the stronghold of the Jade Blood sect. That was his sole purpose here today, to survive, and then to find a place to belong. The tea was on its third pot. Finally, the door to the private room slid open. A middle-aged man in a silk robe entered, a professional smile fixed on his face. He wasted no words, his movements crisp and efficient. "Brother Lu, thank you for your patience." He slid a palm-sized, circular plate across the table to Lu Yi. It was crafted from white jade, warm and smooth to the touch. It was followed by 2 small porcelain vials and 3 slightly larger ones, which clinked together with a clear, sharp sound. Lastly, he set a heavy coin pouch on the table. The contents shifted within, emitting a faint spiritual glow. 12 pieces of yuan magnetic ore, finest quality. That comes to a total of 620 spirit stones, the man said, his voice steady and clear. 2 vials of spirit-nourishing pills and 3 of healing pills, traded as you requested. Please, check the count. Lu Yi didn't bother counting. He could feel the fluctuations of energy emanating from the pouch. The power surging from it was far more potent than in any of his previous deals. With a calm expression, he swept everything into his storage pouch, leaving only the cup of cold tea on the table. Watching him, the man's smile widened. "You're a straightforward man, Brother Lu." He personally escorted Lu Yi to the exit. The heavy wooden door shut behind them, sealing off the guild's tranquility. Outside, the clamor of the marketplace rushed in like a wave of heat. "Brother Lu, a moment," the man called out suddenly. Lu Yi turned to see the man holding out a thin, ivory calling card. A name was inscribed on it in gold foil. "Next time you come across goods of this quality, come directly to me." He lowered his voice, a hint of eagerness in his tone. "I'll guarantee you a price you'll be more than happy with." Lu Yi accepted the card. It had a surprising heft. He nodded and forced a smile. "I will." This was his 4th visit to the Heavenly Secret Merchant Guild. On the previous 3 occasions, he had been just another shadow in the crowd, leaving the moment his business was done. No one had ever given him a second glance. But this time, the value of his goods was too high. High enough to draw attention, both the welcome kind and the greedy kind. He tucked the card away and melted back into the crowd. But he didn't leave the market. Instead, he slipped into a narrow alley, pressing his back against the cold stone wall, and listened. The sound of the wind, the distant calls of vendors, the laughter of children. But no footsteps. He let out a quiet breath, but his guard remained up. In this world, weakness itself was a sin. If he possessed the kind of power the true masters had, power that could make the very air tremble with his presence, then he would have been offered far more than just a calling card today. Convinced he wasn't being followed, Lu Yi moved quickly through the market. He hadn't kept a single spirit stone for himself. To him, the glittering stones were less practical than a piece of flatbread to fill his stomach. He had traded the spirit stones for practical supplies: jerky, fresh water, flint, and even a thick woolen blanket. The road ahead was long, and he knew he'd be sleeping under the stars. With practiced ease, he stuffed all the provisions into the storage pouch at his waist. His once bulging satchel was instantly empty. He took stock as he walked. 111 spirit-nourishing pills, 22 healing pills. As for the yuan magnetic ore, only 14 pieces remained. He hefted the small pouch at his waist where he kept the ore, feeling its dangerous lightness. He'd thought his stockpile would last him for a long time of peaceful cultivation. Now he saw it was just a drop in the ocean. He had to get back to the Crimson Blood sect. And fast. Only there, on that blood-soaked land and behind the high walls of the sect, could he find a moment's peace. At the thought, his pace quickened. The cave was dank and cold. Lu Yi's silhouette shattered the gloom at its entrance. He dropped his pack, the heavy thud echoing off the stone walls. Without pausing to rest, he immediately drew a smooth jade disc from within his robes. The jade disc felt cool in his hand, like a piece of solidified moonlight. This was the map. The thought of the 600 spirit stones it had cost him made Lu Ye's heart clench as if squeezed by an invisible hand. It was the sum of his savings, earned by risking life and limb a fortune where every breath still tasted of blood. But to find his way home, it was a price he had to pay. He took a deep breath, pushing down the surge of emotion. At least this thing would never become obsolete. He laid the disc flat in his palm, covering it gently with his other hand. A warm current of energy welled up from within him, slowly infusing the jade. Vim. A low hum resonated as the disc came to life. Golden veins of light awakened and spread rapidly across its cool jade surface. Light rose from the disc, coalescing and swirling before his eyes. The very air seemed to carry a hint of warmth. No longer a blurry mass, the light began to stretch and fold. Lu Yi held his breath. What hovered before him was not a flat map. Miniature mountain ranges erupted into existence, their canyons plunging into shadow, rivers winding through them like silver threads. It was a living, breathing world, miraculously condensed above the palm of his hand. He saw, in a corner of this miniature world, a single point of light, pulsing with the steady rhythm of a heartbeat. He focused his will upon it. It was like an invisible hawk diving from the clouds. The perspective rushed downward, zooming in with breathtaking speed. Mountains blurred past on either side as the details on the ground snapped into focus. Finally, the image locked into place. The pulsing point of light was nestled within a sprawling mountain range. Above the peaks, three ancient characters formed from light hovered, Azure Cloud Mountains. Beside the point of light, a smaller line of glowing text read, Azure Cloud Market, number 3. Lu Ye's pupils contracted slightly. That point of light was him, and market number 3 was the place he frequented for trade. His gaze swept across the miniature map, and he quickly spotted 5 other, dimmer points of light scattered in other corners of the Azure Cloud Mountains. Number 1, number 2, all the way to number 6. He realized then that there were 6 such markets scattered across the outskirts of the Azure Cloud Mountains, and he was merely a part of the most insignificant one. Lu Yi's fingertip brushed against the cool surface of the jade disc, and a wisp of energy flowed into it. The disc sprang to life. Light swirled across its face, and in an instant, a vast, circular map unfurled before him, shimmering with countless points of light. He took a deep breath and began to search for the location of the Crimson Blood sect. His heart hammered against his ribs. Don't be too far, he thought. Please don't let me have been tossed to the far end of this battlefield. A minor sect like the Crimson Blood sect could only struggle to survive on the fringes of this vast battlefield. The thought brought him a sliver of comfort. At least it narrowed his search to the map's outermost ring. His fingertip glided slowly across the luminous map, one unfamiliar sect name after another slipping past beneath his touch. Suddenly, his finger froze. His breath caught in his throat, his heart skipping a beat. Those words, was it the Crimson Blood sect? He leaned closer, the map's glow reflecting in his pupils. It wasn't. It was the Azure Heart sect. Lu Yi let out an irritated sigh, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. He resumed his search, his fingers sweeping across half of the map's outer ring, but still found nothing. Strangely, the knot of anxiety that had been gripping his heart began to loosen. Not finding it meant things couldn't possibly be any worse. A few moments later, his finger had swept across almost the entire outer ring. Still no sign of it. And yet, a faint smile played on Lu Ye's lips. Not finding it on the map meant it had to be close. And just then, his gaze froze. It locked onto one spot as if drawn by a magnet, unable to move. There, 3 words hovered in a deep blue light. CRIM Sun. Blood. Sect. Found it. He whispered, as if afraid of startling the very words. Steadying his nerves, he pinched the luminous map with 2 fingers. It shrank instantly, revealing the entire battlefield at a glance. A faint dot of light pulsed in the southwestern quadrant of the map. That was him. And the blue marker of the Crimson Blood sect rested silently in the northwestern quadrant. A vast arc separated him from his destination. He would have to traverse a quarter of the battlefield's edge on foot. It wasn't close, but it wasn't hopeless either. A look of grim determination settled on Lu Ye's face. Acceptable. As he began planning his route, a detail leaped out at him. The names on the map were all different colors. The market town he'd just left was a warm yellow. His destination, the Crimson Blood sect, was a calm blue. Beyond those, he also saw jarring reds and stark whites. Each color, he realized, represented a vastly different destiny. Lu Ye's fingertip traced a slow path across the beast hide map. On the map, blue markings spread out like lakes, while red ones resembled dried bloodstains. He could read it. Blue represented the Hao Tian Alliance. Red, the territory of the Wan Mo Ridge. The 2 colors were interlocked in a jagged pattern, tearing at each other like 2 giant serpents locked in eternal combat across the land, each marking a deadly scale on their bodies. Lu Ye's breath caught. It was as if he could hear, beneath the silent map, the shriek of colliding blades and the final cries of the dying. He shook his head, casting the grand illusion from his mind. That was a war for giants. He was still too small, just a nobody struggling to survive the storm. His gaze locked onto a single blue dot of ink. The Crimson Blood sect. His destination. His finger tapped out a route on the map as an idea formed in his mind. Just then, the light at the mouth of the cave abruptly dimmed, and a massive shadow fell over him. Lu Ye's head snapped up, his muscles instantly tensing. The sound of heavy footfalls reached him. It was Dahu. The tiger's enormous body nearly blocked the entire entrance. A small figure peeked out from atop the tiger's head. It was Yi. You're still here. A hint of pleasant surprise colored her voice. The tension left Lu Ye's body. He quickly rolled up the map and tucked it inside his robes. It was his lifeline and the most valuable thing he owned. I was just about to leave, he said, looking at her. What is it? Yi floated over lightly, settling cross-legged in the air before him. Her small face was set in a serious expression, as if she were about to conduct official business. Lu Yi frowned. What is this little one up to now? Discuss what? Where are you going after you leave here? Yi asked, getting straight to the point. That's my business. Lu Ye's reply was even blunter. Right. Yi's shoulders slumped. She knew it was a pointless question the moment she'd asked it. They weren't friends, not family. They had just happened to team up to kill 2 people. She had no right to pry into his plans. A cool breeze rustled through the woods. Yi's fingers twisted the hem of her tunic, her lips parting but no words coming out. Leaning against a tree trunk, Lu Yi's patience finally wore thin. He opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Spit it out. Beside her, the giant beast named Dahu let out a low rumble from its throat. It nudged her gently in the back with its massive, furry head, as if giving her courage. Yi took a deep breath, as if mustering all her strength, and finally met his gaze. Take us with you, please? Lu Yi froze for a second, as if he misheard. What? Take us with you? Yi repeated, her voice quiet but clear. Why? Lu Yi's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. That merchant guild they come after us. Yi's voice trembled. You're the one who said it wasn't safe here anymore. We have nowhere else to go. This battlefield is endless. You can go anywhere, Lu Yi said, his tone stating the obvious. But you're the one who killed her. Yi's composure finally shattered, her voice rising to a shout. We were perfectly fine, minding our own business in our own home. You brought that woman here, asked for our help, and then you just killed her. We were dragged into your storm from the very beginning, and now that you, the eye of the storm, are leaving, we're the ones who are going to be torn to shreds. A cold smirk played on Lu Ye's lips. You took your share of the spoils, didn't you? He straightened up, an intimidating aura spreading from him. You got your hands dirty and took the rewards. Now you think you can just walk away from the risk, scot-free? The words caught in Yi's throat, silencing any rebuttal. Her face flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot in frustration, her voice cracking. But why can't you just take us with you? Louis' gaze swept over her from head to toe before he shook his head. You're too small. You'd be a liability. Huh. E froze. Her gaze followed his, dropping to her own chest. A few seconds later, a wave of heat surged to her cheeks, so intense she felt she might evaporate on the spot. She threw her arms across her chest, sputtering with a mixture of shame and fury. You're shameless. Her anger didn't faze him in the slightest. It was like the buzzing of a fly. He turned his back to her and brushed an imaginary speck of dust from his trousers in one fluid motion. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. He strode away without a backward glance, giving a casual wave over his shoulder. Good luck. Louis turned and strode away. A small figure darted in front of him, spreading her arms to block his path. It was E. Her breath came in short gasps, her small chest heaving. She knew this mountain wasn't a safe haven, but a crumbling prison, liable to collapse at any moment. Here, she and who were simply waiting for the next disaster to strike. The world outside was dangerous. She had died once before. She knew that better than anyone. But Louis, he was different. The talismans the man tossed out so casually were more powerful than those of any cultivator she had ever seen. His aura surged with each passing day, like a bamboo shoot bursting from the earth. More importantly, he had his own code. Yesterday, he could have kept everything for himself, yet he had meticulously divided the spoils into 3 perfectly equal shares. Not a single piece more, not a single piece less. To stay here was to wait for death. To follow him, that might be their only chance of survival. Louis stepped to the side, trying to get around her. Suddenly, he felt a tug on the hem of his robe. He glanced down to see a small hand clutching the fabric, her knuckles white from the force of her grip. E tilted her face up, her small jaw set stubbornly. The rims of her eyes were red, and shimmering tears welled within them, but she refused to let a single one fall. Tears are useless on me, Louis said, his voice completely flat. She said nothing, only looking up at him with those watery eyes, like a lost little animal that had been abandoned. Silence fell, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. 1 second, 2. Finally unable to bear the silence any longer, Louis raised a hand to his throbbing temples and let out a sigh. Fine, he said, staring down at her. You get 3 sentences. Convince me. A glint of inspiration lit up E's eyes, like a spark setting tinder ablaze. Her words tumbled out in a rush. You saw how terrified those cultivators were of him. All Amber has to do is plant himself somewhere and let out a roar. Who would dare lift a finger? If we team up, we can send your enemies running. They think they've stumbled upon some kind of monster from their worst nightmares. Louis' gaze shifted from her to the giant tiger. Amber was crouched quietly, the muscles under his fur rippling faintly, like a volcano poised to erupt. He could feel the explosive power coiled within that massive frame. A talking deterrent, Louis mused, rubbing his chin. His voice was low, intriguing. Encouraged by the hint of approval, he instantly drew a step closer, her voice rising. And travel. You can ride him. You'd save all your energy for cultivation, or for fending off ambushes. He runs like the wind. You saw it yesterday. If anyone comes after you, no one will ever be able to catch up. He'll obey me? Louis' gaze sharpened, as if he were inspecting a weapon. An image flashed through his mind. Yesterday, the forest rushing past in a blur. The woman, Lou Ruyan, up ahead, her figure weaving in and out of sight. Just as he thought he was about to lose her, a roar ripped through the air. A bolt of orange and black shot out from the trees, instantly cutting off her path. It was none other than the giant tiger, a living wall of muscle and fangs. Without him, Lou Ruyan would have been long gone. Of course he does, E declared, thumping her small chest. He listens to me, and I'll listen to you. She racked her brain, desperately searching for more reasons, her small face flushing crimson with the effort. Finally, she thrust her chest forward and yelled with all her might, and me. You? Louis' eyes slowly drifted downward, taking in her small frame. I can attack from stealth. E tilted her head back, meeting his gaze without flinching. Just like yesterday, I can strike from where they least expect it. Louis fell silent. He gazed at the pair before him, one large and one small. A giant tiger that could speak the human tongue, and a sprite who could hide from sight. It was, he had to admit, a very intimidating combination. But more important was the travel. The road to the Crimson Blood sect was long, so long it seemed to have no end. On his own 2 feet, most of his time would be consumed by grueling treks, leaving his cultivation sporadic and inconsistent. But on Amber's back, he could meditate on the move, tempering his strength amidst the sway and jostle of the ride. Not a single moment would be wasted. He never actually intended to take them along. His challenge, "Give me 3 good reasons," had just been a convenient excuse, a way to soften the inevitable rejection. A hurdle he never imagined they would clear. But now, as he gazed at the tiger's mountainous form and considered the immense length of the road ahead, the hard stone of refusal in his heart developed a thin crack. Liu Yi was silent, his fingertips tapping lightly against his knee. Tap. And again. He held her breath, leaning in. Her voice was a low, urgent whisper. "So will you do it?" The tapping stopped. Liu Yi raised his eyes and slowly let out a breath. "All right." Yi's eyes instantly lit up, like 2 embers flaring to life. She was about to cheer, but Liu Yi held up a hand, silencing her. "But there are 3 rules. His voice was calm, but it brooked no argument. Yi's smile vanished. She nodded seriously. Liu Yi held up his first finger, its tip seeming to cut the air. "First, my decision is final. You do as I say." "No problem," Yi said crisply. She and Dehu had already thought it through. Liu Yi held up a second finger. "Second, I'll give you tasks. Unless I'm sending you to certain death, you will complete them. Of course, when it truly comes down to life or death, the call to fight or run is yours." "Understood." He held up a third finger. "Third, if you ever decide to leave, tell me first. Don't just vanish like a thief in the night." "We'll never leave," Yi insisted, shaking her head firmly. Then, Liu Yi looked at her, slowly extending his hand. "Partners." Yi tilted her head, curious, as if she didn't understand the gesture. But she mimicked him anyway, reaching out with her own small hand. Their hands clasped. His was broad and warm, hers small and cool. Suddenly, she understood. A wide grin spread across her face as she echoed his word, her voice bright. "Partners." Behind her, Dehu let out a low rumble, like a roll of approving thunder. Yi vaulted nimbly onto the tiger's head. From her perch, she looked down at Liu Yi, her eyes twinkling like hidden stars. "To celebrate, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Yi gave him a mysterious smile and spoke 3 words. The words were like a pebble dropped into a still pond, and for an instant, Liu Yi forgot to breathe. Deeper in the forest, the fog thickened. Light, sliced to pieces by the dense canopy overhead, fell in shattered fragments. A thick carpet of decaying leaves sighed under their feet. Dehu cleared the path ahead, its massive body snapping vines with a sharp crackle. Liu Yi followed close behind, while Yi sat perched on the tiger's back, excitedly pointing the way. At last, Dehu stopped before an unremarkable rock face. Thorns and vines draped over it like a heavy green curtain, hiding it completely from view. If Dehu hadn't ripped an opening through the foliage with its sharp claws, Liu Yi never would have seen the pitch-black mouth of the cave hidden behind it. A cold draft seeped out, carrying the scent of damp earth and moss. "This is it?" Liu Yi asked, a hint of anticipation he couldn't quite hide in his voice. The mouth of the cave was like the maw of a silent beast, swallowing all light. Liu Yi leaned in, and a blast of cold, damp, earthy air hit him in the face. Yi's figure glowed faintly up ahead. She looked back, her eyes urging him to follow. Beside her, the giant tiger, Amber, let out a low rumble from deep in its throat and padded forward, silently taking the lead. Liu Yi's fingers rested on the hilt of his blade. The cool metal and rough leather were a comfort to him. His thumb gently traced the pattern on the grip, his muscles tensed like a fully drawn bow. The cave sloped steeply downward. Loose stones shifted and slid underfoot, making small, skittering sounds that were endlessly amplified in the silent passage. With every step, they descended deeper into the earth. "Last time, was it here?" Liu Yi asked, his voice low. The words echoed emptily off the rock walls. "Yes." Yi's voice was faint, almost ethereal. "We disturbed the master of this place. A snake." She paused, then added, "It's guarding something. Something very useful to you." They descended for what felt like an age before the air in the cave changed. The damp chill was gone, replaced by rolling waves of heat. The air began to shimmer and distort, as if they were looking through a curtain of flame. The heat felt alive, licking at Lu Ye's skin. Yi's pace slowed. Her translucent body began to flicker faintly, like a lamp about to be extinguished. She came to a halt, gasping. I've reached my limit. To her, the searing air was like poison. Was it this heat that hurt you? Lu Yi asked. She nodded, her voice weak. The thing is in the hottest place. Amber will help you. The snake is cunning, but not exceptionally strong. Together, you can tear it to pieces. Wait here for me, Lu Yi said, his tone leaving no room for argument. He patted Amber's muscular neck, and man and beast continued toward the source of the scorching heat. The temperature here was like a massive furnace. Lu Yi felt as if his very blood was boiling. He channeled his inner energy, and a nearly invisible sheen of light covered his skin, warding off the oppressive heat. Even so, every breath felt like fire searing his throat. Amber was faring worse. Its huge tongue lolled from the side of its mouth, its heavy panting dry and hoarse. Its beautiful fur was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to its body. Finally, the passage opened up before them. A thick stench of sulfur and rot assaulted his nostrils. It was a vast, subterranean cavern, and in the center of the cavern coiled a mountain of muscle and scales. A great serpent. Its body was thicker than Lu Ye's thigh, its dark green scales reflecting a cold, faint light in the gloom. It held its triangular head high, its crimson tongue flicking in and out as it faced a strange, small tree. The tree was barely half the height of a man, its entire form a deep crimson, as if carved from burning agate. With every breath, the serpent exhaled a blast of scorching white vapor that enveloped the small tree. Deep within the cave, a small tree stood at its center. Its trunk and branches glowed a deep crimson, like a branding iron freshly pulled from a forge. 2 fruits hung from its branches. Each was no larger than an infant's fist, yet they exuded a strange, sweet fragrance that perfumed the entire cave. Lu Ye's breath caught. He knew that scent. The mere aroma sent his blood racing. He remembered the feeling of consuming the fruit before, like a bolt of lightning exploding within him, shattering an invisible shackle. It wasn't just a fruit. It was a key to unlocking his own potential. Guarding this key was a colossal serpent. Its massive body was coiled around the small tree, its black scales gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen in the gloom. With every breath, it drew in the red mist emanating from the tree. The energy flowed through its form, causing the scales to shimmer faintly. It wasn't guarding the tree. It was siphoning its power. Beside Lu Yi, a low growl rumbled into Dahu's throat. The sound echoed through the cave. The serpent's head snapped up. Its slitted, golden eyes, devoid of pupils, instantly locked onto the 2 intruders. Its forked tongue flickered through the air with a hiss, a blur of black lightning. The next instant, Dahu sprang. It became a black blur, lunging forward with a ferocious gust of wind. But the serpent was faster. Its body shot forward like a spring coiled to its limit. It moved in a blur, its cavernous jaws already agape, revealing 2 fangs like daggers glinting in the gloom. Crunch. The sickening sound of bone being pierced. The fangs sank deep into Dahu's neck. Dahu let out a roar of agony as blood sprayed from the wound like a fountain. It wrenched its head around and, with all its might, sank its own teeth into the serpent's belly. A sickening grate of tooth against scale filled the air. It was like biting down on solid rock. The serpent's scales were untouched, without so much as a scratch. The serpent constricted its muscles, and Dahu's struggles faded in an instant. A mass of fiery red energy, like a scorching hot film, clung tightly to the snake demon's scales. Dahu's fangs bit down on it, producing a muffled clang like metal on metal, sending sparks flying. With just that one impact, Dahu let out a roar of pain. The giant python's body was like a living, blood-red whip. It coiled and constricted with vicious speed. Bones groaned under the terrible pressure. Dahu's massive body was instantly squeezed out of shape, and even its roar was caught in its throat. The disparity in strength was immense. But in the instant the great tiger drew all the attention, a shadow shot out, hugging the ground. Lu Yi, like a cheetah, he used the tiger's enormous body as cover, closing in without a sound. The blade, unsheathed, A faint draconic hum. The energy in his palms surged through the hilt and into the blade. On its surface, a nearly invisible sigil flared to life, shrouding the entire cutting edge in a pale, ghastly halo. The flash of the blade tore through the sweltering air. Blood erupted like a fountain. Liu Ye's figure blurred past the python's coiled body. He hadn't even steadied himself when a piercing whistle cut through the air behind him. The glowing red tail, screaming as it tore through the air, swept toward him. He had no time to turn. An invisible shield of energy materialized behind him. Crack! With a sharp snap, the shield shattered on impact. Liu Yi was struck as if by an invisible sledgehammer and sent flying. A tearing pain shot through his shoulder blade. He tumbled several times across the scorching rock floor before coming to a stop. He struggled to his feet and stared at the python, his eyes wide with astonishment. His strike, infused with all his strength and sharp enough to sever steel, had failed to cut the giant python in two. A gash deep enough to reveal bones stretched from its back down to its belly, nearly disemboweling it. But it was still alive. The agony sent the python into a frenzy, thrashing and shrieking. Dahu finally broke free from the deadly coils. Bathed in blood, it looked even more ferocious. With a deafening roar, it lunged for the python's wound, sank its massive jaws in, and ripped away a huge chunk of flesh and blood. The python's head snapped up, aiming straight for Dahu. Its mouth opened unnaturally wide. Deep within its throat, a red dot of light was rapidly expanding, like a miniature sun being born. The temperature in the entire cavern soared, and the very air began to distort. The fur on Dahu's spine bristled instantly. This wasn't anger. It was a primal fear, born from the deepest instinct for survival. It let out a low growl, and, without a second thought, its agile body flung itself to the side. The next instant, a devastating torrent of fire erupted from the snake's mouth. The flame wasn't red, but a torrent of incandescent, almost white energy. Wherever it passed, even the rock began to melt with a sizzle. The corner of Liu Ye's eye twitched violently. He subconsciously touched his chest, where a cold talisman was hidden. He knew with chilling certainty that if that torrent of fire had been aimed at him, he would have had a 1 in 10,000 chance at best to use his life-saving trump card. That tiger had just saved his life. A torrent of fire roared past. The great tiger threw itself into a roll, a patch of its pure white for instantly scorching black. It had barely dodged the fatal blast. In that same instant, Liu Yi was on the beast like a phantom. With a flash of his blade, he hacked at the giant serpent's neck. Crack! The blade tore through scale and flesh, only to lodge itself deep in unyielding bone. The searing pain drove the serpent into a frenzy. It whipped its head around, its lantern-sized eyes locking onto Liu Yi. Deep within its throat, a ruinous red glow ignited once more, and the very air began to shimmer and distort with heat. Retreat? There was no retreat. Instead of falling back, Liu Yi surged forward. He channeled all his strength into the tip of his blade, and, as the serpent opened its great maw, he thrust it deep inside. He immediately threw himself backward. The tip of the blade burst from the back of the serpent's skull, unleashing a gush of scalding gore. In the same instant, the torrent of fire erupted, grazing Liu Ye's body as he fell. Thud! The snow-white tiger slammed into the serpent's side like a living boulder. The serpent's massive body was thrown sideways. The uncontrolled blast of fire shot into the night sky, threatening to set the very air ablaze. Liu Yi rolled to his feet before the dust had even settled. A paper talisman, inscribed with red runes, was already pinched between his fingers, his eyes watchful. But he didn't make a move. He just watched. The great serpent thrashed and convulsed on the ground. The long blade churned inside its brain, and with every violent twist, more black blood sprayed from the wound. It sizzled as it spattered onto the scorching earth, filling the air with the sickening stench of gore and burnt flesh. Its struggles grew weaker and weaker, until at last only its tail was left, feebly slapping the ground. Nearby, the great tiger staggered to its feet. It gave its body a great shake, showering flakes of singed black fur. On its otherwise pure white coat, several ugly brands now smoldered, trailing thin wisps of smoke. Liu Yi's gaze shifted to the great tiger. The tiger was looking back at him. Man and beast, both wounded. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, hearts pounding like war drums. No words were necessary. The fatal thrust, the perfectly timed tackle, they had said it all. Lu Yi let out a breath that tasted of blood. He was glad to have a partner by his side. The great serpent's final strike went wide, its scales grating against the rock with a piercing shriek. Amber lunged, its sharp claws digging deep into the serpent's flesh. Now, Lu Yi twisted into a lunge, channeling the full force of his body into his arm. His blade tore through the air, plunging with pinpoint accuracy into the joint of the serpent's gaping maw. Crack! A sharp snap rang out. The serpent's massive body went rigid for an instant before crashing heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Leaning on his blade, Lu Yi's chest heaved as searing air flooded his lungs. He glanced at Amber and grinned, flashing a set of white teeth. Good work. Amber let out a low rumble in response, nuzzling its massive head against Lu Yi's arm. The great tiger couldn't speak, but its meaning was always clear in its eyes and actions. Its final convulsions ceased. The great serpent fell still. Lu Yi walked up and gave the serpent's head a hard kick. It was like kicking solid rock. The impact sent a numbing jolt up his leg. Dead. Stone dead. His eyes fell on his long sword, still embedded in the serpent's jaw, and he frowned. The blade was glowing red-hot from the serpent's fiery breath, like a branding iron. Heat shimmered in the air above it, carrying the acrid stench of scorched metal. Touching it now would peel the skin right off his palm. He'd have to wait for it to cool. He turned and walked toward the fruit tree. 2 fruits hung from its branches, each no bigger than his thumb. They gave off a soft, ethereal glow, like a pair of miniature moons. He reached out and carefully cupped them in his hands, feeling a distinct coolness seep through their skin and into his palms. With a gentle twist, the fruits came free. He tucked them safely into the storage pouch at his waist. He glanced at the base of the tree. Its roots ran deep into the solid rock. He shook his head, abandoning any thought of transplanting it. Just as he was about to head back for his blade, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him. He staggered, planting a hand on the ground to steady himself. Something deep within him was stirring. A familiar, savage pulse was breaking free. This feeling, the color drained from his face. Amber, his voice was low and urgent. Get out of here. Wait for me outside. Amber let out a low growl, looking at him in confusion. Then it raised a paw and tapped the serpent's corpse, its gaze questioning. Lu Yi understood immediately. He forced a smile. Don't worry. You think I'd leave all this meat behind? Satisfied, Amber swished its tail, snatched up a piece of flesh it had torn off earlier, and bounded into the jungle. The moment the tiger's rustling faded, the pulsing within him grew more violent. It beat like a war drum in the depths of his soul. He immediately shut his eyes, turning his consciousness inward. The familiar phantom tree was not in his mind's eye. The disturbance came from a single point, the very core of the energy within him. He could see it now, a swirling vortex of light. Focusing all of his will, he plunged toward the center of the vortex. And then he saw it. There, at the brightest point of light, the spectral image of an ancient, massive tree was slowly taking root. Deep within him, the mysterious tree stirred. Its roots snaked downward, piercing an invisible boundary and greedily probing into the void. An instant later, a torrent of molten lava surged in. The searing power rushed violently up through the roots, flooding every fiber of his being. The tree inside him was like a parched plant finally quenching its thirst in a long-awaited rain. The first leaf erupted in a flash of fire, transforming into a miniature sun. Immediately after, the second leaf also burst into roaring flames. The third leaf didn't burn, but instead glowed like a red-hot branding iron, emitting a menacing, dark light. The roots slowly withdrew. Lu Yi's eyes shot open. His chest heaved violently, as if he had just broken the surface after a desperate struggle underwater. He found his palm pressed against a piece of dead wood. Beneath his hand was a deathly chill. Not a single trace of warmth remained. This was the husk of the fruit tree from before, now as brittle as weathered, rotted wood. He scanned his surroundings. The once fiery red rock walls had grown dim, and the air had turned crisp and cold. The cave felt like an ember, drained of all its energy. An image flashed through his mind. The cracked mineral, the ball of orange flame. He looked at his own hand. then down at the utterly lifeless fruit tree at his feet. So that was it. It had devoured the fire here. Not just the heat source deep underground, but every last drop of energy the tree itself had contained. Lu Yi slowly closed his eyes. He was no longer just sensing, he was listening. Listening for the faint crackle of the two flames burning within him, and for the volatile power stirring in the third leaf. He closed his eyes. The cave, the rocks, the dripping water, the outside world vanished in an instant. His consciousness sank into an endless darkness. Then, at the center of the darkness, the silhouette of a tree slowly emerged. It didn't appear in his field of vision, not like some ethereal phantom. No, this time, he could truly feel it. It was rooted deep in his core, as if it were a part of his very body. This was the talent tree. Before, it had been merely a shadow projected before his eyes. Now, he could feel its roots, feel the intangible power flowing through every branch. Two leaves were burning at the very top of the tree. The flames were not red, but a pure, tangible light, a light so dense it seemed solid. It pulsed, radiating astonishing waves of energy. Lu Ye's body tensed instinctively. He remembered the searing pain of being consumed by those flames, a memory that made his very soul tremble. He forced himself to avert his gaze, to stop looking at the two burning leaves. He'd always had a suspicion. Every time he swallowed those pills, the rampant energy that flooded his body should have left behind impurities that were difficult to cleanse, perhaps even damaging his foundation. But those latent threats had vanished, as if purified by something. Now he understood. It was the tree. It acted as a filter, refining all foreign energy and leaving only the purest essence. This was an enormous secret. He took a deep breath, burying the thought deep within his mind. The time wasn't right to delve any deeper. His consciousness returned to his body. Lu Yi opened his eyes, and the damp air of the cave enveloped him once more. He walked over to the giant snake's carcass, planted a foot on its massive head, and wrenched his short blade from the wound. The blade came free with a spray of warm blood. Then, his blade became a blur. The muffled sounds of butchering echoed through the cave as he deftly broke the snake's body down into a dozen or so pieces. Each slab of meat glowed with a faint spiritual light, its muscle fibers clearly visible at the cuts, brimming with astonishing life energy. He loaded the heavy pieces of meat, one by one, into the storage pouch at his waist. Once he was done, he scanned the area to make sure he'd left no trace, then turned and walked out of the cave. An hour later, at the other end of the valley, a massive tiger was resting beneath a tree. A little girl with twin pigtails sat beside it, gently stroking its fur. Lu Yi emerged from the trees. "Big Tiger is hurt," the girl, said as she stood up, pointing to the tiger's shoulder. A patch of fur had been torn away, and the blood had already congealed. It was a bite from the fire snake. Lu Yi walked over, took a pill from his robes, and pushed it into Big Tiger's mouth. He rolled his own shoulder, and a sharp, stinging pain shot through it. In the very same spot, he had been struck by the snake's tail, leaving a dark bruise. "I'm fine," he said calmly, meeting Yi's worried gaze. "Let's go." Lu Yi's fingers sank into the great tiger's warm fur. Every ripple of muscle beneath him was a steady, powerful wave, lifting him smoothly. He smiled. Who would have thought that this fierce beast he had once feared would become his mount? Wind howled past his ears. The ground sped away beneath them. It was an entirely new sensation. The feeling of looking down upon the mountains and rivers filled him, a novice cultivator who normally had to watch his every step with a surge of valor for the very first time. "Where to?" E's voice called from ahead. She was perched cross-legged on the tiger's broad head, like a tiny queen. The mark on the back of his hand grew warm. Lu Yi felt its burning pull, a guidance directing him toward the foot of the mountain to their left. "Stick to the base over there." "Alrighty, let us go?" E cheered, giving a sharp wave forward with her little hand. The great tiger let out a low growl. The next instant, its snow-white form coiled tight and launched forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, tearing through the air. The night bled around them like spilled ink. The sound of the wind sharpened to a shriek. They found a cliff. Its rock face rose like a giant arm, shielding them from the biting wind. At its base was a hollow, eroded by the elements into a natural cave. E's voice echoed from the mouth of the cave. "Lu Yi, quick! Over here!" Lu Yi's figure appeared in the moonlight. His legs were bowed, his body rigid. Each step looked like he was walking on knives. He shuffled toward her, one excruciating step at a time. At first, Yi tried to hold back her laughter. She clapped a hand over her mouth, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. But finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Uft! A sharp burst of laughter escaped. Lu Yi dragged himself past her, each step punctuated by a stifled groan. He turned his head and, with all the strength he could muster, shot her a vicious glare. All he wanted was to find a place to lie down and never move again. Riding a tiger at full tilt was certainly glorious. His butt and thighs, however, had a very different opinion on the matter. Lu Yi slid off the tiger's back, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to his knees. A raw, burning pain shot through his inner thighs, as if they'd been scrubbed with coarse sandpaper. He staggered a few steps, each movement sending a fresh jolt of pain through him and forcing a sharp hiss of breath. He could feel the warm stickiness of blood gluing his pants to his skin. "You'll get used to it soon." Yi's voice drifted from behind him, as breezy as the wind. Lu Yi didn't have the strength to reply. He limped into the hollow and slid down the cold stone wall until he was sitting, letting out a long, shuddering breath. It was a good spot, sheltered from the wind. In the center of the hollow sat a ring of soot-blackened stones, filled with pale gray embers, the remnants of a previous traveler's fire. After catching his breath for a moment, Lu Yi forced himself back to his feet and dragged a bundle of dry branches from nearby. With a sharp snap, he broke a branch and tossed it into the fire pit. Soon, a new fire was crackling to life, its orange flames chasing away the mountain chill. He hauled the massive section of snake from his pack. With a few deft strokes of his dagger, he skinned and gutted it. He carved off a hefty chunk of meat, a good 10 pounds worth, and tossed the rest of the carcass to Amber. Amber let out a low growl, pinning the carcass with its paws as its sharp teeth tore effortlessly into the flesh. It devoured the meat in great gulps, a contented rumble vibrating in its throat. Flames licked at the snake meat skewered on a stick. Fat dripped into the fire, sizzling loudly as the rich aroma of cooking meat filled the air. The firelight danced in Lu Yi's eyes. He pulled a small cloth pouch from within his robes, took out a single fruit, and offered it to Yi. The fruit was a deep, uniform crimson, like a solidified drop of blood. "Here, for you." Yi blinked, but didn't take it. "That's a barrier-breaking fruit. It's useless for me and Amber," she said, shaking her head. "You should keep it. It could save your life when you need it most." "Then what does Amber usually eat?" "Spirit pills," Lu Yi asked, curious. "It eats spirit pills and spirit stones too." "Spirit stones?" Lu Yi stared, dumbfounded. "It can eat rocks." "Spirit stones are crystals of pure spiritual energy," Yi explained. "Magical beasts can consume them directly, but humans can't. The energy would make them explode." Understanding dawned on Lu Yi. No wonder those bandits the other day had asked for spirit stones when they couldn't get any spirit pills. "Then I'll trade you spirit pills for her food," Lu Yi said, though it felt complicated. "But this fruit, I have no idea how to price it." "Don't make it so complicated," Yi said with a smile that revealed 2 small canines. "Amber only needs 2 spirit pills a day. Just give us what you can spare." 2 a day. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "That's manageable." The bonfire crackled softly. Snake meat sizzled over the flames, its fat dripping and sending a savory aroma wafting through the woods. Lu Yi sprinkled on some salt, tore off a large chunk of meat, and offered it to Yi. "Want some?" Yi shook her head, her voice gentle. "I don't need to eat." Lu Yi didn't press her, taking a large bite himself. As the snake meat settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth spread from it, surging through his limbs. His tense muscles loosened, and the exhaustion vanished. He could even feel a formless energy within him, like a newly awakened stream, beginning to rush faster. This power both soothed and agitated him. An image flashed in his mind, the white-robed cultivator's sword, as light as a feather, yet it had sealed off every path of retreat. His own saber, by contrast, was nothing but brute force. Power could be amassed through elixirs, but skill could not. Lu Yi got to his feet, walked to a nearby clearing, and pulled off his shirt. In the moonlight, a web of old and new scars crisscrossed the young man's lean, powerful torso. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on his saber. There was no form, no technique, only the repetition of a single, simple motion, the downward cleave. The blade tore through the night air with a heavy whoosh. Again and again, sweat dripped from his forehead and into his eyes, stinging them, but he paid it no mind. His muscles began to ache, then to burn as if on fire. Still, he didn't stop. Liquid moonlight washed over the young man's rising and falling shoulders, tracing the lines of his muscles. Not far away, the great white tiger was curled into a ball, its massive chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, its breath a low rumble like distant thunder. Yi sat quietly, hugging her knees. Her black hair stirred in the night breeze, and her eyes reflected the moon and the silhouette of the boy swinging his saber. For hours, Lu Yi only stopped when his arms felt as heavy as lead and he could no longer lift them. Leaning on the tip of his saber, he gasped for breath, white plumes puffing from his mouth and vanishing into the cold air. He moved into the shadows and poured water from his flask over his burning skin, the cold shock making him shudder. Dressed again, he walked back to the base of the cliff. The great tiger's snores were a deep, powerful rumble. Yi was still waiting for him. She looked at Lu Yi and noticed something had changed. The exhaustion was still etched on his body, but a fire had been lit in his eyes. It was the look of someone who had found their path resolute, sharp, like a newly honed blade. Yi tilted her head slightly, her expression curious. Lu Yi drew a deep breath and settled into a cross-legged position. The unyielding floor felt like ice against his skin. He looked at Yi, his voice a low whisper. "Listen to me. If I go down, don't interfere. Go down." A hint of panic crept into Yi's voice as she instinctively shifted closer. "What are you going to do?" Without another word, Lu Yi closed his eyes. His world instantly plunged into darkness, but his consciousness, like a stone, plummeted straight down into a space deep within him. The talent tree hovered there in stillness. 3 of its leaves burned without a sound, their flickering flames like molten gold, radiating a scorching energy. A 4th leaf had also begun to glow, its light soft and gentle, poised and ready. Every gift of its power was accompanied by a pain that felt like being torn apart. His heartbeat began to accelerate, a frantic rhythm of fear and raw desire. He focused his entire consciousness, shaping it into a needle-thin probe, and plunged it into one of the burning leaves. Boom! The leaf detonated within his mind, consuming his entire awareness. It was no longer a leaf but a searing torrent of innumerable symbols and images, scouring the inside of his skull. An invisible sledgehammer smashed down on his cranium. No, not his cranium, his very soul. The last time, he had lost consciousness instantly. This time, through sheer force of will, he held on. He wished for the mercy of unconsciousness. It felt as if his skull were being pried open, the searing knowledge brutally funneled in, then viciously stirred with a red-hot poker. Arc, his eyes shot open as a guttural, bestial roar tore from his throat. His eyes were completely bloodshot, staining his entire vision a sickening shade of crimson. "Lu Yi!" Yi cried out, stumbling back a step with her hand clamped over her mouth. In the corner, the slumbering Dahu shot up from its sleep. A low growl rumbled deep in its chest, its fur bristling as it sensed an imminent, powerful threat. Ragged gasps tore at his throat, each breath like swallowing red-hot coals. The crimson haze in Lu Yi's vision slowly faded, and the world's outlines sharpened into focus. Sweat streamed from his forehead in rivulets, soaking the collar of his shirt and clinging to his skin, cold and clammy. Yi clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles went white. Beside her, the great beast named Dahu let out a low, uneasy growl, pacing restlessly. Its massive paws scraped softly against the floorboards. Lu Yi was a terrifying sight. His eyes were shot with blood, and on his temples, veins writhed like worms, throbbing relentlessly. Bracing his hands on his knees, he took another deep breath, finally managing to quell the tremors racking his body. He looked up to meet 2 worried gazes, his voice hoarse but carrying an undeniable calm. "I'm fine." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. The tension bled from his muscles, inch by inch, as if he'd set down an invisible mountain. The tide of pain receded, leaving in its wake a new realm waiting to be explored. Yi and Dahu exchanged a look, standing guard in silence. She could sense that a change was taking place within Lu Yi, a profound transformation related to his cultivation. At that moment, Lu Yi's consciousness sank deep within himself. A brand new sigil now floated silently in his energy core, resonating with the first. Two ancient characters blazed in his mind, impossibly clear. Aegis Ward. Not for attack. For protection. Lu Yi's eyes snapped open. He raised his right hand, palm facing up. A soft hum vibrated in the air as a wisp of light spilled from his palm. It was a mere glimmer at first, like a firefly, but it flared into a brilliant blaze in an instant. The light coalesced above his hand, taking shape, finally forming a palm-sized, triangular shield of light. Across the shield's surface, countless mystical patterns flowed and shifted, as if alive. A spirit crest. Yi gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Why you constructed a spirit crest directly from your spiritual energy? Her voice trembled. The fragmented shards of her memory screamed a warning. This was something no novice could ever do. To construct a spirit crest required immense knowledge and impossibly precise control over one's own energy. It was like being a master craftsman who not only had to quarry his own stone, but then had to build an intricate castle with his bare hands. Most cultivators spent their entire lives simply learning to use the castles built by their predecessors, the established spiritual arts. And Lu Yi, he was building his own. Yi held her breath. She stared at the iridescent energy shield in Lu Yi's palm, her mind a complete blank. How was this possible? How could a novice cultivator conjure such an intricate energy construct out of thin air? This was no mortal technique. It was nothing short of a miracle. Her heart began to race as a single thought grew wildly in her mind. He was no ordinary person. He had to be from some ancient clan, one that stood far above the mundane world. Perhaps an exiled heir? A prince bearing the weight of a blood feud? In a matter of moments, entire sagas of epic tragedy had played out in her mind. Lu Yi didn't notice the change in the eyes of the girl beside him. All his focus was absorbed by the palm-sized shield of light. He reached out a finger and tapped it lightly. Thunk. A muted sound, like rapping on heavy metal. Solid. Reliable. He tried striking the shield with his own protective energy. It was like a wisp of fog hitting solid granite, dissipating instantly. The two weren't even in the same league. This small shield of light was several times more resilient than all of his body's defenses combined. But this immense power came at a steep cost. He could clearly feel a warm current of energy being drawn from within him, flowing into the shield. It was like a reservoir losing 1/20th of its water in a single instant. The drain was immense, far greater than the cost of forging an energy blade. He calculated silently. 20 times. He could only use it 20 times before his internal energy ran completely dry. He gazed at the solid shield in his palm. Right now, it was only the size of his hand. But Lu Yi could feel that, if he willed it, the shield could expand, growing large enough to cover his entire body. But the drain would be astronomical. He took a deep breath, quelling the excitement rising within him. Paper talismans always ran out. This ability, however, was different. It was branded onto his soul, now a part of his very being. With a single thought, the shield would spring into existence. But a talisman? He thought back to his past fights. Amidst the blur of flashing blades, you had to fumble for it in a pouch, channel your energy, and then activate it. Every motion was a fatal opening. In a fight for your life, who had that kind of time? He thought of the pale-faced assassin. If he'd had this shield back then, he would have walked straight into the assassin's sword. And then, he would have torn the man to pieces with his bare hands. He could feel a new power coursing through him, surging into every limb and bone, like a great dragon stirring from a long slumber. The mysterious sigil hadn't increased the total volume of his power, yet it had transformed the very nature of every last drop. He drew a deep breath, and the air held a crisp chill. And then there was the other sigil. The mere thought of the soul-shattering agony of activating it sent a film of cold sweat across Lu Yi's back. He could vividly recall the stabbing pain that radiated from deep within his bones, as if 1,000 steel needles were churning inside him. No, not now. His head was a buzzing, chaotic beehive. If he went through that again, the taut string inside him would surely snap. He had no doubt it would kill him. He needed time for the aftershocks in his soul to subside. Lu Yi retrieved a medicinal pill from within his robes, its surface smooth and warm. He tossed the pellet, a spirit-nourishing pill, into his mouth and felt it slide down his throat. A question had been circling in his mind for a long time. By all rights, the kind of power forcibly generated by a medicinal pill should leave behind impurities, clogging his energy channels and even destabilizing his foundation. Yet for him, these side effects had never materialized. Why? He closed his eyes, turning his awareness inward. In the darkness, he saw. Deep within his abdomen, a faint orb of light glowed. It was the wellspring of all his power, a central vortex of energy. A tiny sapling was rooted in the center of this orb. Its entire form was composed of pure light. Translucent roots delved deep into the energy vortex, while its branches reached out into the unknown darkness beyond. When Lu Yi wasn't thinking about it, it existed silently, almost like a phantom. But the moment he focused his mind on it, he could clearly feel its every breath, its every pulse. Just then, the potency of the pill in his stomach dissolved, releasing a searing, warm current of energy. Lu Yi directed a sliver of his consciousness, carefully guiding the warm current. He saw, with perfect clarity, that this new torrent of energy didn't rush directly toward the depleted energy nodes in his body. Instead, it was first drawn into the core vortex. The roots of the tree of light swayed gently. The moment the somewhat impure medicinal energy was pulled into the vortex, it was thoroughly cleansed and filtered by the tree's roots. All impurities were stripped away, dissolved, leaving behind only the purest form of power. Then, this purified energy emerged from the vortex once more. Like a clear stream, it followed an established channel, slowly flowing into the next depleted, dimly glowing node. Lu Yi understood. This energy core at the center of his being was like a hub, a purifier. And the mysterious tree of light was the key to it all. The spirit-gathering pill dissolved in his abdomen. A searing torrent of energy instantly surged through every inch of his body. With his full concentration, Lu Yi sank his consciousness deep within himself. In his mind's eye, he saw the torrent of energy, a raging river. But its waters were far from pure. It was laced with faint, murky gray impurities, minuscule, yet persistent. As the current flowed through his meridians, it brought a faint yet distinct stinging sensation. The sect master's words echoed in his mind not as a sound, but seared into his memory. Remember, every shortcut comes with a price. A spirit pill can help you soar, but it will also leave poisonous dregs behind in your body. The poisonous dregs were these gray specks? Lu Yi's focus locked onto the murky river of energy, following its path. It roared, surging into the core of his body, the source spirit aperture. It was like a great vortex, pulling in the gray impurities along with the energy. Yet, as the energy flowed out from the other side of the source spirit aperture and rushed toward the next, a miracle occurred. The river's current now ran crystal clear. The stinging sensation from before was gone, replaced by a pure, gentle warmth. All the gray impurities had vanished without a trace. The change, it was happening right here. His focus plunged deeper, like a diver into the abyss, his entire consciousness zeroing in on the heart of the source spirit aperture. There, a small tree stood quietly rooted. Its rootlets were reaching deep into the river of energy. Lu Yi saw it. He watched as the murky energy was drawn into the roots and slowly ascended the trunk. And as it did, faint wisps of gray smoke drifted up from the bark, like lingering trails of incense, silently dissipating into nothing. By the time the energy flowed out from the canopy of the tree, it was utterly pure, like water from a newborn spring. This was it. Realization dawned on Lu Yi. The gray smoke. It was the remnants of the pill's toxins. He finally understood why his skin always felt sticky after cultivating, as if coated in an invisible layer of grime. Those were the toxins burned away by the talent tree and expelled from his body. The more pills he used, the stronger this feeling became. Lu Yi closed his eyes and slipped an alchemical pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved, transforming into a warm current that slid down his throat and into his stomach. But this warmth wasn't pure. It was tainted by a subtle, cloying sensation, a hint of resistance. Just then, a cool, Pristine energy stirred in the depths of his body. Like an invisible web, it precisely enveloped and sifted the warm current. The sluggish impurities within the warmth were instantly stripped away, then gently expelled from his meridians and flesh by a soft force. A sheen of sticky sweat, carrying a faint, acrid odor, seeped from his pores. He felt as if his skin were coated in an invisible layer of grime. His eyes snapped open, a single thought surfacing with perfect clarity. So that was it. It wasn't that the pill was poisoned, but that his body was purging itself. That cool energy was cleansing the useless dregs from the medicinal power, sweeping them out like garbage. With this realization, the final weight in his heart lifted. He let out a long breath, his worries gone. He closed his eyes once more and guided the now purified warm energy, like trickling streams, to converge within 21 of his body's parched energy nodes. E floated nearby, watching him nervously. Seeing his breathing stabilize and the strange symptoms disappear, her tense spiritual form slowly relaxed. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally drifted into a deep sleep, curled up in mid-air like a kitten. She was startled awake by a low, sharp sound of something slicing through the air. The eastern sky was beginning to pale. The bonfire had long since died out, leaving only a pile of ash. Not far away, Lu Yi stood bare-chested, sweat glistening on his skin in the morning light. He gripped his saber in one hand, cleaving through the air again and again. His movements weren't fast, even bordering on slow, but each swing carried the crushing weight of a mountain. The air groaned as the blade cut through it. E's eye twitched. Was this guy made of iron? She didn't know that Lu Yi had slept for barely a few hours last night. He understood that his constitution had not yet fully transcended the limits of a mortal, but he understood even more keenly that on this path, every moment of complacency could prove fatal. By the time Lu Yi finished his practice, E and Da, who had already dragged over enough dry wood and started a new fire. Lu Yi took a cut of prepared snake meat from his storage pouch and tossed it to them. The flames licked at the meat, which sizzled and popped. Well fed and rested, the man, the tiger, and the spirit set out once more. The journey on the tiger's back was far from comfortable. Each of Dahu's steps was like a minor earthquake, sending a jarring force up from the ground that rattled Lu Yi's very bones. But he didn't waste a moment. Bracing himself against the violent jolts, Lu Yi pulled a small porcelain vial from within his robes, tipped out a pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. He had to learn to cultivate under any conditions. Time was his most precious commodity. Dahu was a dark shadow, gliding silently through the woods. Trees and leaves blurred past it in a rush. Occasionally, a few figures would appear ahead, their pace hurried and their auras a chaotic mix. But long before they drew near, Dahu would sense their presence, change its course, and slip around them without a sound. The travelers would only feel a gust of wind, catch a distant glimpse of a massive silhouette vanishing into the depths of the forest, and halt in their tracks, a written on their faces, not daring to take another step. Night fell. The campfire crackled, its amber glow illuminating Lu Yi's young face. Snake meat sizzled over the flames, dripping with fat as its fragrant aroma filled the air. He tore off a piece of meat and chewed hungrily, replenishing the energy he had spent during the day. Once he had eaten his fill, he rose and drew his long blade. The sword cut through the night air with a low hum, each swing stirring the very air around him. When his practice was over, his back was soaked with sweat. Lu Yi sat down cross-legged and took a pill from within his robes. It felt warm and smooth in his palm and gave off the faint, clean scent of herbs. He tossed it into his mouth, and it instantly dissolved into a warm current that flowed down his throat and into his belly. He closed his eyes, guiding the warmth. It moved like a gentle stream, flowing slowly through his body, washing over every limb and bone. The sensation was faint, yet unmistakably real. Dawn was breaking, the morning mist still lingering. Lu Yi unfurled a yellowed beast hide map. Across its surface, countless fine lines of light wove together into a web. He traced a line with his fingertip, confirmed his position, and then pointed to one of the glowing dots. Dahu this way. The giant tiger let out a low rumble and broke into a run again, carrying Lu Yi on its back. 2 more days passed. The endless mountain ranges rolled on like great green waves, one after another, stretching to the horizon. They were like a small skiff adrift on a boundless emerald sea. On the evening of the third day, just as the last ray of sunlight disappeared from the mountaintops, a patch of lights appeared on the horizon. The lights bled together into a warm ocean of luminescence, dispelling the solitude of the wilderness. Lu Yi let out a long sigh, feeling the exhaustion seem to drain from his body with the breath. On the map, the dot was labeled Green Cloud Market, number 5. The moment Lu Yi rode Dahu onto the Market South Cobblestone Street, a hush fell over the crowd. Every eye was drawn to them, like iron filings to a magnet. People whispered amongst themselves, parting to clear a path for the magnificent beast. In the lantern light, its coat shimmered like silk. Its muscles were sleek and powerful, and its amber eyes calmly scanned its surroundings. It was nothing like the savage, frenzied, demonic beasts they were used to. The crowd parted before them like a receding tide. Lu Yi could hear their hushed exclamations and feel their gazes upon him, a mixture of envy and fear. He walked straight toward a 3-story wooden building with a plaque that read, Heavenly Secret Trading Guild. He didn't have this world's currency, but he had something far more valuable. In front of the counter, Lu Yi said nothing. He simply placed a pill on the wooden surface. The pill was a lustrous jade green, glowing with a soft halo and emitting a soothing, herbal fragrance. The guild clerk took one look, and his demeanor shifted instantly. He bowed respectfully, gesturing with his hand. Honored guest, please follow me. The third-floor guest room was clean and tidy. Dahu collapsed wearily onto the floorboards with a contented sigh. Lu Yi feted a pill as well, a reward for its days of hard travel. He closed the door, and the world fell silent. Suddenly, a soft white glow emanated from the front of his robe. A small, fist-sized creature, pure white, emerged from the light and nuzzled affectionately against his cheek. It did a weightless twirl in the air, as if celebrating its release. The bed frame trembled slightly. Lu Yi sat cross-legged, his breath heaving like a bellows. A current of heat, the power of the medicinal pill, surged wildly through his body. It was like a raging river, crashing again and again against an invisible barrier. Sweat trickled down his temples. He gritted his teeth, focusing all of his will into a single point and slamming it forward. Crack! A faint sound, one that seemed to echo only in his mind. The barrier shattered. A cool surge of energy instantly flooded a newfound space within him. The parched riverbeds of his body finally welcomed the life-giving water. He could feel it distinctly. Another reservoir for storing power had opened up within him. He exhaled a long, cloudy breath, feeling the power coursing ceaselessly through him. This was so much stronger than before. His hand instinctively went to the cloth pouch at his waist, where 2 precious spirit fruits were hidden. No, not yet, he thought. The strongest walls are the ones you tear down yourself. The energy subsided. The room fell quiet, the only sound the breathing of Dahu beside him. It had been 3 days. He closed his eyes and sank once more into the depths of his consciousness. The mysterious little tree hovered in the void. Its third leaf glowed like an eternal flame, burning silently. He took a deep breath, his chest tightening. The last time had felt like someone cracking his skull open with a sledgehammer. But he had no choice. To get stronger, you had to endure the pain. Steeling himself, he thrust his consciousness toward it. Boom. His world vanished. His vision was consumed by a sea of burning golden patterns. It wasn't a leaf. It was a universe. A torrent of countless symbols and images tore through his thoughts, pouring in with savage force. A sharp ringing exploded in his mind, threatening to shred his very soul to pieces. Huh. Lu Yi's eyes flew open. He shot upright, gasping for air like a drowning man breaking the surface. At the edge of the wooden bed, E's small hand clutched his sleeve, her wide eyes filled with worry. She hadn't screamed, just watched him quietly. Beside them, Dahu let out a low rumble and nudged Lu Yi's arm with its furry head. Lu Yi closed his eyes. A new imprint surfaced in his mind, as clear as if it were seared there. Convergence. He repeated the name in his mind. The first imprint was a blade that could sever all things. The second, an impenetrable aegis. So this third one was it for support? He extended his palm, fingertips guiding the warm energy from within his body as he slowly traced a pattern in the air. Light wove together, and a complex, mystical sigil formed and began to rotate above his palm. He felt the air in the room stir. Wisps of invisible energy, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, drifted lazily toward his palm. Then, more seeped in through the cracks in the door and windows. That was it. He waited a moment. Nothing happened. The concentration of energy in the room had barely changed. He frowned. What if he magnified this sigil 1,000 times over? Let it blanket the entire city? The resulting convergence of energy would be a tempest. But so what? The meridians in his body were like a narrow stream. Even if a great flood raged outside, only a trickle could flow in. No matter how dense the energy, it was meaningless to him. He let out a sigh, and the light in his palm faded. Useless, he told himself, disappointment washing over him like ice water. He'd had such high hopes for this third imprint, expecting another ace up his sleeve for combat. Instead, it was all flash and no substance. Just as he was about to dispel the sigil, he sensed something was off. The energy sustaining it was barely being consumed. This was incredibly strange. His other two imprints, Severance, was like a flash of lightning, gone in an instant. Aegis was like a rock wall, solid but fleeting. Both would instantly drain a portion of his strength, demanding precise timing. But this convergence sigil it was breathing. It drew a minuscule amount of energy from the surrounding air, just enough to sustain itself. As long as he didn't actively extinguish it, it seemed it could spin forever. Liu Ye's finger cut through the air, trailing a stream of golden light. It was like an invisible needle, threading an unseen line. The light intertwined, weaving an intricate pattern. The instant it took shape, the very air around them seemed to quicken. He held her breath. She could feel the air growing thick, syrupy sweet. An unseen force was converging from all around, pouring into the luminous glyph. Her heart skipped a beat. This was the second time. 3 nights ago, he had drawn another, completely different pattern with his finger. She hadn't understood the purpose of that first pattern. But this one, she could feel it viscerally. It was like a vortex, greedily devouring all the energy in its vicinity. This man, just who was he? He looked so ordinary, almost frail. Yet his fingers could weave such wonders. How many years of painstaking effort would it take to create something like that? A thought flashed through her mind. Could he have some behemoth of a power backing him? She immediately lowered her gaze, not daring to dwell on the thought. She simply stood quietly to the side. Liu Yi glanced at her, and seeing her compliance, gave an imperceptible nod. With a flick of his fingertip, the glowing glyph shattered into countless motes of light and vanished. The sweet air returned to normal. He stripped off his shirt, revealing a lean, powerful physique, sweat tracing lines down his skin. He drew his long blade. Swoosh. The blade tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Dahu whimpered, pressing himself deeper into the corner, terrified the silver arc would touch him. One strike, then another. His movements were deliberate and powerful, each cut delivered with his full might. Sweat soaked his black hair. He didn't stop until the moon had set, and the first rays of dawn pierced the window frame. Liu Yi descended from the 3rd floor to the main hall. A few figures were already bustling about in the early morning light of the Merchants' Guild. He found a clerk and, pulling 2 pieces of ore from a cloth sack, placed them gently on the counter. The stone's surfaces shimmered with a strange, dark magnetic luster. "Spirit stones," he said, his voice raspy with a night's exhaustion. The clerk inspected the ore, then slid a heavy pouch across the counter. Liu Yi didn't reach for it immediately. The image of a woman's face flashed in his mind, her eyes as greedy as a viper's. "Be careful. Be vigilant," he told himself. "Here, wealth draws predators." He took the pouch. Inside, 103 crystal-clear stones clinked together. He didn't linger. Tucking the pouch inside his tunic, he turned and melted into the morning crowd. The stone gates of the Merchant Guild swung shut behind him, letting the sunlight spill onto Liu Ye's shoulders again. He had just stepped off the stairs when a shadow shot out from the side of the wall, blocking his path. It was a man as thin as a beanpole, his eyes darting about nervously. A forced, unnatural smile was plastered on his face. "Hey, friend, wait up." Liu Yi paused. A low growl rumbled deep in the throat of the giant tiger at his side, like the roll of distant thunder. Its lip curled back slightly, revealing pristine white fangs. The man's smile froze on his face. He jumped back 2 steps as if he'd been burned, throwing his hands up with palms facing out. Whoa, don't. I mean no harm, really. I just wanted to talk business. Lu Ye's gaze swept over the man. He could sense the man's energy signature. It was faint, like a candle flame guttering in the wind, its light murky and threatening to go out at any moment. A nobody. Feeling Lu Ye's cold stare, a bead of sweat broke out on the man's temple. He gave a dry laugh, his voice trembling slightly. It's just a small piece of business. Won't take much of your time. Out of my way. Lu Ye's voice was devoid of any warmth. His hand had already come to rest on the hilt of the blade at his hip, his thumb stroking the coarse leather. He advanced on the man, step by step, the giant tiger pacing beside him. The man's face went pale. He scrambled aside, practically tripping over his own feet to clear a path. But he wasn't ready to give up. Tailing Lu Yi from the side, he lowered his voice and said urgently, "Friend, I've got a secret art here that can double your cultivation speed. I can tell you're no ordinary person. This thing is tailor-made for someone like you." Interested, Lu Yi didn't even turn his head. A secret art that could double his cultivation speed? A lie so blatant it wouldn't fool a 3-year-old. Anything truly valuable was locked away in the most heavily guarded strongholds, not peddled on a street corner like cheap vegetables. He could smell it on the man, the stench of someone who spent his years lying in wait for prey. He hadn't been waiting for Lu Yi specifically, he was waiting for any passerby who looked like an easy mark. Not interested. The 2 words left Lu Ye's lips without him breaking stride. The cold, blunt refusal was like a bucket of ice water, finally dousing the man's last flicker of hope. He stopped in his tracks, watching helplessly as the figures of the man and his tiger vanished around the corner. The man was a shadow Lu Yi couldn't shake, dogging his heels, his voice buzzing like a fly. "My friend, just hear me out. This cultivation technique is simple. It doesn't require any specific foundation. Anyone can master it. Your cultivation speed will be at least 3 times faster. Just think, while everyone else is still crawling on the ground, you'll already be flying." Lu Yi quickened his pace, but the man's voice only stuck closer, laced with an urgent temptation. He stopped short and spun around. The man nearly crashed right into him. "I said I'm not. I'll swear a heavenly oath," the man cut in, his eyes burning as if he were making an all-or-nothing bet. "The heavens themselves will bear witness to every word I speak." Lu Yi froze. He stared at the man, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He knew the weight of those 2 words, heavenly oath. It was a contract etched into the very laws of heaven and earth. The price for breaking it with a lie was one's own blood and soul. Could such a technique really exist in this world? 3 times the efficiency? That wasn't a technique. That was a miracle. Seeing Lu Ye's resolve waver, the man quickly glanced around and lowered his voice. "Too many years here. Not the place to talk. Friend, care to step aside?" He tilted his head toward a quiet alley nearby. After a moment of silence, Lu Yi followed him. In the alley, the clamor of the main street faded, leaving only the sound of their breathing as they faced each other. "Swear it," Lu Yi said, his voice as cold as the alley stones. The smile on the man's lips stiffened for a moment before he nodded, his expression as solemn as if he were in a ritual. "All right, but if I swear the oath, you have to buy the technique. No backing out. If it's worth the price, I'll buy it." The man took a deep breath and raised his right hand, his voice echoing in the narrow alley. "I, Chen He, a rogue cultivator, hereby call upon the heavenly Tao to bear witness. Every word I have spoken to this friend is true. If there is so much as half a lie, may heavenly lightning strike me down, shatter my bones, and annihilate my very soul." The moment the words left his lips, the air itself seemed to hum. A faint golden rune, like a tiny eye, flashed for an instant on the back of Chen He's hand before vanishing. Lu Ye's pupils constricted. Was this man a lunatic? To make a sale, he was willing to wager his own life and soul. "The technique. Show it to me," Lu Yi said. Chen He shook his head, a sly smile touching his lips. "Now you're joking, my friend. The technique can be memorized with a single glance. If you look and then leave, what recourse do I have? Name your price." 30 spirit stones, Chen He said, holding up 3 fingers. His tone left no room for negotiation. Lu Yi didn't even bother to haggle. He turned and walked away, his movements clean and decisive. His footsteps echoed in the alley, one after another, as he left without a single backward glance. The cultivation technique was marked at 30 spirit stones. A ridiculous price. Lu Yi scoffed to himself. There had to be a catch. He turned to leave. "Hey, friend, don't be in such a hurry," a slick voice called out from behind him. The stall owner, Chun He, stepped forward to block his path, a wide grin plastered on his face. "Business is business, my friend. I name my price, you name yours. Where's the fun if you don't even haggle?" Lu Yi stopped, his eyes perfectly still. "3," he said, the word dropping like a stone. "Done." Chun He's response was instant. A cool jade slip was slapped into Lu Ye's hand. Lu Ye's brow twitched sharply. "I'm bound by an oath, my friend," Chun He said, grinning like a fox, his words tumbling out. "You said you'd buy if the price was right, and 3 was the price you named. You can't go back on your word, can you?" Lu Yi stared at him blankly. A moment later, 3 crystalline spirit stones flicked from his fingertips and into Chun He's hand. Clutching the stones and humming a little tune, Chun He vanished into the crowd. Lu Yi was still holding the cool jade slip, not yet having had a chance to infuse it with his spiritual sense, when a voice spoke up beside him. "Heh, another sucker." The voice was dripping with schadenfreude. Lu Yi turned to see a lanky man leaning against the wall, giving him a conspiratorial wink. "I got scammed by him too," the man said with a shrug. "That cultivation technique is complete garbage." "You were watching the whole time?" Lu Yi asked. "You bet." The lanky man grinned. "Watching you get taken makes me feel a whole lot better. Misery loves company, right?" Lu Yi's gaze swept over him, his voice flat, stating a simple fact. "If I were you, I'd steal his business." The lanky man froze. "He can run a con, so why can't you?" Lu Yi said as he brushed past him, his voice drifting back. "Better to get a piece of the action than just stand here watching him get rich." The sneer on the man's face froze, slowly melting into a look of strange contemplation. When he finally snapped out of it, he slapped his palm. "He's right." But the alley entrance was already empty. The clamor of the marketplace faded behind him. Lu Yi swung himself onto the tiger's back. With a low roar, his mount kicked up a cloud of dust and was gone in an instant. As for the petty schemes of the vendors, he didn't even bother giving them a second glance. Lu Yi's fingertips traced the warm, smooth surface of the jade slip. A feeling of being duped washed over him, but he quickly let out a dry laugh. Just 3 spirit stones. The pouch at his hip felt heavy, its contents more than 100 stones jingling with every movement. It was a small price to pay, a loss he could easily afford. Still, that fellow, Chun He, had sworn a soul-binding vow, an oath that wagered his very soul. To break it meant complete annihilation. It made no sense for him to risk his existence over a paltry 3 spirit stones. There had to be more to it. Lu Yi's gaze sharpened. He channeled a sliver of his energy into the jade slip. Information flooded his mind like a tidal wave. 2 wild, archaic characters exploded in his consciousness. Glutton's Feast. Immediately after, a map composed of points of light materialized within him. So few. Only 15 points of light. They flickered faintly, all clustered around his lower abdomen like a small puff of dim stardust. Lu Yi frowned. His own technique, the golden cicada carefree art, illuminated 27 apertures, forming what could be considered a small nebula. These 15 points, in comparison, seemed like a flawed imitation. But then, understanding dawned on him. This wasn't a combat technique. It was more like a key, or rather a mouth. Just as Chun He had claimed, its pathway was simple to the point of being crude. Lu Yi mentally superimposed the 15 points of light onto the pathway of his own technique. Something remarkable happened. They slotted into place perfectly. Every single point of light landed on one of his existing apertures, a flawless match. It was like a key sliding into a lock that had been waiting for it all along. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. It was then that he truly understood the secret. The locations of the apertures were the same, but the sequence in which energy flowed through them formed an entirely new and voracious circuit. It was like using the same musical notes to compose a completely different melody, one brimming with a ravenous hunger. The sequence that was the key. The glow from the jade slip slowly faded in his palm. Lu Yi closed his eyes, and two vastly different star charts materialized in his mind's eye. One was intricate, with 27 shimmering stars, the golden cicada sojourner. The other was far simpler, with only 15 stars, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura that threatened to devour all the Taoyia's feast. The stellar trajectories of both charts aligned perfectly for the most part. Only two solitary stars, which shone brightly in the map of the Taoyia's feast, lay outside the celestial sphere of the golden cicada sojourner. So that's it, Lu Yi thought. If he followed the path of the golden cicada sojourner to ignite its 27 stars, and then found a way to kindle those final two solitary ones, he could merge the two star charts into a single, complete whole. Then, he would finally experience for himself what the legendary technique said to double one's cultivation speed truly felt like. But he was in no hurry. You eat a meal one bite at a time, and you walk a road one step at a time. He put away the jade slip. His fingertips brushed against his storage pouch, and a coarse map of beast hide unfurled before him. A cold night wind gusted past, causing the edges of the map to curl slightly. His finger, stained with night dew and dust, traced a slow path across the map. It moved from one ink dot labeled Qingyun Market to another as he calculated the distance he had traveled and the time it had taken. Then, his finger continued onward, following a thin, winding line toward the far end of the map. There, his destination was marked, the Crimson Blood Sect. His fingertip stopped. The distance was hopelessly long. A sigh escaped his lips, a plume of white mist that dissipated into the cold air. Even if the journey was smooth, at his current pace, it would be an age before he returned to the sect. But he was not alone. Beneath him, the powerful muscles of Da Hu rippled rhythmically, its breath warm and steady. Its paws fell on the gravel almost silently. Beside him, Yi was leaning against him, dozing and letting out soft snores. The presence of these living beings was his only solace on this long journey. Half a month later, the canyon wind cut across Lu Yi's cheeks like a knife. He sat atop the tiger's back, his body swaying gently with Da Hu's gait, yet he was as steady as a mountain. He remembered what it was like half a month ago, the first time he had tried to travel on Da Hu's back. It had been torture. Every jolt had felt like it would shatter his bones. The insides of his thighs were quickly rubbed raw, and the searing pain had made it impossible for him to even meditate. But now, he had grown accustomed to the unique rhythm. He could even cultivate in this moving cradle. A spiritual pill dissolved under his tongue, transforming into a warm current that flowed slowly through his meridians. Though not as efficient as stationary meditation, every ounce of power he gained was tangible. Suddenly, his body gave a slight shudder. A new warm current surged from his dantian, rushing toward a previously unknown, dark corner within him. Boom. It was as if a new star had been ignited. Within the celestial network of energy inside Lu Ye's body, another point of light began to shine. A warm sensation spread through him, so pleasant he almost moaned aloud. 3 new stars in half a month. Now, 25 stars shone brilliantly on his internal star chart. Only 2 more, and this celestial map would finally be complete. 6 or 7 more days, at most. Then he would master the golden cicada sojourner. He wasn't the only one who had changed. Da Hu, too, had been completely transformed. When it ran, the force from its paws could kick up gravel, and its amber eyes glowed with an astonishing light in the darkness. Lu Yi patted Da Hu on the neck, feeling the warmth of the great beast's body against his palm. The last of the snake meat had gone into the great beast's belly the night before. That flesh, imbued with a strange energy, combined with the alchemical pills he fed it daily, was rapidly transforming the tiger. In just half a month, Da Hu's frame had grown a full size larger. Its muscles bulged like solid rock, and the black stripes seemed to flow beneath its golden fur, radiating explosive power. Lu Yi could feel the mount beneath him, each breath like a small bellows pumping away. He reckoned that if he were to fight the beast now, barehanded, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. A faint glimmer emerged from Da Hu's shadow, coalescing into the translucent form of Yi. She looked more solid than before, no longer like a wisp of smoke that might disperse at any moment. Her power was intrinsically linked to Da Hu's. The stronger the tiger became, the more powerful she, the spirit bound to it, would grow. This brought him a measure of peace. In this treacherous land, having two reliable companions was more important than anything else. He patted the pouch at his waist, hearing the crisp clink of spirit stones from within. A little over 200. He'd sold 2 lodestones he'd dug out of a mine at a small market town he'd passed through, and this was what he'd gotten for them. Not enough, but it would be soon. All right, Dahu. Stop. Lu Ye's voice was soft, but the great tiger halted at once. He leaped nimbly from its back, his boots crunching on the loose gravel. A cold wind gusted from ahead, carrying the raw, metallic scent of mountain rock. Before him, a massive chasm tore through the landscape, its depths impossible to see, as if a god had cleaved the earth with a giant axe. He unrolled a beast-hide map, his finger tracing a line across its rough surface until he found the right spot. Crack Sky Canyon. The map marked the territories on either side of the canyon in red and blue. To the left, in crimson, was the Nine-Star Sect, part of the 10,000 Demon Ridge faction. To the right, in sky blue, was Xian Min of the vast Sky Alliance. The canyon itself was a natural and bloody border. Lu Ye's fingertip tapped lightly on the map. He'd heard of both sects. They were minor powers, new arrivals that had just recently gained a foothold on this battlefield. They were a far cry from the Titans who could shake the foundations of a region. This was exactly what he wanted. The route he had chosen was like that of a small boat hugging the coastline, deliberately avoiding the storm-tossed open sea. The truly terrifying behemoths were all entrenched in the heart of the battlefield. All he had to do was navigate the fringes of this vast war zone to find his destination. Dusk settled, and the mouth of the canyon gaped like the maw of a great beast. Lu Ye stopped. He could sense a powerful presence coiled deep within the canyon. It was an invisible wall, a warning to all the weak. His master's voice echoed in his mind, as clear as if it were yesterday. Keep your identity hidden. Stay alive. The canyon could wait until tomorrow, he told himself. The long trek had left his bones aching. He said, his voice quiet and tinged with exhaustion. Understood. A translucent figure seeped from Dahu's forehead like a wisp of smoke. She drifted lightly into the air, her voice ethereal. I won't be long. This was their unspoken understanding. Whenever they made camp, became his eyes and ears. She was a spirit form, a whisper on the wind, able to sense any lurking malice. Lu Ye watched her figure melt into the darkness, knowing she wouldn't stray too far. She was bound to Dahu, like a shadow to light. Leading the great tiger, he began to search for a place to spend the night. His gaze swept over every rock and patch of scrub. Experience had taught him that a good campsite needed to be both concealed and offer an escape route. He finally settled on a jagged pile of boulders. It wasn't perfect, but the wind was at his back, and he had a clear view of the ground before him. It would have to do. He pulled a few dry branches from his leather pouch. With a strike of flint and steel, an orange flame leaped to life with a soft crackle. He propped a piece of smoked beast meat over the fire. Fat dripped into the flames with a sizzle, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air. Another, larger and rawer, chunk of meat was tossed to Dahu. The great tiger snatched it from the air and retreated into the shadows. From the darkness came the sharp crack of bone being crushed, followed by a contented growl. The campfire crackled. Grease dripped from the meat roasting over the flames, sizzling as it hit the coals and sending up a wisp of savory, blue-tinged smoke. Beside Lu Ye, Amber tore into a chunk of bloody, raw meat. The sharp crunch of bone was unmistakable. It ate like a true wild beast. Lu Ye's gaze shifted from the beast to his own pouch. He loosened the drawstring and tipped a few faintly glowing pills into his palm, weighing them. Not enough. Amber devoured 2 a day. As for himself, breaking through a new internal gate with his energy consumed more than a dozen each time. The 30-odd pills in his palm wouldn't last long. He could feel that Amber's power was growing stronger by the day, like a banked fire flaring ever brighter. And its appetite would only grow with it. Lu Ye let out a sigh and put the pills away. It was the price. Suddenly, Amber froze. Its head snapped up, muscles coiling tight as a drawn bowstring. Its beastly eyes locked onto a point in the dark woods as a low growl rumbled deep in its throat, a sound of warning and unease. The next instant, it launched itself forward, a blur of black lightning. Lu Ye's heart plummeted. He knew. There was an invisible tether between Amber and E, a thread woven from their very souls. Amber would sense any danger to her the instant it arose. A surge of searing energy flooded his legs, and Lu Yi shot after it. But Amber was too fast. He was met with a spray of leaves, and dust kicked up in its wake. Amber, wait. Don't be reckless, his voice echoed through the trees. The beast seemed to understand. It glanced back over its shoulder, slowing its pace just enough. Lu Yi seized the opportunity, leaping onto its back in a single bound. The moment he was steady, Amber exploded forward again, becoming a blur as it weaved between the trees. The wind howled in his ears. Ahead, a massive boulder loomed into view. Behind it, the orange glow of another fire flickered, twisting the surrounding shadows into monstrous, clawing shapes. The bonfire crackled, sending sparks into the pitch-black night. The firelight revealed 4 figures. Before them sat a large bronze bell. Its surface was covered in strange runes, pulsing with a faint light as if it were alive. Thump, thump. A series of muffled impacts came from within the bell, faint, yet filled with desperation. Lu Yi's heart sank. That bell was a magical artifact, a cage designed specifically to imprison spirits. Beside him, the giant tiger let out a low growl, its muscles tensed like a fully drawn bow. Lu Yi reached out, pressing a hand onto its coarse fur. Stay, he commanded in a low voice. A faint light gathered in Lu Yi's eyes as he swept his gaze over the 4 of them. Auras of energy swirled around each one, their strengths clearly distinct. The scantily clad woman was the weakest, her aura like a candle flickering in the wind. She was giggling, toying with a lock of hair from the handsome man beside her. The man holding her and another, a burly brute built like a stone tower, had auras that were far brighter and more substantial. The brute stood silently, shielding the other 2 like a loyal protector. But the most dangerous one was the 4th. He was as thin as a javelin poised in the shadows. His aura was condensed and focused, carrying a piercing sharpness. The energy radiating from him was so intense it seemed to warp the very air around him. He took no part in the chatter, his hawk-like eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. Lu Yi and the giant tiger were hidden behind a massive boulder 30 meters away, suppressing their breathing. For enemies, the thin man alone was a lethal threat, but he had to save her. Now, immediately. What's that? A sweet voice asked, trembling slightly. The woman, nestled against the man's chest, pointed at an overturned bronze bell on the ground. Faint halos of light rippled across its surface. The handsome man holding her didn't look at the bell. Instead, he closed his eyes. His fingers made a delicate pinching motion in the air, as if plucking at invisible threads. A moment later, he opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting in an amused smirk. Interesting. An entity without a physical form? Like a ghost. A ghost. The woman shuddered, burrowing deeper into his chest. Young master, I'm scared. The man let out a hearty laugh, patting her back reassuringly. Don't be afraid. He shot a look at the most stoic man in their party. Senior Brother Zhang, go drag it out. The man called Senior Brother Zhang nodded and walked toward the bronze bell without a word. His steps were steady and measured, each one landing with the weight of a heartbeat. Reaching the bell, he lashed out with his right fist without a moment's hesitation. The air howled around his punch, which struck like a boulder crashing into a lake. Clang! A deafening crash echoed out. It was followed by a piercing shriek from within the bell, a sound so full of agony it was as if a soul were being torn apart. Roar! The furious roar exploded, shaking the leaves on the trees. A snow-white shadow burst from the woods, shooting like a white arrow straight for Senior Brother Zhang's back. A savage gust of wind, thick with the stench of a beast, washed over them, and the color drained from everyone's faces. Ah! The woman let out a true scream of terror. The stocky man beside her instantly took a step, shielding them like a human wall. The sudden appearance of the ferocious beast made Lu Ye's heart sink. His original plan was thrown into complete chaos by the rampaging giant tiger. But facing the lunging tiger, Senior Brother Zhang showed no fear. His eyes went cold as he swiftly crossed his hands in front of his chest. Blinding sparks of electricity crackled at his fingertips with a sizzling sound, and a scorched smell filled the air. Just as he was about to unleash the lightning, His pupils contracted sharply. He saw it. Tailing the giant white tiger was an even swifter black shadow, a phantom gliding low across the ground. That shadow was a person. The great tiger lunged forward. Lu Yi was right on its heels. There was no thought, only instinct. He was a shadow, hidden in the gale whipped up by the great tiger's charge. There was only one target, the young man giving the orders. "Stop him," a voice barked. It was the man named Zhang. A bolt of lightning crackled in his palm, whipping out like a silver serpent to strike the great tiger. Roar! The great tiger's roar was deafening. An invisible shockwave erupted through the air. Zhang faltered for a second. What a beast! With a flick of his wrists, he drew two curved blades. They sliced cold arcs through the air as he charged the great tiger. Meanwhile, a faint light flared around Lu Ye's legs. He shot forward like an arrow from a bow, straight for the burly man shielding the youth. A guttural roar rumbled in the big man's throat. Boom! A wave of force erupted from his body, instantly shredding his shirt to tatters. His already formidable muscles swelled and knotted, making him look like a stone tower rooted to the ground. A heavy, short-hafted warhammer materialized in his hand. The distance between them closed in an instant. Lu Yi's hand fell to the hilt of his blade. His body tensed, poised to draw. But what he drew was not a blade. It was fire. A serpent of pure flame coalesced from thin air. With a searing hiss, it shot toward the big man's face. "A talisman," the big man roared. The feint had broken his rhythm, and he could only hastily bring his warhammer up to block. A giant serpent of fire roared as it lunged. A wave of heat seared the stocky man's skin. He could have dodged. A single roll to the side would have carried him clear of the lethal flames. But behind him stood his young master. He couldn't move. The thought was fleeting, his decision instant. Huh! He let out a guttural roar, ripping a golden talisman from within his robes and slapping it hard against his chest. A golden light erupted, forming a shimmering membrane over his skin like a suit of translucent armor. The next moment, the fire serpent struck. Boom! In a deafening explosion, golden light and fire clashed. The impact shrieked like shattering glass, sending sparks flying in every direction. The stocky man burst from the aftershock of the blast. His clothes were scorched black and his eyebrows singed, but he was otherwise unharmed. He charged at Lu Yi, his heavy war hammer whistling through the air. "Is that all you've got?" He bellowed, his voice like thunder. "You think that can hurt me?" Before the words had left his lips, a silver gleam flashed before his eyes. The light was impossibly fast, a cold streak of lightning that tore through the air without a sound. The man's bellow cut off abruptly. He staggered back a step, his massive hammer falling to the ground with a clang. His hands flew to his neck, clamping down hard instinctively. Ghhh. He tried to speak, but only a wet, rasping sound escaped his throat. Warm fluid gushed between his fingers, its vital heat rapidly fading into cold. How could this be? His bloodshot eyes widened, filled with uncomprehending terror. His muscles, hard as rock. His protective aura of energy. Why couldn't they stop a single strike? The golden shield had been shattered by the flames, true, but he still had his body. His body was his ultimate weapon, his strongest shield. Countless times, he had used it to block blades for his young master. But this time, the blade had sliced through his throat as if it were wet paper. He knew that if he hadn't flinched instinctively at the last second, his entire head would have been lopped clean off. Lu Yi was stunned as well. He stood frozen, gripping his blade, feeling the faint, residual drag on the steel where it had sliced through flesh. He hadn't meant for it to be a killing blow. He had only wanted to force the tower of a man back, to buy himself a moment's respite. He had expected the blade to strike the man's body with a dull thud, only to be deflected. But instead, there had only been the soft, wet sound of tearing flesh. On the body of the long blade, several nearly invisible markings slowly faded, their last trace of light winking out. Along the blade, a rune shaped like a fire serpent ignited, its crimson light illuminating Lu Ye's cold eyes. He took a step forward. The brawny man standing in his way was a mountain of knotted muscle, his oppressive presence far outweighing Lu Ye's. But he only managed a choked grunt before the flaming longsword tore through the protective energy he had hastily summoned. A spray of blood arced through the air. The look of shock on the brawny man's face froze. He clamped both hands to his neck, but it was useless to stop the blood gushing between his fingers. He stared in disbelief at the man before him, whose aura was so much weaker than his own. His heavy body crashed to its knees before collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Louis didn't break stride. Like a leopard closing in on its prey, he shot past the falling corpse and lunged straight for the lavishly dressed young master. It all happened too fast. The young master's pupils constricted. He was still reeling from the shock of his companion throwing a punch, only for a snow-white tiger to burst forth. And now, this demon of a man had shattered his last line of defense. The shadow of death fell over him. "Get away!" he shrieked. He instinctively grabbed the shoulders of his female companion and shoved her forward with all his might straight into the path of the deadly blade. He used her soft body to build himself a human shield, a wall of flesh and blood. A flicker of despair and disbelief crossed the woman's eyes. She had just enough time to summon a faint halo of light before the blade descended. Crack! The halo shattered like glass. Her world spun violently, then plunged into eternal darkness. That fleeting moment was all the time he needed. Face pale as death, the young master's trembling fingers fumbled for the storage pouch at his waist, scrambling to pull out a yellowed paper talisman. He desperately poured all his energy into it, and the talisman erupted in a blinding electric glare. "Die!" he roared, hurling the crackling light in his hand. He had never been in a fight so close to death. Always before, his seniors had beaten his enemies to within an inch of their lives, leaving him to savor the pleasure of the final blow. Fear made him forget everything, even to recall the powerful, bell-shaped artifact he owned for protection. Louis, meanwhile, advanced as steady as a rock. His gaze remained locked on his only prey, never wavering for an instant. The energy radiating from his body was not overwhelming, but the bone-deep, killing intent that emanated from him felt cold enough to freeze the very air. This wasn't a fight. It was a hunt. A blade of light tore through the air, shooting straight for Louis's heart. He didn't dodge. He'd been expecting it. A golden light surged beneath his skin. Louis slammed a palm into his own chest. Instantly, a triangular shield of light, etched with intricate patterns, exploded into existence before him. Clang! With a deafening crash, the blade of light slammed into the shield. The force of the blow was like a battering ram, the pain in his chest so sharp he could barely breathe. But he ignored the excruciating pain. The instant the shield shattered, he lunged forward like a panther. The young master's eyes widened in terror. A faint, paper-thin glimmer of light hastily materialized in front of him. Louis's blade tore through it effortlessly. Schlick! The tip of the blade sank into the young master's shoulder, kicking up a spray of hot blood. Arg! The scream had barely begun when Louis yanked his blade free, spun, and reappeared behind him like a phantom. The cold steel was already pressed against the man's warm neck. The scream died in his throat. The young master felt a bone-deep chill on his neck, as if the blood in his veins had frozen solid. Just then, a whoo! A roar of agony echoed from nearby. The great tiger's massive body was sent flying like a rag doll, slamming into the rock face with the sickening crunch of breaking bone before sliding limply to the ground. He had won, but he felt no shred of joy. He whipped around, and the sight that met his eyes made his heart freeze solid. The stench of blood was so thick it choked him. Junior brother Sun was sprawled on the ground, his hands clamped to his throat, but he couldn't stop the bloody foam that gushed forth. His eyes were wide, a death rattle gurgling in his throat as his body convulsed like a fish gasping on land. Life was slipping away through the cracks between his fingers. Not far off was junior sister Yuan. Her body was frozen in a forward lunge, but her head was gone. Warm blood pulsed from the stump of her neck with a soft hiss, like a striking viper. Her once lovely head lay in the grass several paces away, eyes wide open, forever locked in her last moment of terror. And then he saw the young lord. The young lord's shoulder blade had been pierced through, dark red blood soaking half of his robes. The cold steel of a long blade was pressed against his neck. The blade's wielder was hidden behind the young lord, his form swallowed by the shadows, leaving only a single eye visible. It was the eye of a wolf, calm, vicious, and devoid of any extraneous emotion. How could this have happened? A chill shot up senior brother Zhang's spine. He had only been tied up with the white tiger for a few breaths. In that brief moment, two of his companions had been slaughtered, and the young lord had been captured. Who was this person who'd appeared out of nowhere? The giant white tiger he had sent flying shook its head and climbed to its feet. It shook the dust from its fur and padded forward, a low growl rumbling in its throat. But it didn't pounce again. It just stared at senior brother Zhang with its amber eyes, as if savoring the final struggles of its prey. Let it go. The man in the shadows spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck senior brother Zhang's ears like shards of ice. Who the hell are you? Senior brother Zhang's teeth ground together. He searched his memory, but none of the famous masters he knew of had the eyes of a wolf. The blade was his answer. It flashed. Schlick. With a sickening squelch, the blade plunged cleanly into the young lord's thigh. Arg! An inhuman scream tore from the young lord's throat. His body went limp, nearly collapsing, held up only by the hand gripping the collar of his robes. The blade was ripped out, trailing an arc of blood. The cold steel was pressed back against the young lord's neck, closer this time, close enough to draw a thin line of red. The voice from the shadows came again, repeating the same 3 words. Let it go. You. Senior brother Zhang's eyes felt like they would burst from their sockets. The power inside him was a caged beast, roaring in fury with no way out. He could feel the energy burning through his meridians, but he didn't dare take a single step forward. His opponent's actions had made it brutally clear. Any more useless words would be answered with another hole in the young lord's body, and the next blade stroke could sever his throat at any moment. Zhang Wu's face was like frozen stone. He glared at Lu Yi, his voice a low hiss forced through clenched teeth. This bell is a holy artifact of the sect. Once the seal is cast, it takes time to undo. Shink. A flash of silver tore through the air. Blood sprayed. An arm went spinning away. The young man Lu Yi held hostage went rigid, then began to convulse violently. Pain shot through him like a bolt of lightning. He tried to scream, but only a guttural, animal-like whimper escaped his lips. The cold steel of the blade pressed deeper against his neck. He wrenched his head around, screaming with every ounce of his strength, Zhang Wu, you fool. Do you want to just stand there and watch me die? Let her go. Lu Ye's voice was devoid of all warmth, cold as winter iron. Okay, I'll do it, the young man sobbed, tears streaming down his face. The pain had brought him to the verge of collapse. Fighting back a wave of dizziness, a faint light glowing beneath his skin, he clumsily formed a hand seal with his remaining hand. Hum. The great bronze bell let out a low thrum and began to rise, vibrating. It spun rapidly in mid-air, its light contracting until, in the blink of an eye, it shrank to the size of a fist and fell back into the young man's palm. The moment the bell lifted, a petite figure darted out from underneath. Like a wisp of smoke, she instantly merged into the great tiger's body and vanished without a trace. Zhang Wu's eyes flickered, but he didn't dare make a move. He locked his gaze on Lu Yi and said, enunciating each word, let him go. I swear on my very path of cultivation, this ends here and now. All right, Lu Yi replied. With a sudden exertion of his palm, he shoved the man forward. The young man stumbled forward. Before he could even draw a breath of freedom, a thin red line blossomed across his neck. Hot blood gushed forth. You. Zhang Wu's roar was a gut-wrenching cry of pure disbelief. Lu Yi stood his ground, his grip tight on the knife. Warm blood dripped, drop by drop, from its edge. He didn't know who these people were, or why they had come for him. He knew only one thing. From the moment he had drawn his blade, there could only be one outcome. It was them or him. In this land where the strong prey on the weak, power was the only law. Reason? That was a luxury for the weak, a surefire way to get yourself killed. His cold gaze swept over the two bodies on the ground, still warm. Blood had been shed. A feud had been forged. This was a deadlock that would only end in death. The guard, Zhang Wu, was still screaming himself hoarse about some celestial oath, promising that if Lu Yi let the man go, all would be forgiven and forgotten. Lu Yi scoffed inwardly. The oath of a mere guard? Ridiculous. The hostage in his hands was the heir to a powerful clan. A young master born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Humiliated like this, did they really think he would just let it go? And even if he was forced to make a binding oath himself, what about the vast family behind him? Those bloodthirsty elders and clansmen wouldn't be constrained by any vow. Letting him go would be like unleashing a relentless pack of wolves on his own trail. If he wanted to live, there was only one way. Leave no survivors. Ghh, a wet, rasping sound escaped the young master's throat. The gash on his neck gaped like a grotesque grin, spewing a fresh torrent of hot blood with every beat of his heart. He tried in vain to stanch the flow with his hands, but the slick, wet feel of it only deepened his despair. Before Zhang Wu's enraged roar had even faded, Lu Yi moved. He slammed his foot into the center of the young master's back. The body shot forward like a discarded sandbag, hurtling straight toward Zhang Wu. "Save me!" the young master shrieked, his arms flailing in midair, his voice shrill and twisted with terror. Zhang Wu's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He saw the young master flying toward him, but his gaze was drawn to what followed. Lu Yi, sticking to him like a shadow. The man's eyes were the eyes of a cheetah locking onto its prey. He was faced with a deadly choice. Catch the young master? He would leave himself wide open, his heart exposed to Lu Yi's lethal blade. Let him fall. The impact, combined with that gash deep enough to show bone, would kill him instantly. In that split second, a bone-deep chill shot through Zhang Wu. It was a trap, a blatant, vicious ploy that used his own master's life as bait. He couldn't afford to gamble. He had already failed in his duty. A severe punishment was unavoidable. But if the young master lived, he might just be able to keep his own worthless life. If the young master died, the wrath of the entire clan would burn him to cinders. Aart! A guttural roar ripped from Zhang Wu's throat as he finally lunged forward, his arms outstretched. He chose to save the boy, and in doing so, he chose to expose himself, utterly defenseless, to the Reaper's blade. A faint shimmer of energy rippled across Zhang Wu's body. He smiled. His opponent was pathetic, a candle guttering in the wind. Flump. A dull, wet sound. Not the hiss of a blade cutting through air, but the sound of it carving into warm flesh. The young master in Zhang Wu's arms, his eyes bulged, his mouth gaping in a silent O. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream erupted from his throat. "You're dead," Zhang Wu roared. The protective energy around him flared, coalescing into a visible, pale shield of light. The blade flared to life. The intricate patterns along its length lit up like a fuse, pulsing with a blinding light. The moment the shield met the blade, there was no deafening clang. Only a sharp crack, like thin ice shattering. The shield disintegrated, dissolving into 1,000 points of light. Zhang Wu shoved the young master aside. The twin scimitars at his waist leaped into his hands, and he crossed them to block the incoming longsword. Clang! The jarring screech of metal on metal tore through the air. Too late. The tip of the longsword had already sunk 3 inches into his chest, where it lodged hard against his ribs. Zhang Wu grunted, his muscles clenching to halt the fatal blow. He had barely a moment to breathe before a vicious force slammed into him from behind. It was the white tiger. Before he could turn, a heavy weight crashed onto his back. At the same instant, a piercing shriek drilled into his ears, a red-hot spike of sound driving into his brain and making the world spin. That split second of vertigo was all it took. Boom! A force like a collapsing mountain slammed into his back. He heard his own bones snap. The immense force sent him stumbling forward, driving him uncontrollably onto the blade. Schlick! The longsword plunged through him as easily as a hot knife through butter, bursting from his back. A single drop of blood traced a slow path down the blade's tip. Zhang Wu looked down, staring in disbelief at the blade that had run him through. His scimitars slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The blade plunged in, tore, and was withdrawn. Lu Yi leaped back, his movements clean and decisive. Behind him, the giant tiger named Amber retreated in sync, its massive paws landing without a sound. A pair of slashes ripped through the air where they had just stood. Zhang Wu's counterattack had missed its mark. He staggered backward, knees buckling. He slammed his scimitar into the dirt to prop up his faltering body. Lu Yi's eyes were pinned to Zhang Wu's chest. A gash, deep enough to show bone, from which blood was pouring. But the placement was off. a few inches from the heart. Not a fatal blow. Thud. A dull sound. The young master, caught between them, crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The dirt beneath him rapidly stained a deep crimson. His body gave a single twitch, then fell silent. Impossible. A roar filled Zhang Wu's mind. His own power was a fortress. This boy before him was just a rookie. But a moment ago, the boy and his beast had shattered his defenses with a single, fluid assault. Zhang Wu's gaze locked onto the short blade in Lu Yi's hand. What kind of weapon was that? He could feel it. His own protective energy had been like paper before that blade. A searing pain spread from his chest through his entire body. Every breath felt like swallowing molten iron. Zhang Wu knew this kind of wound. It wouldn't kill you right away. It would drain the life from you, slowly. He looked at the boy across from him. There wasn't a shred of pity in those eyes. No escape. Gasping, he raised one hand and pressed it hard against the back of the other. A faint red glow bloomed across the back of his hand, spreading like a drop of blood in clear water. Lu Yi had been circling warily. His prey was grievously wounded. Patience was the best weapon. Now time would finish the job for him. But then the red light appeared. An icy chill shot up Lu Yi's spine. That wasn't the light of a dying man. It was the light of desperation, of sacrifice, of a madness bent on mutual destruction. The waiting game was over. Amber. With a low roar, Lu Yi shot forward, launching himself at Zhang Wu like an arrow from a bow. Clash of steel. A shower of sparks. Lu Yi's downward slash was firmly parried by Zhang Wu's twin blades. But the move left Zhang Wu's flank wide open. A dark shadow lunged through the opening. It was the tiger. Rip. The sound of teeth tearing through muscle was low and horrifying. Zhang Wu grunted in pain as a chunk of flesh was torn from his thigh. Get off. Zhang Wu roared, sending the tiger flying with a kick. The beast slammed into a distant tree trunk, letting out a pained whimper. In that same instant, a smaller, spectral figure scrambled onto his back. It was Yi. Her piercing shriek stabbed at Zhang Wu's eardrums like a needle as she clawed wildly at his face. Bastard! An invisible shockwave erupted from Zhang Wu's body. The force struck Yi like a sledgehammer, sending her flying. He spun, his twin blades becoming a silver whirlwind aimed straight for Lu Yi's throat. Too fast. His body couldn't keep up with his mind. Just as the blades were about to taste his flesh, a palm-sized, triangular shield of light flared into existence before Lu Yi's chest. Clang. A sharp ring of metal on metal. Zhang Wu's killing blow was stopped dead by the shield. The tips of his blades hovered less than an inch from Lu Yi's throat. Now, using the force of the impact, Lu Yi sidestepped, his longsword carving a deadly arc. The blade sliced open Zhang Wu's arm, kicking up a spray of blood. Arc. Zhang Wu staggered back in pain. An opening. The roaring tiger pounced again, snapping at his ankle. On his other side, Yi's phantom form flickered, her shrieks assaulting his senses. For the first time, a fatal flaw appeared in Zhang Wu's defense. Lu Yi stepped forward and, with all his strength, drove his longsword forward in a straight thrust. This time, the blade met no resistance. It ran Zhang Wu through the chest, the tip bursting from his back. The savage light in Zhang Wu's eyes froze, then faded. He looked down, staring in disbelief at the blade piercing his heart. Strength was rapidly draining from his body. Clatter. The twin blades slipped from his grasp, falling to the dirt. Then, his heavy body pitched forward. Lu Yi wrenched his longsword free, and blood sprayed from the wound. He leaned on his sword, sinking to one knee and gasping for air, the weapon the only thing keeping him from collapsing. Victory. But it had come at a great cost. He could feel the well of energy inside him running dry. Searing pain pulsed from 4 wounds, each one deep enough to reveal bone. Warm blood soaked his robes, making them stick clammily to his skin. The air was thick with the overpowering stench of blood. The sharp pain in his chest burned like a fire. Lu Yi gasped for air, each breath sending a jolt of agony through his cracked ribs. He had won, but the cost was staggering. He had laid a trap and ambushed his foe. Fighting from a position of weakness, he had thrown everything he had into the battle, barely managing to kill an enemy whose power far outstripped his own. The victory had cost him the very last of his strength. His gaze fell upon his companions. Half of the giant tiger Amber's fur was soaked in blood, matted into dark crimson clumps. The spirit girl, E, floated in the air, her form flickering like a wisp of pale smoke on the verge of dissipating. We have to move. Lu Yi struggled to his feet. He stumbled over to the bodies, ripped the storage pouches from their belts, and shoved the bronze bell the leader had dropped inside his own robes. His movements were frantic, and a wave of dizziness washed over him each time he bent down. He clambered onto the tiger's back and roared in a raw, hoarse voice, "Go!" The giant tiger let out a low growl, its claws digging into the earth. Then it shot forward, a yellow bolt of lightning streaking toward sky-rending gorge. With the jarring motion, the forest before Lu Yi's eyes began to spin, twisting into a blur of green. A buzzing filled his ears, and his companion's calls grew distant. He knew he couldn't hold on. With the last of his will, his lips parted. "Find a different path, hide, wait for me." The words had barely left his lips when his body went limp, like a puppet with its strings cut, and he began to slide off the tigress' back. E's ethereal form solidified in an instant. She lunged, wrapping her translucent body tightly around him and holding him fast to the jostling tigress' back. Less than half an hour after they vanished, a figure appeared on the blood-soaked battlefield as silently as a ghost. He crouched, rubbing a pinch of blood-stained earth between his fingers before raising it to his nose. "They were here," he said, looking up. His voice was sharp as a hawk's cry, piercing the silence of the forest. With a whisper of wind, two more figures drifted down from the canopy, as light on their feet as falling leaves. As they took in the carnage on the ground, the color drained from one man's face. "Four of them all dead?" he murmured, his voice trembling. "What do we do now?" another asked. "What else can we do?" the third man said through gritted teeth. He raised his wrist, where a complex sigil glowed faintly. He muttered a few words, and the light pulsed, spreading out in an invisible ripple. "Notify Senior Brother Chow." Silence fell over the small, killing field, broken only by the sound of their own ragged breaths. Minutes later, a crushing pressure descended from above. An imposing figure landed in their midst. The fallen leaves at his feet did not so much as stir, yet the very air around him seemed to congeal, pressing down on them with an immense weight. This presence was more terrifying than any enemy Lu Yi had ever faced, like an invisible mountain. "Senior Brother Chow," the three said in unison, bowing their heads respectfully. The man named Chow paid them no mind. He walked directly to one of the corpses and slowly crouched. His fingers traced the fatal wound on the man's throat, his gaze as cold as ice. The temperature in the forest seemed to drop several degrees. The stench of blood hit him like a wall. Chow Yi swung himself off his mount, his boots making a thick, squelching sound as they sank into the blood-soaked soil. An eerie silence hung over the clearing, broken only by the wind moaning through the splintered trunks of felled trees. He saw Junior Brother Sun first. The young man lay on his back, his throat slit by a long, thin wound. The congealed blood looked like a black scarf. Not far off, Junior Sister Yuan's head lay in the tall grass, her eyes wide open as if still questioning the sky. Zhang Wu, the ever-loyal guard, had fallen at the young master's feet. His armor was a web of slashes, as if savaged by a hurricane, and a gaping hole in his chest revealed his heart was gone. He must have fought a desperate, bitter battle before he died. Finally, Chow Yi's gaze fell upon the young master. The arm that had once wielded a priceless sword was twisted at an unnatural angle. Shoulders, thighs, neck all were carved with wounds deep enough to show bone. The killing blow had pierced straight through his chest. Chow Yi's fists clenched, the knuckles cracking audibly. He knelt, and, from the tattered robes on the young master's chest, picked up a small bronze bell. It was dull, lightless, and covered in cracks. "Worthless," the word hissed from between his clenched teeth, dripping with cold, murderous intent. He couldn't understand. The Xianling bell, a protective artifact that could manifest a barrier of light to withstand a titanic force. A barrier strong enough to block a full-powered strike from a master whose very presence could make the air tremble. Who, out here in the outer territories where such figures were rarely seen, could possibly have shattered it? Who could have slaughtered his young master like livestock, here on the nine-star sect's own turf? If word of this got back, the old monsters meditating in seclusion would likely tear the heavens down. Chao Yi rose slowly, his shadow falling over the three cultivators behind him, who stood frozen in terrified silence. Relay my orders. His voice was as coarse as a whetstone. Lock down a 100-mile radius. I want you to tear the earth apart, but find me someone. He paused, enunciating each word with chilling precision. A boy with a white tiger. His weapon is a blade. 30 spirit stones for a lead. 500 for his head. Bring him to me alive 1,000. The three cultivators flinched. A look of mingled greed and terror flashed in their eyes before they bowed low to accept their orders. Chao Yi crouched, his fingertips brushing over the clean slice across Zhang Wu's throat. A single, fatal blow. A trace of icy energy lingered at the edge of the wound, pricking his skin like fine needles. Zhang Wu's final message echoed in his mind. A boy. A white tiger. His power, as faint as a stream in early spring. How could someone so weak have killed Zhang Wu? Unless the weapon he wielded was a cursed, bloodthirsty blade. Suddenly, the night wind died. A falling leaf froze in midair, then disintegrated into dust without a sound. Chao Yi's head snapped up, every muscle in his body coiled tight, like a cornered beast. Come out. His voice was a raw rasp that echoed through the deathly still woods. From the shadows, a figure in a green robe emerged, walking at a deliberate pace. A sword hung at his hip, his hand resting on the hilt. Each footstep seemed to land in time with the frantic beat of Chao Yi's heart. He moved slowly, with an elegant grace that belied the suffocating pressure that radiated from him. The very air grew thick and heavy, like molasses, making it hard to breathe. Chao Yi ground his teeth. A searing power surged from his core, flooding his limbs. It felt as if molten lava churned beneath his skin. This was the physique he'd always taken pride in, a body as solid as bedrock. But before this man, he felt like a stone on the verge of shattering. Wang Yang. He forced the name through clenched teeth. A mocking smile played on Wang Yang's lips, a smirk colder than the edge of his blade. Chao Yi's heart plummeted. He could run. His powerful body could likely withstand a blow from Wang Yang, long enough to carve a bloody path to freedom. But what about his three sect brothers behind him? They would be shredded in an instant by that swift blade. That bastard. A hound of the Xianmen sect. Shouldn't he be watching his own camp? It must have been the scent of blood that drew him here. For years, the Nine-Star sect and the Xianmen sect had been like two wolf packs locked in a death struggle. And Wang Yang, he was the Xuanmen's sharpest fawn. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the woods. The man in the lead, Wang Yang, walked with a gait so heavy it felt as if each step landed on your heart. He released no killing intent, yet the sheer pressure he exuded, an aura forged on the edge of a blade, made the air grow thick and heavy. Chao Yi's breath caught. His skin prickled, as if stung by 1,000 unseen needles. He knew it was his body's primal alarm, a warning sounded in the face of a far superior power. In the entire Nine-Star sect, perhaps only one person could withstand 3 strikes from this man, and he wouldn't survive a single one. Trailing Wang Yang like a silent shadow was a young girl with her hair in twin top knots. Her head was bowed, her steps light, never daring to move an inch ahead of her master. Ignoring the onlookers, the pair strode to the center of the carnage. Wang Yang's gaze swept over the corpses as if he were admiring some crude work of art. An eyebrow arched, and a mocking smile played on his lips. So, who slaughtered your precious young master? His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the silence, reaching every ear. Chao Yi's hand tightened on the hilt of his saber. A bead of cold sweat trickled from his temple. He stared, eyes locked on Wang Yang's face, searching for the slightest crack in that casual demeanor, but found nothing. I told Dong Shai long ago, Wang Yang said, as if discussing the weather. A good-for-nothing like that should have been kept chained up at home. And now look, he gets himself hacked to death out here like a stray dog. He turned his head, his gaze like 2 daggers pinning Chao Yi. Do you know who did it? Chao Yi's throat worked. The words came out, dry and strained. A boy with a giant white tiger. A boy with a tiger? Wang Yang stroked his chin, feigning thought. Never heard of him. Some whelp from a minor house, I suppose. He shook his head, dismissing the thought like a speck of dust. No matter. It's not important. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and the casual air around him evaporated. What's important is that you're all going to die here. Run. Chao Yi roared with every ounce of strength he had. The ground beneath him erupted, sending shards of rock flying as he shot into the depths of the forest like an arrow loosed from a bow. Too late. The two words escaped Wang Yang's lips, cold and devoid of all emotion. With a sound like the clear cry of a dragon, his long sword left its sheath. There was no wasted motion, only a river of silver light that ripped through the night, surging toward Chao Yi's back to swallow him whole. Behind Wang Yang, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the seemingly harmless girl. The air grew cold in an instant. She didn't even bother with hand seals, a simple flick of her fingertips was all it took. 3 icicles tore through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling toward the disciples as they fled in a panic. A few moments later, Wang Yang returned. He flicked his sleeves, not a speck of dust on his clothes, as if he had just been for a casual stroll through the woods. "Young master, one of them got away," Xiao Zhu said, hurrying to his side. She kept her head bowed, her voice barely a whisper. The lingering chill at her fingertips dissipated, and just like that, she was the docile handmaiden once more. She added, "They were crafty. They split up. I only managed to take out 2 of them. He was just a grunt. Let him run." Wang Yang stretched, his joints popping in a satisfying chain. He rolled his neck, the corner of his mouth twitching into a wry smile. Chao Yi slipped away too. TSK, guys who only train their bodies are always a pain in the ass. Such thick hides. Then, his tone shifting, he curled a finger and gave Xiao Zhu a light flick on the forehead. "Have you forgotten your manners? It's senior brother to you." Xiao Zhu cried out a dramatic owl and clutched her forehead, sticking her lower lip out in an exaggerated pout. Wang Yang surveyed their surroundings. The metallic tang of blood mingled with the earthy scent of the soil. "How many people do we have left to command?" he asked. "Fewer than 300, Xiao Zhu replied, her playful demeanor vanishing in an instant. "And if you include the freelance cultivators who joined us? In total, around 500. "And how many of them can actually fight?" Wang Yang's gaze sharpened. "The ones who can manifest their energy into a physical form, how many do we have?" "Only 6. "Damn it," Wang Yang grumbled, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "A bunch of disloyal bastards." The second they smelled a chance for profit, they all ran off to gamble in the inner circle, leaving me to clean up their mess. The nerve of them. Wang Yang tapped his fingertips on the table, each knock a muffled peal of thunder. Beside him, his attendant, Xiao Zhu, kept his head bowed, his breathing barely a whisper. "Young master." A grin split Wang Yang's lips, like a wolf that has scented blood. "Relay my orders." His voice was low, yet it carried a chilling excitement. "Tell our little pups the hunt is on." He rose and walked to the entrance of the tent, the wind stirring the hem of his robes. "Keep your ears peeled. I want eyes on the boy with the white tiger. Report any sign of trouble at once." "Yes, sir." Xiao Zhu's figure flickered once, then disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, in the camp of the 9-star sect, the air was thick with the pungent, mingling scents of medicinal herbs and blood. Dong Shai gazed at Chao Yi, who lay on a cot, his own brow furrowed into a tight knot. Chao Yi's body was covered in bandages, and fresh blood was still seeping through them. "What happened?" Dong Shai's voice was grave. Chao Yi's face was as pale as a sheet. He struggled to speak, each word tugging at his wounds and making him hiss in a sharp breath of pain. "Ran into that mad dog, Wang Yang." The name, Wang Yang, made Dong Shai's pupils contract. He fell silent for a moment, and the very air in the tent seemed to freeze. "So word is out." Chao Yi gave a bitter smile, his voice weak. "We raised such a ruckus. There was no way to keep it quiet." Dong Shai paced a few steps before stopping, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "The young lord's death, was Xianmin involved?" Chao Yi closed his eyes, as if replaying the scene in his mind. "I don't think so." He shook his head, the movement clearly costing him. Wang Yang was more like a startled animal, just coming to see what all the noise was about. The surprise in his eyes when he saw the young lord's body. You couldn't fake that. He took a ragged breath and continued. "Besides, with a madman's pride like his, if Xianmin had really been the ones who did it, he would have hung the young lord's head from our camp gate for all to see. He wouldn't have tried to cover it up." Dong Shai's clenched fist slowly uncurled. True enough. They were enemies who considered lying beneath them. In the darkened room, a candle flame flickered and swayed. The orders have gone out. Chao Yi's voice was raspy, carrying the tang of blood. Lock down 100 li radius. The young master's killer can't have gotten far. The moment he shows his face, he's a dead man. Uncle Dong's brow nodded. My only fear is that the Mystic Gate will get involved. Oh, they'll come. Chao Yi said, his gaze as cold as ice. But the young master is dead, and the elders back at the sect will demand an answer. If we can't give them one, they'll take it from us. Uncle Dong let out a long sigh, leaning back wearily in his chair. I can't leave. Someone needs to keep an eye on things here. I'm leaving everything out there to you. Don't worry. Chao Yi nodded, but the movement tugged at the wound on his arm. He stifled a hiss of pain. Wang Yang's blade had been fast, but the cut wasn't deep. He could feel his own flesh slowly knitting itself back together. It would be nothing to worry about by morning. And one more thing. Uncle Dong's voice dropped low. The young master's body. Chao Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He steeled himself and said, I'll bring him back tomorrow. A single thought consumed him. A madman like Wang Yang wouldn't be interested in a corpse. Surely not. Agony, sharp and searing, tore through Lu Yi's body like a red-hot poker. He sucked in a sharp breath, choking on the cold, damp air. Beside him, a heavy breath rasped the wheeze of a broken bellows. It was Amber. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Utter blackness. The wind howled in his ears, like the whispers of 1,000 vengeful souls. He could feel it blowing from one direction, brushing past his face and flowing away to another. This wasn't a cave. It was a passage, open at both ends. The realization hit him like a flash of lightning. They were still in sky-rending gorge. How long had he been unconscious? It couldn't have been long. Amber hadn't managed to get him out. Something must have gone wrong. He remembered the beast skin map. On it, sky-rending gorge was drawn like a jagged scar. The entrance to the gorge was unremarkable, save for the canyon walls, which were as sheer as if cleaved by a giant's axe. But the deeper one went. Massive, solitary peaks jutted up from the ground, violently splitting one path into two. Then 2 paths became 4, and 4 became 8. It wasn't a gorge. It was a labyrinth carved from the mountain itself, a maze that swallowed everything whole. Deep in the belly of the mountain, a cold, crushing dark. Lu Yi's consciousness surfaced from a sea of chaos. The first sensation was pain. The wound was a dull fire, burning slowly in his chest. He sat up, hearing the soft scrape of loose gravel sliding from his back. He smelled damp earth and stone. It was a tunnel narrow and oppressive. The stone walls pressed in like the ribs of some great beast, caging him. It came back to him. Rift Sky Canyon, a natural labyrinth so treacherous that not even gods or demons could navigate it. Countless trails split and wove through the mountains, a vast, sprawling web. The base of the range was riddled with tunnels, linking one path to the next. A paradise for the hunter, a hell for the lost. Lu Yi had chosen this place for that very reason, to lose his pursuers. No one could find their way in this labyrinth of stone, save for the desperados who had haunted its depths for years. He had a map, a parchment scroll that had cost him a small fortune. It was supposed to be his ace in the hole, but a plan could never account for the ambush that had struck just outside the canyon. He looked down and saw that the outer tunic that had been covering him was gone. In its place, strips of cloth were wrapped around his wound. The bandaging was clumsy, the edges of the fabric frayed and torn. He realized at once. Lu Yi, you're awake. A bright, lilting voice called out from the darkness, trembling with joy. A soft halo of light drifted before him. It was Yi. Beside him, a massive shadow stirred. Amber lifted its lynx-like head, golden eyes flashing once in the dark, and let out a deep, rumbling purr. Lu Yi grunted, trying to channel the energy within his body. The warm current was still there, faint, but steadily knitting together torn muscle and fractured bone. The 2 pills he'd swallowed before passing out were working. The sharp, stabbing pain had subsided into a dull ache. He drew a deep breath, and a blinding flash of fire seared across his mind's eye. The young master's final counterattack. A single paper talisman, erupting before his eyes into a devastating beam of light. Its power was so savage it felt otherworldly. The energy shield he took such pride in had been like a sheet of thin ice before that beam melted and shattered in an instant. If the shield hadn't bought him that single instant, his heart would have been burned to cinders. He shook his head, forcing the near-death image from his mind. As long as he was alive, there was hope. He pulled a set of clean clothes from the storage pouch at his waist and changed. The rough fabric against his skin was a grounding sensation. He took out a water skin and some jerky, tore off a large strip for Amber, and began to chew on a piece himself. The cool water slid down his throat, dousing the fire in his chest. He looked at the hovering ball of light before him, his voice raspy as he asked, "How long was I out?" The campfire crackled, its light casting flickering shadows on the cave walls. Luyi tore off a piece of roasted meat and chewed it ravenously. The savory aroma of the fat eased his tense nerves. "How long was I out?" His voice was raspy. "A full day and a night." E's voice was soft, as if she were afraid of startling something. She sat across from him, hugging her knees as the firelight danced on her face. "What's it like outside?" "They're everywhere." Her voice trembled. "Their footsteps, they're like a drumbeat, right over our heads. A few times, I could even hear them talking. All we could do was hide here, not daring to move. Now I don't even know where we are anymore." Luyi swallowed the last of the meat. A burning sensation spread through his throat. It was no surprise. He closed his eyes, and Zhang Wu's twisted face swam into view. But clearer still was the mark on the back of his hand, the one that had suddenly blazed to life. The mark was like a bleeding eyeball, pulsing with a deadly red light in the darkness. That hadn't been a signal for mercy. It was a wolf's howl, summoning its pack. And for that, he had to die. Instantly, Luyi opened his eyes. The darkness at the mouth of the cave seemed deeper now. The wind whistling through the gorge seemed to carry with it the faint sounds of shouts and the barking of dogs. The hounds of the Nine-Star sect had been unleashed, and they were frantically searching for his scent. After all, he had killed their young master. He could feel the power inside him, a thin stream clear, but fragile. Outside, however, was the raging sea of an entire sect's fury. How could a single stream stand against an ocean? He had only been in this world for 3 months. He tossed the clean-picked bone into the fire, where it landed with a soft click. No, he couldn't do this alone. When you're backed into a corner, you have to find a fissure to slip through. His thoughts spread out like a net in the darkness, probing for any possible escape. The Nine-Star sect, whose territory bordered theirs? A name surfaced. Xianmen. 2 hungry beasts, sleeping in adjacent lairs, with only a flimsy fence between them. Now that one beast's lair the Nine-Star sect was in such an uproar, would the other really just lie there and watch? The cave was quiet, broken only by the occasional crackle of the fire. Luyi leaned against the cold stone wall, every breath sending a jolt of sharp pain through his ribs. His brow was furrowed, his thoughts a chaotic mess. Those enemies were like a pack of wolves in the shadows, ready to pounce again at any moment. And he wasn't strong enough to tear them apart. Not yet. "I'm sorry." E's voice was soft, like a feather drifting to the ground. She kept her head down, unable to meet his gaze. Luyi forced his eyelids open. He was chewing on a bitter herb, the taste of its juice making his whole face scrunch up. He managed to swallow the pulp, his voice raspy as he asked, "What for?" I was too careless." E's knuckles turned white from how tightly she clenched her fists. "I promise it won't happen again. They won't spot me next time." Her voice trembled slightly. The moment that great bell had slammed down, her world had become nothing but endless, deathly silent darkness, as cold as a tomb. Until Lu Ye's voice, like a pinprick of light, had pierced through the despair. She couldn't bring herself to imagine how he had charged in, facing for enemies far stronger than himself. He could have just run. No one would have blamed him. They were just companions who had met by chance. Their bond wasn't nearly deep enough to trade a life for. But he came anyway. Now, he was covered in wounds, the scent of blood on his every breath. And it was all because she had gotten too close, triggering the enemy's trap. Luyi looked at her, her head bowed so low it nearly touched her chest. He tried to pull his lips into a smirk, but the movement tugged at a wound, making him hiss in a sharp breath. "Listen," he said, each word deliberate. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. "I gave the order." He paused, letting his breathing even out. "You got trapped because the enemy was cunning. I came to save you because we're partners." He met E's gaze as she looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and gathered his strength to finish. The fact that I got hurt only proves one thing. I'm not strong enough yet. This has nothing to do with you. So stop blaming yourself. Yi's gaze softened as she looked at Lu Yi's face. It was the warmth of survival, a feeling so profound it almost brought her to tears. However, that warmth was frozen in an instant. Lu Yi's voice grew cold, like a stone just pulled from a frozen river. But, he said, each word deliberate, if you can't control Amber, we part ways here. Amber? Yi's brow furrowed. What did he do? From the corner, the sound of gnawing on a bone stopped abruptly. Amber's massive body flinched, and even his swallow was cautious, almost soundless. Yi's eyes darted between Amber's cowering form and Lu Yi's tense profile. A chill ran down her spine. What did he do? Her voice was tight. Lu Yi's eyes cut to Amber. The moment I was about to make my move, he charged out. His voice was clipped, each word simmering with suppressed rage. Do you remember our first rule? Yi immediately sat bolt upright. Your command is absolute, she recited, the words coming out like a mantra. Good. There was no approval in Lu Yi's voice. Yi whipped her head around, her expression turning fierce. Amber. A low whimper answered. The massive tiger lowered its head, its heavy paws scraping against the floor as it shuffled before Yi. It lifted its wet eyes, pleading. Yi raised her hand and, without a moment's hesitation, brought it down. Smack. The sharp sound of the slap echoed as it struck Amber's massive head. He told you to wait. She snapped, her voice trembling with fear and the ghost of what could have happened. Smack. Another blow landed. Why didn't you listen? Amber's massive body trembled beneath her hand, but he didn't dare flinch. It was as if with each strike, she was trying to beat back her own terror. If Lu Yi had hesitated for even a second, if he revealed his position to save this stupid beast, the consequences were unthinkable. Enough. A hand shot out and caught her wrist, its grip firm and unyielding. Lu Yi's voice was low, leaving no room for argument. He locked his eyes on hers, speaking slowly and deliberately. I want to say it again. There will not be a next time. Schlick. Slowly, Lu Yi drew a cloth across his blade, wiping away the blood. The cold glint of the steel reflected in his eyes like two distant, frozen stars. He didn't look up. His voice was quiet, but it carried the chill of a winter wind, the kind that makes your skin tighten. A team needs time to gel. I get that. He paused, the only sound the soft rasp of the cloth against the edge of the blade. But a moment ago, that arrow was an inch from my throat. He lifted his eyes, and his gaze was as sharp as the blade in his hand. On the battlefield, you only get to make a mistake once. Next time, I won't be trusting my back to luck. There was no anger in his words, only a suffocating calm that carried more weight than any roar. The color drained from Yi's face. She clenched her fists, met his gaze, and gave a sharp, deliberate nod. Her voice was tight. I understand. It will never happen again. With that, she whirled on the massive tiger at her side, her tone severe. Amber, do you hear me? You remember this with your life. A low growl rumbled in Amber's throat, an answer to an ancient oath.